Let us bear witness to Xiaomi's annual phone sales surpassing 200 million units. At the celebratory banquet, Su Bai, the founder of Xiaomi Technology, was inebriated. As a transmigrator, he had become a billionaire in less than a decade. Su Bai's secret to success was simple: heeding advice. When netizens complained about exorbitant phone prices, limiting them to models under 2,000 yuan, he acquiesced and priced his phones at 1,999 yuan. When they lamented slow charging speeds and prolonged charging times, he swiftly introduced a feature that provided 5 minutes of charging for all-day usage. If they criticized the phone's aesthetics, he dared to solicit designs from netizens, crafting phones based on their preferences. How could netizens not adore and support such an accommodating boss? The next morning, roused by his alarm, Su Bai groggily sat up in bed. As he entered the bathroom to perform his ablutions, he habitually opened his Douyin account to peruse the messages from his online followers. This was a habit Su Bai had cultivated over the years, a daily ritual to gauge user feedback on his products. If a substantial number of users reported a recurring issue, Su Bai would promptly direct his team to investigate and rectify it. Thanks to Su Bai's image as an attentive listener and his approachable demeanor, which allowed him to connect with netizens, his Douyin following had swelled to over 10 million. Let's see what challenges these ingenious netizens have concocted for me this time. As he shaved, Su Bai opened the comment section and scrolled through the top-rated entries. President Su, I still find Xiaomi phones at 1,999 yuan too expensive. I suggest a price point of 399 yuan. Upon reading this top comment, Su Bai's lips twitched, and he promptly responded, "Come on, you take over as the boss and set the price at 399 yuan. As soon as Su Bai replied, a throng of curious netizens swarmed in. Caught him. The real President Su. Let's pack him up and take him away. President Su is awesome up before dawn. He's definitely a workaholic boss. Holy moly. President Su personally replied to me. Move aside, I'm buying a lottery ticket today. Accustomed to the antics of his internet fans, Su Bai disregarded them and continued to read the high-ranking comments. President Su, many phone cases on the market exceed formaldehyde limits. I suggest Xiaomi launch its own line of phone cases to ensure our peace of mind. Comment likes, 15,713. Over 10,000 likes? It's just a phone case with a production cost of a few yuan. How could it be so substandard as to exceed formaldehyde limits? He had seen unscrupulous behavior, but this was beyond the pale. After silently noting this comment, Su Bai decided to address it at the company that day. Acquiring a factory and adding 2 phone case production lines was a trivial matter for Xiaomi Technology. The only demand from netizens was for formaldehyde-free phone cases. Listen to that. Was that a request? It should be the bare minimum. After reviewing the comments, Su Bai promptly replied, "Understood" on it. Having finished shaving, Su Bai was about to put away his phone and change clothes when another comment caught his attention. President Su, we female compatriots implore you to enter the feminine hygiene product industry. Su Bai paused mid-brushing upon seeing this comment. Sanitary napkins? How did sanitary napkins enter the picture? What connection did a technology company have with sanitary napkins? Comment likes, 13,479. Over 10,000 likes. What was going on? Intrigued, Su Bai clicked on the comment, and thousands of sub-comments immediately appeared. Support you, sisters. We must ensure President Su sees this. President Su, the health of millions of our female compatriots rests on your shoulders. President Su, you're the only one we can turn to. Please, you must see this. Bump, President Su must see this. After reading dozens of comments, Su Bai finally understood what had transpired. Apparently, the day before, a well-known review blogger, while evaluating various major sanitary napkin brands on the market, had made a startling discovery. Many well-known brands were not only cutting corners and using inferior materials, but were also using recycled Blackheart cotton as raw materials for sanitary napkins. Even more egregious was the fact that many sanitary napkins did not meet basic hygiene standards, leading to various gynecological ailments among female users. After reading through the comments, Su Bai was dumbfounded. Unhygienic sanitary napkins? Could you believe it? Was it so technically challenging to produce a safe and hygienic sanitary napkin? Chengdu, High-Tech Zone, Xiaomi Technology Industrial Park. As the headquarters of Xiaomi Technology, the industrial park was bustling with activity and prosperity. Early Monday morning, several senior executives of Xiaomi Technology made their way to the conference room upon arriving at the company. Following Su Bei's habit, the attentive Su Bai convened senior management meetings every Monday to discuss the improvement suggestions raised by netizens. Those that could be implemented were implemented as soon as possible. Those that could not be implemented were given a satisfactory explanation to the netizens. Initially, several senior executives were unaccustomed to their boss' attentive nature, believing that Su Bai was playing recklessly, running a company without conducting competitive product analysis, without financing and listing to play capital tricks, without cutting leaks, running off to mess around with netizens. But practice had repeatedly proven that Su Bai was right. It was precisely by drawing opinions from netizens that Xiaomi Technology had become the leading mobile phone company in the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room, as the senior executives took their seats, they began to discuss among themselves before Su Bai arrived. I wonder what bizarre suggestion from netizens president Su has taken a fancy to today. Don't mention it. Last year, in order to bring the price of wireless headphones down to 199 yuan, our entire department shed a lot of hair. And the mobile phone screen protectors, which company sells new mobile phones with the screen protector already applied. For this matter, we had to add 2 screen protector production lines. But to be fair, without President Su's suggestions, Xiaomi Technology would not have been able to develop so quickly. As the senior executives were discussing, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Su Bai, dressed in casual clothes, appeared at the entrance of the office. Seeing Su Bei's appearance, the senior executives stood up and greeted him with smiles. "Good morning, President Su." "Oh, I have the same t-shirt as you. Great minds think alike." "President Su, I was holding a glass of wine looking for you for a long time at the celebration party last night. You still owe me a drink." "President Su is amazing. You drank so much last night and still managed to get up early today. I admire you." From the greetings of the senior executives, it was not difficult to see that Su Bai was a very approachable person in private and could joke around. Provided it was in private, in public affairs, no one dared to joke with the serious Su Bai. After exchanging a few words with the senior executives, Su Bai came to his seat and sat down. With a word to start the meeting, everyone put away the smiles on their faces and began to enter the working state. Half an hour later, Olma is responsible for grasping the matter of the mobile phone case. Remember, the netizens' request, a formaldehyde-free mobile phone case, is just the bottom line. On the bottom line, we should do better, and we should also strive for excellence in quality, style, and color. The meeting was supposed to end here as usual, but Su Bai did not announce the end of the meeting. Instead, the serious expression on his face relaxed, revealing a look of discussion. "There's one more thing. I would like to hear everyone's opinion." "There's still something?" The senior executives closed their notebooks and looked at Su Bai curiously, waiting for his follow-up. Su Bei's eyes swept over several female executives, and he said with a slight hesitation, "Well, let's just say, can our Xiaomi Technology cross the border to make sanitary napkins?" In the expansive conference room, silence reigned so profoundly that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. One executive, glancing around, momentarily thought he was the only one mishearing the conversation, and with a bold demeanor he asked, "Mr. Su, I must have misunderstood. What exactly are we venturing into?" With a smile, Su Bai replied, "Sanitary napkins." "Oh, so it's sanitary napkins." "Wait, sanitary napkins?" The executives present were rendered speechless, their expressions akin to those who had witnessed a ghost. Xiaomi Technology, a mobile phone enterprise valued at over $1 trillion, venturing into the realm of sanitary napkins? Had it not been for Su Bei's reputation for seriousness in meetings, they would have assumed they had misheard. Observing the incredulity on their faces, Su Bai took out his phone. "Never mind. It's hard to explain in just a few words. Why don't you all check my Douyin comment section?" One by one, the executives pulled out their phones to peruse the comments. Upon encountering the highly upvoted remarks regarding sanitary napkins, their astonishment was palpable. Is it possible that sanitary napkins could be unhygienic? Such a small item, and it has to be toxic, poorly made, and filled with inferior cotton? To produce something of such low quality is no small feat. The most critical point is they are quite expensive. Netizens are saying they can hardly afford them during their monthly cycle. At last, the executives grasped Su Bei's rationale for diversifying into sanitary napkins. Indeed, it was a response to the demands of countless women. Su Bai then turned his gaze toward the 2 female executives present. "Manager Lu, Sister Su, what do you think? Is this endeavor feasible?" While Su Bai heeded advice, as a businessman, he was also mindful of the cost-benefit ratio and the company's profitability. Diving into an unfamiliar industry without due diligence could lead to financial loss. However, the two female executives had already felt a spark of interest as soon as Su Bai expressed his idea. As women, they possessed a deeper understanding of the female consumer base. The current brands of sanitary napkins had utterly lost credibility and support among female consumers. Who would support a product that failed to guarantee even the most basic standards of safety and hygiene? If, at this juncture, Douyin technology could indeed step forward to produce a sanitary napkin that met quality standards, mind you, merely meeting quality standards regardless of unattractive packaging or higher prices, it would certainly sell out. One must not underestimate the sanitary napkin market. With hundreds of millions of users across the nation, women spend between 20 to 50 yuan monthly on sanitary napkins. Assuming an average of 30 yuan per month, that amounts to a market share of hundreds of billions within just 1 month and over $1 trillion annually. Even capturing a mere 10% of the market would yield considerable profits. Mr. Su, I believe this is viable. Compared to mobile phones, the technological hurdles in the sanitary napkin industry are virtually negligible. I am in support. Even the product manager stepped forward at this moment. I find it dependable once the sanitary napkins are produced, we won't even need to establish offline sales channels. Exactly, we can take it online, conduct a live stream, and let Mr. Su sell the sanitary napkins. With his popularity and character, it will undoubtedly be a hit. One must commend the confidence the executives of Douyin Technology had in Su Bai's appeal. Though many wealthy business owners exist, who else could amass millions of followers on their Douyin account like Su Bai? His long-established persona of being receptive to advice resonated well with the online community. Each time he live-streamed to sell mobile phones, he achieved staggering sales. Worst-case scenario, they could have Mr. Su live-stream selling sanitary napkins, right? Upon hearing the suggestions, even with his thick skin, Su Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment. I'm a billionaire, the founder of a tech enterprise. You want me to live-stream selling sanitary napkins? What about my dignity? Having resolved the question of whether to proceed, the next challenge was how to do so. However, when Su Bai inquired, the room fell silent. None of the attendees had experience in the sanitary napkin industry. Just as Su Bai pondered whether to seek the advice of two professionals, suddenly, one executive had a brainwave. Hey, Mr. Su, weren't the netizens suggesting you enter the sanitary napkin industry? Since you're willing to pursue this, but lack knowledge, why not consult the vast online community? Upon hearing the suggestion, someone immediately slapped their thigh. Exactly. Mr. Su's forte is listening to advice. Let's take it to the next level and fully rely on the netizens this time. We will follow whatever the netizens say. If they point east, we won't head west. From a user experience standpoint, it makes perfect sense. I believe it's feasible. There are countless netizens out there, and among the masses, there is an abundance of talent. This is what is meant by collective wisdom. After a meeting filled with fruitful discussions, not only had they resolved whether to proceed, but they had also devised a plan of action. When the meeting adjourned and the executives departed, Su Bai remained alone in the conference room, deep in thought. Consulting the vast online community? It seems quite feasible. As he contemplated, he looked around the empty room and suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, since you all have left, does that mean I have to do all the work? That same afternoon, in a university dormitory in the bustling city, several female students animatedly discussed various topics. One girl, scrolling through Douyin, suddenly lifted her head and addressed her roommates. Hey, come look. Everyone is petitioning for Mr. Su to enter the sanitary napkin industry. I saw that earlier. The likes are about to surpass 40,000. These sanitary napkin manufacturers are utterly despicable. They should be investigated and punished severely. Amidst their discussions, they analyzed the likelihood of Su Bai entering the sanitary napkin market. No way. Douyin Technology is a mobile phone company. They might dabble in upstream and downstream industries, but how could they possibly produce sanitary napkins? It doesn't even relate. Just think about it. Everyone is merely using Mr. Su's comment section to generate buzz and urge people to pay attention to this issue. Sigh, with Mr. Su's integrity, if he were to produce sanitary napkins, I would definitely be the first to buy. Keep dreaming. While they were engrossed in their discussions, the girl who had been browsing Douyin suddenly appeared to have discovered something momentous. You all, Come look at Mr. Su's Douyin, he agreed. He actually agreed. Agreed to what? Why the fuss? Moments later, the dorm erupted in a chorus of shrieks. Faintly, one could hear commotion from the other dorms in the building. Even the teachers and students passing by outside were intrigued. Did Jay Cho release a new song? What was all this commotion about? Unclear about Jay Cho's latest release, what was certain was that Douyin Technology, the largest mobile manufacturer in the country, was set to venture into the sanitary napkin market. Just 5 minutes prior, Su Bai had released a fresh Douyin video. Facing the camera, he enthusiastically waved and greeted the online community. Hello, dear fans. I'm back to listen to your advice. What is this time's topic? No mistake, it's about the highly praised sanitary napkins from my last video. After careful consideration, Douyin Technology has officially decided to enter the sanitary napkin industry. However, you guessed it, I have a but coming. But due to the lack of relevant production experience in this field, we collectively decided that since you have posed this challenge to me, I kindly ask everyone to share your insights and help me solve this dilemma. As Su Bai spoke, he began to gesture with his fingers in front of a vast audience online. For instance, what should we name this sanitary pad? What materials should be utilized? What manufacturing techniques should we employ? What price do you anticipate? He welcomed the viewers to actively share their thoughts in the comment section. As always, your Su, am committed to heeding your advice. With that, the video concluded. After watching the video, Su Bai, feeling somewhat anxious, set down his phone and turned to the dedicated filming team responsible for his Douyin account. Do you genuinely believe this approach will succeed? As the head of a company, he found it perplexing to delegate what should rightfully be his responsibilities entirely to the consumers. It was one thing to discuss materials and production techniques, but to let the online community name the product, it seemed as though the consumers were taking on the role of product managers without any financial compensation, a complete free ride. Despite having been a business owner for many years, this was the first time he engaged in such an endeavor, and uncertainty loomed in his mind. However, the makeup artist from the filming team, while tidying her tools, expressed her enthusiasm. I find it quite fascinating collaborating with everyone to brainstorm and collectively create something is a remarkable concept. The editor, busy organizing his computer, nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, this is what we call accurately grasping user psychology. When products are crafted according to consumer opinions, can they possibly resist purchasing? They will undoubtedly buy it. The photographer, reviewing the video footage, interjected upon hearing the discussion. Mr. Su, there's no need for doubt, just take a look at the comment section. Upon hearing this, Su Bai picked up his phone and opened the video, only to be utterly astonished. Goodness, within less than 10 minutes of posting, there were already thousands of comments? What on earth was happening? Were the people of a nation truly waiting for him to produce sanitary pads? Chapter 003. If you do not exploit your employees, are you exploiting your own profits? Since the exposure of the toxic sanitary napkin incident, women across the nation have become increasingly wary of sanitary products. Major brands, known for their seemingly conscientious advertising, have faced stark scrutiny as testing results revealed alarming truths. Although there remain numerous reputable merchants in the market, the domino effect of distrust has left many women at a loss regarding whom to trust. This sentiment explains the surge of women flocking to Su Bai's comment section, enthusiastically suggesting that he venture into the sanitary napkin industry. Under Su Bai's leadership, Douyin Technology has maintained an impeccable record concerning product quality over the years, consistently releasing products that reflect integrity. If Su Bai indeed ventures into the sanitary napkin industry, it would undoubtedly be a boon for women everywhere. However, for most, such a prospect seems nearly impossible. One must ponder how a company deeply rooted in technology could suddenly transition into the unrelated realm of daily consumer goods. Mobile phones and sanitary napkins are entirely distinct entities. To put it plainly, even if Su Bai were willing, Douyin Technology lacks the requisite experience. As these thoughts circulated, Su Bai's video emerged, leaving many women in utter astonishment. While they were aware that Su Bai was receptive to suggestions, they were unprepared for his level of engagement. A manufacturer of mobile phones, he was now being urged to produce sanitary napkins, and he appeared genuinely interested in doing so. Not only was he considering this venture, but the billionaire CEO also sought advice from the very public that questioned him. This approach was unforeseen by all. Given Douyin Technology and Oppo's capabilities, Acquiring two sanitary napkin factories and launching a product would be a straightforward task, especially with Su Bai's popularity to leverage. Yet, he chose to relinquish control to the collective wisdom of the public. Was it truly a lack of competence on Me Technology's part? Even without specialists, does Su Bai not know how to hire professionals? By soliciting input from the public, he effectively encouraged them to contribute to the creation of sanitary napkins themselves. If the existing products were deemed untrustworthy, surely a product born from their own efforts would inspire confidence. In that moment, many women watching the video were moved to tears. This exemplified what it means to be a people's entrepreneur, an embodiment of conscience. Overwhelmed with emotion, women from various sectors across the nation flooded the comments with suggestions. Remarkably, many individuals from related industries stepped forward. Su, there is no need to buy land and build a factory. We have a struggling sanitary napkin factory available for a low price. Fluff pulp, fluff pulp, fluff pulp. Important matters should be emphasized thrice. Su, ensure you use high-quality fluff pulp, as many issues stem from it. The highest cost is the absorbent agent, scientifically known as superabsorbent polymer. The more you add, the better the absorbency. Disinfection. Please remember to ensure proper disinfection, as many manufacturers lack the necessary equipment and operate as underground workshops. Let us name it Me Sanitary Napkin. Sisters who agree, please support me. As participation grew, the volume of comments surged at an alarming rate. Over the past few days, the sanitary napkin incident had already trended twice, becoming a hot topic of national discussion. Su Bai's video, once released, went viral. Thousands of comments poured in, showcasing the desires and expectations of countless women. Within less than 3 hours of its posting, the video ascended to the top of the trending charts, dominating various platforms. What is happening? I wake up to find Me Technology is producing sanitary napkins? Wait, letting the audience provide suggestions can lead to this? Su remains as receptive as ever to counsel. With the fervent discussions online, even prominent female streamers, actresses, singers, and businesswomen joined the conversation, recognizing the relevance of sanitary products to every woman's life. A certain influencer declared, "I support Su, I believe in Su, go Su." A sports star chimed in, "Su, I'll be the first to purchase the Me sanitary napkins once they launch." A leading singer praised, "Well done, Su, you are a model entrepreneur." Of course, with such enthusiasm, there were also detractors. Is this a joke? A mobile phone manufacturer abandoning their core business to produce sanitary napkins? What a distraction. I don't understand domestic entrepreneurs. In Japan, one commits to a field for life. This cross-industry endeavor seems reckless. Producing sanitary napkins? It's just a publicity stunt. Do you really think he can pull it off? Su Bai is merely trying to generate buzz to sell more phones later. The most delighted were the domestic smartphone manufacturers, whose products had suffered under the Me Technology's competitive pressure in recent years. The negative trend initiated by the Me Technology had led to increasing manufacturing costs and diminishing profits. As a business owner, one should not exploit their employees with grueling hours, but rather their own profits. Who in their right mind would exploit their products' profit margins? Now, Su Bai, in a seemingly impulsive decision, ventured into the sanitary napkin industry. An outsider with little knowledge attempting to navigate this new realm. Does he truly believe business is so easily accomplished? If everyone could succeed by merely posting 2 videos, why would anyone bother to start a business? They might as well all become influencers. Let us observe the unfolding of events. One can only anticipate the moment he finds himself financially ruined, preferably leading to a cash flow crisis for the Me Technology, resulting in its collapse. In this era, while money can be earned again, integrity, once lost, is far more difficult to regain. If one does not grasp this fundamental truth, they are unfit to be a business owner. As the news of the Me Technology's foray into the sanitary napkin industry stirred the online community, the headquarters of Yuan in the heart of Shanghai took notice. Founded before World War I, Yuan is a global behemoth in the household and personal care sector, boasting over a century of history and more than 300 brands encompassing cosmetics, personal care, cleaning, and hygiene products. In the 1990s, upon the opening of the Chinese market, Yuan recognized the vast potential within. Armed with superior technology and a comprehensive product range, they swiftly dominated the market, leaving local brands in disarray. Today, 80% of personal care products in China are from Yuan, while the remaining local brands struggle to survive. Yuan has profited immensely from the Chinese market over the years. Just as they believed they could continue profiting from Chinese consumers, the toxic sanitary napkin incident erupted, devastating many of Yuan Jiayi's brands. This led to a significant backlash, with numerous netizens rallying to boycott Yuan Jiayi. Such incidents have occurred more than once, and Yuan Jiayi is quite adept at managing this public relations crisis. It merely involves a feigned apology, scapegoating someone to take the blame, and subsequently rebranding the implicated products to continue their market presence. The internet, it possesses no memory. At most, within half a month, this matter will fade away. Business continues as usual, and the cycle of exploitation persists. At this moment, Yuan Jiayi's Asia-Pacific head, Jiang Lili, is calmly addressing the public relations issue, her demeanor relaxed in front of a room full of senior executives. The usual protocol dictates issuing an apology statement in the name of Yuan Jiayi, pledging a thorough investigation. Then, they will select one of our soon-to-expire suppliers to bear the blame. The marketing department will rename the implicated brands, repackage them, and resume sales. This exemplifies the confidence of a global consumer goods giant. Is it merely toxic sanitary napkins? What's the big deal? We have monopolized 70% of the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Country. If we were to halt production, you would have no access to even the toxic ones. If you have any to use, you should be grateful to us. As for the toxicity, shouldn't consumers reflect on whether it is their own issue? Have they exercised adequately, or is it simply a matter of their poor constitution? Chapter 004. Hype. It's all about Hype. Jiang Lili, a citizen of the Dragon Nation, boasts a background as an overseas student. She has dedicated 15 years of her career to Yuan Jiayi, rising to the position of head of the Asia-Pacific region through sheer ruthlessness. To be precise, her harshness is directed towards her fellow compatriots. Why does the Asia-Pacific region yield the highest profit margins among Yuan Jiayi's numerous global sectors, consistently earning accolades from headquarters? It is due to Jiang Lili's relentless pursuit of cost-cutting measures within the region. Surely, one would not assume that Yuan Jiayi, having achieved its current stature, still needs to manufacture its own products, would one? Over 80% of its mid-range and low-end brands are produced through subcontracting. By squeezing the market, local manufacturers in the Dragon Nation are crushed, leaving them with no choice but to sign contracts with Yuan Jiayi. The products they produce are simply branded as Yuan Jiayi's and sold as such. While this practice is not inherently flawed, the crux lies in Jiang Lili's constant pressure to reduce costs. For instance, if a manufacturer produces a sanitary pad at a factory price of 4 yuan, Jiang Lili demands it be reduced to 3 yuan, or even 2 yuan, threatening to terminate contracts otherwise. To avoid losses, manufacturers resort to using various cheap, substandard materials, which is the fundamental cause of the toxic sanitary pad incident. Does Jiang Lili fear repercussions? The manufacturers produce the pads. What concern is it of Yuan Jiayi? It is the manufacturer's outdated technology that fails to deliver quality products, and they're the ones deceiving consumers, not Jiang Lili. It must be said, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, Jiang Lili's actions in betraying her compatriots are quite alarming. Enough said, let us disperse. It's truly the case that among so many nations, the people of the Dragon Nation are the most pretentious. With that, Jiang Lili, clad in high heels and carrying her expensive python skin bag, prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, the office door swung open, and her secretary poked her head in with a phone in hand. Manager Jiang, something's wrong. You should take a look at Douyin. Douyin? Isn't it just a sanitary pad? Have these overly sensitive dragon women really taken this to Douyin? Just as Jiang Lili pulled out her phone to access Douyin, T searched deliberately. The glaring headline at the top of the trending list caught her eye. Douyin Technology officially enters the sanitary pad industry. Douyin Technology, the one known for making phones? Upon clicking the trending news, Jiang Lili's expression darkened horrifically after watching the video released by Subai. You, who make phones, why meddle in the daily chemical industry? And don't even get me started on your persona. Such tactics are worn out in the entertainment industry. Don't you realize the more stable a persona is, the harder it falls? Realizing the implications of news, Zhang Lily set down her expensive python skin bag and returned to her seat, casting a cold glance at the senior executives. Let us discuss this matter. As the saying goes, birds of feather flock together. What good can come from working under someone like Zhang Lily? Hype, as everyone claims. Subai's marketing is superior to the product itself, and now I finally see the truth. A group of clueless netizens plus a CEO who only knows how to make phones equals absolutely nothing, hardly worth worrying about. I agree, Subai is merely harvesting traffic. He gained over 4 million followers in one morning. One must admit, Subai has truly mastered Douyin. I see this matter as nothing more than a gimmick. Subai need not do anything further, just delay for half a year under some pretense, and this issue will fade away. It's not that the masses look down on Subai, it's just that when Wanjia entered the Dragon Nation market, those former local brands had already clashed with Wanjia. They even formed a local brand alliance to expel Wanjia from the Dragon Nation market. In those years, the daily chemical market was drenched in blood, with promotions happening daily. But what was the outcome? It's evident now. Isn't it? Wanjia is a global behemoth in the daily chemical industry. Let us take a hypothetical step back. Even if Subai stubbornly succeeded in producing sanitary pads, what then? Wanjia could simply unite all sanitary pad brands to lower prices for promotions, a tactic that could last 2 to 3 months. The citizens of the Dragon Nation prioritize cost-effectiveness, and with Wanjia's brand backing a price reduction, the double blow would be unstoppable. In the end, Subai's sanitary pads would just gather dust in a warehouse, serving as a makeshift shoe sole for Subai himself. As for producing sanitary pads, absurd. Does one truly believe Wanjia is so easily intimidated? While the Me technology may not pose a significant threat, the astute Zhang Lily kept a cautious eye on the situation. Our public relations strategy remains unchanged. Keep a close watch on the Me technology's developments and report to me immediately if anything arises. Having climbed to the position of Asia-Pacific head, Zhang Lily has invested immense effort. With a promotion to headquarters on the horizon next year, there is no room for error at such a pivotal time. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Hushing's Luoshui city, the once bustling workshops of Chunfeng Daily Chemical Company now lay in stark silence. Piles of raw materials for sanitary pads sat neglected in a corner of the warehouse, while the once roaring production line machines were covered in a layer of dust. In the dilapidated office, Sun Jing sat before her computer, her expression one of despair as she reviewed the quarterly sales figures. Chunfeng Daily Chemical Company was passed down to Sun Jing from her father after she graduated from university. This factory encapsulated her father's lifelong dedication. During the fierce competition against Wanjia, many of their competitors in Hushing either collapsed or became mere subcontractors for Wanjia. Only her stubborn father, selling his house and car, continued to hold on. Thanks to Chunfeng's reliable quality, they had established a loyal customer base in the Hushing region. But in recent years, under Wanjia's relentless assault, their market share had dwindled to just Luoshui City. Since Sun Jing took over, even the local market was slipping away, with sales figures declining year after year. As they teetered on the brink of collapse, the recent toxic sanitary pad incident erupted. Although Chunfeng's sanitary pads were hygienic and reliable, consumers remained oblivious. The testing influencers only assessed well-known brands, leaving no room for a lesser-known brand like Chunfeng. Thus, uninformed consumers ceased to purchase Chunfeng pads. With no buyers, sales plummeted, and production ground to a halt. The company's bank account dwindled to just a few thousand yuan. If this situation persisted, Sun Jing would only be able to pay her employee salaries before the company faced dissolution. Oh, Dad, you've left me quite the conundrum. Seated at her desk, Sun Jing rubbed her temples in anguish. Her father had always hoped she could strengthen the Chunfeng brand, but the reality proved far more challenging. Just when Sun Jing felt lost and overwhelmed, a notification chimed on her phone. It was a Douyin link sent by her best friend, urging her to take a look immediately. Curiosity piqued. Sun Jing clicked the link and froze in place. Demi Technology? Planning to venture into the sanitary pad industry? Glancing at her own phone, She noted it was indeed to me, sturdy and reliable without lag. The CEO, Su Bai, known for producing rice, was now stepping into the sanitary pad market. In the next moment, her friend sent another voice message. Jing and I, Su Bai is currently collecting opinions across the internet. I sense this is an opportunity. The factory your father left you has been struggling for years. Why not take a chance and reach out to Su Bai? I believe there is potential here. Upon hearing her best friend's voice message, Sun Jing initially felt a surge of joy, only to exhale in resignation before responding with reason. Clearly, this is nothing more than a publicity stunt. Do you truly believe that President Su would stoop to producing sanitary napkins? In just one morning, their follower counts surged by millions. It is merely a tactic employed by capitalists for marketing. After this, President Su need do nothing but let the situation linger. Whether for 6 months or a year, this matter will eventually fade into obscurity. If you doubt this, simply wait and see. It's utterly implausible for the head of a high-tech enterprise to venture into the realm of sanitary products. Chapter 5 can be played this way. Many share the same sentiments as Sun Jing. After all, how many empty promises have capitalists made over the years? They boast extravagantly, yet when it comes to delivering, they vanish without a trace. As the news of Douyin Technologies' venture into the sanitary napkin industry gained traction, a number of discerning netizens began to stir the pot in Su Bai's comment section. Is there really someone who believes this? In this day and age, who still buys into grandiose promises? Mr. Su boasts of having amassed over 4 million female followers. Is he gearing up for a line of customized smartphones for women? Youthful naivety seems to have clouded their memories of the tall tales spun by bosses in the past. Let me be clear. If Mr. Su genuinely ventures into sanitary napkins, I will livestream myself consuming them. As events unfolded, even the female netizens who initially supported Su Bai began to waver. Indeed, while Su Bai heeded advice, he has been focused on mobile phones. Moreover, this morning, his Douyin followers surged to nearly 5 million. The more one observes, the more it seems like a publicity stunt. Could this matter simply fade into oblivion? If it drags on for a year or more, how many will still remember it? In an instant, many female netizens were left bewildered, feeling as if they had been taken in by Su Bai, yet they could not be certain. Amidst the ongoing debates, Su Bai, now clad in a new suit, finally bid farewell to several local leaders from Rongqing. As a company expands, interactions with local authorities become inevitable. Just earlier, Su Bai had hinted online about entering the sanitary napkin industry. Within 2 hours, the local officials had arrived, hoping Su Bai would establish the production facility in Rongqing, thereby aiding local employment and tax revenue. In exchange, the locality would offer favorable policies and support for Su Bai's sanitary napkin factory. Regarding such matters, Su Bai refrained from making any hasty declarations, stating, "It all depends on the netizens." As the leaders departed, they perceived Su Bai's words as mere pretexts, believing his foray into the sanitary napkin industry was likely a publicity stunt. As soon as the officials left, Su Bai was about to return to his office when he noticed a group of administrative staff chatting together. Upon seeing Su Bai, they dispersed like startled birds. "Why run away? I'm not here to devour anyone." Secretary Liu, lingering behind, waved his phone and chuckled. "Mr. Su, the internet is abuzz with talk of you leaving everyone hanging." "Leaving hanging? What do you mean?" Su Bai inquired, as Secretary Liu stepped into his office, standing by the door. "It's about your venture into sanitary napkins. After the video was released, your follower count surged by over 5 million. How many?" Su Bai, now back in his office, removed his suit jacket and handed it to the secretary, hastily checking his phone. Astonishingly, his follower count had skyrocketed from a little over 10 million to 16 million in just a few hours. As a CEO of a billion-dollar company, he had little time to monitor his phone. The affairs of the company kept him exceedingly busy. He never anticipated that the situation could escalate so dramatically in just a few hours. Noticing Su Bai scrolling through comments in silence, Secretary Liu quickly approached him. "Mr. Su, should we contact a public relations firm?" Without lifting his gaze, Su Bai replied, "Why would we need to contact them?" "To help you shape public opinion. To indicate you aren't merely creating a spectacle." At this, Su Bai immediately looked up. "I'm not creating a spectacle." Secretary Liu stood there, taken aback. It was no wonder. The morning's high-level meeting had not included discussions on Douyin Technology's entry into the sanitary napkin market, leading many within the company to assume Su Bai was merely engaging in publicity. As Su Bai continued perusing the comments, it became evident why Secretary Liu suggested seeking a public relations firm. The number of individuals doubting Su Bai's sincerity was on the rise and began to spiral out of control. After pondering for a few moments, Su Bai found the individual who had jokingly suggested live streaming the consumption of sanitary napkins and directly replied, "You said it. I'll send you a luxury car for your live stream." With that, Su Bai turned to Secretary Liu and said earnestly, "Gather the constructive suggestions from the comment section. Reach out to suitable manufacturers for negotiations and involve the legal department to expedite the necessary paperwork. Most importantly, we must maintain strict control over the raw materials. My only requirement is to act swiftly." Upon hearing Su Bai's orders, Secretary Liu hurriedly noted everything down with his recording pen, though a look of concern crossed his face. "Mr. Su, none of us have experience in producing sanitary napkins. Who should we appoint to oversee this?" In response, Su Bai raised his phone. Look at the high-rated suggestions in the comments. Those who provide valuable insights and receive a lot of likes are likely seasoned professionals in the industry. If they mention raw materials, they are probably involved in that sector. If they discuss equipment, they may be manufacturers. If they reference production processes, they are likely veterans in sanitary napkin manufacturing. Are we joking? Talent exists among the netizens. This isn't just a whim. Given that Su Bai was prepared to enter the sanitary napkin industry without a substantial team, this presented a prime opportunity to recruit talent. With a smile, Su Bai looked at Secretary Liu. "Contact the Human Resources Department and bring in all those with high engagement. Not a single one should slip away. From this day forth, we shall officially establish the Daily Chemical Products Division. Once the team is in place, we will commence operations." The secretary, still holding his recording pen, was left in a state of disbelief. Can it really be played this way? Fueled by Su Bai's decisive nature, Secretary Liu acted with remarkable speed. He promptly utilized his Douyin Chief Secretary Douyin account to reach out to those with high-rated comments. The Human Resources Department, armed with Su Bai's authorization, swiftly followed suit, actively seeking out talent. In no time, the comment section transformed into a flurry of activity as Douyin Technology took subsequent action, creating quite a commotion. Particularly notable was the account of a delivery worker who, amidst his deliveries, had casually commented, "Who would have thought that the illustrious billionaire Su Bai would respond to him? You said it. I'll send you a luxury car for your live stream." Upon reading Su Bai's reply, the delivery worker was left speechless. "So, you're not merely putting on a show? Douyin Technology is genuinely venturing into sanitary napkins? What is your angle?" Moreover, he was not the only one questioning Su Bai's intentions. "Why fixate solely on me?" The most perplexing aspect for the delivery worker was that, following Su Bai's response, his comment about live streaming the consumption of sanitary napkins unexpectedly gained traction, contrary to his initial inclination to delete it. As it turned out, many women, who had been skeptical of Su Bai's sincerity, were now reassured by his response, realizing he was indeed serious about his endeavor. In a wave of excitement, they began to like his comment. "I'm now following you. I'm looking forward to that live stream of you eating sanitary napkins. Show some courage. And if it's not tasty, remember to add some chili sauce. Bro, you're impressive. I love a good spectacle. I'll help boost your visibility." Initially, the delivery worker intended to erase his comment, but he was astounded to find his follower count surging dramatically alongside Su Bai's reply and the influx of comments from enthusiastic netizens. From just a mere dozen to an astonishing 100,000 in the blink of an eye, and it continues to rise. Observing the delivery person associated with my account, he wears an expression of bewilderment, as if pondering, "Who am I? Where am I? It is utterly perplexing. Have I truly become popular?" Chapter 006, This Internet. He truly mastered it, sisters. There's exciting news. The HR department from Douyin has contacted me, and I am all packed and ready to head to Rongqing to produce sanitary napkins for everyone. And as for me, I represent the raw material supplier and have delivered my resignation directly to my boss. No turning back now. Rest assured, sisters, I will ensure the safety and hygiene of our materials. Oh, by the way, I'm a man. When the HR at Douyin heard my voice over the phone, they thought they had dialed the wrong number, questioning why I knew so much about sanitary napkins. I was initially considering a career change, but then Douyin recruited me. I wonder if I'll end up doing this for the rest of my life. As Douyin's HR team took action, numerous highly rated contributors were swiftly recruited, making Su Bai's comment section lively like a festival. I've been in HR for my entire career, but this is the first time I've seen President Su recruit so aggressively. Just one person, and I'm in awe. Historically, there were clever tactics to borrow arrows. And now we have President Su's impressive recruitment strategy. As the news spread, the entire internet began to buzz. Initially, everyone believed the situation would fizzle out, especially since a single video had garnered millions of followers for Su Bai, fulfilling his initial goal. Who would have thought that Su Bai was serious about this? He really intends to produce sanitary napkins. Can you believe it? What's going on? I heard from Douyin and Oppo's internal staff that they are genuinely establishing a daily chemical product division. What is Su Bai up to? I don't understand his motives. The smartphone market is vast. Why not focus on his core business instead of venturing into the daily chemical industry? It's absurd. Can one video truly lead to quality products? This situation is escalating. Let's see how it unfolds. Unfold? Just wait for the spectacle. The domestic daily chemical market has long been dominated by Yuan. Competing with them is a path to ruin for Su Bai. While many netizens express skepticism, a plane from province had successfully landed at Rongqing Airport. Dressed in a trench coat and dragging a suitcase, Sun Jing confidently instructed the taxi driver, "Take me to Douyin Technology Industrial Park." As the vehicle set off, Sun Jing gazed out at the scenic views of Rongqing, her heart racing with apprehension. Upon learning that Su Bai was genuinely entering the sanitary napkin industry, she immediately packed her belongings and booked a flight. As her best friend had said, this is an opportunity, a chance for the Chunfeng Daily Chemical Factory and domestic daily chemical products. Such opportunities come once in a decade. If Sun Jing let this slip away, she might regret it for a lifetime. Thus, she arrived, armed with the courage of desperation. 2 hours later, when Su Bai met Sun Jing in the meeting room along with her suitcase, he was momentarily taken aback. While gesturing for her to take a seat, Su Bai approached his own chair, smiling calmly. "I heard you volunteered to the HR department, wishing to oversee the newly established daily chemical product division." As he spoke, Su Bai glanced at the time. "I have another meeting in 10 minutes, so I will give you 5 minutes to provide me with a compelling reason for your suitability for this role." Just as Su Bai expected Sun Jing to elaborate on her qualifications, her response was unexpectedly direct. With a composed demeanor, she looked at Su Bai and said firmly, "My father fought 12 legal battles against Wang Jia. In the 13th, he tragically passed away in a car accident on his way to court. In less than 5 minutes, she had conveyed her story in merely 10 seconds. On her way to the meeting room, Su Bai had reviewed the detailed information on Chunfeng Daily Chemical Factory. Yet this critical detail was conspicuously absent. Observing the resolute determination in Sun Jing's eyes, he inquired, "You're not merely interested in producing sanitary napkins, are you?" Sun Jing unabashedly replied, "Indeed, I aim to leverage Douyin Technology's resources to expand the variety of daily chemical products and compete with Wang Jia." Her words were audacious. A bold declaration to seek retribution for her father by utilizing Su Bai's influence to challenge the international giant Wang Jia. Was she truly intent on making Douyin's daily chemical division a domestic leader? From Sun Jing's profile, appointing her as the head of this division seemed entirely justified. However, you appear to possess considerable confidence in this endeavor, yet I am curious about the source of your conviction. In response, Sun Jing spoke candidly. "Because of you, President Su. Because of me? Precisely. The domestic daily chemical industry has been oppressed by Wang Jia for over 30 years. The toxic sanitary napkin incident is not a new revelation. The last exposure was 6 years ago. Yet, despite consumer outcries and protests, no one has dared to stand up. Everyone understands that the daily chemical market is Wang Jia's domain. Regardless of whether you're managing your personal brand or garnering attention, you have finally taken a stand. This is a pivotal moment that could reshape the entire sanitary napkin industry in our country. On a larger scale, It is about the health and safety of millions of women in our nation. President Su, my father once told me that there is always right and wrong, and that the heavens do indeed favor the righteous. Wang Jiayi's arrogance in disregarding the people of our nation is fundamentally wrong. Your willingness to stand up and advocate for the masses is undoubtedly righteous. This is our territory, geographically advantageous. The resurgence of the toxic sanitary napkin incident presents a timely opportunity. The overwhelming support and anticipation from women across the nation signify the people's will. With the right cause, favorable timing, geographic advantage, and public support all aligned in our favor. Why should we lose? Listening to Sun Jing's impassioned speech, Su Bai felt a sense of embarrassment. I merely sought advice. Yet your words resonate, as if echoing the ancient tale of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant. At this moment, Su Bai realized he could not possibly dismiss Sun Jing. Rising from his sofa, he extended his hand towards her. The Daily Chemical Products Division is yours. Upon hearing this, Sun Jing suppressed her inner excitement and, while shaking Su Bai and Appo's hand, posed a question she had long contemplated. President Su, I have one last question. Go ahead. The recent toxic sanitary napkin incident has tarnished the credibility of the entire industry. Even if we commence production, many will question the integrity of our products. How do you plan to address this issue of credibility? Sun Jing had pondered this question throughout her journey to Rongqing. While Su Bai is of good character, the current reputation of sanitary napkins is dismal. How can he ensure that Douyin Technologies products will be safe and hygienic? Official testing reports? Wang Jia, he has them too. But what does that prove? Asking influencers to test the products? Surely, there will be skepticism regarding their motivations. Faced with this seemingly insurmountable dilemma, Sun Jing struggled to conceive a viable solution. However, Su Bai had already anticipated this challenge. He simply showcased his Douyin smartphone before her and stated succinctly, credibility cannot be restored through mere words. It must be demonstrated through live broadcasts. If there is any doubt, we shall conduct more live sessions. Even after Su Bai left the meeting room, Sun Jing remained in a state of astonishment. Initially, she thought he was referring to live selling. However, after a moment of realization, she comprehended that he was alluding to live production. They would indeed broadcast the production process live, transfer the production line for sanitary napkins directly to a live streaming platform. If viewers are concerned about the quality of the raw materials, why not showcase the entire production process via live broadcast? This way, they can witness the manufacturing firsthand, alleviating any doubts. If hygiene is a primary concern, let us conduct a live demonstration of the sterilization process, from sourcing raw materials to production, disinfection, packaging, and transportation. We shall ensure complete transparency in the manufacturing process. As Su Bai aptly stated, credibility is often a matter of tangible evidence, and a live broadcast can provide just that. Watching Su Bai depart, Sun Jing immediately felt the weight of disparity. Having once been a business owner himself, he pondered why he had not considered such an approach. Observing Mr. Su's journey, from heeding advice from the internet to strategically recruiting high-rated individuals and ultimately to live production, he realized the internet had been skillfully navigated by others. Chapter 007. Can this thing be live-streamed? Half a month later, in the Eastern New District of Rongqing, the Douyin Technology Daily Chemical Products Industrial Park has quietly been completed. Is the speed fast? It could be considered slow. Ever since it became known that Douyin Technology was indeed venturing into daily chemical products, several district leaders in Rongqing were nearly at odds over the matter, each eager to claim the industrial park for their own jurisdiction. In pursuit of this goal, various regions proposed increasingly attractive preferential policies. The factory area was readily available, merely requiring a sign to facilitate immediate occupancy, with rent waived for the first 6 months. The procedures were simplified, with representatives from various departments coming directly to assist. Even the notoriously difficult fire safety inspections saw the fire department offering on-site guidance for renovations. Can you believe that? The equipment was all from internationally renowned premier brands. And the finance department approved funding without batting an eyelash. Personnel were sent by the Human Resources Department to medical supplies manufacturers, trained according to industry standards. Most astonishingly, the entire production workshop was constructed to meet cleanroom standards. Which manufacturer of sanitary napkins is audacious enough to employ cleanroom standards? As the head of the Daily Chemical Products Division, Sun Jing has finally witnessed the grandeur of a large enterprise during this period. Originally, a production workshop that could be established for a few million was invested in by Douyin Technology at a staggering tens of millions. The key was that when samples were sent for testing during trial production, the testing department was left perplexed, questioning whether the samples had been mistaken. How could a sanitary napkin inexplicably meet medical grade standards? It is well known that according to the disposable sanitary product standards, the safety and hygiene standards for sanitary napkins are categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, disinfected, and medical grade. Generally, the ordinary grade is sufficient for market release, constituting the standard mandated by the state. The disinfected grade, as the name suggests, undergoes multiple disinfection processes with a total bacterial count below 200 CFUG. Due to the added disinfection steps, the cost is higher, typically seen in high-end sanitary products on the market. As for medical grade, to exaggerate slightly, it is of a quality that could be utilized by surgeons in operating rooms to absorb blood. Even Sun Jing, who grew up in a sanitary napkin factory and has seen countless sanitary napkins, had never encountered a medical grade product. Today marks the first official production day for the workshop, and the staff hired by the Human Resources Department are all seasoned veterans on the assembly line. While they appear busy at their respective stations, most of their work involves monitoring data on computers rather than engaging in hands-on tasks. This state-of-the-art production and packaging equipment is almost entirely automated, requiring minimal human intervention aside from the material input and stacking processes. The factory operates in an orderly fashion, while Sun Jing, as the person in charge, stands at the entrance. Today, she has deliberately donned a professional outfit, her hair neatly styled in a bun, exuding the aura of a competent businesswoman. Opposite her stands a team of photographers, specifically assigned by her boss, Su Bai. After some preparations, the photographer gives Sun Jing an OK signal. Ms. Sun, we are counting down from 5. The live stream is about to begin. Indeed, today marks the first day that Douyin Technology is live streaming the production of sanitary napkins. As half a month has passed, the initially sensational Douyin Technology sanitary napkin event has lost its fervor. However, a group of individuals remains keenly interested in the matter. Those female netizens who once rallied in Su Bai's comment section to encourage him to produce sanitary napkins. As direct victims of the toxic sanitary napkin incident, they are understandably invested in this new development, with some even visiting Su Bai's comment section daily to urge progress. They have essentially become online supervisors, and remarkably, they have managed to create several large groups with thousands of members. More dramatically, it seems they have an uncanny ability to gather insider information from within Douyin Technology. Upon hearing that Douyin's sanitary napkins have commenced production today, the various groups buzz with excitement. Ladies, have you heard? Douyin's sanitary napkins have started production. Is it true? Sisters, you're behind on the news. Not only are they in production, but they're also using the finest materials. Yes, I've heard that too. The top layer is made from the best new cotton. And they even use bamboo fiber. Rumor has it that the fluff pulp is sourced from coniferous wood. Can you believe they're willing to use such high-quality raw materials? However, as is often the case, where there are supporters, there are also detractors. You believe everything they say? Using the best materials seems highly improbable. Honestly, we never expected Su Bai to produce exceptional sanitary napkins. After being burned by toxic products, I would be content if his sanitary napkins are merely hygienic and safe. Agreed, capitalists prioritize profit. However, Su Bai seems to earn his profits with integrity. He will still make what is rightfully his. Amidst this lively discussion, someone suddenly shares a link to a Douyin live stream in the group. Ladies, stop chatting. You need to see what I found. Douyin Technology is live streaming the sanitary napkin production, the entire process. Upon hearing this, the female netizens are left incredulous. What? Live streaming the production of sanitary napkins? Is that even possible? How do you live stream that? As for the specifics of a live stream, even Sun Jing herself is somewhat bewildered. After all, she has never live-streamed before. Facing the camera for the first time, her smile becomes somewhat unnatural. Fortunately, the makeup artist beside her quickly gestures to remind her. Ms. Sun, don't just smile, speak, say something. Realizing her cue, Sun Jing finally finds her footing and begins to introduce herself to the camera. Hello, everyone in the live stream. I am Sun Jing, the head of Douyin Technology's Daily Chemical Products Division. Today marks the first day of official production for Douyin sanitary napkins. And we understand that many of you are very concerned about this product and Oppo's launch. You're likely eager to know about the materials used, the production process, and whether the product is safe and hygienic. To address your concerns, after careful consideration by Mr. Su, we have decided to live stream the production process of Douyin sanitary napkins for transparency. Meanwhile, beside the camera, 2 staff members are monitoring the live stream data on their tablets. At this moment, the live stream audience counts only a few hundred, likely due to the association with Douyin technology. Otherwise, the viewers would probably be a mere handful. The 2 staff members are evidently unfazed by this, having anticipated such a situation. After all, with so many entertaining live streams available, who would be bored enough to watch the production of sanitary napkins? That would be utterly tedious. It's about what they expected, certainly not exceeding 500 viewers. I really don't understand what Mr. Su is thinking. Who would want to watch a live stream of sanitary napkin production? Just as the 2 staff members were yawning in boredom, suddenly, the live stream data refreshes. And when the new figures appear, their eyes widen in disbelief. The audience count, which was previously 307, suddenly skyrockets to 298. And it doesn't stop there. Upon refreshing again, 2, 956, 4, 156, 6, 127. The 2 staff members, observing the meteoric rise in viewer numbers, are left in shock, nearly dropping their tablets. What on earth is happening? Has the entire nation lost internet access? Are there really over 6,000 people watching us produce sanitary napkins? Chapter 008. Very good. All the best, Su, but I was a person who listened to advice. Thus, the notion of Douyin technology producing sanitary napkins, though seemingly fantastical, was not entirely unexpected. Su Bai was particular about quality. Therefore, Douyin sanitary napkins were assuredly safe and hygienic, living up to consumer expectations. While this approach did not align with the typical capitalist mindset, there were still those who placed their trust in President Su. However, even with the most imaginative netizens, no one could have anticipated Su Bai's audacious move. A live stream showcasing the production of sanitary napkins? Who could have foreseen such a spectacle? Who would dare to broadcast something like this? Initially, it was the first wave of female netizens who caught wind of the news and flocked to the live stream. As the viewership surged, the Douyin live streaming platform sprang into action, utilizing its big data mechanisms to promote the broadcast. Those who stumbled upon the stream instinctively began to scroll away, but upon seeing the words Douyin technology, they hesitated for a moment. When they then encountered the term sanitary napkin, memories of the Douyin sanitary napkin incident from 2 weeks prior flooded back, igniting their curiosity and rendering them unable to scroll away. In no time, the audience in the live stream swelled to 20,000 within a mere 10 minutes. Countless viewers expressed their curiosity in the comment section. Wait, Douyin technology is really making sanitary napkins? No way. A live broadcast of sanitary napkin production? That's a first for me. President Su's live stream is increasingly beyond my comprehension. At that moment, Sun Jing remained engrossed in the live stream, her confidence growing by the minute. Had she known that 50,000 eyes were watching her in real time, she might have been too nervous to utter a word. Sun Jing approached the workshop entrance, but instead of entering immediately, she turned to the side. Dear viewers, due to our production workshop being a dust-free environment, entering requires us to change into special cleanroom attire. Please follow the camera. As the cameraman trailed behind Sun Jing into the changing rooms, the already lively comments section erupted. Wait, did I just hear an Oppo's? Dust-free workshop and Oppo's. You and Oppo's. Remaking sanitary napkins in a dust-free environment? Are you kidding? Just because you put up some plastic sheets, you think it an Oppo's. As dust-free? Is a dust-free workshop really that impressive? Someone enlighten us. A dust-free workshop, also known as a clean room, is a high-standard facility where the air and environment are meticulously controlled to limit bacteria and harmful substances, maintaining stringent requirements for temperature and humidity. Typically, such environments are used in medical supplies, precision instruments, and semiconductor industries. Producing sanitary napkins hardly necessitates such elevated standards. To put it plainly, it was akin to using a nuclear missile to swat a fly. As some netizens offered their insights, the comment section erupted once more, with the loudest reactions coming from female viewers. After all, they understood better than anyone the benefits of a dust-free workshop for their demographic. I thought to me technology and oppos. Workshop would just be a tad cleaner, a bit more hygienic. But a dust-free workshop? My perspective was too narrow. Wow. I and oppos am so touched. It seems even capitalists can provide warmth. President Su, I and oppos am a fan now. From this moment on, I will be the first to like his videos, and I will be the first to buy Me Technologies products. It soon became evident that the viewers had perhaps celebrated too soon, for even more delightful surprises lay ahead. After Sun Jing donned her cleanroom attire and entered the workshop with the cameraman, another wave of netizens became restless. Wow. The production line equipment imported from the war chariot country costs over $8 million, and it and oppos. It's not even secondhand. In oppos. That's the latest model. No way. It really is a standard dust-free workshop. This level is almost on par with our biological laboratories. What a waste. With this investment, why produce sanitary napkins? Such extravagance. At Sun Jing's deliberate invitation, the cameraman aimed directly at the production line equipment, capturing every detail from the raw material input stage. Viewers were left in disbelief. I can't end oppos. Believe you and oppos. Reusing such high-quality cotton for sanitary napkins? This is too much. My heart can end oppos. Take it. Is that our northern pine wood? The price has skyrocketed to $1,400 per cubic meter, and you're using it for fluff pulp? I'm astounded. You're adding high molecular absorbent resin like that? This is all money. Are you not concerned about costs? As the discussion among the curious onlookers intensified, the women watching the live stream were left bewildered. Those who knew recognized that Me Technology was producing sanitary napkins, while those who didn't might have thought the company was preparing a dowry for their daughters. After all, wasn't it just the production of sanitary napkins? Why the grand spectacle? Many female viewers were unfamiliar with the terminology, unable to grasp the concept of high-quality cotton or pine wood, let alone the appropriate amount of absorbent resin. Yet, they were not naive. From the comments of the spectators, they could easily deduce the situation. Everything was of the highest caliber. The sanitary napkins crafted by Su utilized nothing but the finest materials. Just how exceptional were they? To the point where the female audience began to feel apprehensive? Is it just me, or do I feel unworthy of using these sanitary napkins? Am I the only one who thinks to me sanitary napkins seem almost luxurious? At this rate, won't each napkin cost several dollars? Several dollars? I think each one could easily cost over 10. Oh no, my period is going to be a financial burden. Regardless, even if they cost $10, I will buy them. If I can afford expensive clothes, why not these? Exactly. I can always skip a few cups of milk tea. If to me sanitary napkins are safe and hygienic, for that reason alone, I will purchase them. The live stream concluded amidst Sun Jing and Oppo's anxious state of mind. After removing her microphone, she approached the live streaming team, eager to inquire about the broadcast performance. The two staff members who had been closely monitoring the stream exchanged glances before turning to Sun Jing. One of them spoke. The good news is that the live stream received a positive response. No one is concerned about the safety and hygiene of the Me sanitary napkins anymore. The bad news is that people are starting to worry about the price. Chapter 009, whose production is under surveillance by the entire internet. In the heart of the bustling metropolis, at the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Wanjia, the elegantly adorned Jiang Lily sat behind her desk, engaged in a phone conversation in English, her demeanor perpetually cheerful. No, they're Nappos. There's absolutely no need for concern. This matter will not impact our Asia-Pacific operations at all. You are overthinking it. That company is merely a mobile phone manufacturer, lacking any experience in personal care products. This is entirely an isolated incident, at best a publicity stunt. Yes, rest assured within a week, I shall resolve this issue. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lily hung up with a smile, only for the phone to crash down moments later. Over a week had passed since Douyin Technologies' live stream of sanitary napkin production, and rather than waning, the incident's fervor had only intensified across the digital landscape. Initially, many believed that Douyin Technologies' live stream was merely a fad, a mere performance behind which lay a different truth. However, to everyone's astonishment, not only did the live stream not cease, it became a continuous affair. Yes, you read that correctly. The live stream became a norm. Douyin Technology and Oppo's sanitary napkin factory had astonishingly commenced a 24/7 live stream operation, broadcasting every corner of the production line. They opened up the surveillance feed from various workshops within the factory, allowing internet users to monitor the operations at any time. As the netizens aptly put it, Douyin's factory didn't even need to hire supervisors, as the vast online community took on this role voluntarily. In a further twist of irony, one particular employee, known for his frequent idleness and naps during work hours, caught the keen eyes of viewers and unexpectedly became an internet sensation. Can you believe it? Thousands tuned in daily to witness his antics. Amidst this escalating spectacle, another significant development caught Jiang Lily's attention. Douyin Technology had announced that in 3 days, just half a month after the launch of their sanitary napkins, Douyin would officially sell them via a live stream on Douyin Technology's platform. The moment this news broke, it soared to the top of trending topics. After all, Douyin's image had always been that of the CEO of Douyin Mobile, a figure synonymous with technology and innovation, an odd pairing with a product like sanitary napkins. Yet, the juxtaposition of these two seemingly disparate elements sparked a remarkable reaction online, akin to Douyin donning women's attire for a dance in front of the camera. In the blink of an eye, the curious onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. Is it true? CEO Douyin is going to live stream selling sanitary napkins? I assure you, as a man, if he dares to sell them, I will buy. A tech mobile live streaming the sale of sanitary napkins. Don't miss out. In the realm of the internet, I hold no allegiance but to CEO Douyin. Reportedly, Douyin Technology's live stream had amassed over 800,000 subscribers, with countless viewers eager to witness this rare display. Yet, beneath the surface of this excitement, Jiang Lily perceived a crucial point that others overlooked. Indeed, Jiang Lily had to concede that Douyin had mastered the art of navigating the internet. From the initial encouragement of online feedback to live stream production, and now to a tech titan personally selling sanitary napkins, Douyin had astutely grasped the psyche of netizens, hitting the mark with every initiative. However, Douyin had neglected one vital aspect: profitability. Any enterprise devoid of profit, regardless of how flamboyant its ventures, is merely a jest. After all the commotion stirred online, had he genuinely considered his financial outcomes? Was he assured of his ability to turn a profit? While the audience's focus rested solely on Douyin, they seemed to forget the true core product, Douyin sanitary napkins. The viewers were drawn to his live stream much like one would be to a circus, purely for the spectacle, with little intent to purchase. How many among them were genuinely inclined to buy sanitary napkins? Was Douyin not concerned that his sales would falter, leaving him with a lackluster outcome? Did he not fear the potential losses that might ensue? In his expert handling of the internet, was he oblivious to the adage that the higher one soars, the harder one falls? Traditionally, Wanjia and Douyin Technology had maintained a respectful distance from one another. However, with Douyin's incursion into Wanjia's territory, Jiang Lily was more than willing to let him experience a significant fall. She seized the desk phone, dialing an internal number. In the name of the Asia-Pacific headquarters, she drafted a directive. Starting tomorrow, all sanitary napkin brands in the Dragon Kingdom region would undergo a price reduction promotion for the next 2 weeks. Indeed, Wanjia was about to make a formidable move. It was not merely a small gesture, it was a powerful strike. Moreover, Jiang Lily's timing was exquisitely strategic. With Douyin's live stream selling sanitary napkins set for 3 days hence, Wanjia would initiate its price cuts 2 days prior, making their intentions unmistakably clear. They would preemptively capture the market's prospective consumers, ensuring that by the time Douyin commenced his broadcast, the shelves would be bare of buyers for sanitary napkins. Leaving him to ponder who he could sell to, Jiang Lily, astutely cautious, extended the promotional campaign for 2 weeks, aiming to create a vacuum in the sanitary napkin market. By the time Douyin technology sought to capitalize, they would find themselves bereft of even a mere taste. If Subai sought to challenge Wanjia, she was determined to show him the consequences of opposing such a giant. The machinations of capitalists often go unnoticed by the average consumer, yet their repercussions manifest in myriad ways throughout daily life. The following day, in supermarkets nationwide, shelves of various sanitary napkin brands were bedecked with bold promotional tags. 2 young women pushing shopping carts were immediately drawn to the displays. Wow, everything is on sale. This promotion is incredible. It's the perfect opportunity to stock up. Have you forgotten about the last scandal with the toxic sanitary napkins? Wanjia has already apologized, and the implicated manufacturers have been shut down. It should be. Okay now, go ahead and buy if you wish, but I'm not convinced. Wanjia always apologizes, but it's not long before another issue arises. I refuse to gamble my health on the integrity of capitalists. What else can we do? Wanjia practically monopolizes the market for sanitary napkins. Can you really avoid using them forever? Who says they've monopolized it? There's also Douyin sanitary napkins. Douyin sanitary napkins? You must be joking. It's already being rumored that they cost at least 7 to 8 yuan each, and a package will set you back 70 to 80 yuan. If you do the math, spending on sanitary napkins could easily reach nearly 1,000 yuan a year. Indeed, word had spread online that Douyin sanitary napkins utilize superior materials and top-tier production processes, with retail prices inevitably reaching 7 to 8 yuan each. This positioned them firmly within the realm of high-end sanitary products. While an occasional purchase might be feasible, for the average consumer, sustained consumption was simply out of reach. This reality was the catalyst for the silence observed among many women online in recent days. Subai had indeed taken heed, leading Douyin technology to produce sanitary napkins for the public. His character was once again validated, as Douyin sanitary napkins were indeed crafted from the finest materials. However, Subai had overlooked a fundamental concern: the price point. He failed to recognize that high-end sanitary napkins were not within everyone's financial grasp. For many students and newly employed white-collar workers, monthly living expenses and salaries are often quite limited, necessitating meticulous budgeting for every penny. For numerous young women who must borrow to afford a movie subscription, who would be willing to spend 70 to 100 yuan each month on sanitary pads. Chapter 010. What is this? This is the heart of the people. Mr. Su, the cost of the rice sanitary napkins has been finalized. Early in the morning, Sun Jing entered Su Bai's office, knocking on the door while holding a document. Indeed, it had taken half a month for the cost of the rice sanitary napkins to emerge. This delay was the reason behind the rampant speculation online that rice sanitary napkins were luxury items beyond the reach of the average consumer. Yet, rice technology had remained silent on matter. Calculating the cost of industrial products is far more complex than mere arithmetic. It encompasses not only raw materials, rent, equipment depreciation, salaries, and utility costs, but also factors like production scale, manufacturing cycle, production efficiency, and local policies, all of which influence the overall cost. Take, for instance, the economies of scale. Tesla, through its gigafactories, leverages this effect to reduce manufacturing costs by double digits. Just a moment, I need 2 more minutes, Subai said, engrossed in composing an email. As the founder of Rice Technology, he had a busy and fulfilling daily schedule, making it impossible to concentrate solely on the rice sanitary napkins. I see online discussions estimating that the price per piece of a rice sanitary napkin is at least 7 or 8 yuan. Some even jest that it is the Hermes of sanitary napkins. Surely that cannot be the case. While he busily typed away, Subai remained oblivious to Sun Jing's uneasy expression across the desk. Truth be told, despite her experience in the personal care product industry, Sun Jing had no accurate grasp of the cost of rice sanitary napkins. After all, the production processes, equipment, and raw materials used were unfamiliar to her. She only discovered the precise figures after reviewing the financial department's reports. Upon first seeing the actual costs, she had been incredulous and sought confirmation from the finance team. Their response had been, "We were equally astonished when we first received this data." Having finished his work, Su Bai pushed aside his keyboard, stood up from his chair, and finally noticed Sun Jing's expression. What's wrong? Is the cost too high? Sun Jing shook her head, uncertain how to begin, and handed the confidential document to Su Bai. Mr. Su, perhaps you should see it for yourself. Curiosity piqued. Su Bai perched on the corner of his desk, opened the document, and flipped through it, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that the rice sanitary napkin had truly become a luxury item, as the netizens claimed? He skipped the initial cost breakdown and turned to the final pages to examine the cost per piece. Upon seeing the figure at the bottom, he initially thought he was imagining things, leaning closer to scrutinize the numbers. Are you sure there's no mistake? Sun Jing seemed to have anticipated his reaction and shook her head. I confirmed it 3 times with the finance department. There is no error. The expansive office fell into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, Su Bai quietly placed the document on the desk and rubbed his forehead. As for the sanitary napkins available on the market, Sun Jing, knowledgeable in this field, immediately offered her insights. Once the products leave the factory with the Wanjiai brand, they mark up the price. Then the first, second, and even third-tier distributors add their margins. By the time it reaches the end distributors, there are additional costs for shelf placement, promotional displays, and marketing fees. Even for online sales, the service fees, deposits, and promotional costs for major e-commerce platforms are not less than those of physical stores, so Su Bai interjected. The production cost of the sanitary napkins consumers previously purchased is actually less than 20%. Sun Jing nodded. It might even be less than 10%. Many small workshops can produce sanitary napkins at a cost of under 10 cents a piece. If they use inferior materials, it could drop to 5 or 6 cents. Su Bai chuckled. Indeed, it truly is like crossing mountains to change industries. Initially, even he believed that the cost of rice sanitary napkins would be at least 2 or 3 yuan each. But upon seeing the actual cost, he could hardly believe his eyes. Cost per piece, 0.43 yuan. You read that correctly, at 4 dimes and 3 cents each. This was a staggering 20-fold discrepancy from the 7 or 8 yuan per piece circulating online. Why do people believe such figures? Because the current market price for sanitary napkins is typically between 50 cents to over a yuan each. Logically, the production cost should be around 30 to 40 cents. Yet, rice sanitary napkins utilize only the finest materials. How could their cost be so low? In reality, everyone had been misled, including Su Bai himself. It was not that people overestimated the cost of rice sanitary napkins. Rather, they underestimated the ruthlessness of capitalists. As the saying goes, for 100% profit, they dare to trample upon the law. For the sake of efficiency and profit, what is the addition of some recycled cotton extracted from secondhand clothing? What is a bit of recycled paper pulp? Disinfection? Who needs it when you have a pristine, bleached product? It's all about technology and ruthlessness. Just buy it and use it. Yuan hear a word of complaint. This silence that enveloped Sun Jing and Su Bai upon seeing the cost of rice sanitary napkins was thus understandable. Noticing Su Bai's prolonged silence, Sun Jing reminded him, Mr. Su, a decision on the price of the rice sanitary napkins is needed from you. We also need to report to the relevant departments what you think. Indeed, the cost of rice sanitary napkins had been revealed, 4 dimes and 3 cents each, astonishingly low beyond anyone's expectations. What should the selling price be? Given the exceptional cost and reputation of rice sanitary napkins, logically, even if Su Bai priced them at 5 or 6 yuan each, selling a pack of 10 for 50 or 60 yuan would surely result in high sales. After all, the vast market in Longhua is never short of affluent consumers. Su Bai posed the question to the expert, Sun Jing. What do you think is a suitable price? After a moment's hesitation, she shared her perspective. I suggest 2 yuan per piece. This price is well considered. It is not excessively high, allowing ordinary consumers to afford it, yet not too low, ensuring rice technology achieves a reasonable profit. After all, rice technology is a company, not a charity. Upon hearing Sun Jing's suggestion, a smile broke across Su Bai's face. Do you know the profit margin of our rice smartphones? Such confidential information was beyond Sun Jing's knowledge, prompting her to shake her head. Su Bai extended a finger. 12%. That means for every smartphone sold, after taxes, I earned 200 yuan. Last year, I sold a total of 200 million units, Do the math. How much did I make? The figure was straightforward, 400 billion. So why continue? Let me ask you one more question. Which is more significant in that 400 billion? The 200 yuan or the 200 million units? His words struck a chord, awakening a realization. The principle of thin margins and high volume is universally understood. Profit margins versus market share. Su Bai's unwavering focus has always been on the market, embodying the very ethos of rice technology. Producing mobile phones that are affordable for every individual is akin to manufacturing sanitary napkins that everyone can access. A company devoid of the support of the masses is akin to a castle in the air. One may witness its magnificent rise and the lavish gatherings within, yet ultimately, one shall also behold its collapse and the scattering of its patrons. Conversely, a company that enjoys the backing of the people, even in the face of impending bankruptcy, can still rally support, with the populace contributing their resources to keep it afloat. This phenomenon is what we term the will of the people. At that moment, Su Bai returned to his desk, seated himself in his executive chair, and resumed typing away at the keyboard, his gaze unyielding from his work. As for the profit margins akin to those of rice mobile phones, the selling price is for you to calculate. Chapter 11. You will know after the live broadcast on November 2nd. According to meteorological reports, a new wave of strong cold air is approaching, and the nation is about to experience another drop in temperature. On the bustling streets at night, hurried delivery drivers race along the sidewalks on their electric bikes, while a boy holding flowers waits at the subway entrance for his girlfriend to finish work. The enticing aroma of fried potato wedges wafts from a food truck, and a drooling corgi chases after its young owner, who is holding a grilled sausage as it runs wildly about. This is merely an ordinary Saturday. If one must highlight something intriguing, it will be the fact that a billionaire CEO is set to sell sanitary pads in a live broadcast tonight. Indeed, this evening marks the live streaming event for Douyin Technology, but rather than selling mobile phones as usual, they're venturing into the unprecedented territory of sanitary pads. This peculiar turn of events traces back to the toxic sanitary pad incident from a month ago and the subsequent counsel given to a certain CEO. However, thanks to the public relations efforts of Yuan, the initial panic surrounding the toxic sanitary pad scandal has largely faded from public memory. Instead, the spectacle of Su Bai selling sanitary pads has emerged as the most sensational topic on the internet tonight. Much like paying to witness clowns at a circus, internet users are never one to miss out on such captivating, cost-free entertainment. Even many renowned entrepreneurs and prominent internet personalities have shared their opinions on this matter online. A billionaire CEO selling sanitary pads? This is nothing more than a publicity stunt. In their pursuit of attention and traffic, modern capitalists display an utterly grotesque demeanor. The Douyin sanitary pad incident exemplifies the maxim that traffic is king. It is indeed a tragedy of our times. Undeniably, the event of Su Bai selling sanitary pads does not align with the prevailing societal values. To most, the act of selling sanitary pads appears superficial, while the quest for attention and traffic is all too real. In a flash, numerous internet users, unaware of the backstory, express their disdain. I truly cannot comprehend this world. It's far too abstract. I previously held Douyin Technology and Su Bai in high regard, but I never anticipated such a lack of integrity for the sake of traffic. Capitalists will do anything for profit. I understand. Yet the more people criticize, the more the event gains traction, attracting an even larger audience eager to witness the unfolding drama. Consequently, as the clock struck 8, within mere minutes of the live broadcast commencing, over 1 million viewers flooded into the streaming room, clamoring for Su Bai. Where is Mr. Su? Isn't he supposed to sell sanitary pads? I came here specifically for him. Host, stop rambling. Let Mr. Su come out. I want to see Mr. Su. Let him out quickly. A billionaire selling sanitary pads is a scene for the ages. Under the overwhelming demand from 1 million viewers, the two warm-up hosts struggled to maintain control. Meanwhile, in the backstage makeup room, a stylist was working on Su Bai's hairstyle while he simultaneously managed work-related tasks on his phone. Suddenly, the door to the makeup room burst open, and Huang Lin, the head of Douyin Technology's public relations department, rushed in with an anxious expression. Upon seeing Su Bai, who was still getting his hair done, she spoke candidly. Mr. Su, we strongly recommend that you let someone else take over the live broadcast. This is the consensus of our public relations team, as well as the entire company. Hearing this, Su Bai raised his hand to signal the stylist to continue and looked at Huang Lin through the mirror, maintaining a composed expression. What is the reason? As Huang Lin had the audacity to approach Su Bai personally, she must have had ample justification. For your sake, and for the company's image. Before Su Bai could respond, Huang Lin voiced the current public sentiment regarding him online. The entire internet is saying you are merely seeking attention and sensationalism. Su Bai himself had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such proportions. However, instead of directly addressing Huang Lin as concern, he posed a question to her. And what do you think? Am I seeking attention? At this, Huang Lin fell silent. Given their understanding of Su Bai, they knew he was not the type to indulge in such antics. Yet, given the current circumstances, if Su Bai was not seeking attention, what exactly was he doing? A billionaire CEO personally entering a live broadcast to sell sanitary pads. What other conclusion could one draw but a desire for sensationalism? Manager Huang, you still haven't answered my question. Faced with Su Bai's relentless inquiry, Huang Lin became flustered, her confidence wavering. I believe Mr. Su is not that kind of person. Upon hearing this response, a smile spread across Su Bai's face. Manager Huang, as the head of Douyin Technology's public relations department and a seasoned PR professional, would you prefer to trust your own judgment or the opinions circulating online? Of course I should trust my own judgment. Then, do you still wish to insist on someone else taking over the broadcast? As Secretary Liu informed Su Bai that it was almost his turn to appear, he exited the makeup room, with Huang Lin trailing closely behind. Mr. Su Bai turned slightly, allowing Secretary Liu to adjust his collar while glancing back at Huang Lin. Are you wondering why I, as a CEO, would set aside my pride and dignity to sell sanitary pads like a clown on a live broadcast? Is it your question? Huang Lin remained silent, merely nodding. Indeed, that was what she wished to ask, but hesitated to voice. Once his collar was arranged, Su Bai rolled his neck, looking quite at ease. If you wish to know what I aim to achieve, you will find out after the broadcast concludes. With that, as the host's voice called out for him from within the live broadcast room, the billionaire CEO, Su Bai, made his official entrance. In the capital city of Yanjing, within a modest 20-square-meter studio apartment, two office girls were nestled on the couch, indulging in their weekend evening. One, with a ponytail, was engrossed in a drama on her tablet, while the other, clad in pajamas, watched the live broadcast on her phone. On the screen, Su Bai, dressed in casual attire, greeted the audience in the Douyin Technology live room. Hearing his voice, the girl with the ponytail turned to her pajama-clad friend. Hey, Su Bai's on. Weren't you waiting for the Douyin sanitary pads for half a month? Aren't you going to comment or send some hearts to show your support? The girl in pajamas yawned lazily and shook her head. Why send hearts? A pack of sanitary pads costs 7 or 8 yuan. They're ridiculously overpriced. If they were safe and sanitary, I wouldn't even bother watching a live stream. If Douyin sanitary pads could be sold for 5 yuan each, I'd send hearts until I got tendinitis. If they sold for 3 yuan each, I'd buy them a car. Listening to her pajama-clad friend's sulky remarks, the girl with the ponytail chuckled. What if they were 1 yuan each? 1 yuan? The pajama girl's voice suddenly rose several decibels as she pointed towards the small window ledge in their apartment. If Douyin sanitary pads could be sold for 1 yuan each, I would jump out of here, I swear. Chapter 012. Not 5 yuan, but 50 cents. The sentiments expressed by the pajama-clad girl resonate profoundly with the vast array of female consumers. It is noteworthy that, upon examining the data from the official Douyin backend regarding Douyin Technology's live broadcast, one can observe that out of over 1.3 million online viewers, only 40 are male, while the female audience exceeds 800,000. However, these 800,000 women remain largely silent during the live stream, refraining from interaction or commentary, leaving the most boisterous chatter to the male viewers. Mr. Su, could you demonstrate how to use the Douyin sanitary pads for us? Mr. Su, if the absorbency is this impressive, could they perhaps double as shoe insoles? Would they leak? Ha! Mr. Su seems to exude such femininity today. Ha! Indeed, at this moment, Su Bai, the billionaire CEO, sits behind a table laden with dammy sanitary pads in a live stream. To the online audience, he appears as a jester, subjected to mockery and ridicule. Even many employees of Dammy Technology watching the live stream could not bear to witness the treatment Su Bai was receiving and began to voice their support for him in the comments. Yet, the more they defended him, the louder the jeers became. Strangely, upon seeing the barrage of jesting comments, Su Bai did not display any anger. Instead, he maintained his characteristic smile. All right, dear viewers, I have just finished introducing the Dammy sanitary pads. Now, the question that weighs heavily on everyone's mind: what is the specific price of these pads? While Su Bai feigned suspense regarding the pricing, it was evident that the viewers were unimpressed. Was there ever any suspense? The price is already leaked online. 7 yuan per pad, or perhaps 8 yuan. No need to guess. The Hermes of sanitary pads, I've heard all about it. Mr. Su, you've turned sanitary pads into luxury items. My girlfriend mentioned that at this price, she could easily purchase medical-grade pads, even if they are somewhat hard to find at pharmacies. From the comments, it was clear that the consensus on the price of a single Dammy pad was around 7 to 8 yuan. Even if there were slight discrepancies, they were negligible. Su Bai chose to ignore the viewers' remarks and instead took the prepared pricing document from the host. He realized that even he did not know the exact selling price. He had merely instructed Sun Jing to set the price with a 12 profit margin. To discover the specific figure, he too had a look. As he opened the document on the live stream and focused on it for a few seconds, a look of understanding spread across his face, and he blurted out a number: 5 yuan. When this figure escaped Su Bai's lips, viewers were momentarily stunned, and then the comments section erupted. What? Only 5 yuan? That's incredibly generous. Are you kidding? I've seen the production line for Dammy sanitary pads, and they use only the finest materials. How can they be just 5 yuan each? I must say, while Mr. Su selling sanitary pads might seem a bit of a gimmick, the product truly lives up to its promise. Simultaneously, in a modest one-bedroom apartment in the capital, the pajama-clad girl sat up abruptly on her sofa, exclaiming a rare expletive. Damn! The next second, she hurriedly opened the comment section. Mr. Su, I love you. Followed by a flurry of little red hearts. Even the girl beside her, engrossed in an American drama, leaned over curiously. What's going on? No way, only 5 yuan? Wait, I'm heading to the live stream. I need to grab some. The American drama enthusiast abandoned her show, fearing she would miss out on purchasing the sanitary pads. Although 5 yuan per pad felt somewhat steep, it was significantly lower than the anticipated price of 7 or 8 yuan, and it was clear that many female consumers were intrigued. The reactions of the two women indeed reflected the mindset of the majority of female consumers. The once male-dominated comment section of the live stream surged in activity following Su Bai's announcement of the 5 yuan price point, with an overwhelming influx of compliments directed at him. Mr. Su, you're amazing. 5 yuan per pad. I'm buying a year's supply. I've been lurking in the live stream for ages. I admit, Mr. Su's price has swayed me. While it's still a bit pricey, it's certainly manageable. ISNT, that just skipping a couple of milk teas? I'm all in. Mr. Su is a gem. Dammy sanitary pads are a gem. At last, Su Bai decided to engage with the live stream comments. After all, he was genuinely interested in gauging consumer reactions to the price. However, after reading for a while, he sensed something was amiss. It appeared that during his discussion with Sun Jing, they had referenced the price per pad, while the viewers were also discussing the price in the same manner. But Su Bai suddenly realized where the confusion lay. He hastily flipped through the document again. To his astonishment, the document indicated that the price was quoted per package. Each package of Dammy sanitary pads contained 10 pads. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Bai quickly turned to the camera, slightly apologetic. I'm sorry, dear viewers, I may not have been clear earlier. The price of Dammy sanitary pads is not 5 yuan per pad. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in chaos, particularly the numerous female viewers who had just surfaced from their previous silence. Upon hearing Su Bai acknowledge the error, their hearts sank. As expected, the initial excitement was misplaced. How could sanitary pads made from such high-quality materials and production methods possibly be priced at 5 yuan each? It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Just as the viewers were about to express their frustration or prepare comments criticizing Su Bai for his misleading statement, Su Bai turned the pricing document toward the camera. Let us have the photographer zoom in for a closer look. The price of Douyin sanitary pads is not 5 yuan per pad, but rather 5 yuan per package, with each package containing 10 pads. As the camera zoomed in, and this information appeared on the livestream screen, it was as though a malfunction had occurred. The once bustling comments section, filled with a flurry of remarks, fell silent. In truth, the entire world seemed to pause. No one spoke, no one commented, and even the little red hearts of approval ceased. Only Su Bai silently withdrew the document, tilting his head as he gazed at the now empty screen. I'm uncertain if everyone is satisfied with this price. I can assure you, our daily chemical department, our finance department, our procurement department, the hundreds of colleagues at Douyin Technology have meticulously allocated every penny. To put it plainly, to manage costs in Sun Jing's office. She insists on double-sided printing for all A4 sheets, ensuring not a single one goes to waste. If this price still does not meet your expectations, we can consider further compressing costs, all while guaranteeing the quality of our materials and production processes, because I understand that earning a living is no easy feat for anyone. Chapter 013. Annual highlights. In a modest dwelling in the capital, two girls, who had migrated to the north, nestled together on the sofa, engrossed in a live broadcast. Years of challenging life in the bustling city had not once brought them to tears. The relentless demands of their boss, the exclusion from colleagues, and the hardships of their jobs had never compelled them to bow down in defeat. Whenever they video called their parents, their faces radiated joy, sharing good news while concealing their struggles. In this cold metropolis, they found solace in each other's company, offering mutual encouragement. They were but a mere speck among the countless souls laboring tirelessly. However, on this seemingly ordinary Saturday night, their rare moment of relaxation was unfolding. As the two girls leaned against each other on the sofa, watching the live stream on their phones, silent tears streamed down their cheeks. Because I know, earning a living is exceedingly difficult for everyone, uttered Su Bai. Upon hearing this, the girl in pajamas turned away discreetly, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. In contrast, the girl engrossed in American dramas was sobbing uncontrollably, her mouth agape as she cried out to the heavens. Ah, why must kindness from strangers strike so deeply? Indeed, it was true. The rice sanitary pads were not priced at 7 or 8 yuan, nor 3 or 4 yuan each. They were astonishingly affordable, costing even less than 1 yuan. The price was so low that it defied imagination. Just 50 cents for a single pad, with a pack of 10 priced at 5 yuan. The rice sanitary pads boasted a quality that far surpassed that of most products on the market, yet their price was set below the majority. This pricing transcended mere surprise or excitement. It was profoundly moving. That night, the billionaire Su Bai, with a sanitary pad priced at 50 cents and a single heartfelt statement, garnered tears from hundreds of thousands of women online. After wiping away her tears, the girl in pajamas turned back to the broadcast. How can it possibly be just 50 cents per pad? That's simply impossible. It's cheaper than many ordinary brands. The girl who had been crying while watching dramas pointed at the screen. Didn't you hear Su Bai say? Every cent is meticulously allocated. Son, the general manager, wouldn't he even waste a sheet of A4 paper? They're doing everything possible to cut costs. Reflecting on Su Bai's earlier statement about further cost reductions, the two girls suddenly realized the price was already so reasonable. Could they really afford to cut it further? If it were to drop any more, they might find themselves bereft of the rice sanitary pads altogether. Such an excellent product, priced so unreasonably low. If it were to vanish, they wouldn't even know where to grieve. The girl in pajamas hurriedly shoved her phone toward the drama-watching girl, urging, "Quick, comment. Tell Su Bai not to cut the price any further. No, not just that. Tell him to raise it a little. Let the rice sanitary pads earn a bit more, so they can continue producing them without going bankrupt." Yes, yes, yes. The pajama-clad girl, now aware, was about to type a comment when they were astonished to see that their peers had already beaten them to it. That night, in the live stream of Rice Technology, 800,000 women finally showcased the collective power of their numbers. As soon as Su Bai suggested there might be further price reductions, the comment section, which had been momentarily stunned by shock and emotion, erupted. This time it truly exploded. When hundreds of thousands of comments flooded in, the speed of the scrolling text seemed as if it might take flight. Even the department at Douyin responsible for monitoring the live platform was alerted. Something was amiss. The data had surged unexpectedly, prompting an urgent investigation into the source of the anomaly. While it was not uncommon for hundreds of thousands to watch a live broadcast, it was indeed rare for that many to comment simultaneously. They suspected a violation involving bots to inflate engagement, and the super admin was immediately dispatched to investigate. Yet, no search was necessary. One female super admin was already in tears. Report. No need to look further. It's the Rice live stream. No bots, all genuine comments. The employees who opened the backend data of the Rice live stream were left dumbfounded by the dense, overwhelming statistics. What is happening? Is Subai openly insulting women in the live stream? Are 800,000 female compatriots all hurling insults? This is approaching 1 million. Yet, upon examining the comments section, they found no insults. Rather, the responses were remarkably uniform. Please, Subai, don't cut the price. Raise it a little. We truly hope the Rice sanitary pads will always be available. Thank you, Subai. Thank you, Sun. Thank you, Rice Technology. In stark contrast to the voices of the female collective, another group fell silent. The 40,000 male viewers, who had initially been the most boisterous, treating the sale of sanitary pads as a spectacle, now wished to vanish into thin air. They had ridiculed Subai as if he were a circus performer, a clown to be mocked. Yet, Subai did not retaliate in kind. Instead, he used a humble sanitary pad to demonstrate what true integrity and public goodwill meant. Looking at Subai, seated amidst piles of Rice sanitary pads, could he still be considered a clown? Was he merely seeking attention and traffic? He had become a revered figure, elevated to the status of a deity by millions of female viewers. The very individuals who had mocked him now felt the sting of their shame. Many remorseful commenters promptly acknowledged their misjudgments. Subai, I admit my perspective was narrow. I apologize for my earlier flippant remarks. Please, don't judge us too harshly. We simply enjoy the spectacle and meant no harm. Subai, since we can't send gifts during the Rice live stream, I'll do my best to send you a luxury car as an apology. I'm bowing down now. Fortunately, the quick-witted commenters were able to express their contrition in time. Otherwise, considering Subai's elevated status among women, those who had mocked him at the start of the broadcast would likely find themselves unable to escape the wrath of the female audience the following day. After all, who do you think the terms petty and vindictive apply to? Chapter 014, Where Are My Sanitary Napkins? With a fortune of billions, Subai would never stoop to engage in petty disputes with netizens in a live streaming room. What truly concerned him was whether the price of Demi's sanitary napkins would be accepted by consumers. Upon seeing a chorus of comments from 1 million female viewers clamoring for a price increase, Subai chose to disregard their pleas. After all, if the increase were insufficient, it would be better not to raise it at all. Conversely, a significant hike would contradict Subai's original intentions. There was simply no need for that. Well, if everyone is satisfied with the current price, it indicates that our efforts have not been in vain. Now, the main event is about to unfold. As he spoke, Subai scanned the room and spotted Sun Jing wiping her tears in the corner. He immediately smiled and said, Manager Sun, how many packages of Demi sanitary napkins have we prepared today? Noticing Sun Jing's excited demeanor, he beckoned her over. Forget it, Manager Sun, just come here. Let our viewers see the great contributor to Demi sanitary napkins. Sun Jing, who had been standing quietly in the corner, touched by Subai's dedication, was caught off guard by a sudden summons. She had seen from the backstage data that the audience in the live stream had swelled to nearly 2 million, with over 1 million female viewers. With so many eyes upon her, how could she not feel nervous? Several employees around her immediately encouraged her to step forward. Manager Sun, Subai is calling for you. Hurry up. Yes, Manager Sun. Demi's sanitary napkins wouldn't be where they are today without you. Go on, Manager Sun. Get your all. As the throng of female viewers witnessed Subai calling for Sun Jing, they echoed their excitement in the comment section. Manager Sun, hurry out. Sun Jing, the head of Demi Technologies' daily chemical division, is the one responsible for our sanitary napkins. Is she the one who ingeniously devised the A4 paper usage to save costs? Well done, manager's son. Pushed onto the stage. Sun Jing noticed the comments in the live stream and cast a grateful glance at Su Bai. This is what one calls a sense of fulfillment among employees. Working for a boss like Su Bai, the profit margins became secondary. It was the respect and recognition that money could never buy. From this moment on, even if Su Bai asked Sun Jing to traverse perilous paths, she would likely not flinch. Hello, dear viewers. Today, Douyin Technology has prepared a staggering 1,500,000 packages of Douyin sanitary napkins for you. This figure represents half a month's production at our factory. As she announced this number, Sun Jing felt a flutter of anxiety. After all, just 2 days prior, Yuan had launched an unprecedented promotional campaign both online and offline. In such a scenario, selling over 1 million packages during a single live stream was no small feat given that the sanitary napkins were newly launched. They would inevitably face numerous sales challenges. She had even braced herself for a prolonged battle. Selling a third of the stock would be a victory. Meanwhile, an assistant in the live stream room removed her headphones and gave Su Bai an okay gesture. Su Bai, the first batch of 300,000 packages is ready for the link. Upon hearing this news, Su Bai turned to the camera, and even he began to feel a twinge of nervousness. Business is like that. No amount of glorification can replace tangible sales figures. Now, it was time to test the results. I believe you've all heard that the first batch of 300,000 packages is ready. Let us start the countdown 5. As Su Bai initiated the countdown, an astonishing number of comments in the section vanished in an instant. In a cramped apartment in the capital, chaos ensued as Su Bai counted down. A girl in pajamas held her phone, her fingers hovering above the screen, poised for action. Meanwhile, another girl, engrossed in her phone, fretted over group messages. My mom wants 20 packages, my second sister and niece want 30, my aunt needs 60. My childhood friend is on duty and can't watch the live stream, but she wants some too. Frustrated by the incessant chatter, the girl in pajamas shouted, "Stop rambling. You have a phone too. Why don't you try to grab some?" "Oh, right. As Su Bai's countdown reached its end, both girls swiftly clicked the link to purchase. However, just as they selected their items and quantities, a notification popped up on their phones, leaving them speechless. Sold out? What? Sold out? What about my Douyin sanitary napkins? Where are my 300,000 packages? Frantic, they cried out to their devices, "Come on, you all have your periods too. Why are you hoarding our sanitary napkins?" The disappointment was not confined to the two girls. Across the nation, millions of female viewers were furiously tapping their phones, clicking links, attempting to pay, returning, and trying again. Yet, the glaring words "sold out" conveyed a harsh reality. Those who were slow would miss out. In an instant, the Douyin Technology live stream erupted once more. Did it really sell out in seconds? Are there men out there snatching our sanitary napkins? Show yourselves, I dare you. Is there no justice left? Sanitary napkins are being snatched? Whoever wanted them for shoe insoles, return our sanitary napkins. Help! Not a single sanitary napkin left. My period is approaching. The male viewers, merely spectators, were bewildered. We were just watching the live stream. What do we do? Who would be foolish enough to snatch sanitary napkins? Confusion reigned not only among the male viewers, but also for Su Bai and Sun Jing. Sold out in seconds. What did that even mean? Sun Jing was still craning her neck, studying the display screen nearby. 300,000 packages of sanitary napkins. The factory worked day and night for 3 days to produce them, and they're gone in a flash? It wasn't until Sun Jing saw the back-end order data presented by her assistant that she comprehended the meaning of swift fingers and the allure of a bargain. The moment the link was released, thousands of female viewers, with astonishing speed, clicked the link, selected quantities, made purchases, input passwords, and completed their orders, all within a mere instant. Goodness, with that speed, you should be competing in races. After grasping the situation, Sun Jing turned to Su Bai, her expression filled with alarm. "Su Bai, it's all gone. Completely snatched away." Rather than worrying about whether Douyin sanitary napkins would sell, she began to fret over whether they had enough stock. Out of 300,000 packages, only a few thousand had been secured, while over 1 million female viewers remained hungry for more. If they failed to provide a satisfactory outcome today, Su-bai might indeed find himself in a precarious position. Chapter 15. Is there a purchase limit on this? Despite being a billionaire and a seasoned executive, Su-bai found himself visibly sweating in the live broadcast room of Rice Technology tonight. Yes, even he began to feel a pang of anxiety. If things continued this way, a significant portion of the million female viewers in the room might not secure a pack of Rice sanitary napkins. Can you imagine the horror of a woman facing her monthly cycle without the necessary supplies? Just look at the innocent male viewers in the room. They were nearly on the verge of collective withdrawal. Wait, sisters, I swear I was just joking. I didn't snatch your sanitary napkins. Su, stop enjoying the spectacle and come talk to us. Su, help us. At that moment, Su-bai could hardly pay attention to their pleas. He was far too preoccupied with his own predicament. He even instructed the staff to mute the microphones while he huddled with Sun Jing and a few employees to urgently strategize. It was evident that if they continued on this path, the remaining 2 million packs of Rice sanitary napkins would scarcely suffice for the overwhelming demand of 1 million viewers. What to do? The situation had exceeded expectations, and everyone was brainstorming ideas. However, in response to Su-bai's inquiries, no one offered any constructive solutions. While many anticipated a rush for the affordable and high-quality Rice sanitary napkins, no one could have predicted this chaotic outcome. Amidst this frenzy, the marketing department, responsible for the live sales, proposed a rather unhelpful solution. Su, we have no other option. If you hope to escape tonight without being hounded by female viewers for sanitary napkins, we must impose a purchase limit. Upon hearing the word limit, Su-bai was taken aback. He had heard of purchase limits on cars, phones, and houses, but a limit on sanitary napkins? That was unprecedented. Even Sun Jing nodded in agreement. Yes, a limit, and only 1 pack per person. When your cycle comes, 1 pack will suffice for now, while we expedite production to increase supply. Su-bai's head throbbed. While one might manage a cold with some remedies, can one truly manage a menstrual cycle with just 1 pack? There was no alternative. They had to make do. Otherwise, Su-bai himself would have to shoulder the burden. Could anyone withstand the barrage of requests from 1 million female viewers? Certainly not. Thus, they agreed on a 1-pack purchase limit to allow everyone, to manage as best as they could. After formulating their emergency plan, Su-bai returned to the screen. With the microphone activated, his expression shifted from calm to somewhat anxious. Dear viewers, due to the limited quantity available, in order to ensure more of you can purchase our Rice sanitary napkins, we will implement a purchase limit. Each person is restricted to 1 pack. I understand this quantity is insufficient, so please bear with us. After the broadcast, we will immediately work to expand production to meet demand. With Su-bai's appearance redirecting the attention of the female viewers, the male viewers, who had been overlooked, resumed their eager banter. What? A limit on sanitary napkins? Is that even possible? Manage with just 1 pack. Su, you're a genius. Though Su-bai and Oppo's as purchase limit did not entirely satisfy the female viewers, it did manage to distribute the available supply more equitably, given the overwhelming demand. 1 pack was certainly better than none. As the final one, 2 million packs were prepared. There was no need for a countdown. Everyone could simply purchase their allotted pack. With Su-bai's announcement, the purchasing process proceeded much more smoothly, and within seconds, the 2 million packs of Rice sanitary napkins were sold out once again. However, many female viewers still lamented their inability to secure a pack. Wow. Su, I didn't get any. What should I do? My cycle is coming in a week. How can I manage? I don't care, Su. You owe me 2 packs, 1 for day use and 1 for night use. When will you repay me? Su, save the children. Even those who had successfully acquired their packs were not entirely satisfied. Just 1? Su, I suspect you underestimate my monthly needs. 1 pack. That is hardly sufficient. It'll be gone in 2 days. My roommate managed to snag 80 packs during the first round, and now the entire floor is trying to buy from her at inflated prices. Inflated prices? Really? Faced with the outcry of female viewers, Su-bai, now sweating profusely, had no choice but to promise repeatedly during the live stream that an emergency meeting would be convened post-broadcast to rapidly expand production and increase supply. After the broadcast, Subai promptly convened an urgent video meeting with the upper management. How many production lines do we currently have? And what is our daily output? Sun Jing confidently rattled off a series of figures. We have 8 production lines with a daily output of 96,000 packs. After a moment of contemplation, Subai turned to the head of the marketing department. What are tonight's projections based on the live broadcast? The marketing head read off a set of figures from his computer. Based on tonight's performance, we estimate a direct audience of 13 million women interested in purchasing rice sanitary napkins. In other words, the million female viewers in the live room were merely a fraction of the total potential consumers. There were many who had not tuned in, who were unaware of the rice sanitary napkins, or who simply did not know about the event. After all, rumors had circulated online that rice sanitary napkins cost 7 or 8 yuan each, leading many to believe they were too expensive and thus not watch the broadcast. After tonight, it was anticipated that the broadcast would trend on social media, increasing awareness of rice sanitary napkins and expanding the audience further. With a price of just 50 cents per piece, rice sanitary napkins faced no competition in the market. For the majority of women in the country, the decision to buy was not a question of choice, but merely a matter of timing. 13 million? Upon hearing this staggering figure, Subai was momentarily speechless. Assuming an average woman uses 30 sanitary napkins a month, equating to 3 packs, that would mean 39 million packs for 13 million women. Yet, the monthly production of rice sanitary napkins stood at merely 3 million packs, a tenfold discrepancy. This meant that each month, Subai owed over 10 million women a staggering 36 million packs of sanitary napkins. Can you imagine the terror of being pursued by over 10 million women demanding sanitary napkins? Subai could not even begin to fathom that scenario. Expand production. Ramp up efforts. By the end of the month, he must meet the monthly demand for 13 million women. Thankfully, the financial health of rice technology was robust. Even if he were to multiply the current production facility for rice sanitary napkins tenfold, Subai could manage the costs. Just when Subai thought this ordeal was behind him, a voice from the video conference interrupted his thoughts. "Su, you may have misunderstood. The 13 million I mentioned refers to the direct audience, those who can purchase rice sanitary napkins directly through the live broadcast. It does not include those like the girl from the American series, whose relatives at home are unable to shop online and rely on her for purchases. It also does not account for those who are still unaware of this event. And it wasn't over yet. Realizing that something was amiss, Subai immediately felt a sense of unease. So, what is the estimated indirect audience? The head of the marketing department faced his computer and provided another set of data. Based on our preliminary online survey and the evaluation of tonight's live broadcast, we collectively believe that within a month, the direct and indirect audience for the rice sanitary napkin will increase to. It seemed that the forthcoming figure began to instill a sense of uncertainty even in the head of the marketing department. Chapter 16. A live broadcast that could dominate the market? 75 million. How much? Upon hearing this figure, Subai felt utterly bewildered. In just 1 month, 75 million people wished to purchase rice-based sanitary napkins? 75 million? Rounded up, that's nearly 100 million. In response to Subai's astonishment, the head of the marketing department nodded solemnly. "Mr. Su, this is merely the data from 1 month. If, and I emphasize if, no formidable competitors emerge in the short term, within 3 months, the audience for rice-based sanitary napkins will surpass 200 million. In 6 months, this figure will peak at 350 million. It must be said, rice-based sanitary napkins are remarkably powerful, virtually unrivaled. Their quality, safety, and price are simply impeccable. Coupled with last month's scandal involving toxic sanitary products and Wang Jiayi's long-standing disregard for the people of Longhua, combined with a savvy entrepreneur like Subai who excels in navigating the internet, all these factors converge to create tonight's extraordinary phenomenon. 350 million is alarmingly close to the upper limit of the sanitary napkin market audience in Longhua. Subai's head was spinning. After years of manufacturing mobile phones, he had painstakingly built a loyal user base of several hundred million. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, he ventured into the sanitary napkin industry with a mindset of merely testing the waters, thinking that achieving a 10% market share would be commendable. And now, following this live broadcast, He was being told that he might monopolize the long market, become the leading enterprise in sanitary napkins. 350 million people. Even for a company as substantial as Rice Technology, supplying such a vast number of people in a short time frame was an unattainable fantasy. This was no longer merely a financial issue. After the video conference concluded, Sun Jing observed Su by sitting across from her. Mr. Su, in fact, producing sanitary napkins can be accomplished using standard production lines. A dust-free workshop is not strictly necessary. As long as the disinfection process is rigorously controlled, it suffices. However, Su Bai raised his hand to interrupt Sun Jing's forthcoming remarks, scrolling through his phone contacts without lifting his gaze. Ms. Sun, if we lower our production standards today to ensure output, then tomorrow we might compromise quality to ensure profitability. The success of rice-based sanitary napkins is not solely due to their quality. It is also rooted in our approach, our commitment to treating consumers as our own. Sun Jing fell silent, watching Su Bai diligently at work, finally grasping the disparity between them. How could Mr. Su, still in his 20s, have amassed a fortune in the billions, while her family business, spanning 2 generations, struggled to maintain even a small factory? The difference lay in the understanding of the fundamental essence of a business's survival, the will of the people. Yet, if production standards were not lowered, how could Rice Technology rapidly expand its production lines to meet the colossal demand of 350 million consumers within 6 months? Su Bai paused his actions, seemingly having found the contact he sought. As he dialed the number, he looked up at Sun Jing. Remember, when you stand on the side of the people's will, you will never fight alone. With that, Su Bai rose and turned to gaze out at the neon lights of Rongqing. Leader, it's me, Su Bai. You see, I can't call you just for no reason, can I? The situation is that Rice Technology is facing a rather challenging problem, and we seek assistance from the Rongqing authorities. Su Xiaochong, the esteemed public servant of Rongqing nearing his 50s, is a pragmatic individual. He met Su Bai during his early years in the development zone, where their paths intertwined in a friendship that transcended politics and business. When Su Bai was a nascent entrepreneur, Su recognized his potential and offered considerable support. After Rice Technology flourished, cities like Modu and the capital extended olive branches, hoping to host the company. Yet, Su Bai ultimately chose to remain in Rongqing. Today, Rice Technology has become the flagship of civilian enterprises in Rongqing, not only a major taxpayer, but also a provider of tens of thousands of jobs. Su Xiaochong, who had personally nurtured Rice Technology, became the foremost public servant of Rongqing. In his private conversations with Su Bai, he often lamented the heavier burdens on his shoulders and the diminishing hours of sleep. It was past 10 at night, and Su was still in a meeting room. The national economic climate was bleak, with the most pressing issue reflected in employment rates. For the populace to live in peace and contentment, securing good jobs was paramount. How to address the employment gap had become Su's most pressing concern. Midway through the meeting, Su's phone began to vibrate. Initially inclined to silence it, he noticed it was Su Bai calling and promptly stepped out to take the call. Mr. Su, calling me at this hour? You're notoriously known for not bothering me unless it's urgent. Su initially assumed Su Bai sought his help with a pressing issue at Rice Technology. As it turned out, he was indeed facing a problem, one that caught Su off guard. Wait, how much did you say? Su's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of the officials in the meeting room. What was happening? Had Rice Technology encountered a crisis? They hadn't heard of any issues. The company had been thriving over the past 2 years. It was late at night. They hoped nothing was amiss, especially with the current employment gap weighing heavily on their minds. As whispers circulated, Su Xiaochong's previously fatigued visage visibly brightened, his breathing growing rapid. 350 million. Rice Technology was confronting a supply gap for sanitary napkins affecting 350 million people. The implications for factory expansion, production line renovation, logistics, and workforce shortages were all pressing concerns. Indeed, while Su Bai articulated these challenges to Su, they transformed into mere numbers that represented employment rates, the very source of concern for all of Rongqing. Every aspect of personnel demand translated to employment rates. Su was so exhilarated that he overlooked a crucial detail: how long it would take for rice technology, which had transformed Rongqing into a mobile phone manufacturing hub, to pivot and establish it as a sanitary napkin manufacturing center. 350 million. Was Rongqing on the brink of monopolizing the national sanitary napkin market? Listening to Su Bai's barrage of inquiries, Su couldn't help but beam with delight. Mr. Su, I have one thing to say. All the issues you raise, Rongqing will resolve for you at the earliest opportunity. For those we cannot address, we will go to great lengths to find solutions. In summary, Rongqing is determined to become the national manufacturing base for sanitary napkins. Without a doubt, I mean it. This is no joke. Such a large factory will necessitate thousands of job opportunities to resolve tens of thousands of employment positions in one fell swoop. If I fail to seize such an extraordinary opportunity, how could I justify the long hours I've been putting in? Chapter 017. Mr. Su, you owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins on November 3rd, Sunday, as anticipated. The Douyin sanitary napkin, along with Su Bai, gained immense popularity. Su Bai's remark, "It is not easy for everyone to earn money," stood out prominently on trending searches, moving countless individuals who understood the underlying situation to tears. Undoubtedly, this would become one of the most memorable phrases of the year. Early that morning, the Douyin sanitary napkin surged to the top of the trending list, with headlines announcing Douyin sanitary napkin price revealed. 5 yuan each. Subsequent trending topics were all related to the Douyin sanitary napkin, including Douyin sanitary napkin is so conscientious, millions of netizens urged Su Bai to raise prices. Douyin sanitary napkin in short supply. Scalper prices skyrocket to 200 yuan a pack. Market department calls for rational consumption. And Mr. Su, you owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins. Those influential internet figures who had previously criticized Su Bai for lacking boundaries and seeking attention faced a wave of affectionate messages from millions of women across the nation. Perhaps it was due to the silence of many in the days prior, as no one had stepped up to defend Su Bai. This silence resulted in a sense of guilt when the price of the Douyin sanitary napkin was announced. Su Bai had created an affordable product for the masses while enduring pressure and unwarranted criticism. If the Douyin sanitary napkin had been priced higher, it could have been dismissed as a luxury item for the wealthy, but at the astonishing price of 5 yuan each, there was no room for doubt. Sisters, let's roll up our sleeves and support Mr. Su. As the saying goes, those who provide warmth to others should not be left to suffer in the cold. Mr. Su treats ordinary people with dignity, acknowledging the struggles we face in earning a living, even hesitating to raise prices. We may not possess great abilities, but we can certainly teach a lesson to those oblivious individuals. By early Sunday, all those who had criticized Su Bai were inundated with comments from female netizens. The backlash against them was merciless, leaving them utterly humiliated. Those quick to react hastily deleted their videos and offered sincere apologies, while those slower to respond remained oblivious, only to find themselves confronted in community groups. The internet was abuzz, much to the amusement of countless onlookers. Concurrently, the comment sections of Douyin Technology and Su Bai, even Sun Jing's Douyin, were overwhelmed with messages from women. However, the tone was entirely different. Numerous women, upon learning the price of the Douyin sanitary napkin, flocked to the comments, not for complaints, but to urge for production. Mr. Su, I have my period next week. Please take care of it, Mr. Su. With Double 11 approaching, I'm short on items in my shopping cart. You know what I mean? And Mr. Su, since you were so receptive to advice, here, a suggestion. Bundle mobile phones with Douyin sanitary napkins for a guaranteed sellout. As for Mr. Su himself, he was quite astute. He refrained from checking the comments today, not due to forgetfulness, but out of fear. After all, how could one dare to browse the internet when owing millions of women sanitary napkins? The pressure was overwhelming, surpassing that of a bank loan. Early Sunday morning, upon arriving at the Douyin Technology Park, Su Bai was met with a puzzling sight. Outside the gates, there were no fewer than 100 delivery scooters, with numerous couriers hurrying to deliver their goods. As the gate raised, Su Bai rolled down his window to inquire with the security guard. Lao Zhao, what's going on? The head of security rushed over, breathless. Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Su. It's all because of your live stream last night, even before 6 o'clock this morning. Delivery personnel started arriving with all sorts of items: milk, tea, flowers, bread, coffee, you name it. As he spoke, Lao Zhao handed a bag of takeout to Su Bai, revealing a note that read, "Thank you, Douyin Technology, for creating a haven for women. This small gesture is a token of our appreciation." This cup of coffee was merely a small reflection of the gratitude from countless women. The scandal involving toxic sanitary napkins had surfaced multiple times, yet no one had dared to stand up for the women of the nation. As the saying goes, no one remembers the flowers on the brocade, but the warmth of coal in the snow is heartfelt. Su Bai's courage and the emergence of the Douyin sanitary napkin had alleviated the concerns of innumerable women, and this kindness would not be forgotten. The deliveries sent from netizens across the country were the highest form of recognition for Su Bai and Douyin Technology. In stark contrast to the harmony within the Douyin Technology Park, at the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Wanjia in Shanghai, a coffee cup shattered on the floor, followed by the furious scolding of Assistant Jiang Lily. "Are you brainless? How can you drink something so hot? A student from a prestigious university can't even brew a cup of coffee properly. What good are you?" Typically, Jiang Lily would not be present at the office on weekends, but the emergence of the Douyin sanitary napkin had forced her hand. Do not underestimate the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Kingdom, with Jiang Lily's meticulous control over costs. A single sanitary napkin could yield hundreds of billions in profit annually for Wanjia. You read that correctly, pure profit in the hundreds of billions. Under normal circumstances, such revenue would propel Wanjia into the top 30 of the Dragon Kingdom's corporate revenue rankings, solely based on sanitary napkins. Yet, as a giant in the daily chemical industry, Wanjia was acutely aware of the adage, "Fame attracts trouble." Each year, their revenue was deliberately distributed across hundreds, if not thousands, of subsidiaries to obscure the true figures. Through this method, Wanjia had amassed astronomical sums from the Dragon Kingdom over the years. Now, with the advent of the Douyin sanitary napkin, Wanjia felt threatened. They could not afford to relinquish their hundreds of billions in profits. Early that morning, Jiang Lily received a call from headquarters demanding an explanation. "Isn't this a threat? Didn't you say it would be resolved within a week? What's going on now?" Jiang Lily had never felt such humiliation before. A giant in the industry was losing to a phone manufacturer. Now, Jiang Lily had to redeem herself and regain control of the market before the Douyin sanitary napkin fully established itself in the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room, senior executives offered their strategies. "Director Jiang, the toxic sanitary napkin incidents have occurred multiple times. Ordinary public relations efforts are ineffective with the Dragon Kingdom's populace. To reclaim our market, we must address the root issue, renegotiate contracts with suppliers, increase their purchasing prices, and compel them to use better materials." Impossible. Our department has calculated that the profit margin on Douyin sanitary napkins is alarmingly low, only between 15 to 20%. The average profit per napkin is just a few cents. Competing on quality and price with Douyin sanitary napkins is a futile endeavor. At this moment, Jiang Lily and Appo's expression darkened as she sat at the head of the conference table, staring at the trending searches on her phone. The phrase Douyin sanitary napkin, 0.5 yuan each was glaringly prominent. No matter how many arguments were made, the reason for the popularity of the Douyin sanitary napkin was simple: its price. If it were priced at 5 or 6 yuan, would it garner such attention? Thus, the price remained the crux of the matter. And the one thing Jiang Lily feared the least was a price comparison. The sanitary napkin brand under Wanjia boasts an impressively high profit margin, primarily due to its remarkably low costs. Numerous brands manage to achieve production costs of merely a dime or even less. Such a cost is unattainable for Douyin sanitary napkins. As their founder, Su Bai aspires to uphold integrity, which invariably entails higher expenses. In contrast, Wanjia faces no such dilemma. Integrity is a concept they have never embraced, do not currently endorse, and are unlikely to adopt in the foreseeable future. Jiang Lily withdrew her gaze from the mobile screen, surveying the assemblage of senior executives present. Since Su, the big boss, opts for a strategy of slim profit margins to drive sales, Wanjia is more than willing to engage in this game. A directive is to be drafted. Henceforth, all sanitary napkin brands under the company are to limit their profit margins to 15%. No, let it be 10%. With Yuan Jiayi's formidable cost control, coupled with a 10% profit margin, the majority of its sanitary napkin brands can readily achieve retail prices of 2 or 3 yuan, or even just over 1 yuan per pack. This is still considering the additional expenses incurred from offline distributors and online promotional costs, which underscores just how low Yuan Jiayi's costs truly are. By constraining profits to 10%, it is evident that Jiang Lili is fully committed to this course of action. The issue at hand is no longer simply about profitability. It is about maintaining market share and ousting dummy sanitary napkins from the market. Otherwise, Yuan Jiayi risks losing its grip on this lucrative segment. If the big boss of Su wishes to engage in a price war, then let it be so. Let us see whose prices can fall lower. I refuse to believe that the citizens of Longhua would be so naive as to forego a pack of sanitary napkins priced at 1 or 2 yuan in favor of yours, which cost 5 yuan. Chapter 018. Alas, am I to be treated as a wish-pond turtle? The expansion of the Douyin sanitary napkin factory is thriving, bolstered by the robust support from the Rongqing authorities. Su Xiaochang has even visited the factory floor twice for inspections, indicating that the Rongqing officials aspire to transform the city into a manufacturing hub for sanitary napkins. In contrast, the price reduction frenzy initiated by Yuan Jiayi has had a negligible impact on Douyin sanitary napkins. The citizens of Longhua are certainly not naive enough to forsake affordable options in favor of overpriced alternatives, yet the context matters. If a pack of sanitary napkins was priced at 9 yuan last month, then offered at a promotional price of 9 yuan mid-month, only to plummet to 9 yuan by the end of the month, one must question the quality. Is it truly of such low cost? It is utterly infuriating that a product previously sold to us at 10 yuan is now available for merely 3 yuan a pack. We are not fools. Yet Yuan Jiayi has perpetually regarded us as such. Even Jiang Lili could not have anticipated that her attempts to undermine me by slashing prices would ultimately backfire. The populace of Longhua is far more discerning than they were 30 years ago. In an era marked by a scarcity of information, Yuan Jiayi could easily deceive the unsuspecting citizens of Longhua, leading local enterprises to their demise. Today, however, the people are acutely aware of who genuinely cares for their well-being and who employs cunning tactics against them. Previously, purchasing from Yuan Jiayi offered little choice. Now, with the emergence of Douyin sanitary napkins, Yuan Jiayi is rendered inconsequential. When it was time to address the issue of substandard sanitary napkins, they held themselves in high regard. Now that Douyin has entered the market, they're scrambling to reduce prices. Why do they not act sooner? Su Bai is aware of Yuan Jiayi's predicament, albeit not extensively. After all, the production of Douyin sanitary napkins was a spur-of-the-moment decision driven by the requests of online users for a safe and hygienic product. To Su Bai, it seemed a trivial endeavor, something easily accomplished. Yet, he never anticipated that a mere sanitary napkin would catapult his Douyin followers to over 18 million, successfully placing him among the top 100 influencers. Furthermore, the marketing department predicts that once Douyin sanitary napkins are fully launched, they will generate an annual profit of 6 billion yuan for Su Bai. This figure approaches 1/7 of the profits yielded by mobile phones. Su Bai was taken aback by this revelation. The success of Douyin sanitary napkins undeniably stems from the shortcomings of competitors. Had Yuan Jiayi exhibited even a modicum of integrity, Su Bai would not have reaped such unexpected benefits. On a Sunday evening, after completing his evening routine, Su Bai settled onto the sofa to watch a football match, one of his few pastimes. Following a disheartening game in which the national team lost 0-3 to Japan, he turned off the television, preparing to retire for the night. However, a glance at the mobile phone on the coffee table halted his steps. It had been over a week. Surely no one would still be pestering him about the sanitary napkins. For the past week, Su Bai's Douyin account had been inundated with messages from women urging him to expedite the production and delivery of sanitary napkins. The relentless barrage had left him overwhelmed, making him hesitant to check Douyin regularly. It had been over a week. Surely the fervor had subsided. Approaching the coffee table, He cautiously picked up his phone and opened Douyin, only to be greeted by a familiar notification. Messages, 99. Resigned. Subai ignored it and navigated to the latest video as comment section, as was his routine, to review feedback onto meme mobile phones. After all, the mobile phone venture was his primary focus, while the sanitary napkins were merely a side project. However, if there were any highly rated suggestions regarding the sanitary napkins, he would gladly relay them to Sun Jing for consideration. Let us see what recent feedback there is on the meme mobile phones. Given the sensational nature of the previous sanitary napkin incident, the comment section had exploded to over 500,000 comments. As Subai anticipated that the most popular comments would pertain to the sanitary napkins, an unexpected scene unfolded. Mr. Su, thousands are pleading you to venture into the cosmetics industry. We simply cannot afford the 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. Mr. Su, please look into the excessive formaldehyde in baby diapers. We urgently need safe, formaldehyde-free options for our children. Mr. Su, please note the numerous foundation products on the market that are laden with allergens like hydroxybenzoate. Nail polish containing carcinogens exceeding safety limits by over 1,400 times. Blush containing carcinogenic substances such as talc and silica. Countless comments flooded in, all pertaining to daily chemical products. It was evident that following the scandal surrounding the toxic sanitary napkins, Subai's decisive intervention had resonated positively among the online community. Consequently, many began to emulate this behavior, voicing their various grievances to Subai. The comment section had devolved into a veritable wish pond, with Subai cast in the role of the wish pond turtle. As Subai sat on the sofa, scrolling through the screen and reading the heartfelt complaints, he felt a sense of unease. Clearly, under Yuan's management, the issue of toxic sanitary napkins was not an isolated incident, but indicative of widespread problems throughout the daily chemical industry. Take, for instance, the eyebrow pencil with the highest number of likes, priced at 79 yuan for a mere 0.07 grams of pencil lead. It translates to an astonishing 128 yuan per gram, more expensive than gold. Remarkably, the raw materials for the pencil lead cost only a few dozen yuan per kilogram, with a factory price of just over 1 yuan. A product that costs just over 1 yuan is sold for 79 yuan apiece, while the influencer selling it admonishes viewers, suggesting that their inability to afford it stems from their lack of diligence. Initially, Subai believed that the toxic sanitary napkins were the worst of it, only to discover that there were even graver issues lurking behind. Is it possible that Yuan is doing absolutely nothing with such a plethora of daily chemical products? If Subai were to manage them, as he had with the sanitary napkins, he could swiftly supplant Yuan and emerge as a leading domestic giant in Longwa's daily chemical sector. The net profit from such an endeavor would likely far exceed that of the mobile phones, reaching astronomical figures. However, as he perused the heartfelt suggestions from netizens, Subai did not respond with the same immediacy as he had during the toxic sanitary napkin crisis. It was not due to a lack of desire to seize this lucrative opportunity, but rather, Subai was out of funds. Although the technology is substantial, boasting annual profits in the hundreds of billions, the majority of these profits have been reinvested into ongoing research and development. The mobile phone industry is akin to rowing upstream. Without continuous investment in R&D, the risk of obsolescence looms large. As for liquid assets, Subai had made provisions, but they had all been allocated to the production of sanitary napkins. After all, he was committed to supplying sanitary napkins for 350 million people, necessitating a significant expansion of production lines and the hiring of tens of thousands of workers. Had it not been for the immediate sales from the production of the sanitary napkins, Subai might have found himself in a position to seek loans from the bank. Thus, despite the fact that many regard Subai as the wish pond turtle, this particular turtle currently finds itself devoid of funds. This time, Subai truly feels a disconnect between his aspirations and his capabilities. Chapter 019. How many nails can Subai drive? On a Monday morning, yet another high-level meeting at Rice Technology commenced. This time, the atmosphere in the conference room was exceptionally lively. Ever since Subai heeded advice during the last meeting, leading to the explosive success of rice sanitary napkins. The product has completely dominated first and second-tier cities and is rapidly expanding into third and fourth-tier cities. A single suggestion from netizens has directly added tens of billions to Rice Technology's annual net profit. Initially, everyone thought that would be the end of it. But little did they know, it was merely the beginning. "Hey, have you seen the comment section of President Su?" One executive remarked. "I spent all night scrolling through it. It's not a comment section. It's practically a treasure trove. Each suggestion ranges from hundreds of millions to billions." Goodness, with Su's personality. If he were to heed all the advice, wouldn't that be a disaster? Don't you worry that other CEOs might come to Su's comment section to steal ideas? Haha, you don't understand. Listening to advice is just Su's public persona. The core competitiveness of Rice Technology lies solely in its integrity. The truth is, the public only trusts Su Bai. Even if other CEOs attempt to replicate his success, they must possess integrity as well. As Su Bai entered the conference room, the previously animated executives fell silent. All eyes turned expectantly towards him. After all, the various suggestions from netizens had undoubtedly presented a golden opportunity before Su Bai. With a mere command from him, they would roll up their sleeves and get to work. The prospect of conducting business seemed as effortless as picking up money off the ground. However, contrary to everyone's expectations that Su Bai would continue to listen to advice and delve deeper into the realms of other daily use products, he refrained from addressing the matter throughout the meeting. It was not until the conclusion, as he prepared to adjourn the meeting, that the head of the marketing department could no longer contain himself. President Su, haven't you checked your comment section?" Su Bai capped his pen, organizing his notebook and meeting documents. "I have seen it." The executives were left utterly perplexed. "Then, President Su, you're not planning to continue listening to advice?" The executives nodded vigorously. "Why not seize the opportunity to make money?" Su Bai shrugged. "There's no money. A mere sanitary napkin has drained all of Rice Technology's liquid assets, let alone the prospect of launching hundreds of daily use products. It would likely take selling the entire Rice Technology to cover the costs. The daily use product industry, under the monopoly of Yuan, has become thoroughly corrupt. Relying solely on Su Bai and Rice Technology to turn the tide is simply implausible. Yet, there exists another course of action. Rice Technology must go public. Indeed, despite its current stature, Rice Technology remains a privately held entity. Logically, it has long qualified for an IPO, but Su Bai has consistently opposed this. An IPO would mean that a substantial portion of Rice Technology and Oppo's equity would be publicly traded. Those who purchase shares would become stakeholders, thereby diluting Su Bai and Oppo's absolute control. Given the nature of capital, it is challenging to eliminate the risk of someone secretly manipulating shares and eventually sidelining Su Bai. Such events have transpired on numerous occasions. Thus, Su Bai is often dubbed the invisible tycoon in Longhua. The capital market is well aware that should Rice Technology apply for an IPO, given its reputation among the populace, Su Bai's net worth would undoubtedly soar tenfold or even 100-fold, catapulting him to the status of the world's richest individual. If we were to liken the list of global billionaires to the power rankings in the anime Bleach, Su Bai stands alone among the wealthy. Yet he remains reluctant to unleash his full potential. Even now, despite countless lucrative opportunities laid before him, he shows no inclination to go public. By maintaining absolute control over Rice Technology, he ensures its integrity and guarantees that each product remains affordable for the average consumer. The thought of relinquishing control and witnessing the transformation of Rice Technology into something unrecognizable is unfathomable. Therefore, let us leave matters as they are. We can only strive to do our best. Even if I were to possess extraordinary capabilities, could I rectify all the injustices in the world? Su Bai and Oppo's words resonated powerfully, leaving the executives in contemplative silence. Indeed, in this world, the pursuit of wealth reigns supreme. For the sake of money, one may resort to any means necessary, even at the cost of their integrity. Su Bai has addressed the hazardous sanitary napkin issue, yet a vast array of daily use products still looms ahead. Even if Su Bai were made of iron, how many nails could he truly drive? As night fell, The city of Shenzhou lay blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. In a modest residential complex, a young mother, clad in pajamas, had just lulled her baby to sleep and was reclining against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. "What are you looking at? You've been glued to your phone all night," her husband remarked, yawning as he entered the bedroom. "I'm checking Sue Bai's comment section. I left a comment urging him to venture into the baby diaper industry, and it already has over 20,000 likes. I'm waiting to see when he replies." Their baby, just over 6 months old, was at an age where diapers were an absolute necessity. However, last month, for some inexplicable reason, the baby's bottom had become red and swollen. After much searching, they discovered that the problem lay with the diapers. To their horror, a thorough inspection revealed that the small diapers had been manufactured with cheap, substandard adhesives and softeners, resulting in formaldehyde levels exceeding safe limits by more than 30 times. As a result, the couple found themselves embroiled in a legal battle with the brand, which adamantly denied any wrongdoing, claiming that the couple's testing methods were unscientific. Now, they had become the defendants, with the brand accusing them of fabricating facts and damaging its reputation. Faced with the brand and Oppo's intimidating tactics, the couple felt overwhelmed. After all, how could a small family stand up to a corporation backed by an army of lawyers? Thus, they harbored a sense of frustration until the rice sanitary napkin incident erupted. To this young mother, sanitary napkins and diapers were not vastly different. If Sue Bai was willing to produce sanitary napkins, it stood to reason that he would also venture into the diaper market. With Sue Bai's integrity as a guarantee, the diapers he produced would undoubtedly be a hit. However, just as the mother awaited Sue Bai's response with bated breath, her husband doused her hopes with cold reality. "You might as well stop waiting. He won't reply." What? The husband, an ordinary civil servant, was more in tune with the news than most. Upon hearing his words, the young mother sat up in bed. Why not? If Rice Technology can manufacture sanitary napkins, surely they could create diapers that are just as successful. Why would they pass up such an opportunity? Her husband removed his glasses and placed them on the bedside table, pinching the bridge of his nose. If it were just a single type of diaper, perhaps President Sue could produce it. But look at his comment section. It's not just about one diaper. There are hundreds of complaints across various products. With Rice Technology's current capabilities, it's already a feat to produce sanitary napkins. Do you really think Sue Bai's company operates like a bank, able to produce whatever it desires? Forget it. Stop looking and go to sleep. I and Oppos come to realize that most capitalists are far from virtuous. Their integrity has long since been consumed. There is a Sue Bai willing to step forward and manufacture sanitary pads for you, so you may secretly rejoice. As for the rest, no matter how capable he is, he cannot manage everything. Chapter 20. Is Jiang Lily finally going to show conscience? Indeed, Sue Bai's comment section has devolved into a blacklist for daily consumer goods. Due to the echo chamber effect, many netizens have expressed their astonishment, realizing that their daily lives are inundated with a plethora of substandard products that serve as nothing more than attacks on their intelligence. What? Their products actually contain carcinogens? Goodness, I had no idea and have been using them for 6 months. Is it true that they're triclosan in shampoo? No wonder I and Oppos he'd been experiencing hair loss. I thought it was just stress. The cost of a brow pencil is only a few yuan. Yet they sell it to us for 79 yuan while accusing us of not trying hard enough to let them exploit us. In an instant, the backlash grew louder, even drawing the attention of officials who swiftly launched investigations into various brands and companies. Unsurprisingly, most of these brands are under the umbrella of Wanjiai. Yet, as a giant in the daily consumer goods sector that has dominated the market for years, Wanjiai seems unperturbed by the scrutiny. In their words, they are merely the brand owners, not the manufacturers. While they acknowledge some responsibility, they claim it amounts to little more than inadequate oversight. Ultimately, they would only pay a fine and move on. With the authorities' vigorous intervention, Wanjiai not only paid hefty fines, but also severed ties with several implicated manufacturers. This development finally quelled public outrage. However, the official response was limited. After all, Wanjiai, adorned with the title of a consumer goods giant, could not be unceremoniously expelled from the market without risking trade sanctions from Western nations led by the United States. It is evident that the government is aware of Wang Jiayi's dubious activities. Yet for decades, the company has entrenched itself in the industry like a parasite, extremely difficult to eradicate. Nevertheless, this blacklist incident served as a wake-up call for Wang Jiayi. In the bustling metropolis, at Wang Jiayi's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Jiang Lili, typically arrogant and spirited, now appeared somber. The previous scandal involving sanitary pads had already cost Wang Jiayi its foothold in the domestic market, though Jiang Lili had contemplated resistance. Replicating the quality and craftsmanship of the best sanitary pads, as demonstrated by Douyin technology, was not feasible for Wang Jiayi, whereas Su Bai managed to minimize costs through online live streaming sales. Wang Jiayi was burdened with substantial upfront advertising, production, and distribution expenses for each product launched. Even if they attempted to replicate Douyin's sanitary pads, their costs would inevitably exceed those of Douyin. The emergence of Douyin sanitary pads had stripped Wang Jiayi of its market influence, resulting in the loss of annual profits amounting to hundreds of billions. Now, Jiang Lili found herself in a precarious position, further compounded by this latest blacklist incident. Had it not been for the profits she had generated for Wang Jiayi in recent years, she might have already been replaced. Currently, Jiang Lili is no longer eager for a promotion to the headquarters. Her sole aim is to retain her position as the head of the Asia-Pacific region. In truth, Jiang Lili is not lacking in intelligence. Otherwise, she would not hold her current position. The reason she has been led around by Su Bai is that he does not adhere to conventional business tactics. Simply put, Su Bai operates with integrity. Yet, which capitalist would forego profit in favor of principle? Indeed, Jiang Lili's downfall stems from her adherence to conscience. While it appears that Wang Jiayi has been thrust into the spotlight, facing public condemnation, could this not also represent an opportunity for Wang Jiayi's resurgence? At this moment, Jiang Lili sat alone in her office, gazing at the urban landscape of the metropolis through the floor-to-ceiling window, as a bold plan began to take shape in her mind. After a long while, a smile crept on her lips. Show conscience? I must say, Mr. Su, you have inadvertently aided Wang Jiayi immensely. An hour later, following an extensive video conference with Wang Jiayi's headquarters, she summoned her secretary into the office. Effective immediately, terminate all supplier contracts in the domestic market. Draft a new cooperation agreement that increases our purchase price by 20%. The secretary, momentarily stunned, questioned whether she had misheard. Jiang Lili was proposing an unprecedented increase in supplier purchase prices. An increase, not a decrease. This was not the Jiang Lili they knew, who usually sought to drive supplier prices to the ground. Had she truly changed her tune? Was she now influenced by Su Bai's notion of integrity? Disregarding her secretary's reaction, Jiang Lili felt no obligation to explain. She simply gestured with a finger, commanding the public relations department to immediately contact previously partnered internet influencers and prominent personalities who had endorsed their products. Have them announce our increase in purchase prices. With that, Jiang Lili stood up, her tone resolute. In summary, I want the entire internet to know that Wang Jiayi is genuinely changing. We are beginning to operate with conscience. Just like Mr. Su. Isn't it merely about creating an image and winning the public's favor? As if we cannot emulate your dammy sanitary pads and your carefully crafted persona. As for the 20% increase in purchase price, whether it truly renders Wang Jiayi's products more conscientious is inconsequential. What matters is the attitude, allowing netizens to witness Wang Jiayi's transformation. We aim to regain public acceptance and approval. As for the increase in purchase price, it can be raised or lowered at will. The power to amend the contract lies with Wang Jiayi. If Jiang Lili wishes to adjust the purchase price, it is merely a matter of her directive. However, increasing the purchase price is merely a performance intended for widespread awareness, while any subsequent decrease will be executed quietly and gradually. Indeed, the next day, the internet was flooded with news about Wang Jiayi's increase in purchase prices, as if orchestrated. Many unsuspecting individuals genuinely believe the company was undergoing a transformation. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. If we don't push you a little, you really think we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, are easy to bully? Phew, now I can finally rest easy. We must thank Mr. Su. Without him, Wang Jiayi would never have changed. After all, As a giant in the consumer goods sector, they understand that the key to profit is to safeguard their market. Uninformed citizens were blissfully unaware of Wanjiai's tactics, believing wholeheartedly in the company's newfound commitment to change. Yet, there existed a group of individuals who were intimately familiar with Wanjiai and Oppo's schemes. They understood all too well what was truly afoot within Wanjiai's operations. Chapter 021. I have another method in the wake of the reform and opening up. Yangcheng emerged as the pioneer of internationalization among cities. Its vicinity housing several trade ports that have become the largest import-export hubs in the southeastern region. Consequently, the urban circle of Yangcheng has also evolved into the largest base for daily chemical products in the Dragon Kingdom. According to incomplete statistics, 80% of the thousands of daily chemical enterprises across the nation are concentrated here, on the southern outskirts of Yangcheng, outside an unremarkable daily chemical factory. The weathered sign faintly displays the words Friendship Daily Chemicals. This modest establishment was founded in the 1930s, championed by its founder, who advocated for national salvation through industry. During wartime, he generously donated funds and goods, and the early product, Friendship Snowflake Cream, became a household name, evoking cherished memories for many in the Dragon Kingdom. As time marched on, Friendship Snowflake Cream faded into the annals of history, along with the once-renowned Friendship Daily Chemicals factory, which has since become an obscure entity, largely forgotten. One early morning, He Tsung-zhou, the factory owner nearing 50, hurriedly drove to the factory. After searching around, he found his son, He Shaokai, repairing machinery in the workshop. Nearly a century has passed, yet the Friendship Daily Chemicals factory remains in the He family, spanning 5 generations from its founder to He Tsung-zhou, and now to his son, He Shaokai. However, under 5 generations of stewardship, the factory has transformed from a nationally acclaimed giant into a mere second-tier factory on the outskirts of Yangcheng. The tale traces back to the early millennium, when He Tsung-zhou, having recently taken over the factory from his father, faced the formidable entry of the daily chemical giant, Wanjiai, into the Dragon Kingdom. Wanjiai possessed not only the most advanced branding concepts and marketing strategies, but also a comprehensive product line. Coupled with a burgeoning curiosity among the populace for imported goods, this led to a surge in demand for foreign products. Within a few short years, the factory's profitability plummeted, and witnessing the impending closure of a family legacy, He Tsung-zhou reluctantly entered into a partnership with Wanjiai, relegating the once prominent factory to the status of a supplier. Under the constant pressure of price reductions from Jiang Lili, their existence became a mere struggle for survival. As He Tsung-zhou put it, if we can barely scrape by, as long as the factory endures, we honor our ancestors. This morning, He Tsung-zhou arrived with exhilarating news. Observing his son covered in oil while repairing machinery, he eagerly approached, offering tools and sharing his excitement. Shaokai, I have fantastic news. I just received a call from Wanjiai. They've decided to terminate our old agreement and are preparing to sign a new one. This time, they're finally raising the prices. With a grin, He Tsung-zhou tilted his head, teasing his son. Guess how much the price will increase? He Shaokai bent over the machine, continued to tighten screws, ignoring his father's exuberance. Noticing his son's lack of response, He Tsung-zhou raised 2 fingers. 20. A 20% increase, son. The thought of a 20% rise made He Tsung-zhou jubilant, spinning in place. With this increase, we can finally raise the wages of a few senior workers. Honestly, it's been weighing on my conscience that we haven't done so in years. And about that old machine, it's practically older than you, Shaokai. I'll sell my car, and with a little more, we should be able to get a new one. Huh, 20%. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news. I just had to rush over to tell you. Just as He Tsung-zhou was caught up in his excitement, He Shaokai, now finished with the repairs, quietly packed up his tools. After wiping his hands with a rag, He Shaokai leaned against the machine, pondering for a few seconds before declaring, Dad, I don't want to do this anymore. Noticing his father still lost in his excitement, He Shaokai raised his voice slightly. Dad, huh? I said I don't want to do it anymore. Upon hearing this, He Tsung-zhou's smile froze on his face, and the familiar arguments spilled from his lips. You don't want to? If you don't, then who will? This factory represents generations of toil for our family. Over 100 years. You can't just walk away from it. What about your grandfather and great-grandfather? What would they think? As He Tsongzhou began to reminisce, He Shaokai frustration flared. He threw the rag onto the ground, his eyes reddening. You keep saying we must honor our ancestors. Let them see what this factory has become. All our products are branded with Wanjia ES label. We toil to earn a small profit while they pocket the bulk. They constantly pressure us to lower prices, driving us to the brink. Do you really think Wanjia is being benevolent by raising prices? It's just a ploy because Su from Douyin Technology has cornered them, making them raise prices to appease the public. Mark my words, today's price hike will be followed by another round of cuts in no time, possibly even deeper than before. As he spoke, He Shaokai stepped closer to his father, his voice rising in desperation. Dad, wake up! At this moment, He Tsongzhou fell silent. He understood the harsh truths his son spoke, yet he was bound by his late father's dying wish to keep the Friendship Daily Chemicals factory running, to honor their ancestors and the people who once supported them, to sustain the factory. He Tsongzhou had no choice but to bow down and sign the supply agreement with Wanjia. He had even sold his house to pay wages, with the family living at the factory. Everything was for the factory's survival. He Tsongzhou yearned to restore the former glory of Friendship Daily Chemicals. But the condition was that the factory must remain within the He family's grasp. Seeing his son's long-repressed frustration, He Tsongzhou placed a hand on his shoulder. Shaokai, I understand your perspective, but what other options do we have to secure orders and keep the factory afloat? We must collaborate with Wanjia. Feeling the weight of his father's exhaustion, He Shaokai placed his hand firmly on his father's, his gaze resolute. No, Dad. I have another plan. A plan that not only ensures the survival of Friendship Daily Chemicals, but can also restore it to its former pinnacle. As He Tsongzhou looked at his son with curiosity, He Shaokai's lips curled into a slight smile. Douyin Technology. Chapter 022. Upon disembarking, all our astute minds on a Boeing 737 en route from Yangcheng to Rongqing. He Tsongzhou, feeling rather listless, set aside his magazine and turned his gaze towards his son, He Shaokai, who was engrossed in his phone. Shaokai, I'm quite anxious and uncertain. Please enlighten me regarding your proposed solution. He Shaokai, unfazed, tucked away his phone, glanced around to ensure their conversation remained private, and replied in a hushed tone, It's quite simple. As suppliers, since we can provide goods to Wanjia, we can certainly supply to Douyin Technology as well. Supply to Douyin Technology? He Tsongzhou paused, momentarily perplexed, before a critical concern arose. I've heard you speak of the Douyin sanitary napkins, but doesn't President Su only produce those? Our focus is skincare products, which are entirely unrelated. Moreover, Douyin Technology lacks the brand recognition of Wanjia. The crux of consumer goods sales lies in brand awareness. Wanjia has weathered numerous storms and remains unscathed precisely because it carries the reputation of an international giant and invests heavily in brand development. Even if a brand suffers due to poor quality, Wanjia can swiftly engage celebrities for endorsements and continue to build another brand. With established brand recognition, Wanjia's products enjoy a steady market. In contrast, Douyin Technology's primary business revolves around mobile phones, and its foray into sanitary napkins is merely an unexpected venture. In the realm of consumer goods, Douyin Technology's offerings are limited, and its brand recognition is negligible. He Shaokai smiled with calm assurance upon hearing his father's doubts. Father, since you are aware of Douyin sanitary napkins, you must understand that while brand recognition is indeed essential, there exists something even more critical: public sentiment. Although Douyin Technology's product range is limited, when it comes to the domestic private market, it holds the trust of the people like no other. Especially following the Douyin sanitary napkin incident, it is evident that any product released by Douyin Technology is bound to sell exceptionally well. The sole limitation for Douyin Technology is its funding. President Su desires absolute control over Douyin Technology and has no intentions of going public. This has resulted in a lack of sufficient capital, compelling Douyin Technology to adopt a slow and steady growth strategy. This is also why, after the blacklist incident, President Su has refrained from making any public statements. He simply lacks the financial resources to alter the current landscape of the domestic consumer goods industry. This is a case of power surpassing individual capability. However, if we view the situation from a different angle, it ceases to be a problem. If President Su lacks funds, then I shall lead the entire Yuan consumer goods factory to him. He won't need to invest in a new factory, pay employees' salaries, or spend a single penny. All he requires is to affix the Douyin technology brand to the products we produce. On the contrary, not only does President Su avoid expenses, but he can also, akin to Wanja E, collect a substantial branding fee. This mutually beneficial arrangement is indeed a perfect convergence. Upon hearing his son's explanation, He Tsongzhou exhibited an expression of dawning realization. So you mean to say that while we may be subordinate to someone, being subservient to President Su is far more promising than serving Wang Jia due to his popularity and ethical conduct? The more He Tsongzhou contemplated, the more plausible it appeared, prompting him to pat his son on the shoulder. "You clever boy, why didn't you mention this sooner?" He Shaokai revealed a shrewd smile. "I must express gratitude to Wang Jia had they not made a show of raising their acquisition price and terminated our cooperation agreement. I would not have dared to propose this. After all, based on Wang Jia's usual behavior, had the cooperation agreement remained intact, if the Yuyi consumer goods factory sought to switch allegiance to Douyin technology, we would have faced a penalty of tens of millions, a sum that could not be covered even if the He family were sold. Indeed, this assist came from Jiang Lily. One could say that she is the foremost contributor to Douyin technology's growth. An hour later, at Rongqing Airport, the He father and son hastily exited the terminal. Their collaboration with Douyin technology was now inevitable, as if a glorious future beckoned to the century-old factory. Just as they excitedly prepared to hail a taxi to the Douyin Technology Industrial Park, He Tsongzhou, with his keen eyes, spotted a familiar figure amidst the throng of passengers. "Oh, isn't that boss show from Jiangnan Consumer Goods? What brings him here?" With most consumer goods factories concentrated in Yangcheng, and given that the Yangcheng Consumer Goods Association frequently engaged in exchanges, He Tsongzhou naturally recognized many industry leaders. Boss Zhou, whom he referred to, was the owner of a time-honored local consumer goods factory, and the two were often seen supporting each other in their social circles. It was astonishing to encounter him in distant Rongqing. As He Tsongzhou spoke, his son, He Shaokai, who had just hailed a taxi, followed his father's gaze and immediately turned pale, sensing an impending crisis. "Oh no, Dad, we must leave quickly." Confused, He Tsongzhou hurried into the taxi after his son. "What is happening?" He Shaokai had no time to explain and urgently instructed the taxi driver. "To Douyin Technology Industrial Park, please hurry." The taxi driver, who had been taking a sip of water during a brief pause, froze momentarily upon hearing Douyin Technology. "Another trip to Douyin Technology Park? What is happening today?" "It seems everyone is headed there." As the taxi pulled away, He Shaokai suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration. It was akin to a holiday highway, where one thought themselves clever for departing early, only to discover that the entire highway was filled with others who shared the same thought. He Shaokai realized that while he had cleverly utilized the opportunity presented by the contract termination to discreetly arrive in Rongqing to ally with Douyin Technology, it was clear that he was not the only astute mind in the mix. Upon disembarking, he found himself amidst a crowd of clever individuals. It appeared that the boss Zhou from Jiangnan Consumer Goods, whom they had just encountered, had similar intentions. From the taxi driver's remarks, it was evident that they were late, as others had already beaten them to it. "It's over, Dad. It seems we have arrived too late." However, He Tsongzhou, who had been struggling to keep pace with his son, remained remarkably composed. "No, Shaokai, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Judging by the circumstances, I suspect that a significant portion of the nation's consumer goods factory owners have converged in Rongqing. Were you not just saying on the plane that President Su is outnumbered and hesitant to act in the face of Wang Jia's dominance in the industry? Since he is outnumbered, let us, the consumer goods factories, create a momentum for President Su. We shall forge a wave that will fundamentally transform the consumer goods industry in our nation. We are here to create an opportunity that begets a hero." Chapter 023, Mr. Su. Let us join you. The Douyin Technology Industrial Park is situated in the southern suburbs of Rongqing, sprawling over hundreds of acres and employing thousands of staff. At lunchtime, employees adorned with identification badges streamed out of the office buildings, making their way to the cafeteria. Unlike many companies where the boss is rarely seen, Su Bai, a billionaire, is a daily presence in the Douyin Technology Park, appearing in the cafeteria to queue, serve himself, and dine alongside the employees. If this were merely a display for a day or two, it would be one thing. However, Su Bai has maintained this routine for several years. As a result, whenever employees encounter him in the cafeteria, they engage in a playful guessing game about their identities, as the long-standing staff claim that Su Bai possesses an astonishing memory, capable of remembering every employee's name. Many newcomers, skeptical of this claim, seize the opportunity during lunch to challenge him to guess their names, often resulting in lighthearted wagers among colleagues. Today, a group of veteran employees initiated a bet with the new recruits, wagering a cup of milk tea. The skeptical new employee, upon spotting Su Bai in line, gathered his courage and approached him. "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Bai, engaged in conversation with a senior employee, turned at the sound of his name. Upon seeing the nervous newcomer and the amused expressions of the observing veterans, he quickly grasped the situation. "What are you betting on?" Flustered, the new employee stammered, "Milk? Milk tea." The surrounding employees chuckled knowingly, recognizing the familiar scenario. Upon hearing the wager, Su Bai smiled and nodded. "Well then, you can pull out your phone and order them some milk tea now." The new employee was taken aback, "But, Mr. Su, you haven't guessed my name yet." However, before he could continue, Su Bai stunned him with his next words. "Zhang Jiaming, a new colleague from the RD department who just joined this Monday. I recall your interest in fishing. By the way, there's a fishing club formed by some senior employees. I advise you not to get involved, as it mostly comprises Air Force veterans." Just then, an irked senior employee in line interjected, "Mr. Su, it's not fair to speak ill of us behind our backs. We are no longer Air Force veterans. We have video evidence." As Su Bai bantered with the employees, his secretary, Xiao Lu, rushed into the cafeteria, scanning the crowd until she spotted him. "Mr. Su, there's someone looking for you." After finally reaching the front of the line, Su Bai glanced at his watch and said, "At this hour, have them wait in the reception room for 10 minutes. I'll join them after lunch." But Xiao Lu did not leave. Instead, she stood breathlessly, pointing toward the entrance of the technology park with a perplexed expression. "Mr. Su, I suggest you hurry over and take a look." 5 minutes later, guided by Xiao Lu, Su Bai approached the entrance of the technology park. Upon rounding a corner, he was astonished to see a throng of people gathered outside the gates. Xiao Lu rushed to explain, "Since this morning, the security has been informing me that there are people looking for you. Initially, several groups were registered and taken to the reception room, but as you were in a meeting, I couldn't find an opportunity to inform you." As more visitors arrived, the reception room became overcrowded, and by the time I got to the entrance, it was filled to capacity. With quickened steps, Su Bai grasped the crux of the situation. "Who are they?" "They are all owners of various daily chemical factories, most hailing from Yangcheng." "Owners of daily chemical factories? What could they possibly want with me?" Just as Su Bai pondered this, he Xiaokai, standing on the steps of the greenery, spotted Su Bai and called out, "Mr. Su is here." At that moment, the previously clamorous crowd erupted in excitement. All present were owners of daily chemical factories from across the nation, gathered outside the Douyin Technology gates, driven by a shared ambition to align with the company. Upon hearing of Su Bai's arrival, their enthusiasm surged. "Mr. Su, I am from the Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory. Please grant me 10 minutes to discuss a collaboration." "Get lost, Lao Zhou. We agreed to stand united. No one should act selfishly." "That's right. Everyone stay calm. We must unite. We must unite." Amidst the uproar, Su Bai approached the crowd, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of faces. Raising his hand to quell the excitement, he called out, "All right, everyone, please quiet down. I cannot hear anything amidst this commotion. How about we elect a representative to explain what is happening?" As Su Bai's hand lowered, the crowd gradually became silent. After some pushing and shoving, the bespectacled He Tsongzhou was thrust forward. It was evident that although the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory was no longer what it once was, its century-long history still held weight. Now facing Su Bai, He Tsongzhou was no longer composed. The gravity of the moment weighed heavily upon him. After all, what lay ahead could redefine the history of the daily chemical industry in Longhua. He Tsongzhou extended a trembling hand towards Su Bai, his voice thick with emotion. Mr. Su, we have just counted, including those present and those en route. There are a total of 1,457 people. We represent 1,123 daily chemical factories nationwide. We are here today for a singular purpose, to reclaim our dignity against Yuan, who treats us with disdain, leveraging their might as a daily chemical giant to bully us. Over 20 years ago, we were disunited and fell victim to their divide-and-conquer strategy, turning from proud private enterprises into mere suppliers for Yuan. Now we, these so-called useless old-timers, have come together, not to quarrel or shout, but to earn a chance for the daily chemical industry in Longhua to rise again, a chance to stand tall and honor our ancestors and the common people. His heartfelt words resonated deeply with everyone present. A middle-aged owner behind him nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, we, the sons of Guangdong Province, fought alongside our Sichuan brothers against the invaders. Today, we implore you to join us in confronting that wretched international daily chemical giant. Another lean owner chimed in, yes, Mr. Su, we have come to seek your support. We are tired of living in shame. Let us unite and confront Yuan head-on. Among the crowd, younger individuals, seemingly fresh from their parents' enterprises, shouted, exactly, life is too short to fear anything. Mr. Su, let us fight together. At this juncture, it was clear to Su by what was at stake. In his excitement, he refrained from making an immediate declaration. Instead, he surveyed the sea of daily chemical factory owners and leaned toward his secretary, Xiao Lu, to whisper a few instructions. All right then, it's lunchtime. I invite everyone to join me for a meal in the cafeteria. Let's discuss matters after we have finished our meal. Chapter 024, Acknowledged, underway. During lunchtime, Su Xiaochong was dining with several prominent figures from Rongqing in the cafeteria, casually discussing the recent economic climate. Their conversation drifted to the blacklist incident. Unexpectedly, Su Bai's comment section had become a de facto blacklist for domestic hygiene products, highlighting the detrimental effects of foreign corporations on the domestic industry. In my view, one remarked, Yuan and AMP, Oppo's strategy of increasing the acquisition price is quite astute. It demonstrates their awareness that our populace is not easily deceived. You only see part of the picture, another countered. Yuan is accustomed to wielding power in the Dragon Kingdom. This large-scale publicity stunt of raising the acquisition price is merely for show. Ultimately, they will revert to their old ways. Alas, lamented a third. While we may desire to expel these hygiene product behemoths from the Dragon Kingdom, we also face passive resistance to trade sanctions from Western nations. This predicament resembles children squabbling, where intervention is awkward. Ultimately, our domestic brands must prove their mettle. Prove their mettle? Scoff one. When we joined the WTO, if our domestic brands had united against external forces, they wouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Relying on them to prove their mettle? I remain skeptical. We mustn't generalize. Another cautioned. Circumstances evolve. The key is to have a leader to unite this fragmented force. Su Xiaochong remained largely silent, but the mention of a leader seemed to spark a thought, though he dismissed it as impractical and continued eating. Just then, Su Xiaochong and Oppo's secretary appeared, visibly agitated. Approaching him, she urgently announced, Sir, Douyin Technology is in a predicament. I've just received information that over 1,000 hygiene product factory owners nationwide have descended upon Rongqing and are seeking out Director Su at the Douyin Technology Park. The specifics remain unclear. The news stunned those present. 1,000 hygiene product factory owners seeking out Su Bai and Rongqing? This development followed Yuan Jiayi's widely publicized announcement of raising the acquisition price. What could these factory owners possibly want from Su Bai? Shuden and AMP, Oppos, they be preoccupied with signing new contracts with Yuan Jia and celebrating the increased acquisition price. The situation grew increasingly perplexing. Su Xiaochong, however, experienced a sudden realization, his expression shifting. His keen intuition allowed him to discern the unfolding events. Sir, should I contact a me group to inquire? The secretary asked. The collective movement of so many hygiene product factory owners could have significant implications for Rongqing. Clarifying the situation was imperative. Su Xiaochong raised his hand to stop her. No need. I know why they're seeking out Su Bai. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaochong issued a command. Immediately contact the publicity department, the television station, and all major online, video, and media outlets in Rongqing. Direct them to Demi Technology Park. Without finishing his meal, Su Xiaochong set down his chopsticks, grabbed his suit jacket, and prepared to leave. Hey, Lao Su, what's going on? Yes, at least give us some insight. As he donned his jacket, Su Xiaochong replied with a resolute tone, If my intuition serves me correctly, the domestic hygiene product industry is about to undergo a seismic shift. Meanwhile, inside the Demi Technology Industrial Park, the tiered conference room, typically used for large gatherings, was overflowing with hygiene product factory owners. Those without seats were seated on the steps, and latecomers continued to trickle in through the back door. Su Bai, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, stood on the stage, having opted to remove the tables and chairs, emulating a Demi phone launch event. As the technicians adjusted the sound system, Su Bai surveyed the dense crowd of owners, contemplating his opening remarks. He had not anticipated this situation. Just days prior, he had stated at an executive meeting that he could only address a limited number of injustices. But did Su Bai truly not want to intervene? 2 days ago, Douyin's official representatives had discreetly approached him, suggesting that he close his comment section, given the significant impact of the blacklist incident on the entire hygiene product industry. Su Bai's comment section had not only embarrassed Wang Jia, but also the entire industry, even causing international embarrassment. However, Su Bai had disregarded Douyin's suggestion. He believed that while he was limited in his ability to assist the Dragon Kingdom's citizens, having exhausted his resources creating a dummy sanitary napkin, he could at least maintain a comment section where people could warn each other and avoid pitfalls. This situation was unique to Su Bai. It was doubtful that an ordinary internet influencer could withstand the pressure. Su Bai dared to resist and had managed to do so. Now, hygiene product factory owners from across the country had arrived in Rongqing, seeking Su Bai's support, hoping he would provide an opportunity for domestic brands to rise again. Conversely, this was also an opportunity for Su Bai, a chance to lead these factories in overturning Wang Jia and restoring a fair environment to the Dragon Kingdom's hygiene product industry. He Congzhou had said that times create heroes. Su Bai did not aspire to be a hero. He merely wanted to live up to the expectations of those who had placed their hopes in him in the comment section. Until today, Su Bai had refrained from responding, as he did not want to admit his limitations. Now, standing on the elevated stage, Su Bai gazed at the multitude of hygiene product owners, his emotions overwhelming. He believed that after this day, he could finally openly access the comment section and type those words with conviction. Acknowledged underway. Chapter 025. What is this? This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. The collective shift among the bosses of daily chemical factories, who initially intended to discreetly seek out Su Bai, unexpectedly found themselves banding together. Fortunately, this matter has yet to spread widely. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Mo City, at the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Wang Jia, Jiang Lily finally wore a smile on her face once more, indicating her elevated spirits. Her proposed strategy to raise the acquisition prices has garnered a positive response among the populace of Longhua, leading even the Wang Jia stocks, which had plummeted due to the sanitary napkin scandal and blacklist incidents, to begin a steady recovery. It must be noted that Jiang Lily has adeptly tapped into the public sentiment, and her appeal to conscience has yielded commendable results. Moving forward, all that remains is to maintain a firm grip on the Longhua market and continue to reap the benefits. Upon returning to her desk, Jiang Lily's secretary knocked and entered. President Jiang, all new price increase cooperation invitations have been sent out. However, there is something peculiar. It has been 2 days and fewer than 10 suppliers have approached us to renegotiate the cooperation agreement. Jiang Lily was momentarily taken aback. There were over 2,000 suppliers collaborating with Wang Jia in Longhua. Logically, upon the release of an invitation to raise acquisition prices, these suppliers should have been ecstatic, clamoring for Wang Jia to sign contracts. Yet only fewer than 10 had responded. As Jiang Lily opened her computer, she began to ponder. The secretary stood across the desk, offering a reminder. President Jiang, would you like me to arrange for further follow-ups? Observing the illuminated screen, Jiang Lily appeared to have an epiphany and shook her head with a smile. No need. These fellows think I've truly compromised with the Longhua market. They are blatantly attempting to leverage this opportunity to collectively coerce us into raising prices further. Zhang Lili retained her smile, surprised that these previously fragmented Longwa suppliers had learned to unite in their intimidation. Humph. Do they truly believe anyone can easily manipulate Wanjiai? A formidable giant in the daily chemical industry is not so easily trifled with. Zhang Lili could instantly conceive 10 methods to counter the collective maneuvering of the Longwa suppliers. First, inform them that Wanjiai plans to contract only 80% of the suppliers this time, implying that the remaining 20% would miss out on the opportunity. Let us see how long they can maintain their composure. But that is not all. Second, the first 100 suppliers to sign contracts will receive a 25% increase in acquisition prices. Those who arrive late will go hungry, while those who arrive early will be rewarded. This dual approach is what one might call a heart-wrenching stratagem. If they wish to band together, let us see how they can continue to do so now. I refuse to believe that amidst thousands of suppliers, no one will be tempted by the prospect of profit. Once a leader emerges, their so-called alliance will naturally collapse. Those attempting to play tricks with Wanjiai are still too inexperienced. In the tiered conference room of the Rice Technology Park, more and more supplier bosses continued to enter through the back door. At the podium, Su Bai had already grasped the demands of the assembly of factory owners. Essentially, the daily chemical manufacturers wished to produce their products under the Rice Technology brand and entrust sales to Rice Technology. In the eyes of a particular daily chemical manufacturer, Rice Technology possesses public goodwill and influence, ensuring successful product sales, while manufacturers would only need to focus on production. Upon hearing this proposed collaboration model, Su Bai fell silent for a moment before shaking his head before all the bosses. The moment he shook his head, the assembly of bosses immediately grew restless, their hearts sinking. In the front row of the meeting room, He Tsung-zhou, representing the suppliers, assumed Su Bai was concerned about product quality. After all, many of the seated manufacturers, under the pressure of Wanjiai's pricing, had previously resorted to subpar production to safeguard their profits. Observing this, He Tsung-zhou promptly stood to express his reassurance. President Su, rest assured, as long as the acquisition price is reasonable, we guarantee we will not compromise on quality. We stand united with Rice Technology. Anyone daring to tarnish Rice Technology's reputation jeopardizes the livelihoods of all of us here. We understand this principle. Seeing He Tsung-zhou take the lead, several seasoned suppliers echoed his sentiment. President Su, we are all born of mothers and nurtured by fathers. Unless we are mercilessly squeezed by Wanjiai, there is no need to act against our conscience. Yes, if it means keeping our factories alive and paying our workers, I would be willing to forego profits, even if it means becoming a worker myself. Observing the mounting fervor among the bosses, Su Bai quickly raised his hand to quell the excitement. I do not doubt any of you, it is just that. Gazing at the increasing number of factory owners before him, Su Bai pondered for a few seconds before addressing them. I wish to inquire if any of you have considered producing products that truly belong to you? I mean, not under any third-party labels, not under Wanjiai's, nor ours at Rice Technology, but under your own brand. Upon hearing this, the assembly of factory owners collectively froze, but moments later, many couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Even He Tsung-zhou in the front row found himself blushing. President Su, well, it's a long story. We don't possess a brand. He stammered. If we were to label our products with our own brand, no one would buy them. After all, we lack the substantial funds for advertising like Wanjiai. Without advertisements, we lack visibility. Products without recognition simply won't sell. Upon hearing this, Su Bai contemplated for a moment. I recently reviewed the materials of your Friendship Daily Chemical. My mother used to tell me that your Friendship Snow Cream was quite effective. I even used it myself during my childhood winters. You certainly have your own brand. Mentioning the Friendship Snow Cream caused He Tsung-zhou's face to redden further, and he averted his gaze, waving his hands dismissively. A hero does not speak of past bravery. Let's not dwell on that. Few still remember the Friendship Snow Cream today. He Tsung-zhou was not alone in his embarrassment. Most of the older factory owners present wished they could find a hole to hide in. Many of them had legacies spanning half a century or were century-old enterprises like Friendship Daily Chemical. Their ancestral businesses now lack a brand and recognition, surviving merely by rebranding. The dignity of their forebears seems to have been lost. To put it plainly, they're suffering from a lack of visibility and brand effect. In Su Bai's perspective, the most challenging aspect of resolving issues is identifying the key problem. Once the core issue is identified, solutions become manageable. Standing at the podium and surveying the crowd, Su Bai posed a question I would like to ask everyone, since brand recognition is so crucial. Why have Wanjiai's numerous sanitary napkin brands been outperformed by our rice sanitary napkin? Upon hearing this question, many began to contemplate. Su Bai, however, answered his own query. It is because we utilize quality raw materials, superior craftsmanship, and produce exceptional products. It is because we operate on thin margins and do not treat consumers as fools to exploit. To put it succinctly, it is a matter of conscience. In response to Su Bai's profound reasoning, a young entrepreneur boldly articulated the crux of the matter. President Su, everyone knows that rice technology operates with integrity. And we know you, President Su, possess a good conscience. However, we are different. Conscience is not something we can flaunt, nor can we label on our products. Even if our products are excellent, if consumers do not recognize them, do not know them, are we not merely pouring water into a basket? The young entrepreneur's words resonated with the majority's sentiments. Yet, Su Bai appeared to have anticipated this very response. What if I possess a method that allows consumers to instantly recognize the integrity of your products? Chapter 026. Am I still expected to collect fees? As Su Bai's words echoed through the hall, the over 1,000 manufacturers present could no longer remain seated. Many, overwhelmed with excitement, rose from their chairs, obstructing the view of those behind them, who instinctively followed suit. Wait, did I hear correctly? No brand recognition. Yet consumers will immediately discern the integrity of our products? Is there truly such a method? I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Su is merely spinning tales. Hush, let's listen quietly. Even the prominent factory owners in the front row were unable to contain their restlessness upon hearing this news. Old Joe, why does this sound increasingly dubious? If you ask me, who else can I turn to? Just listen. Mr. Su, with his billion-dollar fortune, has no need to deceive you over trifles. Indeed, I came to seek Mr. Su's guidance, and it seems I was right to do so. Observing the agitated crowd, Su Bai raised his hand to calm them, signaling for everyone to take their seats before adjusting the microphone nestled against his chest. My solution is quite simple. Today, we shall collaboratively establish a standard of integrity for our industry. All products that meet this standard will proudly bear a corresponding label of integrity. Once consumers see this label, they will inherently recognize it as a product of conscience. Su Bai's proposition was fundamentally about quality standards, a concept that already existed. For instance, the well-known International Organization for Standardization, ISO, has been adopted in various products throughout the nation. Additionally, there are industry standards, such as the Green and Pollution-Free Vegetable Standard introduced a couple of years ago, alongside enterprise standards prevalent in the liquor industry. Upon hearing Su Bai's proposal, numerous owners shook their heads in disbelief. Mr. Su, this approach is unfeasible. Don't we already have national standards and quality benchmarks? The public hardly acknowledges these. The crux of the matter lies in regulation. To put it bluntly, a standard is merely a logo. Any small workshop can print one and affix it without oversight. Exactly. The public is wary after being deceived. Many products flaunt logos, yet each one seems more misleading than the last. Noticing the widespread skepticism regarding the standards, Su Bai patiently waited for everyone to voice their concerns before calmly responding. What if this standard is overseen by DeMe Technology? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire tiered conference room fell silent, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Managed by DeMe Technology? Given their corporate reputation and national influence, this might actually hold water. If the standard had DeMe Technology's endorsement, could anyone still doubt it? However, it soon dawned on some that this matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Indeed, Su Bai subsequently laid out 3 stringent requirements for the standards. To comply with DeMe Technology's regulations, first, all factories must implement transparent production processes. What do you mean by transparent production? Should we install cameras and live stream, like at DeMe's sanitary napkin factory? Not only that, every raw material used must be fully disclosed. What? All raw materials must be public? Are you out of your mind? Isn't the ingredient list already available? It's not a big deal. Just install a few cameras. That one T break the bank. Goodness, transparent production. A true hallmark of integrity. As Su Bai observed the factory owners engaging in animated discussions, he refrained from hastily presenting the second requirement. Now, if anyone disagrees with the first requirement, you may leave. Among the over 1,000 manufacturers present, not a single person stood or exited. Business owners are not foolish. It was evident to all that with Douyin Technology's influence, if they genuinely bore the label of integrity, making a profit would be inevitable. Who would want to squander such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if it merely involves transparent production? And Douyin's sanitary napkin factory can manage it. So could they. Seeing no one leave, Su Bai finally spoke again. Second, all product profit margins must be kept below 20%. To be frank, this requirement seemed rather excessive. While insisting on quality was reasonable, dictating how much profit one can earn was indeed overstepping. Even Su Bai anticipated that this time, several individuals might walk out. To his surprise, not a single person among the 1,000-plus attendees rose. This left Su Bai momentarily speechless. You all have no objections to the second requirement? In response, someone quickly replied, Objections? This is a golden opportunity. I'd wake up smiling in my sleep. A good opportunity? Noticing Su Bai's perplexed expression, He Tsongzhou, seated in the front row, elucidated, Mr. Su, don't find it amusing, but when we supply to Wanjia, our profit margin is a mere 7%. Another owner chimed in, What? Only 7%? We're barely at 6. Is our factory the only one with 4%? As they exchanged figures, the reality became startlingly clear. Under the pressure from Wanjia, each manufacturer's profit margin had plummeted to unimaginable lows. Most margins were below 10%, and many smaller factories relied solely on volume, with individual profits shrinking to a staggering 3%. This was also why many manufacturers resorted to cutting corners, as surviving on such thin margins was nearly impossible. Even if one refrained, others would not hesitate to do so. Listening to the manufacturers' grievances, Su Bai felt exasperated. Truly, it was as the saying goes, my success is entirely bolstered by my peers. With competitors like Wanjia around, maintaining integrity is practically obligatory. After all, competing with Wanjia to see who can sink lower is a contest few can win. Hence, a 20% profit margin appeared to the manufacturers as a dream come true. The third requirement stated that all manufacturers must annually allocate a portion of their profits to establish and maintain the operation of an industry association. This association would conduct periodic inspections of the manufacturers adhering to the standards, with penalties ranging from warnings to expulsion from the association for any violations. Given that the first two requirements were uncontroversial, the third was even less contentious. It essentially meant everyone would contribute to safeguarding their livelihoods. There is no such thing as profiting without contributing effort. However, after Su Bai outlined the three standards, a wave of confusion washed over the attendees. Is that all? Just these three requirements? A bold manufacturer stood up and directly voiced his bewilderment. Mr. Su, is that the conclusion? Su Bai shrugged, what else would it be? But what about Douyin Technology? How much are you charging us? The assembly of owners nodded in agreement, having labored through this entire discussion. Mr. Su, you've devised plans and had Douyin Technology vouch for the standards. Now, tell us, how much would Douyin Technology be collecting? Upon hearing this question, Su Bai found himself even more bewildered. Am I still expected to collect fees? Chapter 027. If we are to create momentum, let us do so boldly and grandly in the realm of capital. There exists an age-old adage. Top-tier companies establish standards, mid-tier companies build brands, while lower-tier companies focus on products. Until now, Rise Technology had remained in the latter category. Although its products were widely recognized for their integrity, they had yet to reach the phase of standard setting. The fundamental reason for this lay in scale. Regardless of how exceptional a company's products may be, it is exceedingly difficult to fundamentally influence an entire industry. For Su Bai, the aspiration to establish a universally acknowledged standard in the mobile phone sector seemed almost insurmountable. Yet now, this dream, unachieved in his original field, had unexpectedly come to fruition in the daily chemical industry. Who could have anticipated that rice technology, a mobile phone manufacturer, would emerge as a standard-bearer in the realm of daily chemicals? The advantages brought forth by this development were immeasurable for rice technology, transcending monetary evaluation. The invisible added value alone represented an astronomical figure. For Subai, this was a mutually beneficial endeavor, requiring no financial compensation. In fact, he believed that the elevation of rice technology's brand value from this initiative had already yielded significant returns. However, to his astonishment, when Subai declared that he would not accept any payment, the over 1,000 factory owners present immediately objected. What? Rice technology, 1T accept payment? That's unacceptable. You must charge something, no matter how little. One of them asserted, in my years of doing business, I have always adhered to the principle that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Indeed, if Subai were to charge a fee, it would seem reliable. But if he insisted on offering it for free, it raised suspicions. Those who pay are motivated to work diligently. Free services often lack commitment, they murmured. Amidst the clamor, the factory owners demanded that rice technology impose a fee. They were resolute in their intention to tether rice technology to their collective fate, seeking a sense of security in unity. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Subai found himself at a loss. He had encountered reluctance to accept payments before, but never a fervent insistence on payment for something offered for free. Unable to reach a consensus, it was the factory representative, He Tsong-zhou, who stepped forward with a compromise. Mr. Su, having rice technology serve as a guarantor and set standards without compensation is simply inappropriate. Before you dismiss my suggestion, consider this. Let us not establish a separate industry association. Instead, let rice technology oversee the entire daily chemical industry. In return, we, the manufacturers, will pay rice technology 5% of our annual profits. This proposal, conceived by He Tsong-zhou and the other factory owners, appeared quite advantageous. By paying 5% of their profits, products could bear the rice technology standard, ensuring their marketability. As sales soared, their profits would multiply. The assembled owners could easily grasp this arithmetic. For rice technology, 5% of a single manufacturer's profit was not substantial. Yet when multiplied across thousands of factories in the trillion yuan daily chemical market, it represented a staggering potential revenue stream. Of course, this was contingent upon the established standards achieving popularity akin to that of rice sanitary napkins. Although Subai initially wished to refuse this arrangement, the insistence of the factory owners left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, a standard-setting conference that would impact the entire daily chemical industry of Longhua concluded to resounding applause. Subsequently, only the trivial details remained. Following official reporting, the legal department formally intervened to draft and sign the industry standard agreement. To enhance its influence, this standard was officially named the Rice Standard. Its logo derived from that of Rice Technology's mobile phones. These details posed no issues for Subai, who stood to gain hundreds of billions annually, further enhancing Rice Technology's prominence. Just as Subai was preparing to contact the authorities for reporting, his secretary, Xiao Lu, rushed in. Leaders from the Rongqing government have arrived, along with numerous media reporters. Before Subai could react, his personal phone rang, revealing a call from Su Xiaochang. Mr. Su, how are the discussions progressing? Subai hurried to a secluded corner. Leader, your information network is impressive. As Subai relayed the details of the situation, he mentioned the Rice Standard. Even Su Xiaochang, seasoned in navigating turbulent waters, was taken aback. I underestimated the situation. I initially thought Rice Technology would sign a cooperative agreement like Wanjiai. I never anticipated that you would establish a Rice Standard. This is indeed unexpected. Subai switched the phone to his other ear, whispering, a single pear blossom is no match for a vibrant garden in full bloom. He could easily have followed Wanjiai's model and branded all products under Rice Technology, reaping even greater profits. However, if he pursued that path, the market would be dominated by a singular brand, leading to a lack of diversity and competition, which could precipitate the industry's decline. As Subai articulated, a single pear blossom pales in comparison to a garden bursting with myriad colors. The daily chemical products of Longhua should embody diversity and competitive spirit. If the manufacturer's allegiance was a means of creating momentum for Su Bai, then the rice standard served to invigorate the daily chemical industry itself, crafting a scenario where integrity and progress could thrive. Upon hearing Su Bai's sentiments, Su Xiaochong remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Mr. Su, I can only say that your actions are a tremendous benefit to both the nation and its people. You need not worry about official reporting. The government will undoubtedly support your initiative to guide the industry positively. With Su Xiaochong's reassurance, Su Bai felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Very well, I will instruct the legal department to initiate the drafting and preparation of the agreement. Given the involvement of over 1,000 manufacturers, simply signing the agreement will be quite the undertaking. However, upon hearing about the agreement signing, Su Xiaochong abruptly interrupted Su Bai's plans. Such a transformative initiative cannot simply be handled by you signing agreements. Instead, let the Rongqing government take the lead. We will host a daily chemical industry conference in Rongqing. The venue will be the Rongqing International Conference Center, and I will mobilize leaders from various departments to support you. Media coverage will be extensive, including efforts to secure a spot on the national television news channel for the evening news. Wait, the Rongqing government is taking the lead? And it will be featured on the evening news? This is escalating quickly. Leader, is that appropriate? What do you know? If we are to create momentum, let's do so boldly and on a grand scale. Furthermore, I have submitted your name for the 10 Outstanding Entrepreneurs of the Year award next year. You should be quite confident about this. Prepare diligently and craft a superior suit. A prominent figure ought not to be seen clad in casual attire. The title of one of the nation's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs. Upon hearing this accolade, Su Bai felt a wave of dizziness. To be among the top 10 entrepreneurs is akin to receiving an official endorsement. Bearing such a label signifies that the nation stands as your backing, allowing one to walk with a newfound confidence across the domestic landscape. It is said that the criteria for obtaining this honor are exceedingly stringent. Even though Douyin Technology is a leader in the mobile industry, it has merely been included as a candidate for consideration. Little did Su Bai anticipate that, due to the establishment of Douyin standards, he would find himself on the cusp of transformation, poised to ascend to greatness. Chapter 28. A promise that brings temporary delight, yet leaves everyone in despair in recent days. With the escalating fervor surrounding the blacklist incident, Su Bai's comment section has become a veritable hub of activity. Despite the efforts of various professionals who have already elucidated that the daily chemical industry in Longhua has long been rotten under the monopoly of Wanjia, many still flock to Su Bai's comments, hoping to witness whether he will take a stand akin to his response during the toxic sanitary napkin incident. To them, as long as Su Bai does not explicitly declare otherwise, there remains a glimmer of hope. During a lunch break, one young woman scrolled through Su Bai's comments when a colleague, shaking her head, remarked, "Still at it? Do you really believe that Mr. Su is omnipotent? Do you think he can create whatever you desire? Haven't you seen what people are saying online? If the state cannot manage such issues, how can a private entrepreneur like him?" She advised her to get some rest, as they had to return to the grind in the afternoon. The young woman, visibly disheartened, was the very one who had questioned the exorbitant price of a 79 Yuan eyebrow pencil in a live stream, only to be berated by the host for her lack of effort and urged to reflect on her own shortcomings. In truth, she did begin to scrutinize her circumstances. After graduating from university, she found herself in a relentless routine of 9-to-6 workdays, often extending into overtime. A single instance of tardiness incurred a fine of 50 yuan, and she had been late only a handful of times since starting her job. She acknowledged her diligence. She frequently worked late into the night, and her phone was perpetually on standby, even during weekends, to handle work-related matters. Yet, after several years, her salary remained a meager 4,000 yuan. Her boss often advised that young newcomers should not fixate on high salaries, but should focus on personal development. There will be bread, and there will be milk, he would say. After some introspection, the young woman came to a stark realization. It was not her lack of effort that was the issue, but the environment in which she found herself. The eyebrow pencil, which cost only a few yuan to produce, was being sold for 79. with the expectation that consumers should feel grateful for the host's efforts in securing benefits for their families. Among the myriad of highly upvoted comments, her plea for Sue Bai to produce eyebrow pencils garnered over 100,000 likes, spurred by the uproar surrounding the 79 Yuan incident. Her fixation was not born of an inability to afford the eyebrow pencil, but rather a desire to validate a truth. In her childhood, her kindergarten teacher had taught them a song with the lyrics, "Our motherland is a garden where the flowers bloom vibrantly, bathed in the warm sunlight. Every face beams with joy." Yet, as she matured, reality revealed a stark contrast. The corporate world, dominated by exploitative bosses, and the staggering housing prices created a daunting landscape filled with consumer traps, leaving her paycheck barely sufficient to cover living expenses. The idyllic pastoral visions of poetry and distant dreams seemed forever out of reach, as warmth and kindness were scarce in this cold society. Having perused all the highly praised comments, the young woman found, to no surprise, that there was no response from Sue Bai. The eyebrow pencil would remain at its original price. As a mere cog in the wheel, she had to accept the possibility of being easily discarded. Sunshine and warmth, it seemed, were destined to reside only within the confines of nursery rhymes. At that moment, she recalled a classic line from Hao Jian, "I'm exhausted. Let all perish," just as she contemplated setting her phone down for a brief respite before returning to her work obligations. An unexpected notification popped up on her Douyin account. Curiosity piqued, she instinctively clicked on it, revealing a familiar name. "Sue Bai of Demi Technology has replied to your comment. Received, will arrange." As she processed those two brief lines, it felt as though a ray of sunshine pierced through her gloomy existence. She sprang from her seat, covering her mouth in disbelief, causing quite a stir among her colleagues. "What is going on? You're making quite the fuss, trying to let us have our lunch break," one remarked. In a flurry of excitement, she turned her phone screen towards her co-workers, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Look, Mr. Su replied to me. He agreed to produce the eyebrow pencil." At her words, the previously drowsy employees perked up, their interest piqued. "What? No way. Su Bai really replied to you? That's amazing. You're going to be famous now." They clamored to see for themselves, their fatigue forgotten. To their astonishment, it was not only the eyebrow pencil. There were also responses regarding baby diapers, foundation, shampoo, lipstick. "My goodness," he replied to them all. "What is happening? Didn't they say to me technology was financially strapped? Can they really produce all these products?" Whether Sue Bai could indeed deliver remained uncertain, but his responses were undeniably real. Over 100 highly upvoted inquiries about daily chemical products had received a uniform reply. Received, will arrange. At that moment, across the nation, whether they were mothers, professionals, or students, everyone who received the notification and opened Douyin was filled with exhilaration. For them, given Sue Bai's integrity, a promise was as good as a deed. If he said he would arrange it, then it would undoubtedly be arranged. All that was required of them was to wait. Wait for Sue Bai to initiate the broadcast and seize the shopping links as they became available. Due to the immense impact of this incident and the multitude of people engaged, it wasn't long before a trending topic erupted. Mr. Su appears on Douyin's blacklist. Uniformly replies received, will arrange, leaving countless netizens in tears of joy. When the news broke, many economic experts and influential figures in the capital markets initially dismissed it as a rumor. After all, just days prior, they had fervently analyzed that the scope of daily chemical products related to the blacklist incident was vast, encompassing nearly all daily necessities. Given the scale of Demi Technology, they deemed it implausible to disrupt such a colossal industry. Coupled with Wang Jie's promotional increase in acquisition prices, it seemed the matter had reached a conclusion. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Sue Bai emerged with his unified received, will arrange, nearly leaving the economic experts in a state of disbelief. Are you seriously going to arrange this? Hundreds of categories of daily chemical products, not to mention the myriad of niche items, represent a market worth trillions. You think you can just arrange that? While it was not uncommon to see someone puffing themselves up, Sue Bai's audacity was unparalleled. With just a few words, he had roused the spirits of countless netizens. Yet, when the moment came and Demi Technology found itself lacking funds, unable to produce one item or another, Would he not fear that the rising expectations would lead to even harsher criticism? A promise may bring momentary joy, but failing to deliver could indeed lead to a reckoning. Chapter 29. At last, it's my turn to unleash my fury when Jiang Lily received the news. She had just landed in Seoul. South Korea and Oppos. Entertainment industry is thriving, igniting a phenomenal wave of Hallyu across the Asia-Pacific region, and consequently, the mid to high-end cosmetics sector in South Korea has also flourished rapidly. Although a missile deployment incident a few years ago had led to restrictions on Hallyu in the Dragon Kingdom, causing a downturn in South Korean cosmetic sales there. The old adage holds true: the internet has no memory. As years passed, the missile incident faded from the collective consciousness of the Dragon Kingdom's populace, and South Korean cosmetics began to gain traction in that market once again. Jiang Lily's purpose for visiting South Korea was to lead the cosmetics industry in further expanding its presence in the Dragon Kingdom. The sanitary napkin incident and the blacklist controversy had already made Jiang Lily acutely aware that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were no longer easily deceived. To stabilize the market there and elevate the status of South Korean cosmetics, she devised a brilliant strategy. Yuan would promote South Korean cosmetics on a grand scale, branding them as high-end, imported, and fashion-forward. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, known for their skepticism towards domestic products, would find it hard to criticize high-end imports. The same formula, the same fragrance, but with a South Korean label, would compel them to pay several times more. This is what they call the higher the path, the greater the devil. Just as Jiang Lily was daydreaming about how to rally South Korean reinforcements to reclaim the Dragon Kingdom market, a message from her secretary left this corporate powerhouse momentarily stunned in the bustling airport terminal. Su Bai publicly responded to the blacklist, and everything was received, arranged. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Lily quickly accessed the airport's Wi-Fi and opened Douyin. The multitude of comments reading received, arranged, caused her brow to furrow deeply. This damn Su Bai. Why did he always oppose her? What was he up to now? Was he planning a massive incursion into the consumer goods industry akin to the sanitary napkin debacle? That was utterly impossible. Jiang Lily had already investigated Dammy Technology, and their cash flow had run dry. Where would they find the funds to venture into such a large-scale operation? This was no mere corner-cutting tactic to undermine Yuan. It was an outright challenge to its position as a giant in the consumer goods sector, aiming to oust Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom market. But where did he find the audacity to openly challenge Yuan? Unless, suddenly, Jiang Lily grasped a critical realization. Her movements became visibly frantic as she scrolled through her contacts and hastily dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. Please check if Dammy Technology has any plans for an IPO." Indeed, unless Dammy Technology went public, Su Bai could potentially see his wealth multiply tenfold overnight, becoming the world's richest man. If that were to happen, he could feasibly dominate the entire consumer goods market in the Dragon Kingdom. Did Su Bai truly intend to break the customary norms of Dammy Technology just to engage with the comment section and confront Yuan head-on? Within a minute, a voice on the other end responded, "No, Dammy Technology has not filed for an IPO. There are no rumors. I suspect this may be orchestrated by other local capitalists in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, given the precedent of Dammy's sanitary napkins, investing in Su Bai would undoubtedly be a sound decision." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lily's frown deepened. "Are you suggesting that those capital tycoons in the Dragon Kingdom are seeing Yuan being vilified by the public and wish to assist Su Bai in toppling us?" After a few seconds of silence, the voice replied, "Aside from that, I can't think of any other explanation. Yuan has amassed too much wealth in the Dragon Kingdom over the years and has long been resented. I even suspect that the Dragon Kingdom's government might be involved in this." Jiang Lily's expression darkened further upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Kingdom's government. She found herself laughing in anger. If the government were not involved, she would be concerned. However, if they were, then she felt no fear whatsoever. They had agreed that children would fight their battles without adult intervention. Now, if the Dragon Kingdom and Oppos' government had broken that rule, they must be prepared for the consequences. Immediately find out which local capitalists are involved in this matter and gather any information regarding the government's involvement. Since they wish to escalate this issue, I have no qualms about amplifying it further. Do they truly believe Yuan is merely a consumer goods giant? Behind it lies capital from multiple nations and conglomerates. To put it bluntly, Yuan serves as a profit-making tool for Western countries. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial lifeline is akin to killing their parents. If the Dragon Kingdom's government intends to disrupt the livelihoods of Western nations, those nations will certainly not sit idly by. Just wait. With the recent conclusion of the election in the Eagle Nation, the newly elected President Yuan is desperately seeking an excuse to raise tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom. It is astonishing that at this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's government would unexpectedly provide a helping hand. One would think they could chase us away without fearing the repercussions. Zhang Lily's teeth ground in frustration at the thought of Su Bai's comment section. Here we were, a giant in the consumer goods sector, constantly being overshadowed by a mere smartphone manufacturer. It was a relentless uphill battle, and enough was enough. After hanging up, unable to contain her frustration, Zhang Lily immediately contacted the European headquarters. No other reason, just 2 words: file a complaint. Today, Zhang Lily intended to make it clear that it was not her inadequacy, but rather her opponent's underhanded tactics. Look, the Dragon Kingdom's government is also engaging in this covert maneuver, and with my limited resources, losing would be entirely reasonable. If you do not intervene, the Dragon Kingdom market will face dire consequences. Upon receiving the news, Yuan European headquarters initially struggled to believe it. However, after reviewing Su Bai's comments and witnessing the overwhelming number of received, arranged messages, panic ensued. The phone call was so heated it seemed to be smoking, with information rapidly ascending the ranks. European financial groups, national funds, and aristocratic families were all alerted, realizing their lucrative venture was at risk, causing an uproar. In the Eagle Nation, on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, stood a nearly 300-meter-tall skyscraper, once deemed a landmark of New York in the 1990s, the Yuan Tower. On November 7th, Yuan was officially declared the 47th president of the Eagle Nation. Although he had yet to formally assume office at the White House, he had already commenced the transition of presidential powers and was exercising some authority. Among those was a campaign promise to raise tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom. However, regrettably, the Dragon Kingdom's restrained diplomatic posture had left Yuan struggling to find a suitable justification for such an increase. Simply put, the Dragon Kingdom was too astute, providing no lawful rationale for Yuan to act. Just as Yuan wrestled with this issue, his advisor entered the office with a look of excitement and handed him a document. "Sir, I believe this will be good news for you." Yuan took the document with a puzzled expression. Upon reading about the Dragon Kingdom's government intervening in the private market in an attempt to oust the consumer goods giant Yuan, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Dragon Nation, even if you are a sage with 1,000 considerations, you cannot evade a single misstep. At last, it is my turn to unleash my fury, is it not? Chapter 030, The Fragrance of Pear Blossoms. Unmatched by the vibrant colors of spring, Yuan was in a frenzy. Due to his not yet formal assumption of the presidency, he opted for his widely criticized method of governance, conducting affairs via Twitter. That very evening, he audaciously posted a tweet, which included 2 screenshots of translated comments from Su Bai's discussion forum. The accompanying text read, "We have ample reason to suspect that the Dragon Kingdom's officials have intervened in the domestic daily necessities market, employing exceedingly domineering and ruthless tactics to drive out legitimate enterprises, constituting unfair competition that violates international trade standards. I declare the Dragon Kingdom has committed a foul." Upon the release of this tweet, it garnered significant attention and was disseminated widely by numerous Western media outlets. The Daily Mail proclaimed, undoubtedly, the unfair competition instigated by the Dragon Kingdom warrants severe sanctions. The Wall Street Journal stated, "We cannot turn a blind eye to the treatment of Yuan. We must unite to resist." NHK, Neon Hoso Kyokai, asserted, "The actions of the Dragon Kingdom have crossed the bottom line of international trade. Increasing tariffs on China is imperative." In an instant, the Dragon Kingdom found itself at the epicenter of international scrutiny. It was clear to discerning observers that Yuan was orchestrating a global narrative to persuade the parliament to pass a bill for increased tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom. It must be acknowledged that this was a highly legitimate and reasonable rationale, provided it was indeed factual. The news swiftly reached the domestic populace of the Dragon Kingdom, igniting a wave of astonishment among the citizens. As Su Bai openly responded in the comment section, expressing a collective determination to venture into the daily necessities industry. The people erupted in cheers. In contrast, Pu Chuan emerged, vehemently accusing the Dragon Kingdom of unfair competition and clamoring to raise tariffs against it. Curiosity abounded regarding how Douyin technology could afford to make such significant strides into the daily necessities sector, only to discover that the state was intervening. In light of the news, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, rather than succumbing to the chorus of international condemnation, remained remarkably lucid and united in their stance against external criticism. Unfair competition? How ludicrous! What good is Yuan? Have they not committed countless and scrupulous acts in the Dragon Kingdom over the years? Indeed, such a morally bankrupt giant in the daily necessities sector deserves to be expelled from the Dragon Kingdom. The government is doing splendidly. I support it wholeheartedly. Increased tariffs? How frightening. Even if they do not raise them today, they will eventually for other reasons. What is there to fear? I support the state. I support Douyin technology. And Suzong, I stand with you. While the international discourse was rife with turmoil, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were united in their cause. However, the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom were bewildered. What have I done? I have done nothing at all. Given the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they were not afraid of the trade war ignited by the Eagle Nation. Isn't it just a matter of increasing tariffs? As if you have never done so before. We are accustomed to it. Yet, the confusion surrounding the situation was palpable. Douyin technology, Su Bai Wanjiai? It felt as if the entire Northwest Jin had become a chaotic stew, while the headquarters remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After a thorough investigation involving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Market Management Department, someone finally thought to inquire about the situation in Rongqing. As Su Xiaochong was preparing to use a secure line to report to the capital, his phone unexpectedly rang. Upon hearing the capital's leaders inquire whether he was aware of the situation, Su Xiaochong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Leader, would you believe me if I said I was just about to call you to report? It was not Su Xiaochong's fault for the delay in reporting. The matter concerning Su Bai and over 1,000 local daily necessities manufacturers establishing rice standards was not a simple affair. After all, it involved an entire industry worth trillions. If properly implemented, it could impact the entire economy of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a significant issue required Su Xiaochong to proceed with utmost caution. Even a media in Rongqing that became aware of the matter was deliberately kept in the dark by Su Xiaochong until the situation was thoroughly solidified and nearly certain. In truth, Su Xiaochong did not delay for long. With Su Bai's decisive approach, merely a day later, today, Douyin Technology had reached agreements on multiple details regarding the rice standards with over 1,000 daily necessities manufacturers. All that remained was the signing of contracts and a formal public announcement. However, Su Xiaochong never anticipated that this matter, which he had suppressed for just one day, would escalate to such proportions, even capturing the attention of President Pu Chuan of the Eagle Nation. Upon Su Xiaochong and Appo's explanation, the leader on the other end of the line expressed shock. Are you certain that we, as officials, have not intervened? Those manufacturers sought out Su by themselves, and then Su Bai devised a rice standard, openly challenging Wanjiai? Su Xiaochong nodded vigorously. Yes, to put it simply, this is akin to children squabbling. Yet, this time our child has wised up, gathering together under the leadership of Su Bai, ready to roll up their sleeves and take action. Su Xiaochong's reference to Su Bai as a child king was quite apparent. However, the leader discerned the essence of the situation with clarity. By your account, Su Bai could have treated these manufacturers as mere suppliers, profiting for himself. Yet he chose not to do so. Instead, he proposed a rice standard, allowing the manufacturers to develop independently. Su Xiaochong earnestly nodded. Indeed, I have posed this question directly to Su Bai, and his exact words were, "The fragrance of pear blossoms, unmatched by the vibrant colors of spring," and Appo's. The leader repeated this phrase, increasingly delighted. Excellent, excellent. What a splendid metaphor. This Su Bai possesses vision and capability. I shall remember him. I recall that he was on the list of top 10 entrepreneurs you submitted. You can convey to him that if he establishes the rice standard, he will be the foremost among next year's top 10 entrepreneurs. Upon receiving this news, Su Xiaochong leapt to his feet in excitement. Rongqing had long been overshadowed by coastal metropolises due to its smaller economic scale. In previous years, the top 10 entrepreneurs were consistently monopolized by other major cities, leaving Rongqing with none. Now, Su Bai's success signified progress and development for Rongqing, potentially securing the title of first among the top 10 entrepreneurs. This would undoubtedly bring honor to the city. However, amid the jubilation, the leader did not forget to remind Su Xiaochong over the phone. All right, since this is a positive development, let us finalize it quickly and make it public. The entire nation is counting on you to manage this. However, this is advantageous, as the international narrative has become so lively, claiming that our officials have engaged in improper competition. I am eager to see President Pu Chuan's expression when he realizes he has stirred up such a colossal blunder. Chapter 031. Who fears who? At the break of dawn, a fleet of buses departed from various hotels in Rongqing, heading towards the International Conference Center situated in the southern suburbs. Without exception, the buses were filled with owners of daily chemical manufacturers from across the nation. Since the official involvement of Rongqing's authorities, coupled with President Pu Chuan's strategic tweets, the entire situation had escalated to unprecedented heights. As the buses, laden with industry leaders, arrived at the conference center, a multitude of media reporters, already on site, activated their equipment to commence coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me stands the International Conference Center of Rongqing. Today, it will host a significant assembly where over 2,000 daily chemical manufacturers from all corners of the nation will convene with DAMI Technology to jointly sign an industry agreement known as the DAMI Standard. According to our sources, this agreement mandates not only the transparency of production processes, but also adherence to a low-profit marketing strategy. This implies that all manufacturers subscribing to the DAMI standard will have their raw materials and production methods supervised and guaranteed, akin to the rigorous standards applied to DAMI sanitary napkins. Consequently, exorbitantly priced products like overpriced eyebrow pencils will be eradicated from our lives, ushering in a new era of affordable and trustworthy daily chemical products for the public. After being under pressure from Su Xiaochong for 2 full days, the DAMI standard was finally announced by a reporter from the national television of Longhua. With the influential backing of the state broadcaster, major domestic media and online platforms quickly followed suit, placing this news at the forefront of public interest. DAMI standard emerges. Domestic daily chemicals finally experience a renaissance. Following the blacklist incident, affordable daily chemical products are no longer a distant dream. Let us remember this name, Su Bai, the man who is transforming an industry with the government's discreet involvement. This matter swiftly became common knowledge. Just yesterday, the internet buzzed with curiosity about Su Bai's audacity to challenge the daily chemical sector. Many believed, as Pu Chuan stated, that the state had intervened to rectify the deeply flawed industry. However, upon awakening, the narrative took a stunning turn. Longhua Capital did not intervene, nor did the government play any role in this affair. The true mastermind behind it all was none other than Su Bai, the conscientious entrepreneur who had garnered widespread acclaim for his DAMI sanitary napkins, winning the hearts of millions of women in Longhua. He was determined to lead the local daily chemical manufacturers into battle against Yuan, no longer as a solitary figure or merely a producer of a single product, but as a catalyst for change across the entire industry. Incredibly, he succeeded beyond belief. The DAMI standard was a testament to his genius. I declare that from this day forth, local daily chemical products in Longhua are finally trustworthy. One can purchase them with confidence. Sisters, let's celebrate and prepare to stock up. The first to receive this news was, fortuitously, Jiang Lily, who was hurrying back to Modu. At that moment, she anticipated the Longhua authorities capitulating in defeat. Yet, when the news of the DAMI standard broke, she was left utterly flabbergasted. The government had not intervened? Su Bai was orchestrating this alongside local manufacturers? Shouldn't these manufacturers be preoccupied with negotiating higher acquisition prices with Yuan? Why were they in Rongqing with Su Bai? How was the DAMI standard conceived? With a combination of transparent production and low-profit strategies, Wanjia's position was rendered untenable. More critically, the implications extended far beyond just Wanjia. Under Jiang Lily's deliberate provocation, this issue escalated to an international spectacle, drawing even the attention of President Puchuan of the Eagle Nation. Initially, she believed she had successfully provided Puchuan with ammunition to target Longhua. This would undoubtedly earn her significant recognition. Yet now, with the advent of the Dami standard, not only had she embarrassed herself, but she had also humiliated Wanjia's headquarters, the Western consortiums, and even Puchuan himself. As Jiang Lily aptly noted, the higher one soars, the harder one falls. Ironically, it was not Su Bai who faced the repercussions, but rather herself. Due to her misinformation, countless individuals were left embarrassed. What favorable outcome could Jiang Lily expect now? Indeed, less than an hour later, after concluding a press conference, Puchuan received word from his assistant about the complete debacle of the situation. He felt as though two massive ears had sprouted from his head, resembling a foolish donkey, a donkey that had been played for a fool. "Sir, what should we do now? This has escalated to a point where it cannot be contained," his aide pressed. Fuming and with a darkened countenance, Puchuan and Appo's lips quivered. "What can be done? I have yet to officially take office. I am merely a businessman. Is it wrong for me to tweet? Right, delete that damn tweet, get it removed." Indeed, Puchuan resorted to playing coy, as he had not yet formally assumed the presidency of the Eagle Nation. This was the only avenue left for him to save face. Soon enough, the tweet he had posted the previous day was purged from existence. In the realm of international discourse, not all voices aligned with the Western narrative. Even within the West, there were factions that did not share a common agenda. Particularly those who opposed Puchuan's ascension reveled in his embarrassment, rejoicing at his misstep. I declare this the most amusing event of the year. Puchuan's colossal blunder is simply too hilarious. An industry standard proposed by the industry itself is deemed unfair competition by Puchuan. Has your brain been devoured by zombies? Let us meet the man who compelled Puchuan to delete his tweet. Su Bai, the mobile manufacturer from Longhua. Indeed, from this day forth, Su Bai acquired yet another title. The man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweet. Upon receiving the news, Su Bai had just arrived at the International Conference Center. Listening to the gossip from his secretary, Xiao Lu, he felt utterly bemused. Why is Puchuan involved in my conflict with Wanjia? And now I've just been dealt a random slap in the face, being dubbed the man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweet? However, upon reflection, he thought, I'm a businessman from Longhua. Why should I be intimidated? My net worth is in the billions, and I dare to confront the daily chemical giant Wanjia. Once I ascend to the status of the world's richest individual, I certainly will not shy away from showdown with you, Eagle Nation. Who fears who? Chapter 032, Success or Failure. All in one moment time flies, and before one realizes December 31st has arrived, New Year's Day in Yang City. More than a month has passed since the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement. The Friendship Daily Chemicals factory, located on the outskirts of Yang City, has undergone a remarkable transformation. The factory boasts several upgraded production lines, and the employees don pristine uniforms, busily engaged in their tasks. One employee, feeling stifled by his mask, instinctively reached to remove it, but upon glancing at the surveillance camera overhead, he opted to keep it on and continue working. Following the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement, the owner, Hitsong Zhou, swiftly installed surveillance cameras throughout the workshop, pioneering a transparent production model. Initially, the factory's live streaming sessions attracted minimal attention, but at some point, Su Bai and Douyin's official account joined forces, adorning all manufacturers who signed the Rice Standard Agreement with the Rice Standard logo. Remarkably, this initiative led many viewers, upon spotting the logo, to flock to the live streams. Although the Rice Standard had garnered public approval, how effectively it was implemented and whether the standards would be adhered to remained uncertain. Consequently, countless netizens took on the role of virtual supervisors. With little else to do, viewers wandered through various factory streams, occasionally leaving provocative comments. Today, Friendship Daily Chemicals is doing well. The employee at Station 7 is finally awake and deserving of praise. Jiangnan Daily Chemicals is lacking today. The supervisor is rambling on, taking half an hour for a morning meeting. Time for a change. Come on, workers. Put more lipstick in my tubes. I want them overflowing. Some may wonder if this constant oversight would cause discomfort among employees. Indeed, it did. For who wishes to be monitored by the entire internet while working? However, an incident that occurred half a month ago made all employees under virtual scrutiny acutely aware of the benefits of transparent production. An employee at a certain chemical factory was fined 50 yuan for exceeding 5 minutes in the restroom. While such occurrences are commonplace in many factories, an unexpected twist ensued. Over 100 netizens witnessed the event through live monitoring and rallied in support of the employee. Some even edited the live footage and posted it online, condemning the factory as a sweatshop. This incident sparked significant outrage online, leading the factory owner to face intense backlash. The very next day, he publicly apologized, dismissed the involved supervisor, and pledged never to impose restrictions on restroom breaks again. This event served as a wake-up call for all factories. Transparent production extends beyond merely ensuring the transparency of raw materials and processes. Under the watchful eyes of netizens, every worker's labor would be subject to legitimate oversight. Factors such as the adequacy of the working environment, overtime regulations, and whether employees receive proper compensation for extra hours worked. All of these were scrutinized by vigilant viewers. The judgments rendered by netizens would directly influence the marketability and profitability of the products produced by the factories. Such a straightforward principle could not escape the understanding of factory owners. They not only comprehended this reality, but also began to extrapolate its implications. Consequently, in recent times, the live streaming sessions of various manufacturers have seen owners bending over backwards to please netizens. What? Your factory is enticing viewers with afternoon tea for employees? Fine. If you're going to be shameless, don't blame me for raising wages. Not only are wages increasing, but employees are also getting paid time off on weekends. Which factory offers paid leave on weekends? All right, if no one is adhering to the rules, let an oppose. Let's play it this way. Our factory is not only raising wages this year, but also providing a month's worth of year-end bonuses. Remarkably, many factories have indeed thrived through these tactics. Whether or not their products sold remains to be seen, but serendipitously, their live streaming sessions have gained substantial popularity. Take the Friendship Daily Chemicals factory, for instance. Due to He Xiaokai's initiative to implement double overtime pay and subsequently revealing the pay scale that boasted an average salary exceeding 12,000 yuan, the factory gained immense traction. Wow, an average salary of 12,000? Step aside. I'm going to work overtime until Friendship Daily Chemicals goes bankrupt. Goodness. The factory wages exceed those of a white-collar graduate? Jealous? Just look at how many hours those workers put in daily. Can you compare that to sitting at a desk typing away? Exactly, they earn their keep through hard work, and the boss pays well. So employees are eager to give their all. Following this burst of interest, the Friendship Daily Chemicals Douyin followers surpassed 500,000. Thus, employee interests were safeguarded, work efficiency enhanced, factory output increased, and netizens enjoyed the spectacle. The implementation of transparent production created a truly win-win situation. Though the results appeared promising in recent days, the dark circles under He Songzhou's eyes had become increasingly conspicuous. He was troubled. According to the stipulations agreed upon during the signing of the rice standard, all daily chemicals factories, having achieved transparent production, were required to accelerate production and stockpiling. They needed to conduct their first online sales by December 31st, New Year's Day. Since the Friendship Daily Chemicals factory was the first to embrace transparent production and had the fastest progress, spurred on by his son He Xiaokai, He Songzhou made the bold decision to mortgage the factory to the bank for nearly 60 million yuan. This substantial sum was entirely allocated for purchasing raw materials for stockpiling. To date, Friendship Daily Chemicals had filled entire warehouses with products valued at over 50 million yuan. And today, on New Year's Day, was the day they were set to commence online sales. Should they fail, the factory would be mortgaged to the bank, rendering Friendship Daily Chemicals a relic of the past. Should they succeed, the factory would soar to new heights, reclaiming its former glory. Success or failure hinged on this singular moment, relying on whether netizens would embrace the rice standard. at 7 o'clock in the evening, with an hour left until the broadcast. He Tsongzhou arrived early at the transformed live streaming studio in his office, watching his son He Shaokai adjust the live streaming equipment. Shaokai, I regret listening to you and taking out a bank loan. Look at where we are now, with no turning back. What if our products don't sell? Well, we do. Without looking up while adjusting the computer, He Shaokai replied, Dad, put your mind at ease. Don and Appos, do you trust me? Don't you trust Mr. Su? He Tsongzhou did trust Su Bai, yet with tens of millions worth of products stacked in the warehouse, he still felt a sense of uncertainty. He was not alone in this uncertainty. The owners of over 2,000 manufacturers who joined the rice standard were experiencing similar anxiety. Their hearts racing as if they were preparing for an important examination. Tonight was pivotal, not only for whether the daily chemicals industry in Longhua could turn the tide, but also for whether the giant Wanjiai could continue to assert its dominance in the market and whether Su Bai's proposed rice standard would gain public acceptance. Even other industries were silently keeping tabs on this event. The emergence of the rice standard signified more than just a transformation within the daily chemicals sector. If successful, it would pave a new path for all industries. On a smaller scale, it would impact the daily lives of citizens in terms of their essential goods. On a grander scale, it would bear significance for the future of all private enterprises in Longhua. Chapter 033, If All Else Fails. Just hang yourself up on the link. It was now 7:50 in the evening. In a cozy home in a mountainous city, a family of 6 was not gathered in the living room watching television as usual. Instead, under the hostess's summons, they all took their seats around the dining table to convene a family meeting. The 30-something hostess, a high school teacher, adopted her customary methodical approach to set the tone for the meeting right from the start. Dear family, she began, today's meeting will determine our living expenses for the next few months. As the saying goes, one does not truly understand the value of firewood until they manage the household. Our family has always adhered to the principle that while spending is necessary, thriftiness is equally important. Today presents us with a splendid opportunity to save significantly. At this moment, the grandparents, the children's father, and the 2 children were all sitting upright, each equipped with a smartphone, ready for action. The hostess then began distributing pre-printed A4 sheets, assigning tasks as she went along. Mom and Dad, you 2 are responsible for visiting these several live streaming rooms of daily chemical manufacturers to grab the items on my list, including soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, hand soap, and disinfectant. As for you, dear husband, your task is the most substantial. You will handle the household supplies, toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, lip balm, floor wax, shoe polish, and mouthwash. And my precious children, your duties include mosquito repellent, floral water, masks, and toothpaste. Once all tasks were assigned, the husband curiously inquired about the hostess's own responsibilities, which had not been mentioned. And what about you? In response, she shook the thick stack of A4 sheets in her hand. As for me, naturally, I shall take charge of the most vital items, cosmetics. As a middle-class family, her annual expenditure on cosmetics amounted to several thousand, if not tens of thousands. If all went well tonight, she could save a 4-digit sum solely on cosmetics, provided she could outbid others successfully. Having learned from her previous experience of missing out on rice and sanitary napkins during the last live stream, the hostess had devised a more strategic approach this time. She was sending the entire family out to execute a coordinated attack, aiming to tackle various items simultaneously. Their family motto was clear: what is seized is what is earned. At the same time, countless families across the nation were engaged in similar preparations. Ever since the announcement of the rice standard, many had been eagerly awaiting this day. The transparency in production had already assured that these products met the rice standard, guaranteeing both quality and safety. Now, only one question lingered. Would these manufacturers adhere to the promised low-profit strategy? How much would the eyebrow pencil, originally priced at 79 yuan but costing only a few yuan to produce, actually sell for? Would the daily chemical products be able to achieve a model of low prices and high sales? As the hour approached, the answer would soon be revealed. At precisely 8 o'clock, over 300 daily chemical manufacturers commenced their live broadcasts. Many smaller manufacturers, with limited product offerings and lacking the capacity to generate excitement on their own, chose to band together for joint live selling. Among the highly anticipated participants was Jiangnan Daily Chemical. As soon as the broadcast began, over 100,000 viewers flooded into the live stream, and the numbers continued to surge. The reason for this frenzy lay in the eyebrow pencil incident from the previous month, which involved the very manufacturer, Jiangnan Daily Chemical. According to media reports following the event, the involved host had procured goods from Jiangnan Daily Chemical for less than 2 yuan, then rebranded them with the Wanjiai label, turning a mere 2 yuan product into a selling price of 79 yuan in the live stream. Although this incident had occurred over a month ago, many netizens had not forgotten and flocked to Jiangnan Daily Chemical's live stream out of curiosity. They wondered how much Jiangnan's eyebrow pencil would cost now that it had adopted the rice standard. Would it continue to exploit consumers? Or would it genuinely reflect a fair pricing strategy as promised? As soon as the broadcast commenced, the comments section erupted. Stop rambling. Just show us the eyebrow pencil and tell us the price. I bet it will be between 10 to 15 yuan. If you can manage that price, I'll consider you conscientious. Come on, the bidding has started. Make your bets, and once you buy, that's it. In Jiangnan Daily Chemical's live stream, there was no professional host. Instead, the granddaughter of the owner, still in university, took the stage. Presumably, it was her first time live selling, and she was exceedingly nervous. When she saw the viewers inquiring about the eyebrow pencil price, she completely forgot to build suspense and began searching through the product catalog. The eyebrow pencil? Wait a moment. Let me see. Our eyebrow pencil is priced at 2 yuan 70 cents each. She feared she might have misread the price or that the audience might not have heard her clearly, so she reiterated, yes, it is indeed 2 yuan 70 cents each. When the audience heard that the price was less than 3 yuan, the chat erupted in disbelief. What? 2 yuan 70? The same pencil that was 79 yuan, and you're selling it for 2 yuan 70? What's going on here? Not just a little off, but 7 dimes? Even the price exudes a sense of fairness. Enough talk, I'm buying. Hurry up and get the link up. With the viewers clamoring and the young girl's bewildering actions, Jiangnan Daily Chemical and Oppo's live stream achieved a resounding success. Nearly all products were snatched up the moment the links went live, leaving many disappointed viewers banging their knees in frustration. This scenario unfolded in every live stream room. Toilet paper that originally cost over 2 yuan, you're selling for 80 cents? Clear the way for me. I'm stocking up today. Are you really selling laundry detergent for 20 yuan when it was originally priced at 79? Hurry, get the link up. I'll buy a year's worth. For yuan for mosquito repellent that usually costs 16? Even in winter, I'm buying. If the prices of everyday necessities caused the public to exclaim in astonishment, the prices of high-end cosmetics sent a wave of frenzy among women across the nation. This lipstick was over 300 last month, and now you're selling it for less than that? I'm buying it. A bottle of perfume that usually costs over 1,000, and you dare sell it for just over 90? The packaging might be ugly, but that just means the cost was all in the ingredients. I expected a discount of 70 or 80%, but you're practically giving it away? This is practically forcing me to spend money. As the Friendship Daily Chemical, focused on skincare products, took center stage, the frenzy among female consumers became palpable. Host He Shaokai found himself in a whirlwind of activity. Every time he announced a product's price, it would be sold out almost instantly. Under the mounting impatience and urgings of female viewers, He Shaokai's planned live stream rhythm was completely thrown off course. He could only function like a robot, continuously announcing prices and links, only to be met with rapid sales. Wait, it's gone again? Seriously, do you all need this much? How could you possibly use it all? Seeing yet another product vanish in an instant, He Shaokai was left bewildered. You don't need to worry about whether we can use it all. Just move on to the next product. What is next? Were there any more of that moisturizer? I didn't manage to grab it. Please bring out another batch. And what about your essence? There were only over 20,000 bottles. It was impossible to get any. Faced with the relentless pressure from the female viewers, He Shaokai hurriedly checked what the next product was. However, upon seeing the evening's product list, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was all gone. Not a single item remained. The crux of the matter lies in the group of ravenous female netizens in the live stream, many of whom have failed to secure their desired items, relentlessly urging him to provide the link. The atmosphere is charged with an unmistakable sense of urgency. as if a tempest is brewing should they not succeed this evening. However, with tens of millions worth of goods already snatched away by them, the prospect of sharing a link appears daunting. Desperation etched on He Xiaokai's face. He swiftly turned to gaze at He Tsongzhou, who stood behind the camera, his eyes silently pleading a question. "Father, is there any stock left?" Unable to bear the sight of his son's desperate plea, He Tsongzhou averted his gaze. "Son," he murmured, "if it truly comes to that, perhaps you should consider linking yourself." Chapter 34. The scandal that shook the internet on January 1st of the national calendar. The festive spirit of the holiday season enveloped the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. With the spring festival approaching, many citizens flocked to supermarkets to purchase their New Year goods. Amidst the familiar strains of congratulations and prosperity, the supermarkets were bustling with shoppers eager to seize bargains. However, the personal care products section was eerily deserted, with scant customers. Yuan, having invested 2 to 3 decades in establishing an extensive offline retail network in the Dragon Kingdom, witnessed its collapse overnight. Despite relentless markdowns and promotional campaigns, products remained unsold. This dismal trend extended to Yuan's online platforms, which also faced a surge in return orders. As the adage goes, when the walls crumble, everyone pushes. In the bustling metropolis, at Yuan's Asia-Pacific headquarters, the Human Resources Office was teeming with employees early in the morning, all seeking to submit their resignation letters. The previous night's celebration at the Douyin Personal Care Manufacturers Carnival had generated a staggering transaction volume of 120 billion within just 2 hours. It was evident to all that Yuan had been defeated. The vast market it had cultivated over decades crumbled under the assault of Su Bai and local competitors in less than 2 hours, leaving only remnants of its former glory. Exiting the Dragon Kingdom market was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, at the international airport in the metropolis, a large aircraft bound for Europe took off with a roar. Wearing sunglasses, Jiang Lili gazed out of the window at the familiar urban landscape below. As the head of the Asia-Pacific region, she was urgently summoned back to headquarters for a debriefing following the series of events. This woman, a native of the Dragon Kingdom who had exploited her compatriots, still clung to her ambitions. She fantasized about restructuring the cosmetics business with Japan and South Korea, strategically distancing herself from the mid to low-end product lines in the Dragon Kingdom to re-enter the market. Little did she know, her return to headquarters was not merely a routine debriefing. Merely 12 hours later, upon her arrival in Europe, as she prepared to unwind at a bar after checking into her hotel, she was violently mugged by 2 thugs in a secluded street, suffering multiple stab wounds. When the ambulance arrived, she was pronounced dead on the scene. Tragically, even in death, Jiang Lili went unnoticed, her demise unreported even in local news. As the writer Mai Jia articulated in Life's vast ocean, a speck of dust from an era can feel like a mountain upon each individual. Jiang Lili's untimely death did not bring a conclusive end to the rice standard incident. Upon learning that the manufacturers who joined the rice standard achieved a staggering transaction volume exceeding 100 billion in just 2 hours, other industries in the Dragon Kingdom became restless. They hastily emulated Su Bai, forming various standards in an attempt to replicate the success of the rice standard and revive the festive atmosphere of New Year's Eve. However, it soon became clear that they lacked not only standards, but also a powerful leader like Su Bai. The introduction of transparent factories was met with significant resistance from various industry manufacturers. The establishment of such factories would eliminate the possibility of product manipulation and the exploitation of workers, a concept many manufacturers found unacceptable. Moreover, the low-profit marketing strategy, which allowed for a mere 20% profit margin, undeniably diminished the interests of many larger enterprises. In light of the opposition from major manufacturers, the implementation of any standards became impossible. This matter dragged on for several months, but ultimately fizzled out without any resolution. It can be said that the collective resurgence of the personal care industry hinged upon Su Bai, as well as the repeated assistance from Yuan and Jiang Lili. Lacking substantial external threats, the manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom were, in essence, a disorganized mass, each fighting their own battles. Let us rewind time to the days following New Year's. The festive night orchestrated by Su Bai, with the Spring Festival approaching, began to lose its fervor. The internet operates in such a manner that it cannot allow Douyin to remain the sole focus for too long. The Dragon Kingdom is vast, teeming with talented individuals, and fresh news emerges daily. As the saying goes, there are monthly headlines, with an abundance surfacing towards year-end. As the year drew to a close, various scandals erupted online, akin to a competition. First, a fireworks vendor's mismanagement led to a significant fire, igniting nationwide debate on whether fireworks should be banned during the Spring Festival. Subsequently, a popular internet celebrity's overseas gambling debt surfaced, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of their public persona. By the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with less than 10 days until the Spring Festival, a major scandal erupted across the internet. The incident stemmed from hundreds of employees at a well-known streaming company, Douyin Media, staging a protest for unpaid wages at the company headquarters, causing a public uproar. Following this, an anonymous source leaked a series of lifestyle photos of the company's CEO, Zhao Fengquan, a 37-year-old billionaire. The images revealed that Zhao owned 2 private jets, a yacht, and dozens of luxury cars, and was rumored to be involved with several renowned actresses. The involvement of these celebrities propelled the scandal to new heights, unveiling an array of Zhao's extravagant behaviors. According to the leaks, Zhao only consumed imported fruits, entirely shunning domestic varieties. He exclusively drank Penfolds 407 red wine, Feitian Baijiu, and Hung Tai spring water. Dining required the presence of 3 bodyguards nearby, and his convoy never consisted of fewer than 5 vehicles, with no less than 15 bodyguards accompanying him. Screenshots of conversations disclosed that the cost of one of Zhao's dinners amounted to an astonishing 230,000 yuan, with all leftover gourmet ingredients discarded. This sum exceeded the annual salary of the majority of citizens, yet for Zhao, it was merely the cost of a meal. As the scandal continued to gain traction, it ignited widespread discussion online. I work 9 to 6 every day, exhausted like a grandson, and my dinner costs 23 yuan, while the big boss spends enough for me to eat for a lifetime. Indeed, the wealthy are born to be exploited and drained. Truly, poverty restricts our imagination. The happiness of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Let it be said, it is not that the common folk harbor a hatred for the wealthy. Your ability to earn and spend is commendable. What the populace truly detests is the lack of compassion among the affluent. When you spend 230,000 yuan on a meal while withholding your employees and oppos wages for months, forcing them to scrape by without money to return home for the new year, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have only recently begun to enjoy a decent meal. Can you afford to waste a lavish dinner by throwing away leftovers? Social resources are finite. Your excessive consumption means others must go without. As public outrage intensified, the societal impact of this incident became increasingly dire, leading to the exposure of various other entrepreneurs' extravagant lifestyles. The internet was inundated with complaints and condemnation. As the situation escalated, even the authorities began to take notice, recognizing that the negative image of domestic entrepreneurs could lead to catastrophic consequences if allowed to persist. Much like a classroom where an increasing number of underperforming students necessitates the establishment of a model student to set a positive example and guide the class's transformation, the authorities sought a prominent entrepreneur to serve as a role model. However, after extensive searching, no suitable candidate could be found. Amidst the officials' distress over the situation, a name from the list of 10 exemplary entrepreneurs submitted by various regions caught their attention. Chapter 35. Are you a CEO here to haul goods? January 20th, the 21st day of the 12th lunar month. As the new year approaches, the Rice Technology Park in Rongqing is bustling with activity. In his office, Douyin reviews the business reports for the year on his computer. The flagship Rice mobile phone continues to dominate the market in Longhua, generating hundreds of billions in profits annually for Rice Technology. The expansion of the Rice sanitary napkin factory has been completed, and it is expected to operate at full capacity by next spring, ensuring the needs of women across the nation and yielding over 60 billion in profits for Rice Technology. Furthermore, there is the Rice Standard Alliance. Indeed, following the signing of the Rice Standards Agreement, a plethora of daily chemical manufacturers established the Rice Standard Alliance, which now boasts more than 2,400 participating firms. This alliance contributes hundreds of billions in profits to rice technology each year. As of now, Douyin and Apple's total assets have reached 215.7 billion. Since Rice Technology is not a publicly traded company, it is not obligated to disclose financial statements, leading to inaccurate estimations of Douyin's wealth on various billionaire lists. Many lists still estimate his fortune to be around 170 billion, which implies that his true wealth has indeed entered the top 10 of Longwa's billionaire rankings, securing the 9th position. Of course, this is contingent upon Rice Technology remaining privately held. Should it go public, Douyin would undoubtedly become the richest person in the world. Beyond wealth, Douyin values his Douyin presence the most. After all, his rise to the top 10 in the domestic arena within just a few years is largely attributed to the support from Douyin fans. Their feedback and suggestions have significantly shaped the current scale of Rice Technology. Coincidentally, as Douyin's total assets reached 215.7 billion, his Douyin followers also surged to 22.87 million, a remarkably close figure. However, when compared to his wealth, the number of Douyin followers seems rather insignificant. Despite having over 20 million fans, Douyin ranks only 67th on the Douyin followers leaderboard. If he were to console himself, he might note that among billionaires, he boasts the highest number of fans. And among Douyin influencers, he has the highest net worth. In summary, Douyin, male, 28 years old, assets of 215.7 billion, 9th on Longwa's billionaire list. Douyin followers at 22.87 million, 67th on the Douyin followers chart, currently single. This is the report card Douyin has presented for the year. His modest goal for the upcoming year is to aspire to become Longwa's richest person and to surpass 50 million Douyin followers. Just as Douyin closed his computer, his secretary, Xiao Lu, entered, her face alight with excitement. Mr. Douyin, the security reported that 5 more large trucks have arrived, asking if we want to let them in. Hearing this, Douyin rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Have we identified the manufacturers of the previous trucks? Yes, there are products from Friendship Daily Chemicals, Jiang and Daily Chemicals, and dozens of others, Xiao Lu replied. Douyin acknowledged, aware that since a few days ago, large trucks had been arriving at the Rice Technology Park to deliver goods. It seemed the truck drivers had been bribed to simply drop off the cargo without further inquiries. It was evident that these daily chemical manufacturers, anticipating the new year, were sending their holiday gifts to Rice Technology. Xiao Lu confirmed through the packaging that indeed, these trucks were laden not only with daily necessities, but also with various festive goods, so numerous that the administrative department had spent 2 full days cataloging them. Let them in to unload. After all, they have gone through the trouble of delivering. We can't refuse. As usual, send a thank you letter in the name of the group and plan to reciprocate with products of equal value next year. Noticing that Xiao Lu lingered, Douyin looked up. Is there anything else? With a grin, Xiao Lu, holding a tablet, replied, Mr. Douyin, are you free? Now that we've finished the busy work, we need to ensure everything is settled before the holiday. Our administrative department has been searching through all the groups and managed to gather just over 10 people to unload. If you're not busy, it would be great if you could help. Goodness, first I was live streaming to sell sanitary napkins, and now you want me to help unload? Douyin thought, but since Xiao Lu had the audacity to suggest it, it implied he had done similar tasks before. All right, Xiao Lu, you've made quite the progress by recruiting from the boss's office. As he spoke, Douyin shut down his computer and stood up, realizing he felt somewhat aggrieved. Why should he, as the owner, be subjected to such labor? Send out a notice in my name. All department heads and above are to assist with unloading. If I have to weather the rain, no one else gets to use an umbrella. Before long, nearly 100 individuals gathered at the warehouse entrance of the Rice Technology Park. Whether they were heads of the marketing department or the impeccably dressed public relations officer, Huang Lin, or even Sun Jing, who hurried over from the sanitary napkin factory, none of the high-ranking executives managed to escape the task. As they rolled up their sleeves and unloaded the goods from the towering trucks, they exchanged banter. When I applied to Rice Technology, I certainly didn't expect to be doing manual labor at year-end. You didn't know? Every year, when the company distributes holiday gifts, it's Mr. Su who rounds us up to unload. It's the same story every year. No one can escape. Don't get me started. These daily chemical manufacturers send way too much. This is already the third batch, and my arms are about to give out. I actually feel quite good about this. At least our boss is hands-on, unlike other CEOs. You can go an entire year without seeing them, let alone working alongside them. While the mid-level management unloaded goods, several truck drivers stood by, chatting and smoking. Given Rice Technology's stellar reputation in Longwa, it was their first visit to the industrial park, and naturally, their conversation revolved around the company. I must say, this Su Bai is quite the character. He is not even 30 and has built such an enterprise. Oh, don't get me started. Ever since that Rice standard was established, my wife can't stop praising him. Not only that, but she often compares me to him, making me feel inadequate. I wonder if we might run into Mr. Su. It would be amazing to get his autograph and a photo. That would make this trip worthwhile. Dream on. Do you think a billionaire like him would just be walking around? Haven't you seen online that these big bosses are always accompanied by bodyguards and travel in private jets or luxury cars? What makes you think you could meet him, let alone get an autograph? As they chatted, a keen-eyed, bearded driver suddenly spotted a familiar, busy figure in the truck. Peering intently, he quickly nudged his companion. Hey, look over there. Is that Su Bai? At his words, everyone turned in unison, and upon recognizing Su Bai rolling up his sleeves to help unload, they all dropped their jaws in disbelief. What happened to the private jets and luxury cars? Where are the bodyguards? Here you are, a billionaire CEO, and you're hauling goods? Amidst the collective astonishment of the chauffeurs at Su Bai and Oppo's actions, a scene unfolded thousands of kilometers away in the capital. Within Studio 6 of a national television station, the familiar cadence of Xiao Wu, a celebrated host renowned for his affable and humorous style, signaled the program's conclusion. As the credits rolled, Xiao Wu engaged in light-hearted banter with the crew, his amiable nature evident in his interactions with colleagues from all echelons of the broadcasting institution. Xiao Wu's popularity stemmed not only from his professional acumen, but also from his impeccable character. His decision to relinquish his customary role as a spring festival gala host to provide opportunities for emerging talent exemplified his selflessness. Such magnanimity was a rarity, further solidifying Xiao Wu's esteemed position within the television station. During a convivial exchange with the staff, the entrance of Li Chengyuan, a distinguished producer celebrated for his acclaimed documentaries, such as A Century of the Dragon Kingdom and The Great Rivers and Mountains, and particularly A Bite of the Dragon Kingdom. A culinary phenomenon caused a stir. Li Chengyuan's presence, infrequent yet indicative of significant developments, ignited speculation among the crew. Was the station embarking on a new venture? Was Li Chengyuan at the helm of another grand production? And why was he seeking out Xiao Wu? Was the host about to be offered a prestigious role? Xiao Wu's heart quickened at the sight of Li Chengyuan. Participation in a Li Chengyuan production was a coveted opportunity. Could this be a reward for his spring festival gala concession? Li Chengyuan, a pragmatist known for his directness, eschewed pleasantries and led Xiao Wu to a secluded corner. With an unyielding expression, he disclosed the station's latest assignment, a documentary-style interview program for which he desired Xiao Wu as the host. An interview program? Who is the subject? Xiao Wu inquired. Li Chengyuan, after ensuring their privacy, whispered Su Bai of Great Rice Technology. Su Bai, whose meteoric rise had captivated the internet, was a household name, even among users of Great Rice phones like Xiao Wu himself. Li Chengyuan elucidated that the interview was precipitated by the controversy surrounding Zhao Fengquan, the head of Ninewood Media, whose reprehensible behavior had tarnished the image of entrepreneurs. The public sentiment had soured, leading to a generalized distrust of the wealthy. In response, the authorities sought to spotlight a positive role model, and Su Bai was chosen as the exemplar, aligning with the promotion of Su Bai for the 10 Outstanding Entrepreneurs Award. Xiao Wu felt the weight of the task. This was not merely a program, but a political undertaking. The objective was to portray Su Bai as a paragon of a people's entrepreneur, yet the challenge lay in reconciling his billionaire status with the common touch. Su Bai's lifestyle, complete with private jets and extravagant expenses, seemed at odds with the desired image. While his products were commendable, his public persona might not resonate with the masses. Xiao Wu lamented the daunting task of capturing a genuine portrayal of Su Bai's life. The challenge was immense, and the prospect of failure loomed large. Li Chengyuan, equally burdened, shared a sliver of consolation. Su Bai, unlike his peers, did not possess a private jet. Xiao Wu responded with a wry smile, acknowledging the diminished standards for virtue among the elite. With a tight deadline, Li Chengyuan and Xiao Wu embarked on a flight to Rome City with their team. The program, aptly titled People's Entrepreneur, was slated to air before the Spring Festival. On the eve of Great Rice Technologies' holiday recess, the campus buzzed with anticipation. Even Su Bai was preparing for his homecoming. Despite his wealth and success, Su Bai remained grounded, committed to celebrating the new year with his family. As Su Bai attended to his responsibilities, his personal phone rang. The caller ID read, Su Xiaochang. Director, I truly dislike social events. Please, grant me leave to return home for the new year, Su Bai pleaded. He assumed the call was from Rome City officials seeking his presence at various business gatherings. However, Su Bai had consistently declined such invitations. Among the myriad of business owners in the Dragon Country, Su Bai is arguably the least inclined to partake in social engagements. Upon hearing Su Bai's grievances, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the line couldn't help but chuckle. Come now, am I not familiar with your temperament? Over the years, how many times have I managed to coax you into attending such gatherings? On to more pressing matters. I have just received news that the national television station intends to feature you in a documentary interview. They have taken the initiative without prior consultation, and the crew is already en route. I must give you a heads up. This is a directive from the capital aimed at establishing you as a model entrepreneur, as well as generating momentum for next year's Top 10 Entrepreneurs Award. Upon learning that it was a program interview, Su Bai felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Those who know him well are aware that he has never participated in any television program, not even local shows in Rongqing. Boss, can I decline at this point? He inquired. Guess what? Don't worry, I've gathered some information. It's merely a documentary-style interview, and the production team won't impose any strenuous demands on you. You can celebrate the new year at home as you wish. They will simply send a few cameramen to follow you around for filming. They will handle the editing themselves afterward. After hanging up, Su Bai sat in his office, utterly speechless. His parents were eagerly hoping he would bring home a girlfriend for the festivities, instead of a romantic partner. He was now set to return home with a film crew for the New Year celebrations. Chapter 037. Do you see that ordinary person ahead? Doesn't he resemble Mr. Su? In the realm of real estate agencies in Rongqing, when affluent clients appear, they invariably encounter a community known as Lushan International. Since its inception in 2006, it has established itself as a benchmark for villas in the central and western regions, earning accolade from mainstream media as the most influential international community in the Dragon Kingdom. The property prices here are not extraordinarily high, with the most expensive villa barely reaching 300 million yuan, a figure that pales in comparison nationwide. Its fame stems from the vastness of the Lushan International community, sprawling over an astonishing 5,000 acres, meticulously designed in the style of classical European towns. Such grand designs are virtually unattainable in the densely populated metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. This exclusivity renders Lushan International a unique entity in a city with a population exceeding 10 million. Thus, even the renowned host Xiao Wu from the capital, who has encountered countless opulent residences due to his profession, found himself astounded by the grandeur of this European-style town upon his arrival with the production team. Mr. Li, are you certain we can establish the image of this people's entrepreneur? Xiao Wu's tone was thick with uncertainty. They had discussed this on the flight. The essence of a people and oppos. S-entrepreneur lies in the first two characters, people. In essence, it signifies a connection to the masses, a commitment to social responsibility in the capacity of an entrepreneur. To put it in less precise terms, a people's entrepreneur must first be a person of the people before assuming the role of an entrepreneur, in which common individual resides in such a luxurious villa community. At this moment, producer Li Chengyuan grappled with his own doubts. He recognized the challenges of this task, but had not anticipated its magnitude. Nevertheless, as a producer, he knew he must not let his concern show. Despite the difficulties, the work must continue. If the conditions are lacking, one must create them. Fear not. Solutions will naturally present themselves when the time comes. Meanwhile, deep within the Lushan international community, Su Bai was packing his belongings in a European-style villa known as Red Cedar Valley No. 7 when he received a message from the villa steward. "Mr. Su, your guests have arrived and just entered Gate 1. They are expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. In such a vast community, it takes over 10 minutes to drive to the entrance, and even a simple stroll can lead to getting lost." "Understood. Thank you." After securing his phone, Su Bai made his way to the lawn outside, patiently awaiting the arrival of the production team. Neighbors walking their dogs or driving by often pause to greet him. The entirety of Lushan International comprises several subcommunities, each with distinct styles. It is said that in the past 2 years, due to Su Bai's rising status and fame, the property values in the Red Cedar Valley area have soared significantly. Many affluent individuals from the central and western regions aspire to be his neighbors, believing that conversing with him during casual walks might yield insights into economic trends and industry directions, potentially leading to lucrative opportunities. This was part of the reason Su Bai chose to reside in Lushan International. His daily life was frequently interrupted by individuals seeking his attention, particularly numerous startups desperately seeking investment. They would relentlessly pursue him with piles of business proposals, a tiresome endeavor. Within Lushan International, from Red Cedar Valley to Gate 1, there are 3 security checkpoints. Unless permitted by the owner, outsiders cannot gain entry, effectively alleviating this nuisance for Su Bai. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might still be living in his previous modest apartment. 10 minutes later, a Buick GL8, dubbed the Road Lightning, appeared at the end of the road, adorned with the emblem of the national television station, presumably the guests he had been awaiting. Upon noticing Su Bai, clad in a white down jacket, waved his hand to signal his location. Simultaneously, within the GL8, the production team of People's Entrepreneur had streamlined their configuration to minimize disruption to Su Bai's private life. The team consisted solely of producer Li Chengyuan, host Xiao Wu, a cameraman, and a driver, a total of 4 individuals. At that moment, Li Chengyuan was advising the cameraman. The footage should feel grounded. Avoid capturing too many high-end or luxurious elements, such as bodyguards, assistants, or luxury cars. If possible, refrain from filming them. We aim to portray Mr. Su's entrepreneurial image as understated, akin to that of an ordinary person. Even as he spoke, Li Chengyuan felt a lack of confidence in his own words. Capturing the essence of a billionaire CEO as an ordinary person seemed an insurmountable challenge for the cameraman. Just as he contemplated offering encouragement to the cameraman to alleviate any pressure, Xiao Wu, seated beside him, caught sight of a figure waving by the roadside through the front windshield. Leaning forward, he confirmed the individual was indeed signaling to their group and promptly nudged Li Chengyuan with his elbow. "Mr. Li, look at that ordinary person ahead. Doesn't he resemble Mr. Su?" The pleasantries exchanged upon meeting were omitted. However, it is noteworthy that as Li Chengyuan shook hands with Su Bai, he expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your cooperation." Surprised, Su Bai responded, "Cooperation?" Li Chengyuan paused, surveying the surroundings. "Didn't you send away your bodyguards and assistants to facilitate our filming?" Even Xiao Wu, who had encountered a few entrepreneurs, nodded in agreement. It was rare to see a billionaire without at least an assistant in tow. The notion of a billionaire greeting guests alone at the roadside was almost unfathomable. With a smile, Su Bai released Li Chengyuan's hand. "You might have misunderstood. I typically go about alone, without bodyguards or assistants. I do have a secretary, but she's on holiday visiting family for the new year. She only reappears when I'm sending out red envelopes in our group chat during the festivities." Hearing this, both Li Chengyuan and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, and even the cameraman adjusting his equipment couldn't help but glance at Su Bai in disbelief. "You, a billionaire, live alone? Who would believe that?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "With your wealth, aren't you worried about encountering a villain with a sack, like in the movies?" Admittedly, Xiao Wu's demeanor shifted to a more humorous one, reminiscent of his television persona, once he shed his suit. Su Bai held a favorable impression of Xiao Wu, which made him less averse to this interview. "You just mentioned movies. In real life, as long as I don't travel abroad, I generally don't worry about safety." This was indeed true. One could criticize various aspects of the Dragon Kingdom, But if one claimed its public safety was poor, it would be challenging to find a safer place globally. As humorously noted in a comedy show, the primary role of bodyguards in the Dragon Kingdom is not to ensure safety, but to shield celebrities from their fans. And what about an assistant? Surely you must have one? What do I need an assistant for? To fetch coffee or to manage arrivals and departures? I can handle all of that myself and save on salary. His remark left the well-known television host Xiao Wu utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan approached the cameraman. Observing the exchange between Xiao Wu and Su Bai while inquiring, "Did you capture that?" "Huh? Didn't you say to wait for your cue before filming?" Li Qingyuan felt an overwhelming urge to smack the cameraman on the head. A billionaire without bodyguards or assistants, combined with Su Bai and Oppos, as earlier comments, could easily be edited into a compelling segment. Such splendid material, and you dare to tell me that you did not capture it? Chapter 038. This billionaire CEO is quite unusual as a guest from afar. It was only fitting for the program crew to visit his home. However, this time the photographer had learned his lesson, faithfully trailing behind Xiao Wu and Su Bai with the camera rolling. Initially, Xiao Wu presumed that Su Bai would boast about his villa, just as he had witnessed many celebrities and entrepreneurs do, who often feign modesty while subtly flaunting their possessions. They would proudly present their multi-million or even billion-dollar antiques, or speak of their imported, limited edition carpets. Even the chopsticks they use for dining could be accompanied by a tale. Yet, the narrative shifted dramatically with Su Bai. "This house is not ideal," he remarked. "If one seeks comfort, a flat is preferable. Villas come with 3 nuisances: mice, termites, and mosquitoes. Come summer, it's a relentless annoyance. And with a 2-story villa, forgetting something means countless trips up and down, which is quite the hassle. Moreover, an overly lush neighborhood is troublesome too. One often encounters snakes while strolling in summer." At first, Xiao Wu suspected that Su Bai was merely putting on airs, given his own expertise in pretense. However, as he listened further, he discerned that Su Bai was genuinely averse to living in a villa. Upon inquiry, he learned that Su Bai chose this place out of a desire to avoid disturbances. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan, who had been accompanying the photographer, nodded solemnly at this revelation. This segment could certainly find its way into the documentary. Even though Su Bai resided in a mansion worth tens of millions or even billions, he had his own struggles. This was not a case of extravagance. It was a matter of practicality. After a brief introduction to his villa, Su Bai announced his intention to return to his hometown. He had initially planned to leave the previous evening, but delayed his departure for the program crew. Now, he needed to hurry back for lunch. With the Lunar New Year approaching, friends and family were returning home, leaving him the last to arrive. Naturally, he wished to return sooner. The program crew, aware of his plans to celebrate the new year at home, would follow him throughout the journey. In a light-hearted manner, Xiao Wu, realizing Su Bai's down-to-earth nature, humorously volunteered to be Su Bai's assistant. "Since you lack an assistant, I shall take on that role from now on. Just let me know if you need anything, be it running errands or fetching coffee, and fret not about wages." Su Bai was taken aback. A host from a national television station acting as his assistant was quite unprecedented. Just as he was about to grab his packed luggage to load into the car, Xiao Wu swiftly took the suitcase, heading towards the entrance while inquiring, "Where's your driver, Su Bai?" With this question, everyone realized that Su Bai was alone, no bodyguard, no assistant, and certainly no driver. It was hard to believe that a billionaire CEO like Su Bai would lack even a driver. Seeing Su Bai's silence, Xiao Wu stood in disbelief. "Please don't tell me you drive yourself without a driver." In truth, it was unusual for anyone with a net worth in the billions to navigate the world without a driver. While other CEOs would have assistants open doors for them, Su Bai had to find a parking spot and back into it himself. Noticing Xiao Wu's exaggerated expression, Su Bai shrugged and confessed, "I actually don't have a driver." "So how do you manage during business trips and meetings?" Xiao Wu asked. "I take a ride-hailing service. The company reimburses it." In a bid to align with the photographer's angle, Xiao Wu reiterated, "You use a ride-hailing service for business trips?" Indeed, this revelation sent ripples of incredulity through the group, even causing the cameraman to turn to Li Qingyuan with a perplexed expression. "Li, this billionaire CEO is quite peculiar." Initially, there were concerns that Su Bai might appear too elite and disconnected. Yet, The footage revealed a stark contrast. He was anything but grounded. The idea of a billionaire CEO relying on ride-hailing services for business travel seemed surreal. Moments later, Su Bai led Xiao Wu and the crew to his garage. As the electric garage door ascended, revealing the vehicle of a billionaire CEO, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this your car?" Within the garage sat a black Audi A6. While it was considered a decent vehicle for the working class, this particular A6 was a 12-year-old model, likely valued at a mere $80,000 in the second-hand market. It was hard to fathom that a billionaire would drive a car worth so little. Indeed, even without a driver, one would expect a CEO of Su Bai's stature to possess a more luxurious vehicle. This choice was laden with implications of showmanship. Yet, Su Bai had his own reasons. As a man, who wouldn't he want to drive an extravagant car? Years ago, when his company, Douyin Technology, had just reached a valuation of $100 billion, he had splurged on a Panamera. However, fame comes with its burdens. In Chengdu, even the slightest action could spread like wildfire. At that time, in his 20s, Su Bai was a handsome billionaire and single, a catch that millions of women could not overlook. Thus, whenever he drove his Panamera, he found himself incessantly pursued, often by wealthy socialites, and even mothers hoping to set their daughters up with him. After a series of rear-end collisions, Su Bai realized that he needed a strategy to evade the attention. Ultimately, he resorted to driving his old A6, registered under the company S name, frequently changing its license plate to maintain a low profile. This A6, purchased with his first earnings during college, had been his steadfast companion through thick and thin. Su Bai resolved to keep the car as long as possible, regardless of any future inspections, choosing not to retire it just yet. Simply staying at home and creating a garage to accommodate oneself could be considered a form of peaceful retirement. After listening to Su Bai's account, Xiao Wu was finally able to ascertain that Su Bai was not merely putting on a show. At the same time, he was quite curious about what it felt like to be constantly pursued by beautiful women. Chapter 039. Hey, the old A6 is still an A6. On the expressway ramp leading out of Rongqing, a sleek black Audi A6 accelerated swiftly after aligning itself properly. The old A6 is indeed still an A6. Xiao Wu, who was momentarily taking on a role of Su Bai's chauffeur, sat behind the wheel, a smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, the photographer, positioned in the back of a GL8, seized this opportunity, allowing Su Bai to finally converse with Li Qingyuan about the purpose of the program. As the producer of the show, Li Qingyuan had little to conceal and candidly revealed that the impact caused by Zhao, the owner of Juma Media, had been excessively detrimental. The higher-ups intended to establish a typical example through him to rectify public perception. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement, indicating that this also served as a promotional effort for the selection of the top 10 entrepreneurs scheduled for early next year. The selection of the top 10 entrepreneurs in Longhua occurs every 3 years and, once endorsed officially, carries substantial weight. It is entirely reasonable to create hype for such a program in advance. Furthermore, the title of the program, People's Entrepreneurs, is quite intriguing. Su Bai, you should grasp its significance, right? Su Bai nodded slightly. The term People's Entrepreneurs clearly distinguishes them from capitalists in Western nations. This was evidently an intentional signal from the authorities, advising wealthy business magnates to maintain a low profile and adhere to propriety. Like the saying goes, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Without the support of the masses, one cannot prosper or enjoy the luxuries of wealth. Without such support, one could end up like Zhao, facing bankruptcy and imprisonment. It was unexpected that a simple documentary interview would encapsulate such profound meaning. At least it appears that the higher-ups have not erred in their judgment. Mr. Su, by all accounts, you truly embody the essence of a people's entrepreneur. As Li Qingyuan's flattery reached his ears, Su Bai chuckled. Is it merely because I lack bodyguards, assistants, and drive an older Model A6? Just that? The simplicity of the statement left Li Qingyuan speechless. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial detail is something many affluent individuals cannot achieve. It is commonly said that transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is a challenge. When one has the means to drive a luxury vehicle worth millions, how many would opt for a modest, unassuming old A6. Even Li Qingyuan himself could not do so. At the very least, we unanimously agree that Mr. Su, you are quite grounded. The core material for People's Entrepreneurs revolves around this groundedness, aiming to portray Su Bai as an entrepreneur emerging from the masses. From this perspective, Su Bai's lack of bodyguards and assistants, along with his choice of an old A6, epitomizes that groundedness. In fact, for the production team, it exceeded expectations. Upon hearing the term grounded, Su Bai beamed. Grounded? If you wish to capture something different, I might not be able to cooperate well, but if you seek to portray groundedness. As he spoke, Su Bai revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Then you have indeed come to the right place. Su Bai's hometown lies 200 kilometers from Rongqing, in Yicheng, known as the first city of the Yangtze River. For many years, Yicheng has competed with its brother city, Luzhou, for the title of Wine City. Until 2012, when the Longwu City Council unanimously approved Luzhou as the official wine city. Thus, the long-standing rivalry over the title came to a close. However, having lost the title, Yicheng took the opportunity to reflect and focus on development. And indeed, in recent years, the city has achieved remarkable progress. Su Bai is acquainted with the current leadership in Yicheng, who previously managed investment promotion in Rongqing. After taking office, this leader has demonstrated exceptional prowess in attracting investments. Within just 2 months of assuming office, he approached Su Bai, emphasizing that Su Bai is a native entrepreneur of Yicheng, which he considered his hometown. He argued that a daughter, even after marrying into Rongqing, remains dear to her family. After persistent persuasion over a week, during which he visited Su Bai's office daily for tea and newspapers, Su Bai eventually agreed to establish a supporting factory for Douyin technology in Yicheng. This decision nearly led to a confrontation between Su Xiaochong and the Yicheng overseer in Su Bai's office. Initially, Su Bai merely wished to support the development of his hometown, recognizing that the costs of investing in a factory in Yicheng were significantly higher than in Rongqing. However, to his surprise, in just a few short years, this leader transformed the ancient city dramatically. Utilizing the prestige of Douyin technology, he proposed a technological innovation city strategy, attracting numerous high-tech enterprises. Moreover, he established a university town, bringing in as many as 18 universities to set up branches in Yicheng, resulting in a student population exceeding 100,000. Consequently, Yicheng's GDP has steadily risen, climbing from nearly 200th in the nation a decade ago to its current 82nd position. It has ascended from a 4th-tier city to a 3rd-tier city. On the expressway outskirts of Yicheng, Su Bai drove while introducing his hometown to Shaowu and Li Qingyuan. However, while others might highlight the attractions and culinary delights of their hometowns, Su Bai's narrative took a markedly different turn. He had invested significantly in supporting local development, a rarity where local leaders sought out entrepreneurs for investment. Although the photographer was absent, the astute Li Qingyuan nonetheless recorded this segment of dialogue. Supporting local development truly embodies the essence of a people's entrepreneur. In contrast to the serious-minded Li Qingyuan, Xiao was thoroughly enjoying himself. He too took out his phone, activating the video recording function. Hello, family and friends, this is Xiao Wu. I am currently en route to Yicheng. Why am I going to Yicheng? As you can see, I am sitting in the passenger seat. So the question arises, who is my driver? After building suspense, Xiao Wu turned the camera to reveal the driving Su Bai. Ding, ding, ding. This is my driver, the esteemed Su Bai of Douyin technology. After Su Bai smiled and greeted the camera, Xiao Wu switched the focus back to himself. Yes, you heard correctly, the billionaire entrepreneur Su is driving me. This treatment is something you will never experience. Coughing lightly, he added, Mr. Su, please drive steadily. I'm a bit prone to motion sickness, so take it easy. Su Bai responded smoothly, all right, Mr. Wu. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan, sitting alone in the back, observed Xiao Wu's increasingly outrageous antics with a darkening expression. With so many hosts available, how'd he ended up with someone so unreliable? Xiao Wu, still in high spirits, turned to Li Qingyuan and flashed a broad smile. Teacher Li, can I post this video in my family group? My dad is a die-hard fan of Qi Nanzheng Bei. Originally, Xiao Wu intended to mention that his wife was also a fan, having seen several Douyin sanitary napkins at home but he hesitated to voice it. At that moment, Li Yuan forced a smile. You guess. Chapter 040. That is not my dark past. But the path I have traversed, I Ching, is situated at the confluence of the Yangtze and Min rivers, nestled in a hilly region. Due to its topography, it cannot embrace the expansive radial city layout typical of flatland cities like Rongqing. Instead, it is divided into several smaller towns by the two rivers, reminiscent of a mountain city, interconnected by multiple grand bridges that stitch the entire area into a cohesive whole. As Subai introduced the area, he navigated his old A6 across the Yicheng Bridge, not veering into the city center, but heading southeast. It was only then that Xiao Wu, in the passenger seat, noticed that the navigation destination was not in Yicheng's urban district, but rather to a rather peculiar village. Dog village? Mr. Su, is this? Subai, driving with an open smile, replied, Indeed is my hometown. Upon hearing this personal detail about Subai's origins, Li Yuan, seated in the back, promptly turned off the camera. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu displayed his emotional intelligence. What a unique name. I reckon I shall never forget it. Subai activated his turn signal, deftly overtaking a sluggish vehicle, and then spoke in a calm tone. When I was a junior high school student in the countryside, around 13 or 14 years old, it was a particularly sensitive age. Whenever classmates mentioned their homes, I always remained silent. I felt that the name Dog Village was too rustic and embarrassing to share. When I attended high school in the county, I envied those whose families were well off, residing in certain neighborhoods or on particular streets. I often thought that one day, when I became wealthy, I would buy a house in a big city, change my household registration to the city, and become a dignified urbanite. At that moment, a vehicle behind signaled to overtake, prompting Subai to switch lanes to make way. Xiao Wu, having heard part of the story, was left intrigued. And then? Subai chuckled softly, one hand reaching for the glove compartment to retrieve his driver's license, which he handed to Xiao Wu. This prompted even Li Yuan in the back to lean forward, curious to catch a glimpse. The address on Subai's driver's license read, Shu Province, Yicheng City, Dog Village. Upon seeing this address, both Xiao Wu and Li Yuan were left dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the billionaire CEO Subai had his household registration in his hometown? Their expressions were not exaggerated. Many affluent individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, including celebrities, have changed not just their household registrations, but even their nationalities. When they learned that Subai planned to return to Yicheng for the new year, they assumed his family must reside in the urban district, as even the most expensive community there would be within his means to purchase entirely. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Not only did Subai not own a home in Yicheng, but his registered birthplace was still that dog village he had longed to escape from during high school, the very place he had found difficult to mention in his youth. Realizing this, Xiao Wu, as the program host, was determined not to let the moment grow stale. After placing Subai's driver's license back in the glove compartment, he asked with a serious expression, I am quite curious. What led to such a profound transformation from your reluctance to speak of your roots during your school days to your current ease when mentioning your hometown? Li Yuan, seated behind, contemplated switching on the camera to capture this exchange. The tale of a billionaire and dog village was a story too compelling to omit from the documentary. For a producer of his caliber, the thought of missing such a narrative was unbearable. Subai, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of Li Yuan's inner turmoil as he checked the rearview mirror for oncoming vehicles and responded lightly to Xiao Wu's inquiry. Because I later realized, that is not my dark past, but the path I have traversed. This statement left Xiao Wu momentarily speechless. Indeed, water flows downhill, and people strive for higher ground. In this society, everyone is preoccupied with looking upward toward wealth. Who would look back at the path they have taken? I have learned from you, Mr. Su. Xiao Wu was genuinely impressed. When Subai uttered the words, that is not my dark past, but the path I have traversed, the program People's Entrepreneurs ascended to an entirely new level. They began to understand that People's Entrepreneurs was not merely a cold label or a politically tinted task. It represented a person with flesh and blood, someone not so distant as to be intimidating, but rather, like all ordinary people, possessing their own joys and sorrows. Having calmed his emotions, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Su Bai transformed from that of a host to that of a friend, imbued with genuine warmth. Mr. Su, if possible, I would like to keep your contact information. I hope we can stay in touch after the filming concludes. Turning his head with a smile, Su Bai replied, Certainly. It would be my pleasure to have a friend like you. Instantly, the atmosphere in the car brightened. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan, seated in the back, observed a lively exchange between the two, reflecting deeply. He knew Xiao Wu well. The renowned host, appearing humorous and engaging, was actually quite reclusive and rarely made friends. Even Li Qingyuan himself did not have Xiao Wu's personal contact information. Yet now, in just a few hours, Xiao Wu was proactively seeking Su Bai's contact details. Was it merely because of Su Bai's status? That would be underestimating Xiao Wu's profession. Li Qingyuan's gaze fell upon Su Bai's profile. It was due to Su Bai's charismatic personality. No wonder this young man, not yet 30, had amassed a fortune in the billions before going public. With the kind of charisma that could even win over Xiao Wu, it was evident that Su Bai's future held far more than his current achievements. No wonder they had specifically requested to interview Su Bai. If the program continued in this vein, it was not merely promoting Su Bai, it was deifying him. Just imagine, someone who even Xiao Wu admired wholeheartedly. How could the audience not be captivated? Chapter 041. Dog Village traveling south for 30 miles from Yicheng. One turns onto a winding rural road. Upon reaching a fork in the road, a blue sign indicates Dog Village, the ancestral home of Su Bai. Dog Village is modest in size, consisting of only a few dozen households. Due to the hilly terrain, the villagers historically lived in a scattered manner. However, in 2003, the village gained road access. In 2011, running water was introduced, and by 2015, natural gas was made available. That same year, the once bumpy gravel paths were transformed into smooth asphalt roads. The new rural construction in 2018 resulted in the consolidation of the villagers into the current new village, complete with fiber optic broadband. Since then, each household has been equipped with two-story villas. Upon returning from the fields, the first task is to wash off the mud from their legs in the courtyard to avoid dirtying the tile floors inside. In recent years, influenced by urbanization, most of the youth have sought employment elsewhere, leaving Dog Village populated primarily by the elderly and children. Education has also become competitive, as city dwellers do not wish to see their children at a disadvantage, prompting many to bring their offspring to the cities for schooling. Consequently, the village often sees a predominance of left-behind elders. These seniors tend to their modest plots of land, growing an abundance of vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese favored by their children. Each day, they tear off a page from the calendar, counting down the days until the Lunar New Year and the eve of the festival. For it is during this time that their working children return to the land that has nurtured them for generations. As the year draws to a close, the once quiet dog village, where even a single dog bark could echo for miles, becomes enveloped in a lively and festive atmosphere, bustling with activity. Anticipation builds, and finally, the end of the year has arrived. Today is the 23rd day of the 12th month, with many young people returning to the village. Dog Village has come alive early in the morning. Mothers busily gather vegetables and prepare meat, while fathers catch chickens and slaughter ducks. The red-hot stoves are filled with large pieces of wood, usually reserved for special occasions, and smoke billows from every chimney. The sound of firecrackers intermittently fills the air, as groups of children unleash their mischief, setting off fireworks in latrines and tree hollows, sending the village dogs scurrying indoors in fright. A group of elderly villagers, dressed in clean clothes, gather under the old locust tree at the village entrance, chatting cheerfully while occasionally glancing down the road. Soon, the distant sound of car horns can be heard, and vehicles bearing license plates from various provinces begin to arrive in Dog Village. The wayward pups of Dog Village are finally returning home. Today, Dog Village is undoubtedly lively, but if one were to identify the most boisterous household, it would surely be that of the family at the eastern end of the village, where osmanthus trees flourish. It is often said that the poor go unnoticed in bustling markets, while the wealthy find distant relatives in remote mountains. This adage perfectly encapsulates the Su family. For 4 generations, the Su family has been rooted in poverty. It was not until Su Bai's father, Su Guoyang, that they began to change their fortunes. With borrowed rice, he apprenticed with a carpenter from the neighboring village and eventually built the first brick house in Dog Village through crafting furniture for nearby towns. Later, through an introduction, Su Guoyang married Su Jinfeng, the daughter of the village accountant, thus starting a family. In their first year of marriage, they welcomed their eldest son, Su Zhen, followed by their second daughter, Su Yuan, and then their youngest son, Su Bai. The family was thus blessed with both sons and daughters, living in harmony. Up to this point, the Su family could only be described as ordinary. During the wave of labor migration in the 1990s, many daring young villagers sought fortunes along the coast, with some achieving remarkable success. Consequently, brick houses began to multiply and grow larger and more lavish in Dog Village. Yet Su Guoyang remained steadfast in his carpenter and Appo's craft, with his original brick house becoming the oldest in the village. Thus, the Su family became the least conspicuous household in Dog Village. If one were to inquire what the Su family could boast of, it might be the wall covered in certificates of achievement. The elders of Dog Village often remark that Su Bai was sent by the Dragon King, as on the day of his birth, torrential rain fell upon Yicheng, causing the rivers to swell. Living up to this reputation, Su Bai excelled in his studies, consistently ranking first. Each time he brought home awards, other children in the village would be left in tears from the beatings they received. Until a decade ago, when county officials arrived in Dog Village with fanfare, the villagers learned that the usually shy youngest son of the Su family had become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The Su family finally had a moment to bask in glory. But what followed? They soon discovered that their moment of pride was premature. The title of top scorer was not Su Bai's pinnacle. It was merely the beginning. From his first million earned through a part-time venture in college to dropping out to establish rice technology in his sophomore year, Su Bai surged up the wealth rankings, elevating the Su family of Dog Village along with him. It is said that the poor stand at crossroads, wielding steel hooks but unable to reach their kin, while the wealthy wield weapons in the depths of the mountains, unable to disperse ungrateful guests. Throughout these years, the Su family's door has never been quiet. Even distant relatives, who had not been in touch for years, show up with gifts during holidays. Logically, wealth brings its own troubles, such as relatives always asking to borrow money. Refusing creates awkwardness, while lending often leads to non-repayment. However, in the Su household, such troubles have never arisen. Firstly, given Su Bai's current wealth, any relative with a modicum of sense understands that asking to borrow money from the Su family is the height of folly. Having Su Bai as a relative is more valuable than any sum of money. For instance, when Su Bai donated to build a high school, his elder brother, Su Zhen, who became a teacher, was promoted to principal within 2 years. Several relatives also had their employment issues resolved during this time. Similarly, after Su Bai invested in a factory in Yicheng, his second sister, a doctor, soon found herself in a management position at the city hospital. Thus, the Su family and Appo's relatives have come to realize that fostering good relations with Su Bai and engaging in mutual exchanges is the key to their interactions. As for the second reason, one cannot overlook Su Bai's mother, Su Jinfeng. In her youth, she had her fortune told, and the fortune teller, after much calculation, declared that she would bear a noble son who would bring her blessings in her later years. At the time, Su Jinfeng pondered the extent of her noble son's potential. A few years ago, she sought out several villages to locate that nearly blind fortune teller, generously gifting him 2 goats. Not for any other reason, but because her third son truly turned out to be exceptionally successful, with a fortune in the billions. The women of the surrounding area often remark that Su Jinfeng has the most fruitful womb. Yet, despite being in her 50s, Su Jinfeng does not reside in a grand house in the city to enjoy the comforts afforded by her wealthy son. A few years back, after spending a week idly in Su Bai's luxurious villa in Redwood Valley and engaging in a heated argument with a foreign professor next door, she secretly returned to Dog Village the next day. Upon her return, Su Jinfeng revitalized, laboring tirelessly, capable of tilling 2 plots of land in a single morning and carrying over 100 pounds of sweet potatoes along the ridge with remarkable agility. From half a mile away, she could scold the rowdy women from the neighboring village into hiding for days. The village elders often say that Su Jinfeng is a hard-working soul, even though her annual harvest pales in comparison to her son and Appo's as hourly earnings. She cannot indulge in her son's affluence. Yet, Su Jinfeng remains unfazed, despite her bank account being sufficient to purchase several properties in the city. She is relentless in bargaining at the market. It is precisely because of such a formidable matriarch that, despite Su Bai's wealth exceeding 1,000 billion, the Su family remains grounded. In the Su family, there exists no individual so blind as to look down upon others with arrogance. Take Su Guoyang, for instance. Despite his status, still toils in the fields and engages in furniture making during his leisure hours to earn a living. Similarly, Su Bai's elder brother, Su Jun, although he holds the esteemed position of a high school principal, continues to drive his old, oil-burning Magotan. Likewise, Su Bai's second sister, Su Yuan, accommodates relatives' requests within her authority, yet firmly declines those beyond her jurisdiction. Even Su Bai's scholarly nieces and nephews find that their combined pocket money barely amounts to 100 yuan. This is the essence of Dog Village. This is Su Bai's home, stepping on the brakes deliberately at the village entrance. Su Bai extracted a pack of Ziyun cigarettes he had prepared in advance from the center console. He approached the elderly gentleman seated beneath the old locust tree, offering each a cigarette. The old men accepted Su Bai's offering with smiles, playfully teasing him for being stingy, suggesting that a magnate of his stature should be smoking more premium brands. Despite their jesting, they were genuinely delighted, as Ziyun was their usual choice. The fact that a local boy with billions in assets shared their taste in cigarettes was a matter of pride. Xiao Wu, ever the adaptable assistant, played his part by lighting the cigarettes for the elders. Upon being recognized by one of them, he engaged in lively conversation, much to their amusement. Li Qingyuan, having alighted from the GL-8, directed the cameraman to capture the harmonious scene beneath the locust tree. Contrary to the anticipated narrative of a homecoming fraught with antagonism and retribution, the villagers welcomed the billionaire with open arms. Word of the arrival of Su Bai's vintage Audi A6 quickly spread, enlivening Goer village. Young men of Su Bai's generation gathered at the entrance, greeting him with a mix of informal and respectful titles. Xiao Wu, surprisingly, became the center of attention, with requests for autographs and photos. This was unexpected by the production team, who had envisioned Su Bai as an aloof figure, distanced from his peers by his immense wealth. Instead, he mingled effortlessly with the villagers, while Xiao Wu became the celebrity. The elders, observing the production team's bewilderment, simply smiled knowingly. The team failed to grasp that while Su Bai was a billionaire CEO in the outside world, in Goer village, he remained by Goer, the boy with a pack of Ziyun cigarettes in his pocket. Anticipating the arrival of the film crew, Su Bai's parents, Su Guoyang and Su Jinfeng, along with his elder brother, Su Jun, and second sister, Su Yuan, awaited them in the courtyard. Xiao Wu and Li Qingyuan presented the gifts they had prepared, exchanging greetings as Su Bai introduced them. Relatives and children gathered at a distance, marveling at Su Bai's success in bringing a national television crew home. After receiving permission, Li Qingyuan instructed the cameraman to set up their equipment, eager to document the spring festival celebrations of a billionaire. They began by filming the exterior, noting that the Su family's villa was indistinguishable from other homes in the rural community. The interior was clean and tidy, but lacked extravagant furniture or valuable artwork. It appeared to be an ordinary home, seemingly disconnected from the world of immense wealth. Doubt began to creep into Li Qingyuan's mind. Would viewers believe that this was the home of Su Bai? It seemed more like the residence of a local contractor than a prominent entrepreneur. He decided to focus on Su Bai in post-production, as the modest home decor would likely be dismissed as a fabrication. However, as Li Qingyuan directed the cameraman to follow Su Bai, an unexpected scene unfolded. While Su Bai was introducing his relatives to Xiao Wu, a voice called out from the kitchen, "All right, everything's ready. Time for the men to step up." Before Li Qingyuan and Xiao Wu could comprehend what was happening, the men who had been playing cards at a nearby table discarded their hands and donned aprons. Su Bai's father, Su Guoyang, put on sleeves and handed Su Bai a red and white checkered apron. "Same as always, you're in charge of the cooking this year." Su Bai tied the apron around his waist with practiced ease. "Dad, Didn't we agree on a rotation system? Why is it always me after I started working? Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. In charge of the cooking? Wait, Su, are you going to cook? Before Su Bai could respond, Su Jinfeng, who was helping Su Bai tie his apron, chuckled. What's so surprising? Men from Sichuan and Chongqing are all natural chefs. They wear the reddest aprons and cook the spiciest dishes. Her words left Xiao Wu in disbelief. You see, in Sichuan and Chongqing, men don't necessarily cook every day. But during festivals and when entertaining guests, the men of the household take charge. If men from the north are born with a talent for drinking, those from Sichuan and Chongqing are born with culinary skills, practically chefs by default. But Su is different. Su Jinfeng finished tying the apron and patted Su Bai on the back. What about him? So what if he's worth billions? Being worth billions just means he doesn't have to do the dishes. Goodness, being worth billions just means not having to do the dishes. No wonder Su was so down to earth. It was part of their family culture. No matter how high your position or how vast your wealth, when you return home, you still have to put on an apron and cook in the kitchen. Oh, and one more thing. To avoid washing dishes, you have to be worth billions. Su Jinfeng's words nearly caused Xiao Wu to suffer internal injuries. So, if he, a nationally renowned host, had been born in Sichuan and Chongqing, he would not only have to wash dishes but also sweep the floor. If Xiao Wu was stunned, Yuan, who was following the cameraman, was completely distraught. No, you're the president of a group, a future national top 10 entrepreneur. You should be commanding respect and giving directions. You should at least have the demeanor of an entrepreneur. But instead, you put on an apron as soon as you get home. We wanted you to be approachable, but not this approachable. Even the cameraman looked at him with a questioning gaze. Yuan sighed wearily and nodded. It's the new year. We've already come all this way. What else can we do? Keep filming, I guess. Filming Su by wielding a spatula is better than filming him drinking red wine on a private jet. Just then, the station's leader called, concerned about the production team's difficulties. After all, filming a billionaire in a down-to-earth manner was theoretically quite challenging. They hoped that the team would not be discouraged, but would strive to overcome the difficulties and complete the task. But when Yuan, receiving the call, saw Su Bai cooking up a storm in the rural kitchen, tears welled up in his eyes. Boss, the situation is far more complex than we imagined. When the leader on the other end of the phone learned that Su Bai was wielding a large spoon in his rural kitchen, even he, who had seen his fair share of storms, was silent for a long time. Both shared the same concern, that viewers would accuse them of scripting and creating a persona for Su Bai. After all, the world is just a giant makeshift stage. Even the man-moon landing by the Eagle Nation has been met with skepticism, so one cannot help but question the authenticity of Su Bai. The stark contrast between Su Bai's persona and his identity raises considerable doubt. After a moment of deliberation, Li Cheng gazed from a distance at Su Bai in the kitchen, and a thought suddenly struck him. Leader, I have an immature notion. Chapter 043. The Billionaire CEO's Live Streaming of Pig Slaughter. Had you watched it? How did a perfectly fine documentary turn into a live stream? The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Su Bai was preparing to stroll around the village with the production team when he received news from Yuan. Of course, this idea was merely a suggestion from the team, and ultimately, Su Bai's consent was necessary. After a thorough explanation from Yuan, Su Bai realized that the issue stemmed from himself. After all, it was still somewhat acceptable for him to drive an old Audi A6, and coming from a rural background, he could make do. Yet the decor of his home hardly resembled that of a billionaire, especially that old Adam Mortal's table. Clean, yes, but far older than Su Bai himself. Coupled with Su Bai's remarkable skill of donning an apron and wielding a ladle, he appeared more like an ordinary person than an invisible wealthy figure. In all honesty, this version of Su Bai fit the production team's original intention perfectly. He was relatable enough. However, it was precisely this down-to-earth quality that made the team worry about potential accusations of fabrication from the audience. They feared that instead of establishing the image of a people's entrepreneur, they might ruin Su Bai's persona altogether. That would spell trouble. Hence, in a moment of inspiration, Yuan proposed the idea of a live stream. If the edited documentary was met with skepticism, surely a live broadcast would escape such doubts. Once the stream commenced, Su Bai could do as he pleased, whether it be cooking or even tending to the fields with a manure shovel. While the prospect of a live stream was enticing, one significant hurdle remained: Su Bai's approval. Li Qingyuan approached this matter with a sense of hesitance, knowing that Su Bai's status was not that of an internet celebrity reliant on live broadcasts. Moreover, given that this was Su Bai's hometown, it inevitably touched upon aspects of his privacy, making it likely that he would decline. However, to everyone's surprise, when Li Qingyuan suggested the switch to a live stream format, Su Bai did not refuse. For Su Bai, while he was not a live streaming influencer, he understood that his current position hinged on the support of every individual backing him in Douyin technology. As for privacy, having been in the public eye for so long, he had come to terms with the reality that much of his personal life was already an open secret. What was a live stream, after all? His life held no secrets unworthy of public view. More importantly, the production team aimed to portray Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur, and he too wished to leverage their influence to garner more followers. In this era, traffic is king. If Su Bai could convert a substantial number of fans into effective customers for Douyin technology, then the more followers, the better. All right, I agree to the live stream. When do we start? Upon hearing Su Bai's agreement, Li Qingyuan beamed with delight, ready to say they could begin at any moment. But just then, Su Bai's mother, Su Jinfeng, called from the doorway with her signature loud voice, "Sanner, your second uncle is slaughtering the New Year pig today. Come help." Standing nearby, Xiao Wu, having overindulged at breakfast, was belching when Su Jinfeng's shout startled him into silence. "What? Help with the pig? No, Su Zhongyu are going to help with the pig? What kind of pig? Is it a spirit? Does a billionaire from the Forbes list really need to assist with this?" Hearing that Su Bai was going to help with the pig, Li Qingyuan was nearly tempted to whip the cruise camera operators into action. Hurry up. Have you ever seen a CEO assist with pig slaughtering? If you haven't, today is your chance to broaden your horizons. With Su Bai helping with the pig, there is no need to worry about accusations of the production team fabricating anything. Once the footage of him with the pig is released, who will care about the old Audi A6 or the cooking with a ladle? It was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, and many students and white-collar workers had returned home for the holidays. In the late morning, numerous individuals were still nestled in their warm beds, relishing their rare time off. What to do if one woke up but didn't want to leave the cozy embrace of the blanket? Simple. Take out the phone and scroll through Douyin. Many internet celebrities were aware that holidays brought a surge in viewership and were bustling in their respective live streams to attract audiences, especially those with millions of followers. Even while returning home for the new year, they seized this precious opportunity to broadcast live. The internet celebrities were not foolish. They knew how to profit from their fans. Live streams began earlier than ever. As for the content, it was largely similar, focusing on the various customs and traditions of the Spring Festival from across the country. With numerous participants joining in, the Douyin livestream section became a cacophony of excitement. Meanwhile, at Douyin's headquarters in the capital, Yanjing, the team was overwhelmed with work due to the late holiday schedule and the influx of viewers during the Spring Festival. The surge in viewership was several times higher, compounded by the influx of stars and internet celebrities launching their broadcasts. It was impossible not to be busy, just as they were working tirelessly. The person in charge of the live streaming received a phone call that changed everything. After hanging up, he immediately rallied the team in the company chat. Emergency task. Highest priority. The national television station's special program People's Entrepreneur is going to synchronize a live stream with our platform, and it's about to start. Operations department. Maximize traffic push. Whatever resources we have, deploy them all. Promotion department. Time is tight for pre-streaming. Quickly make a splash screen advertisement. Just change the copy of common template. Public relations department. Contact major platforms for trending topics. All right, no need. They're quicker than us. It must be said that as a video platform boasting over 700 million daily active users, Douyin had grown so powerful that even the national television station sought to leverage its reach. With Douyin's robust support, the news of Su Bai's live stream spread rapidly across the internet. Many users opening Douyin were captivated by the somewhat crude splash screen that read, "National television station's special Spring Festival program People's Entrepreneur. Let us get closer to Douyin Technologies founder, Su Bai, Understanding the Spring Festival holiday of a people's entrepreneur. The boss's holiday awaits your view. One could not help but admire Douyin's talent for crafting enticing headlines. Each of the 4 lines was irresistible. Even without mentioning Su Bai, the mere notion of a boss's holiday piqued curiosity. Adding Su Bai's name was akin to giving a steroid to a pig, causing the excitement to skyrocket. The timing was particularly sensitive. Just days prior, the extravagant lifestyle of Zhao, the owner of Jimu Media, had yet to cool down, and the public was still vocally criticizing the wealthy for their excesses. Who would have thought that at this critical juncture, the official channels would unveil Su Bai with a special Spring Festival feature? People's entrepreneur, anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that this was an official effort to present a positive role model. However, seeing Su Bai's name, many privately felt apprehensive. With Zhao's opulence fresh in their minds, the stark contrast raised concerns. Despite Douyin Technology's reasonable products, Su Bai's wealth was undeniable. A billionaire CEO's Spring Festival holiday was unimaginable for the average person. What could such extravagance entail? The only distinction between Su Bai and Zhao might be in their habits. While Zhao might waste a lavish dinner priced at 230,000, Su Bai would likely save the leftovers for the next meal. That would not prevent Su Bai from enjoying a 230,000 meal, given the wealth he possessed. Surely, one would not resort to savoring the humble dishes of ordinary households. Yet, if that were indeed the case, Su Bai could at best be regarded as a prosperous entrepreneur, which bears no resemblance to the program's title People's Entrepreneur. So, why the official haste in presenting Su Bai to the public? Is it merely to showcase the Spring Festival holiday of a billionaire, thereby elevating the public's imaginative horizons? Shall we witness whether Su Bai dispenses red envelopes filled with checks or bank cards during the New Year festivities? Chapter 44. The Boss's Spring Festival? Is this a rhythm of murder and heartache? It has been proven that when the Dragon Kingdom's officials and Douyin decide to collaborate for promotional streaming, even a mere passerby can be elevated to a star of the digital realm in the blink of an eye. Such an all-out promotional push is likely to evoke envy from any celebrity who witnesses it. However, their envy is merely that envy without an ounce of jealousy. For the individual being promoted is Su Bai, the head of Douyin Technology, the man responsible for providing sanitary products to women across the Dragon Kingdom, and the one who compelled the president of the Eagle Nation to delete a tweet. Thus, when Su Bai's Douyin fans learned that he would be live-streaming, they flocked to the virtual venue with great enthusiasm. Oh my, am I seeing this correctly? Su Bai is actually live-streaming? Has the official People's Entrepreneur finally recognized Mr. Su's integrity? Such a businessman deserves substantial promotion. Wow, the collaboration between the officials and Douyin for a livestream? Mr. Su's presence is such a grand affair. At that moment, the live-streaming room had yet to transition to Su Bai's hometown. The visuals remained within the temporary studio of the national television station, where the host passionately introduced Su Bai's background, warming up the audience for the impending broadcast. As more viewers entered the live stream, the initial chorus of praise for Su Bai began to take on a more complex tone. In any situation, there are always 2 sides to every story. For every compliment, there exists a critique. The Zhao Fengquan incident hasn't been resolved, and now they're starting to promote Su Bai? Aren't they afraid they're cut from the same cloth? I maintain my stance. There isn't a decent wealthy person out there. The boss's holiday. Su Bai is so affluent. I can't even imagine how extravagant his Spring Festival must be. Is this a reflection of our impoverished Spring Festival, allowing us to experience the festivities of the wealthy? Is this a cruel twist of fate? Even more audaciously, due to the infamous incident involving Zhao Fengquan's extravagant dinner costing 230,000, the comment section buzzed with speculation about the worth of Su Bai's New Year's Eve feast. Some guessed a few thousand, others tens of thousands, and there were even estimates in the hundreds of thousands. It was evident that the fallout from the Zhao Fengquan incident had cast a long shadow over public sentiment towards entrepreneurs like Su Bai. Simultaneously, Douyin's headquarters took note of the negative feedback. Boss, should we intervene? Several staff members inquired, suggesting they could filter sensitive comments to suppress negativity. However, The leader shook his head. He had already contacted the national television station, which had responded succinctly, indicating they would not intervene. Even the leader found it curious. The repercussions of Zhao Fengchuan's actions were still fresh, and promoting Su Bai at this juncture seemed rather ill-timed. Yet, from the officials' demeanor, it appeared they were quite confident. But from where did this confidence originate? Were they so certain that the crafted image of Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur would be readily embraced by the public? All questions would seek answers in the impending live stream. From an observer's perspective, this was a grand gamble initiated by the Dragon Kingdom's officials. If successful, they would establish Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur, effectively dispelling the negative impact of Zhao Fengchuan's scandal and setting a commendable example for entrepreneurs nationwide. However, should they fail, it was likely that the repercussions of the Zhao Fengchuan incident would replay through Su Bai, the man revered by women across the nation as a paragon of domestic integrity, would find himself cast from grace. Meanwhile, in Dog Village, the sudden shift from a documentary to a live broadcast significantly increased the workload. Hence, Yuan directed a group of borrowed personnel from Yiqing television station in a tense yet orderly preparation for the live stream. The warm-up host from the capital was running out of things to say, and the director had urged them several times. Ultimately, Yuan set the countdown for the broadcast to 1 minute. At this moment, the protagonist, Su Bai, had donned the traditional attire of a man from Sichuan and Chongqing, a red and white checked apron, and had arrived at his uncle's home. He stood by the fire with several cousins, conversing while awaiting the arrival of the butcher, occasionally pointing at the large white pig confined in a cage nearby. Due to the relocation to the new countryside, every household had eliminated pig pens, so the so-called annual pig slaughtering involved purchasing live pigs. These pigs were sourced from familiar pig farmers who collected grain-fed pigs from nearby villages. Not much different from those raised at home. Notably, in Western cultures, there exists a rite of passage. In Dog Village, this rite of passage involves pig slaughtering. If a boy can handle the annual pig, it signifies his coming of age. Just like Su Bai, who proudly joined the village's pig slaughtering squad at the age of 16. As Su Bai chatted with a cousin, several younger boys stood nearby, looking on with envy, eagerly anticipating their own inclusion in the village's pig-slaying team. While Su Bai conversed with a younger cousin, he suddenly noticed Xiao Wu standing a few meters away in front of the camera, signaling him with an OK gesture. This was the signal indicating there were 30 seconds remaining before the live stream commenced. Knowing the time was sufficient, Su Bai felt free to focus on his actions. Leaving the camera and dialogue to Xiao Wu, he nodded to Xiao Wu and turned back to his cousins. The live stream is about to begin. Are you all nervous? His cousins chuckled. Nervous? Not at all. I told your sister-in-law to make sure to record this. It's my first time on television. Hee hee. Thanks to you, Brother Bai. It's my first time on TV, too. Quick, check if my hair is messy. Watch out. Let us have fun, but don't mess up my hair. In the midst of their banter, the butcher, invited by their uncle, arrived on a 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He dismounted and shouted, "Let us get to work." As Su Bai opened the cage containing the pig, the shrill cries of the animal echoed throughout Dog Village. Simultaneously, in the capital studio, the host, having exhausted his repertoire of filler phrases, was on the verge of tears upon receiving the director's signal. All right, dear viewers, the live broadcast preparations are complete. Let us connect with our on-site host, Xiao Wu. Hello, Xiao Wu, can you hear me? As the broadcast transitioned, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, Xiao Wu, is he live streaming with Mr. Su? Goodness, a live stream where Xiao Wu is the host? This is remarkable. Let us see how much the New Year's feast of a billionaire is worth. As the audience speculated, the screen successfully transitioned, revealing the familiar figure of Xiao Wu, clad in a black down jacket, microphone pinned to his collar. Hello, everyone, I'm Xiao Wu, and the signal is clear. Welcome to the national television station's special spring festival program, People's Entrepreneur. As we approach the Lunar New Year, I'd like to ask all the viewers in the live stream, have you taken your holiday yet? Xiao Wu, with a deft touch for eliciting reactions, immediately caused a wave of groans from those who were still on duty. It must be said, when it comes to creating program effects, Xiao Wu certainly possesses a remarkable talent. However, Many netizens have noted that in the live stream, Xiaowu appears to be in a rural setting, with a faint glimpse of a farmhouse courtyard in the background, along with villagers casually waving at the camera. This immediately piqued the curiosity of numerous viewers. Isn't this the live broadcast of Su Bai's Spring Festival? Why is he in the countryside? This clearly resembles a rural area in the southwest. Very much like my hometown, there's no doubt about it. Could it be that Su Bai's hometown is in the countryside? Is he celebrating the new year there? Haha, how is that possible? Someone of his wealth wouldn't reside in a rural area. I agree. He probably quietly changed his nationality to abroad. If he can celebrate the new year domestically, I would consider that a sign of his conscience, but in the countryside, that's preposterous. Chapter 045, a script. Indeed, as the audience in the live stream grew, the discussions among netizens became increasingly fervent. However, the host, Xiaowu, did not rush to unveil the answer. Instead, he chose to tantalize the viewers. I believe everyone is quite curious about my current whereabouts. Our program is titled People's Entrepreneur, featuring the protagonist Su Bai. So, where is Su Bai? And what is he doing? As the founder of Rice Technology, how does Mr. Su spend his spring festival? After building suspense, Xiaowu, standing before the camera, waved his hand and smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. Please follow our perspective. The next moment, the live broadcast switched to a drone soaring over Dog Village. With the aerial view from the drone, the entire Dog Village came into sight. Wow, it's really in the countryside. Seriously? A billionaire returning to his rural hometown for the new year? It's scripted, definitely scripted. If you think it's scripted, maybe you should reconsider your perspective. Do you think our live stream is scripted? Amidst the chatter of netizens, Xiaowu's voiceover began. As you can see, we are currently located in Dog Village, Yicheng City. The name Dog Village elicited amusement from many viewers who did not expect such a rustic name to exist. Following the drone's aerial view, the camera returned to Xiaowu. So why are we here? A smile appeared on Xiaowu's face. I believe many astute netizens have already guessed. Indeed, this is the hometown of our renowned entrepreneur, Mr. Su Bai. It's known that Mr. Su returns home every year for the new year. This year, our program team has accompanied him to Dog Village, his hometown, to witness how Mr. Su, as the founder of Rice Technology and a billionaire, spends his spring festival. With Xiaowu's introduction, the comment section of the live stream erupted with excitement, questions flooding in. What? Su Bai's hometown is actually in the countryside? A billionaire returning to the countryside for the new year? I can't believe this. Where's the private jet? Where are the luxurious villas? You brought me straight to the countryside? Seriously? I'm in the city celebrating, and Mr. Su is still in the countryside? This is absurd. Initially, netizens were skeptical. However, upon reflection, they realized this was a live broadcast initiated by a national television station, with names and locations verifiable, making deception impossible. Just as the viewers were grappling with this revelation, another group of netizens appeared in the comment section. Haha, fellow villagers from Yicheng, assemble. Indeed, Mr. Su is one of us. I'll vouch for Mr. Su. Xiaowu is right. He returns home every year for the new year. I live right next to Dog Village, and I often see Mr. Su's audacious during the holidays. At this point, the truth was undeniable. Su Bai's hometown was indeed in the countryside, and he returned there annually for the new year. More crucially, a keen-eyed netizen had spotted Mr. Su's audacious. What? An old A6? Mr. Su drives an old A6? He actually drives an A6? Wait, what? Mr. Su's status and mine? And I'm driving the same car as him? I know about this, Mr. Su's car is a 12-year-old A6, and he doesn't even have a driver, as per an unnamed employee from Rice Technology. When this news spread, the comments section quieted significantly. Countless netizens were rendered speechless by these revelations, particularly those who had previously speculated that Su Bai's New Year's feast would cost millions. No private jet, no luxurious mansion or cars, just a decade-old A6 and a name as humble as Dog Village. If it ended there, it would merely indicate that Su Bai lived modestly and simply. But let us not forget Su Bai holds another identity. He has created affordable smartphones for every citizen of Longhua with the utmost integrity and quality. His company, Yuan, has produced an incredibly affordable sanitary pad that caused a collective outcry for price hikes among millions of female consumers, ensuring their health. The standards he initiated have revitalized the domestic daily chemical industry, with prices that are astonishingly fair. From Su Bai's various achievements, he undeniably stands as a successful entrepreneur, a principled businessman. Today's live broadcast, however, reveals another facet of Su Bai. He embodies humility and simplicity, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Driving his old A6 back to his rural hometown for the new year, he does not indulge in extravagance nor elevate himself above others, appearing as relatable as a friend among us. In essence, Su Bai of Rice Technology is a successful entrepreneur, while Su Bai returning home for the new year is an ordinary citizen. This perhaps explains why the program is titled People's Entrepreneur. Su Bai emerges from the common people, only to return to them. In an instant, those who had previously criticized Su Bai found themselves at a loss for words. Ahem. I admit my earlier tone was a bit too loud. Mr. Su is impressive, worthy of the title People's Entrepreneur. I am astounded. I never expected a billionaire to lead such a humble lifestyle. Mr. Su is so wealthy, yet he drives an old A6. I just looked at my lone BMW and slapped myself in disbelief. As the sentiment in the comments shifted, Su Bai's supporters stepped forward. What defines a people's entrepreneur? This is what it means staying true to one's roots. Bravo, every entrepreneur in the nation should learn from him. This is how it should be. If more were like Mr. Su, we would have to criticize the wealthy daily. As the famous comedian Gwidi Gang once said, performers on stage should not wear watches, rings, or necklaces. The audience might feel uncomfortable, suspecting those items were purchased with money earned from them. The same principle applies to Su Bai. Returning to his rural hometown in an old A6, he is not lacking in wealth. Rather, he invests his resources wisely, creating conscientious products for consumers. In an instant, the audience, particularly the female viewers who were already fond of Su Bai, were deeply moved. No wonder Rice Technology's products are priced so low. I finally understand the reason. Oh my, I can't believe I'm touched by a businessman. Is this the warmth of an entrepreneur? No, please use the full title, People's Entrepreneur. The antonym is inhumane capitalist. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the national television station in Yinjing, the executives watched the rapidly changing comments with great excitement. They never anticipated that even before Su Bai made his appearance, the image of the people's entrepreneur had already solidified. Little did they know, they were rejoicing too soon. Yes, Su Bai and Oppo's image as a people in Oppo's entrepreneur was indeed established. But they overlooked one critical detail. The protagonist of this live broadcast, Su Bai, had yet to appear on screen. Soon, he would personally solidify his image as a people in Oppo's entrepreneur through his own remarkable actions. Steer Yuan and Oppo's persona towards an inexplicable direction. Chapter 046, The People's Entrepreneur. With the dedicated efforts of the national television network and the unwavering support of the Douyin platform, the special Spring Festival edition of People's Entrepreneur premiered with remarkable success. It is often said that a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Although the team behind the live broadcast was exceptionally strong, if Su Bai's true persona failed to resonate, establishing the image of a people's entrepreneur would prove exceedingly difficult. The crux of the matter lay with Su Bai himself. As a billionaire executive, his humble and unpretentious demeanor immediately endeared him to a vast audience upon the start of the broadcast. With his image firmly established, the objectives of the program were successfully achieved. The flood of positive comments about Su Bai in the chat section signified that the repercussions of the Zhao Fengquan incident were swiftly dissipating. This exemplifies the positive impact of establishing a commendable role model. Seeing the favorable reception, the executives of the national television station were nearly bubbling with excitement, ready to pop champagne in celebration. Excellent. Our task is accomplished. How many viewers are currently watching the live broadcast? One staff member in charge of data monitoring focused intently on the large screen. 8,200,000 viewers and still rising. It must be said, when the officials take action, the results are markedly different. Previously, when Su Bai attempted to sell products via live streaming, the online viewership never exceeded 2 million. Now, following a single program, the viewership soared past 8 million, and surpassing the 10 million mark seemed entirely plausible. Upon hearing this figure, the leaders were equally delighted. An increase in viewers signifies a greater impact of the program. Excellent. Inform Li Qingyuan on-site to maintain composure and ensure the live broadcast remains effective. As long as Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur does not falter, once the broadcast concludes, I shall personally commend him, one leader declared with conviction. Faita, Su Bai's image had already been established. It would not be so easily undone. As long as Su Bai refrained from any egregious conduct, it was assured that his image would remain intact. It was a jest to think otherwise, especially with the national television network involved. Meanwhile, within the live streaming room, filled with over 8 million viewers, as Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur solidified, the previously contentious comment section visibly transformed into a harmonious exchange. After all, it was the festive season. Who wouldn't he wish to celebrate joyfully? With Su Bai's understated presence, the negative ramifications of the Zhao Fengquan incident were effectively mitigated. Naturally, viewers ceased to dwell on the past, and the focus shifted, guided by host Xiao Wu's introduction to the live event itself. As Xiao Wu aptly remarked, as the founder of Rice Technology and a billionaire executive, given Su Bai's modest demeanor, how does he celebrate the Spring Festival? With Su Bai's image yet to appear on screen, many viewers grew impatient. All right, I admit Su Bai is indeed a deserving people's entrepreneur. Now, let us see how he spent his Spring Festival. Exactly. Xiao Wu seems particularly talkative today. Can you show us where Su Bai is? It was evident that after his image was established, the audience was now curious. If Su Bai led such a low-profile life, what might his Spring Festival entail? At this moment, Xiao Wu, standing before the camera, remained oblivious to the viewers' chatter. However, he noticed from Li Qingyuan's gestures that the broadcast was proceeding well. Feeling reassured, Xiao Wu continued his presentation in an orderly manner. All right, dear audience, having introduced so much, I believe you, like me, are eager to see more. So without further ado, let us follow our cameras. With a wave of Xiao Wu's hand, the cameraman smoothly followed his lead, advancing forward. As the scene transitioned, over 8 million viewers leaned in, eagerly gazing at their screens. Where was Su Bai? And what was he doing? Under the watchful eyes of 8 million viewers, the live camera gradually arrived at a quaint farmhouse courtyard. If one were to ask when rural areas are most bustling, the period of slaughtering pig for the new year would surely rank among the top 3. At that moment, Su Bai's uncle's courtyard was filled with lively activity. In a cement courtyard the size of a basketball court, people gathered in droves. In one corner, a brick stove billowed steam from a large pot of hot water. Several women, laughing and chatting, sat on low benches preparing vegetables. A pregnant orange tabby cat lounged under the eaves, licking its paws. With the sudden crack of firecrackers, a few children clad in cotton jackets dashed past, eliciting scolding from the elders, while a large yellow dog trembled in a corner, tethered by a rope. Su Bai's uncle was merrily distributing cigarettes, grinning from ear to ear. The freshly sharpened butcher received a cigarette, tucking it behind his ear as he discarded the smoldering butt, replacing it with a metal hook as he jovially approached the large white pig in the cage. Seeing this, the other members of the pig slaughtering team, including Su Bai, flocked over. Thus commenced the annual spectacle of pig slaughtering. The scene was indeed lively. However, the viewers in the live stream were preoccupied with locating Su Bai amidst the crowd. Isn't this the pig slaughtering for the new year? Isn't this a tradition in southern rural areas? Where is Su Bai? Is this Su's family home? Where is he? Does Su's family also slaughter pigs for the new year? They seem just like ordinary folk. Hey cameraman, you've missed the mark today. After filming for so long. Where is Su Bai? To be honest, one could hardly blame the cameraman. The crowd was simply too dense, and Su Bai, donned in an apron, was mingling with the pig slaughtering team, facing away from the camera, making him nearly impossible to spot. Experienced host Xiao Wu seemed to understand the situation. He maneuvered through the crowd, guiding the cameraman's lens toward Su Bai. Excuse me, let me through Su Bai, as host Xiao Wu called out. All viewers widened their eyes, eager to witness how a billionaire executive celebrates the Spring Festival. What was Su Bai up to at that moment? With millions of viewers transfixed. The next moment, a loud pig squeal echoed from the crowd. As the onlookers parted, the live broadcast revealed several sturdy young men holding down a hefty pig weighing over 300 pounds under the butcher's command. Among them, Subai, clad in a red and white checkered apron, grasped a pig's trotters in one hand and its tail in the other, half his body pressed atop the pig. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's call, he lifted his head, directly facing the camera. Here I am. Simultaneously, in the live stream, nearly 9 million viewers, upon seeing Su Bai wrestling with the pig, fell into silence. Silence enveloped the room, akin to a tranquil evening at Conchiao. When the cameraman's focus perfectly aligned with Su Bai's face, the pig's squeals resonated from the speakers of 9 million phones. The entire world fell still. Even the most talkative and swiftest of typists could only hold their phones, pondering the absurdity of life. In Rongqing, Su Xiaochong, who was idly watching the live stream in his office, inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of tea across his entire desk upon witnessing Su Bai's antics with the pig. In the capital, an aging leader of a national television station, upon witnessing the footage of Su Bai pressing a pig, nearly suffocated due to his pre-existing heart condition. Trembling, he fumbled through his pocket for his emergency heart medication. Meanwhile, in Yangcheng, He Xiaokai, who was walking while watching the live broadcast, stumbled into the green belt upon witnessing the same scene, tumbling headfirst. A heavy silence enveloped the 9 million viewers, lasting a full 5 seconds. At last, a comment from a netizen in northeast China quietly appeared. This is the special spring festival program from the national television station, Pressing a Pig. People's Entrepreneur? Chapter 047. The increasing value of this live stream, the cries of pigs echoed throughout the vast dog village, resonating across the land of the Dragon Kingdom through advanced broadcasting equipment, reaching every household. Throughout the annals of human civilization, one may never find another pig that could witness its final moments in the presence of 9 million viewers. Similarly, the Forbes billionaires list, originating from the era of World War I, has seen countless wealthy individuals grace its pages over the past century. Yet, it is unlikely to discover another swine that could rival the wealth of 100 billion. Thus, when a pig, born of glory and destined for a heroic end, encounters an unexpectedly low-key billionaire, a delicate chemical reaction transpires between the two. This interaction, witnessed by 9 million netizens, culminates in the emergence of a novel term, program effect. To speak candidly, since the inception of live streaming, Su Bai and Oppo's portrayal of the pig has been nothing short of groundbreaking. Even among the most explosive streams, his performance stands as a paragon of excellence. Many internet celebrities and stars, who initially felt aggrieved by the loss of viewership due to official promotions, found themselves humbled upon witnessing Su Bai's extraordinary display. What could possibly compete with the spectacle of a billionaire engaging in the age-old tradition of pig slaughter during the new year? The sheer impact of his performance rendered official promotions utterly unnecessary, an utter waste. It was not just the 9 million viewers left in stunned silence by Su Bai's audacious maneuvers. Even the season host, Xiao Wu, momentarily lost his composure, astonished by the sight before him. Initially, Xiao Wu presumed Su Bai's involvement to be merely ceremonial, perhaps lending a hand from the sidelines. However, he quickly realized that Su Bai was indeed at the forefront of the operation. Standing at just over 6 feet, Su Bai towered amid the predominantly shorter members of the pig-slaying team, creating a striking visual that suggested the pig could not be subdued without him. As another round of pig squeals echoed, the startled Xiao Wu finally remembered he was still hosting and that millions were watching. He approached Su Bai, turning to the camera. "Hello, dear viewers. I believe you can see our esteemed Mr. Su in action. Indeed, he is engaged in pig slaughtering. It is well known that this practice is a cherished tradition in many rural areas of our Dragon Kingdom during the new year. Fortunately, in Dog Village, today marks the day for this ritual, and our Mr. Su is personally involved." With Xiao Wu's narration, the previously muted viewers sprang back to life. "What's happening? Su Bai, what are you about to do with that pig? I finally comprehend the lifestyle of the wealthy, something we could never imagine. Seriously, Mr. Su, driving an A6 is one thing, but this is a bit much." Screen captured. I declare this year's best scene. Billionaire Su by slaughtering a pig. Wow, Mr. Su looks so manly doing this, totally captivated. As the viewers busied themselves capturing this rare moment, Ho Xiaowu leaned closer to Su Bai, not neglecting his duties. Mr. Su, could you share your feelings at this moment? I heard from the villagers that you began this practice at the age of 16. You seem quite experienced. Could you share some insights with us? It must be noted that Xiaowu was equally adept at enhancing the program's appeal. While Su Bai was preoccupied with the pig, to ask him to share his feelings or experiences was rather impractical. Seeing this, the viewers erupted in laughter. Mr. Su's current sentiment. The pig is large, the crowd is vast, and Ho Xiaowu is quite bothersome. Haha. Only a billionaire could look so dashing while slaughtering a pig. Had his fortune been in the tens of billions, this pig would surely escape. The pig. What have I done to deserve the attention of a billionaire? The pig. Mr. Su, you crushed my hindquarters. Meanwhile, Su Bai, alongside several cousins and the butcher, was straining to drag the squealing pig onto the chopping block. Absorbed in the cacophony, he had little time to respond to Xiao Wu's incessant chatter. Noticing the escalating resistance from beneath him, Su Bai realized they needed more help. This particular pig, purchased from his uncle's house, was certainly larger than usual. Typically weighing no more than 200 pounds, this beast tipped the scales at a staggering 380 pounds, nearly reaching 400. The 5 members of the team, including the butcher, were struggling to contain it. Upon hearing Su Bai's call, his uncle and a young cousin rushed to assist. A gathering of women and children, drawn by the spectacle, found it impossible to look away from this scene suffused with raw masculinity. Coincidentally, there were other households in the village also slaughtering pigs that day, resulting in the pig-slaying team being split into 3 separate groups. With the reduced manpower and the pig's considerable size, they struggled to lift it onto the half-meter-high chopping block. Anyone else? We need 2 more, Su Bai called out, glancing back at the still chatting Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, come help. What? Is this really my responsibility? Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback, quickly complied. All right, I'm coming. Before leaving, he humorously addressed the camera. As you can see, Mr. Su's pig is becoming unmanageable. I must assist him. With that, Xiao Wu joined the increasingly chaotic pig-slaying team at Su Bai's behest. Mr. Su, I'm here. How do we proceed? Su Bai handed Xiao Wu a rope tied to the pig's hind leg. Hold tight and don't let go. If you can't manage, just let me know. Got it. No worries. With Xiao Wu now enlisted, the viewers found themselves in stitches. This livestream and Oppo's value is skyrocketing. Haha. After witnessing the billionaire slaughtering a pig, we now have a spectacle of Xiao Wu joining in. This pig is truly defying the odds. Haha. The pig. Am I truly destined to perish today? The pig. Come on, Xiao Wu. Shove that microphone in my mouth. I've got something to say. However, some astute viewers noted Xiao Wu's inexperience, commenting on his less-than-ideal posture as he struggled to hold onto the pig's hind leg. Indeed, Xiao Wu was dragging the pig's rear, and Su Bai regrettably placed such a critical task in the hands of a television host who had never engaged in pig slaughtering. As a result, whenever the elderly Su Bai reminisced about that day, he would ruefully slap his thigh for that fateful decision. Chapter 048. Our lifelong reputations have been ruined. The cries of the pig echoed throughout Dog Village. Witnessed by millions of netizens, the procession of pigs gradually expanded. Regrettably, as the crowd grew, the nearly 400-pound white pig remained ensnared by fate, successfully lifted onto the chopping block by the masses. The butcher, cigarette in mouth, wielded an iron hook in one hand to grasp the pig's upper jaw, while the other held a gleaming knife, meticulously adjusting the pig's head for a swift, decisive strike. Noticing this, the photographer deftly sidestepped the impending gruesome scene, focusing instead on Xiao Wu, who was pulling the pig's hooves, and Su Bai, who was pressing down on the pig's rear. It was only a matter of time before this rare spectacle would conclude. Yet, many onlookers, reveling in the chaos, expressed their dissatisfaction with the impending end. Oh, is it really coming to a close? I feel utterly bored already. Having witnessed a billionaire and a renowned host collaborating to restrain a pig, I suppose I've achieved something. I want to see more. Perhaps it could be featured in this year's Spring Festival Gala. Just as the audience presumed the climax had been reached, none realized that this macabre performance was merely beginning. Su Bai's second aunt placed a large iron basin filled with salt and cool water beneath the pig's neck, preparing to collect the blood for a dish. The butcher had found the perfect spot to strike, poised for action. The pig-holding crew summoned all their strength, bracing for the pig's most vigorous resistance. As the protagonist, the white pig caught sight of the gleaming knife. It seemed to sense the countdown to its demise, attempting a final act of defiance. In its struggle, the astute pig discovered that its hind legs were surprisingly free. Evidently, the individuals restraining its back legs had not eaten properly. It is well known that restraining a pig requires meticulous coordination. Any looseness could lead to disaster. A moment's slack could allow the pig to exploit an escape route, causing a complete unraveling of the operation. And indeed, today's pig found its opportunity. With one final, piercing squeal, the pig summoned all its strength, retracting its right hind leg forcefully. In the next moment, Xiao Wu, standing behind, stared blankly at his empty hands. "Where's the rope?" "Su Bai." Before Xiao Wu could convey the situation to Su Bai, who was previously holding the pig down, he was sent flying over 2 meters by the massive pig's rear. Several members of the pig-holding team were also flung in disarray. The liberated pig incited a wave of startled cries from the surrounding crowd, as several elderly onlookers shouted to regain control, while 2 curious children were hastily lifted by adults. And the large yellow dog in the corner of the yard stood up to observe. The scene was utter chaos. In this sudden turn of events, the butcher, who had been ready to strike, quickly unhooked the iron claw from the pig's jaw as the creature broke free. It was one thing for the pig to escape, but injuring someone with the hook would be troublesome. With the hook released, the pig plummeted from the cutting board, its white body spinning once before successfully landing on its feet, initiating its grand escape. The pig's flight was fortunate, but Su Bai's second uncle was still clinging tightly to its neck, initially planning to wait until he regained his balance to let go. He soon realized the pig was not giving him that chance, bolting forward with him on its back. As the pig accelerated, he had no choice but to hold on tighter, eventually straddling the pig's back, with the uncle and pig disappearing through the yard's entrance. Only the echoes of his furious curses remained. The live stream ultimately concluded, 40 minutes into the pig's wild dash with Su Bai's uncle. The spectacle came to an end. Remarkably, the live streaming event achieved unprecedented success, peaking at over 14 million viewers. Although this paled in comparison to the hundreds of millions who tuned into the Spring Festival Gala for the Douyin platform. This broadcast shattered the record set by Lu Tianwang 2 years prior, becoming the most watched live stream since Douyin's inception. With this achievement, Douyin could proudly declare itself the leading private live streaming platform worldwide. In addition to Douyin's substantial profits, the national television station that orchestrated the event emerged as the biggest winner. The program People's Entrepreneurs garnered immense positive feedback from the public, enlightening them on what truly constitutes an entrepreneur. Furthermore, the 14 million viewers were undeniably fortunate as they broadened their horizons through the live stream, witnessing numerous memorable moments and generating countless internet memes, such as billionaire restraining a pig, Xiao Wu holding the pig, Xiao Wu slacking, and desperate uncle, among others. Upon reflection, this seemed to be a win-win situation, provided 2 individuals were excluded from the equation. As evening descended, 2 dejected men sat alone beneath the grand locust tree at the entrance of Dog Village. Amidst the swirling smoke, Su Bai, who seldom smoked, held a cigarette, gazing forlornly in the direction of his home. How could it have gone so wrong? Beside him, Xiao Wu crouched by the flower bed, propping his chin on his right hand, his eyes vacant and filled with grievance. "Su, what should we do? I've heard the internet is flooded with memes about us." With various expressions flying everywhere, Su Bai exhaled another plume of smoke. "What are they saying?" Xiao Wu shifted his hand from his chin. "They're saying everything. Calling you the entrepreneur who couldn't hold the pig, and me the host who couldn't restrain it. They're comparing us to the likes of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong at this point." Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears, his voice urgent. "Su, we've tarnished our lifelong reputations by letting a pig slip away." Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt despondent. He had intended to establish a humble, unpretentious image as a people and oppos, entrepreneur through the live stream, while also gaining some followers. His fan base had indeed skyrocketed from just over 20 million to 32 million, a staggering increase of over 10 million. However, he never anticipated that just as he was solidifying his image as a people's entrepreneur, he would become synonymous with a pig. Now, throughout the internet, any mention of pigs inevitably brought up him and Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu lamented, the once respected businessman found himself not at the mercy of a giant conglomerate, but ensnared by a pig. Chapter 49. Where the boar goes, so shall I. Little Wu departed, catching a flight back to Rongqing overnight. This bumbling host, unable to keep a pig in check, managed to amass over 5 million followers on Douyin in just half a day. Of course, the price was steep. He acquired numerous nicknames, hundreds of memes, and countless parodic videos. In his own words, this once-renowned gold medal host had become a national laughingstock. Before leaving, Little Wu shamelessly approached Su Bai for his WeChat ID and personal phone number, which Su Bai readily provided. As fellow pig handlers, they had endured trials together, forming a bond akin to that of brothers in adversity. However, when the time came to slaughter the New Year pig next year, Su Bai would certainly not entrust the rope to someone he did not trust. That is, provided that his uncle, who had also become a village joke, would agree to let him handle the pig. The departure of the production team did not diminish the lively atmosphere of Dog Village. On the contrary, as the spring festival approached, the entire village was enveloped in a joyful and festive spirit. Su Bai remained unchanged. He was the same in reality as he was during the live broadcasts. He would play chess with the village elders under the large locust tree at the village entrance, enduring their good-natured ribbing for his poor skills. He could also be seen holding a bowl of rice in his courtyard, eating while watching the newlywed daughter-in-law of a neighbor. When boredom struck, he would fashion a slingshot and teach the village children to launch firecrackers into the sky. Most of the time, however, Su Bai would simply fetch a stool, sit in his yard basking in the sun, and place a thermos filled with steaming tea beside him, sipping from it intermittently. These rare moments of leisure allowed Su Bai to clear his mind and contemplate his grand ambitions. To outsiders, he was a business prodigy, a billionaire CEO, a beloved entrepreneur of the people. Yet, only Su Bai understood that he was facing an insurmountable predicament. Currently, the foundation of Douyin technology, particularly its mobile phone business, had reached the pinnacle in the Dragon Kingdom, transitioning from rapid growth to a stable phase. This meant that Su Bai's wealth could no longer expand at the same rapid pace as in previous years. His current goal was to become the richest person in the Dragon Kingdom. Presently, the wealth of the richest individual stands at 390 billion, which is roughly double Su Bai's current assets. Given his existing growth rate, it was likely that he could surpass this figure within 4 years. However, the calculations were not so straightforward. While Su Bai was developing, others were also advancing, and, crucially, their growth could potentially outpace his. The root of the issue lay in the fact that Douyin technology's scale was insufficient to support Su Bai's ambitions. In other words, if Su Bai wished to become the wealthiest in the Dragon Kingdom solely through the mobile phone sector, the probability of that happening was virtually zero. Thus, to achieve his goal, Su Bai needed to find an entirely new avenue. Now, esteemed readers, we arrive at the most enlightening part of this narrative. If one day you, too, aspire to transcend the ordinary and become a billionaire, what should your first step be? Observe closely as we witness a live demonstration from a billionaire. Su Bai pulled out his phone, clicked on a browser, opened Baidu, and searched for world's top 100 companies. Why this list? Because there is an immutable truth to recognize. Imitation is always easier than innovation. Starting a company follows the same principle. Rather than exhausting oneself to develop an unprecedented new business, it is far simpler to enter an existing industry and replicate the strategies of successful competitors until you outmaneuver them. For instance, if you wish to open a hot pot restaurant, the most straightforward and effective method is to identify the best performing hot pot restaurant nearby, then imitate its location, supply chain, DCOR, and service management. While this does not guarantee success, it is certainly more feasible than embarking on a whimsical venture without a plan. In the same vein, since Su Bai sought to explore a new path in business, the simplest approach was to imitate. However, given Su Bai's current assets, he would not be copying a hot pot restaurant. Instead, He would aim to emulate the very best. By dethroning the number one company on the world's top 100 list, he could claim the title of the world's best. Let me see who currently holds the top position. As the browser page refreshed, a complete list of the world's top companies appeared on Su Bai's screen. With his capabilities, he needed only to focus on the first entry. Upon recognizing the name of the world's leading enterprise, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Walmart. Who would have thought that a chain supermarket from the Eagle Nation could surpass a multitude of internet giants and energy behemoths to claim the title of the world's top company? Indeed, a supermarket had become a number one entity among the Fortune 500. Is there any justice left in the world? The sight of the name Walmart brought an involuntary smile to Su Bai's lips, a reflection of the unrestrained and wild spirit that had been passed down through generations in the Dragon Kingdom. It felt as if every cell in his body was shouting, "Where the boar goes, so shall I." Nobility and power are not inherently exclusive. I, Su Bai, shall challenge Walmart to its demise. If it were a high-tech or resource monopolizing enterprise, Su Bai would have to tread carefully given the industry barriers. However, as a supermarket, it was a different story. There were no negotiations. Some may wonder how Walmart, as a massive chain supermarket dominating the globe and holding the top rank in the Fortune 500 for 12 consecutive years, could be so easily challenged. Many have attempted to dethrone Walmart, yet all have failed. So, what emboldens Su Bai to confront this colossal entity head-on? Not only to challenge, but to block its every move? Apologies, dear readers, you may have forgotten. Although Su Bai does not possess supernatural abilities, he is indeed a genuine time traveler, merely by emulating a certain company from his previous life. He had risen to prominence in the Dragon Kingdom's mobile phone industry and amassed a fortune in just a few years. So, when Su Bai invokes the name of a supermarket that once ruled the Central Plains and dominated the internet landscape, certainly Walmart would be compelled to respond. It is worth mentioning that the aforementioned supermarket, due to a myriad of complex reasons, never expanded beyond the Central Plains in Su Bai's previous life. However now, for Su Bai, what that supermarket achieved, he too could accomplish. What could not achieve, he would likewise overcome. As Su Bai sat in his courtyard, sipping tea and basking in the sun, while contemplating how to adapt the model of the past to vanquish the world's leading Walmart, a group of young villagers passed by the road outside, evidently on their way to play cards at the village shop. During the spring festival in rural areas, playing cards is a common form of entertainment. As they walked past Su Bai's courtyard and noticed him, they greeted him warmly. "Brother Bai, enjoying the sun? Come on, let us play cards together. Brother Bai, we've seen you pondering for a while now. What are you thinking? How about we help you brainstorm some ideas?" Setting down his teacup, Su Bai smiled gently. Without much thought, they pondered how to become the richest person in the country. Upon hearing this, several young individuals nearly burst into laughter. The scene resembled those childhood moments when they would ask Su Bai about his exam scores. It was merely a casual inquiry. When someone expresses a desire to be the wealthiest, it is often seen as mere boasting. Yet, the individual before them seemed entirely sincere. It is often said that one must compare oneself to others to truly understand their worth. Hence, it is no wonder that some ascend to wealth while others remain mere laborers. Such is the disparity. There was little mood left for games. It was time to disperse and return home. However, just as the young men were feeling disheartened by Su Bai's remark, he approached them with a thermos in hand. "What are we playing? Mahjong? Let me make it clear, I want to play for more than $10. The mere fact that Su Bai was willing to join them for a game sent their spirits soaring. After all, many could play cards, but sitting at the same table as a billionaire was a rare and illustrious experience. Amidst laughter and cheer, the young men gathered around Su Bai, making their way to the village's small shop. Their camaraderie and playful banter mirrored the innocence of their childhood days. Chapter 050, The First Shot Fired. Striving for a promising start once the decision is made, the next step lies in execution. Logically, if the goal is to benchmark against, the most effective strategy would be to adopt a focused approach akin to how one would tackle, eschewing an all-out assault in favor of targeted breakthroughs. Much like, one must sound the first cannonade against, aiming for a triumphant debut. But how should this inaugural shot be fired? on the morning of the Lunar New Year, stood in the living room, holding a bowl of savoring the sweet dumplings while gazing at the map affixed to the wall by his father. In essence, commercial competition is a game of sieging and capturing market territory. A sweeping overview reveals that has established over 400 stores across, achieving comprehensive coverage in first to fourth tier cities. One could assert that has planted its flags firmly across the land. The prowess of the world's leading enterprise is indeed formidable. Thus, faced with such a formidable adversary, who boldly proclaims the audacity of noble aspirations, commence his campaign? Historical precedent offers two main strategies. One is to encircle the rural areas from the cities. The other is to encircle the cities from the rural areas. The former suggests that should establish in major cities like in the capital, replicating and directly contend with. After achieving initial victories, he could then expand into second and third tier cities, much like did in its early days. This approach, which tackles the most challenging tasks first, is predicated on establishing a solid foothold in the first-tier cities before radiating outward. It is akin to confronting a dragon head-on, making defeat a challenging prospect. However, this method hinges on a crucial prerequisite: sufficient strength. Entered the market in 1996, but its founder was already the wealthiest person globally in 1985. With ample resources and a strong foundation, launched its first store in the progressive city of. In contrast, is not even the wealthiest in. Given his limited cash flow, embarking on such an ambitious venture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, the most prudent strategy would be to adopt the rural encirclement approach, establishing his first in a third or fourth tier city, solidifying his base before expanding into higher tier cities. With the strategic direction clarified, the remaining tasks become manageable. Having finished the last morsel of scan the vast map of ultimately focusing on his hometown, this third-tier city, being his place of origin, offers both geographical and social advantages. As for timing, harbors no concerns. As he often states, much of his success is attributed to the support of his peers. As long as he remains steadfast in his original intent and stands with the people, there will always be individuals like to lend their support. After finishing returned the empty bowl to the kitchen and sauntered out. As a leader of a billion-dollar enterprise, he enjoys the absolute privilege of not washing dishes, a special allowance granted by. Third son, remember to pay your respects to your uncles and elders later understood. In rural customs, aside from paying respects to elders, many younger relatives also offer their New Year's greetings too. However, the customary is not as lavish as suggested online, typically amounting to a standardized 200 yuan. If there is any distinction, it lies in the fact that usually prepares several hundred, totaling nearly 100,000 yuan. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, nearly all the children come to pay their respects. In recent years, this tradition has expanded to include children from neighboring villages. However, is always generous, providing each child who greets him with a set out to greet his elders. A boy of 11 or 12 hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks in a nearby house inn. "Grandpa, I'm full." With that, the boy rushed out, heading towards. The boy's name is, and he has often endured ridicule from his classmates due to his name. Yet, despite being chased and teased, he has never felt embarrassment nor resorted to fighting, understanding that his family could not afford the consequences of such actions. Having lost his parents at a young age, has been raised by his grandfather. They say that children from impoverished families mature quickly, and is a prime example. He has always assisted his grandfather with household chores and excelled academically, consistently earning top grades. Coincidentally, his homeroom teacher is the same one who once taught. Whenever she hands out certificates to, she fondly ruffles his hair, remarking, "This child bears a striking resemblance to, with a spark of intelligence in his eyes this coming autumn. Will transition to middle school in the county, which entails boarding and returning home only once a week." Before this significant change in his life, however, he has one crucial task: to purchase a second-hand electric tricycle for his grandfather. Aside from farming, his grandfather also supplements their income by selling vegetables. On market days, rises early to help his grandfather load fresh produce onto their bicycle. Given the hilly terrain of the region, he often has to push the bicycle uphill. Once he begins middle school, no one will be there to assist his grandfather on market days. Thus, needs an electric tricycle, not a fancy one, just a second-hand model with a canopy to shield his grandfather from the rain. He has inquired about the price, which is 200 yuan for a used one. Over the past 6 months, has scrimped and saved, managing to accumulate 112. 50 yuan. He still needs 1087. 50 yuan. A considerable sum for a child from a family reliant on social assistance. To gather this amount, must resort to unconventional methods. After a breathless run, he arrives at the entrance of, gazing towards S home. He knows where it is because he visited last year, blending in with the other children to wish a happy new year and receiving a 200 yuan in return. That money was used to buy his grandfather a warm military coat, his grandfather's first new clothing that he had seen since he could remember. Now returns once more, crouching beneath the large locust tree at the entrance of, waiting for other children to arrive so he can join them in greeting. However, unlike last year, a sense of anxiety envelopes him this time, as if he were about to commit a transgression. His face reddens, and his heart races wildly within his chest. Has devised a plan. He intends to blend in with the crowd of children, repeatedly wishing a happy new year and collecting until he secures 5 in total. 5 amount to 1,000 yuan, and if he economizes over the next 6 months, he should be able to gather the remaining 87. 50 yuan, securing his grandfather's electric tricycle. For a diligent student like, the notion of deceit to obtain extra weighs heavily on his conscience. In an attempt to alleviate his guilt, he continuously reassures himself. Considered alone, it is indeed a loan. When I grow older and can earn money, I will surely repay it, and with interest. Little did I know, this cunning 12-year-old boy contemplated taking 5 red envelopes, amounting to 1,000 yuan, and then gradually accumulating the remaining 87 yuan and 50 cents. Yet, he failed to realize that by simply taking 6 red envelopes, he could retain 112 yuan and 50 cents for himself. Chapter 051. Beneath the ancient banyan tree at the village entrance, young Lu Daji lingered, awaiting his turn to extend New Year's greetings to Subai. He was not alone in this endeavor. Many others sought to pay their respects. Simultaneously, a black Hongqi sedan, bearing an ordinary Yiqing license plate, glided along the rural road leading to Goer village. Inside were a chauffeur and a passenger, both clad in unassuming down jackets, yet their demeanor hinted at their distinguished status. The driver, Xiao Zhang, a sharp individual in his early 30s and a graduate of Renmin University, had ascended through the ranks of the district committee office to become the esteemed secretary of Yiqing's chief administrator. With Xiao Zhang at the wheel, the identity of the passenger in the back seat was self-evident. This was Dong Xin, the chief administrator of Yiqing. As Xiao Zhang navigated the narrow rural road, he cautiously inquired, "Boss, is it wise to approach Director Su unannounced? Will this course of action prove fruitful?" Dong Xin, engrossed in a video on his phone, chuckled at the sight of Su by being propelled into the air by a pig. Dong Xin, known as Dong Sanjin in the political circles of the Sichuan-Chongqing region, had leveraged his exceptional drinking capacity to great effect. During his tenure in Chengdu's investment promotion sector, he had attracted 16 listed companies, securing over 50 billion in investment single-handedly. Legend had it that a prominent figure from a certain listed company had declared at a banquet that for every glass of wine Dong Xin consumed, he would invest 100 million in Chengdu. That evening, Dong Xin's exact consumption remained a mystery, but the company proceeded to invest over 10 billion in Chengdu within 3 years. Thus, Dong Xin's reputation was solidified. His moniker, Dong Sanjin, did not merely imply a capacity for 3 genes of alcohol, but rather 3 genes as a baseline. Nearly every prominent business magnate in the nation recognized Dong Sanjin, as he had invariably sought their investment. Dong Xin, upon assuming office in Yiqing, had enticed numerous large corporations to establish factories and invest in the city. The chief administrator of Yiqing had become a touchstone for enterprises nationwide. An adage circulated within the industry: if an entrepreneur has not been plied with alcohol and solicited for investment by Dong Sanjin, their enterprise is not yet of sufficient magnitude. Upon hearing Secretary Xiao Zhang's concerns, Dong Xin stifled a yawn and replied in a thick northeastern accent, "Are you daft? If I were to announce my arrival, wouldn't that be akin to tipping him off? If he knew I was coming, would he wait for me? He'd flee. I chose the first day of the new year precisely to corner him for funds. Would he dare to refuse me during such a festive occasion? If he dares to rebuff me, I'll plaster the image of him being launched by a pig on every toll booth along the Yiqing Expressway. Dong Xian's visit was far from a casual New Year's greeting. He expected Su Bai to contribute a substantial sum, 30 billion yuan to be precise. Dong Xian had learned that Su Bai's rice-based sanitary napkin factory was only partially operational, with an additional 30 billion yuan required for further expansion. While Chengdu had initially earmarked these funds, Dong Xian was determined to seize the opportunity. He reasoned that Chengdu, with its vast resources, could afford to relinquish these 30 billion, whereas Yiqing desperately needed the investment to boost its tax revenue and create thousands of jobs. Thus, Dong Xian had resolved to visit Su Bai on the auspicious first day of the new year, hoping to secure the 30 billion yuan. Happy New Year, Uncle. A 4 or 5-year-old boy, clad in a new cotton-padded jacket, beamed at Su Bai in the courtyard of the Su residence. Happy New Year, Su Bai responded, selecting a red envelope from a large stack and handing it to the boy. Study diligently and obey your parents. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Su. The boy scampered away, elated with his prize. The Su family courtyard was filled with children, ranging from toddlers to teenagers, all eager to offer their New Year's greetings to Su Bai. Adults watched from a distance, amused by the spectacle. Paying respects to Su Bai had become a cherished New Year's tradition in Goer village. Among the children, Lu Daji stood near the front, his head bowed in embarrassment, as the child ahead of him received a red envelope and skipped away. Lu Daji mustered his courage and approached Su Bai. Uncle Su, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Study hard and listen to your teachers, Su Bai replied, handing Lu Daji a red envelope before calling out to the next child. With numerous children awaiting their turn, he needed to distribute the envelopes quickly before lunchtime. After circling the village, Lu Daji rejoined the line and soon found himself once more before Su Bai. Uncle Su, Happy New Year. This time, Lu Daji appeared less composed, his voice trembling slightly. The 12-year-old, who had never told a lie, struggled to maintain a calm facade. What if he were recognized? If discovered, he would confess his transgression. But if his grandfather were to learn of his deception, he would be heartbroken. His grandfather, who was so proud of his grandson's academic achievements, would be devastated to learn that he had resorted to such a scheme. As Lu Daji's heart pounded in his chest, a red envelope with the words New Year's gift appeared before him, accompanied by Su Bai's gentle smile. Happy New Year. You're another year older. Study hard and help with chores at home. Lu Daji nodded vigorously, forgetting to offer his thanks, and hurried away. He had not been detected. However, Lu Daji failed to notice that Su Bai's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than usual. The village boy was unaware that Su Bai possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of recalling the names of all 1,000 employees at the Douyin technology headquarters, let alone a few hundred children. Chapter 52. Are you really worried that I will default? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, every child who came to pay their respects to Su Bai had been thoroughly instructed by their parents. It was acceptable to pay respects and to accept red envelopes. During such a festive occasion, Su Bai, a man of considerable means, would not be overly concerned with a mere 200 yuan. However, one must not presume that, in the company of many children, they could simply blend in and repeatedly ask Su Bai for red envelopes. This not only reflected poorly on their own character, but, more importantly, it was a matter of principle. Given Su Bai's esteemed position in Dog Air Village, everyone was eager to cultivate a closer relationship with the Su family. Whenever the Su family had any needs, the villagers were always quick to lend their support. On one hand, there was gratitude, due to Su Bai and Appo's influence. Dog Air Village was the first in the entire Yiqing to have paved roads. Many speculated that the early establishment of these roads was due to Su Bai's discreet financial contributions. Yet, Su Bai himself never mentioned this. There were numerous instances like this. Despite the economic downturn over the years, Dog Air Village continued to prosper. Everyone was acutely aware of the reasons, but Su Bai had always remained reticent, and the villagers tacitly agreed not to bring it up. In rural communities, relationships are built on reciprocal kindness. What goes around comes around. Su Bai had done so much for the village in private, and the villagers were constantly thinking of ways to repay the kindness of his Su family. No one would be foolish enough to take advantage of Su Bai's generosity by attempting to snatch away a mere 200 yuan. If such behavior were to become known, it would surely result in ostracism from the entire village. The children, being quite well-behaved and already enamored with the uncle who could craft slingshots, did not seek to take more than their due. They respectfully paid their respects and left. Only Lu Daji, having already secured his fourth red envelope, found himself in a predicament. As he contemplated claiming a fifth, he began to panic. Most of the other children had already dispersed, and only a handful remained in line. He feared that if he joined the queue now, Su Bai would notice him. Lu Daji was torn between his ailing grandfather, who urgently needed an electric tricycle for his vegetable-selling business, and the anxiety of being discovered, potentially ruining his plans. Here stood a 12-year-old boy facing what felt like a monumental challenge over a 200 yuan red envelope. Ultimately, Lu Daji summoned what little courage he had left and positioned himself at the end of the line. As the last child collected their red envelope and departed, Lu Daji found himself standing before a man whose worth was measured in billions. Su Bai had been observing Lu Daji for quite some time. What Lu Daji believed to be flawless acting was riddled with flaws in Su Bai and Damp Oppo's as discerning eyes. Nevertheless, Su Bai chose not to expose him. Instead, he feigned ignorance. Beyond the boy's clumsy attempts at deception, Su Bai perceived something else in his gaze: desperation. It was a look that spoke of surrendering all dignity and pride, a reluctant acquiescence to the harsh realities of life. It was difficult to fathom that such a look could reside in the eyes of a boy who should have been enjoying the carefree days of childhood. Su Bai did not understand why Lu Daji needed so many red envelopes. He only knew that should he unveil the truth about this boy, it would likely haunt Lu Daji for the rest of his life. With that thought in mind, Su Bai picked up another red envelope, maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he smiled at Lu Daji. All that was required was for Lu Daji to greet him with a Happy New Year, and the 200 yuan would be his. However, just as Su Bai expected Lu Daji to follow the pattern of previous encounters, offering a New Year's greeting and departing with the red envelope, this boy, who had kept his head bowed throughout, unexpectedly pulled 4 red envelopes from his pocket in front of Su Bai. With a trembling voice, he stammered, I'm sorry. I wanted to buy my grandfather an electric tricycle, but I don't have enough money. I don't know what to do. Really, I'm sorry. Lu Daji's frail shoulders shook as he extended the 4 red envelopes toward Su Bai. Witnessing this scene, Su Bai fell silent. After mustering all his courage and pride to obtain 4 red envelopes, Lu Daji was now choosing to admit his wrongdoing at the last moment. Su Bai gently took the 4 envelopes from Lu Daji's trembling hands and softly inquired, "Why do you wish to confess now?" Lu Daji, still looking down, whispered through his tears, "My grandfather taught me not to do anything that would weigh on my conscience. I never understood what it meant to have a guilty conscience." Indeed, it was only just moments ago that Lu Daji realized he could take those 5 red envelopes, amounting to 1,000 yuan, and use it to buy his grandfather the tricycle. Yet, the guilt and remorse accompanying this act would likely linger with him for a lifetime. This is what it means to have a guilty conscience. Su Bai listened quietly, offering neither admonition nor judgment. Here was a grandfather teaching his grandson the importance of integrity, and a grandson striving to procure a tricycle for his grandfather. It was quite poignant indeed. Having apologized and deeply bowed to Su Bai, Lu Daji wiped his tears and prepared to turn away. But then, a voice stopped him. "Wait." Lu Daji froze, finally mustering the courage to meet Su Bai's gaze. His teacher was right. There was a spark of intelligence in Su Bai's eyes. Su Bai remained seated, observing this boy who refused to compromise his principles. "You've returned the envelopes. What will happen to your grandfather's electric tricycle?" Mentioning the tricycle caused Lu Daji's spirit to falter. He had heard that if a student in the county scored first in any subject during their midterm exams, they would receive a bonus of 200 yuan. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. There are many students in the county. It's not easy to secure first place. Lu Daji clutched the hem of his shirt defiantly. "I can do it. I've been first in my rural school every year. Fastest in 1 semester, slowest in 1 year. I will definitely buy the tricycle for my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Su Bai's face broke into a smile. I have a plan that will allow you to keep your conscience clear while enabling you to buy your grandfather an electric tricycle right after the new year. Are you in? What's the plan? Lu Daji inquired eagerly. Just tell me if you're willing, Su Bai replied. As long as it doesn't weigh on your conscience, I'm in. Su Bai then called out to a window on the second floor of his house. Dodo, come down. Half a minute later, a boy of 8 or 9 appeared before Su Bai, holding a toy gun and looking quite spirited. Third uncle, what is up? Su Bai ruffled Dodo's hair and turned to Lu Daji. This is my older brother's child. He is in the 3rd grade, and his academic performance is quite average. My plan is that starting today until the winter break ends, you will come to my house every day to tutor Dodo for 2 hours, and I will pay you 100 yuan a day. Ironically, Su Bai's older brother, Su Zhen, was the principal of a high school renowned for its academic excellence. Yet at home, he had a child struggling academically. Upon hearing the term tutoring, Dodo attempted to flee, but Su Bai swiftly grabbed him by the collar. Lu Daji's eyes sparkled at Su Bai's proposal. With the start of a new school year still several days away, he realized that tutoring Dodo until school resumed would earn him nearly 2,000 yuan. But it didn't end there. Su Bai continued, this is your tutoring fee. Additionally, for every subject Dodo improves in during his exams, I will give you an extra 200 yuan. If he ranks first in his class, I will give you 1,000 yuan. And if he becomes the top of the entire grade, I will reward you with 5,000 yuan. Thus, Su Bai cleverly employed a performance-based incentive system on Lu Daji. Upon hearing the exaggerated promise of a bounty, Lu Daji did not succumb to folly. Instead, he observed Dodo, who was ensnared by Su Bai and floundering helplessly. His expression tinged with concern. What if he chooses not to heed my words? Su Bai chuckled and shrugged nonchalantly. If he were obedient, what purpose would I have in seeking your assistance? I am indifferent to whether you take him up a tree to plunder bird nests or into the fields to catch loaches. I solely focus on the outcome, disregarding the journey. So, have you reached a decision? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Daji finally summoned his courage once more. I have noted everything you said. You must not renege on your promise. Su Bai, looking exasperated, replied, as a billionaire, why would I quibble over a few thousand? It appears you have made your choice. Rest assured, I will not default. With that, Su Bai extended his hand towards Lu Daji, who mirrored Su Bai's gesture and grasped his hand firmly. Chapter 53. This red envelope is truly unique. After finalizing the schedule for his daily tutoring sessions, Lu Daji left, clutching a red envelope containing 200 yuan. This envelope bore no guilt. As he passed the entrance of Dog Village, a casual glance towards the old locust tree caught his attention. A familiar face piqued his curiosity. His grandfather often watched the news on their old television, both national and local. The man chatting amongst a group of elderly men had appeared on local news broadcasts before, often seated prominently at meetings, suggesting he held a position of authority. Bang! A firecracker exploded nearby, sending a dog bowl soaring into the sky. Regaining his composure, Lu Daji hurried home, dismissing thoughts of the official. He was eager to inform his grandfather that he had found a job, and after the new year, he would be able to buy him an electric tricycle. Meanwhile, Dong Sanjin had been in the area for some time, choosing not to rush to Su's home to find Su Bai. Instead, he masqueraded as a visiting relative, blending in with the group of elderly men under the old locust tree, accepting a purple cloud cigarette handed to him by an old man. Dong Sanjin smiled appreciatively before lighting it. It had been a while since he had smoked this brand, known for its potency. The elder seemed eager to engage, pride evident in his demeanor. Don't underestimate this cigarette. Our village's young man, Su Bai, is worth billions, and he smokes this too. Dong Sanjin maintained a cheerful facade while internally scoffing. Since entering the village, he had heard this boast repeated multiple times. It was no wonder the villagers were so keen to offer cigarettes to outsiders. If anyone could read people's hearts, it was Su Bai. A pack of purple cloud cigarettes, worth just a few yuan, elevated the entire village's status to that of billionaires. While the elders busied themselves with flattering Dong Sanjin, none recognized him as the esteemed steward of Yicheng, who had come to the village alone in casual attire, leaving his secretary in the car, claiming to be visiting relatives. A couple of the older men found him familiar but dismissed it thinking that county leaders always arrived in large groups for inspections. Amid the casual banter, Dong Sanjin asked numerous questions about medical reimbursements, children's education, and local employment. When the elders praised him, he grinned widely. When they criticized him, he simply scratched his head, puffing on a cigarette. Unbeknownst to him, the conversation eventually turned towards the steward of Yicheng himself. It was clear that the recent transformations in Yicheng had not gone unnoticed by the townspeople, who expressed unanimous approval of Dong Sanjin's efforts. However, a singular point of skepticism arose regarding his drinking capacity. I doubt he can hold his liquor. Even the fourth son from the Xia family in Yuan village, who works at a winery, can only manage 2 jugs, they muttered. He claims 3 jugs as a base. But I suspect he can barely manage 1.5, definitely exaggeration. Hearing this, Dong Sanjin could not remain silent. You may criticize my work, and I will accept that humbly. However, to question my drinking ability, he surveyed the group of elderly men, all averaging in their 70s, and fell at a loss. What was he to argue with a gaggle of seniors? Checking his watch, he noted that it was nearly mealtime. Dusting off the ash from his trousers, he stood up and smiled. I must take my leave to visit my relatives for lunch. After bidding farewell to the elderly men, he donned his cotton coat and, mimicking the way he used to dress in his childhood in northeast China, tucked his hands into his sleeves and ambled towards Su Bai's home, exhaling puffs of breath in the frigid air. This southern winter was particularly harsh. Everywhere felt unbearably cold. Upon reaching the small courtyard of the Su residence, Dong Sanjin listened intently, hearing the clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen, indicating that preparations for lunch were underway. Peeking cautiously into the courtyard and confirming that Su Bai was not present, he stepped inside with a grin. Is the host home? Happy New Year! Hearing the commotion, Su Guiyang, Su Bai's father, emerged from the living room. Before he could respond, Dong Sanjin interjected, Brother, I've come to visit relatives, but my phone has died. I haven't found my destination yet. And it's the new year. Just then, Su Jinfeng, his mother, poked her head out from the kitchen. Which village are you from? It's almost mealtime. Come, eat first. I'll find you a charger to power your phone. And I can guide you in the afternoon in rural areas. One might not be able to solicit money for a bowl of rice, but asking for a meal? That could easily earn you a feast, even from the southernmost reaches of the Dragon Kingdom back to northeast China, especially with someone like Su Jinfeng, who had a sharp tongue but a heart of gold. Oh, I couldn't possibly just lend me a charger, he insisted. Why feel bad? I can tell from your accent that you're from the Northeast. Northeasterners are known for their hospitality, just as we Southerners are. Ha ha ha. Well then, it seems I've encountered a kind family. I feel quite embarrassed. Though he feigned embarrassment, Dong Sanjin's heart was filled with joy as he stepped over the threshold. Mr. Su, it's not that I'm unwilling to leave, but your mother insists on having me for lunch. On this festive occasion, would it be appropriate to chase him away? Welcomed warmly by Su Guiyang, Dong Sanjin settled onto the sofa in the living room while surveying the decor of Su Bai's home without uttering a word. Su Guiyang busied himself serving tea and fruits, clearly unaware that Dong Sanjin's visit was not merely a festive greeting, but rather a scheming endeavor. Reminiscent of a weasel wishing a hen well, his intentions were far from innocent. Today's lunch would cost their son 30 billion. Logically, whether Su Bai spent this 30 billion in Rong City or Yicheng, it would still be spent. However, if Su Bai truly invested this sum in Yicheng, how would Su Xiaochang justify it? Su Bai remained upstairs, engrossed in phone calls that had not ceased all morning. At Su Bai's level, despite his relatively low profile, his connections were vast. From Rong City to the capital, both domestically and internationally, countless individuals were eager to extend New Year greetings and well wishes. It was only natural. If one had Su Bai's contact information but hesitated to disturb him, the New Year was often the time to share a few words with such a billionaire. Amidst his busy schedule, Su Bai and Appo's elder brother, Su Zhen, descended the stairs, cradling a child in his arms. Mom, where's the charger for Dodo's toy gun? I need to charge it for a bit. As he spoke, Su Zhen happened to glance into the living room and, upon recognizing Dong Sanjin, almost dropped Dodo. Di Dong Dong, Shu Hei. Hey, Dong Sanjin was focused on examining the remote control when he heard his name called. Startled, he looked up and saw it was Su Zhen, immediately raising his hand to interrupt. It's the New Year. Just call me Uncle Dong. As the principal of a high school, Su Jun swallowed hard, taking a few seconds to muster a smile. Uncle Dong. Dong Sanjin nodded with a smile, glancing at the child in Su Jun's arms. Is this your son? What's the deal? Do you have a custom of scolding children on the first day of the new year? At that moment, Dodo, nestled in Su Jun's arms, had red eyes, clearly having just finished crying. It was no surprise. His third uncle, Subai, had inexplicably arranged for him to attend a tutoring session, which felt like the sky was falling. Come, Uncle Dong has a red envelope for you. Saying this, Dong Sanjin pulled out a red envelope that he had prepared in advance. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Jun immediately set down Dodo and urged with a smile, Hurry, go and pay your New Year respects to Grandpa Dong. I don't want to, the son retorted. I already have red envelopes. I don't care for them. Su Jun was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, gazing at his uncooperative son, wishing he could slap some sense into the wall. Obedient son, this red envelope truly holds a different significance. Chapter 054. Are you unaware that the best noodles come from northeast China? As Su Bai descended the stairs with his phone in hand, he could hear the cheerful commotion emanating from the dining room. It seemed there were guests. Puzzled, Su Bai stepped into the dining area, only to find a familiar figure seated next to his father, Su Guoyang. Upon recognizing the face, Su Bai instinctively halted and then turned to leave. Mom, I'm going to my second uncle's house for a meal. Meanwhile, Su Jun, witnessing Su Bai's hasty retreat, was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to intervene. On one hand stood a high-ranking leader, and on the other his own brother with a fortune in the billions. Neither was a person to provoke. As for Su Jinfeng and Su Guoyang, they remained oblivious to the tension. Upon hearing Su Bai's intention to leave, Su Jinfeng immediately began to scold him. Her barbs knew no holiday. What are you doing, crashing a meal during the new year? Is there not enough food at home? After speaking, she seemed to realize the impropriety of her words and turned to Dong Sanjin with a smile. Brother Sanjin, look at my mouth. It doesn't know when to stop. I was talking about you, so please don't take it personally. My third child has been spoiled by me since childhood. Please excuse him. Dong Sanjin, also known as Dong Xian, chuckled as he accepted the chopsticks Su Guoyang offered and gazed at the now called back Su Bai, his face nearly splitting with laughter. It's all right. I can tell your third child is someone destined for greatness. At that moment, Su Jun, who was intent on remaining a bystander, nearly burst into laughter at Dong Sanjin's words. There was indeed a destiny involved, albeit of a different nature. It was said that Dong Sanjin had spent over a week in his brother's office, compelling Su Bai to invest over 10 billion in a factory in Yicheng. This time, Dong Sanjin had come unannounced on the first day of the new year, clearly intent on cornering Su Bai. It was evident that unless Su Bai forked out several billion, this imposing figure would not budge. Returning to the table, Su Bai wore a gloomy expression as he faced Dong Sanjin, feeling overwhelmed. He was acutely aware of Dong Sanjin's intentions, merely to discuss the follow-up 30 billion investment for the rice sanitary napkin factory. Had it been years prior, back when they were courting investments in Rongsheng, Dong Sanjin would not have needed to corner him during the new year for this sum. However, times had changed. With over 20 million people and a GDP exceeding 20 trillion, Rongsheng was thriving. In contrast, Yicheng, with its mere millions and a GDP of just over 2 trillion, could hardly compare. Su Bai's 30 billion investment could inflate the GDP by a full percentage point, not accounting for the multiplier effect. How could Dong Sanjin not be tempted? Despite his reluctance, Su Bai invited Dong Sanjin into his study after lunch. The study was simply furnished, filled with children's books rather than hefty tomes. And even the chessboard on Su Bai's desk bore the remnants of children's play. Brewing a pot of tea, the two settled down to a game of chess. Su Bai advanced his pawn without any defensive strategy. If Dong Sanjin sought those 30 billion, he was utterly unable to oblige. Truth be told, old Su had called him to warn him about Dong Sanjin and Appo's intentions. In the realm of politics, maintaining composure is paramount. At Dong Sanjin and Appo's level, it was challenging to catch him off guard. Su Bai's outright refusal was anticipated by Dong Sanjin. If Su Bai had immediately acquiesced, it would have raised suspicions. Old Su was being ungrateful. After all, they had worked together in Rongsheng, yet he was plotting against him behind his back. How disheartening. Silently pouring tea. Subai thought, why are you being cautious? You know exactly why. Dong Sanjin tapped his fingers on the table, lifting his teacup while his gaze remained fixated on the chessboard. The economic situation has been grim these past 2 years. Last year, our official employment rate in Yicheng dropped by 5 percentage points. You understand the reality. Many of our young people working in larger cities have faced layoffs or been let go. They can no longer survive in the big cities and must return home to Yicheng. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin's tone grew somber. The other day, I strolled through the city center and noticed an increase in young street vendors selling snacks. I approached a girl at a screen-protecting stall, only to learn she had graduated from university over 6 months ago but struggled to find suitable employment. After years of hard study, she found herself working in sales for a meager salary, barely covering her living expenses. With no other choice, she returned home to set up a stall while self-studying for civil service exams. When I paid and prepared to leave, she jokingly remarked that I had the aura of a leader. I couldn't bring myself to admit that it was the leaders who failed to provide jobs for their own children, forcing them to sell screen protectors in the streets during the harsh winter. Having finished his tale, Dong Sanjin lifted his gaze to meet Su Bai's. I shamelessly sought you out, not for the 30 billion or for GDP accolades. I simply wished to secure a few thousand job opportunities for our young people in Yicheng. Finally, the emotional card had been played, leaving Su Bai defenseless. As a fellow Yicheng native, how could he refuse? Yet, he truly could not agree. Before the rice sanitary napkin factory project materialized, he might have considered it. However, having already made a promise to Su Xiaochong, Su Bai had no grounds for retraction. If he conceded to Dong Sanjin today, it would set a precedent, inviting countless similar requests in the future. This was a matter of principle. Thus, facing the heartfelt yet logical plea from Dong Sanjin, Su Bai remained steadfast, shaking his head resolutely. I'm sorry, old Dong, but I truly cannot grant those 30 billion to Yicheng. However, I can certainly assist you in securing those few thousand job positions. At his words, Dong Sanjin's eyes sparkled with hope. It seems, when one reaches a dead end, a new path emerges. Having prepared for a prolonged negotiation, Dong Sanjin was ready to persistently persuade Su Bai, hoping to extract at least a few billion from him, but he never anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Just as Su Bai finished speaking, he awaited Dong Sanjin's response, knowing he needed local support for his rice supermarket initiative in Yicheng. However, the dynamics of the situation were starkly different between initiating contact and being sought out. To Su Bai's astonishment, rather than appearing intrigued, Dong Sanjin remained unfazed and continued sipping his tea. Both were seasoned negotiators, adept at the game. Upon hearing Su Bai mention the potential to create thousands of job opportunities for Yicheng, Dong Sanjin sensed something amiss. After all this time, it appeared that this billionaire magnate was once again poised to orchestrate something significant. Moreover, it seemed that he had meticulously planned this endeavor to establish a presence in Yicheng. Though Dong Sanjin felt a tempest of curiosity within, itching to inquire about Su Bai's true intentions, he maintained an outward composure, exuding an air of calmness. Young man, do you still think you can manipulate me? You're still quite inexperienced. Are you not aware that those from Northeast China value their reputation above all? Chapter 055. My rival has never been Walmart in the courtyard of the Su residence. Su Bai's elder brother, Su Zhen, a high school principal, sat vigilantly on a stool near the staircase leading to the second floor. Despite the New Year festivities, Su Zhen's phone incessantly rang. While managing the calls, his gaze remained fixed on the younger family members, preventing them from causing a disturbance upstairs. The Su household was bustling with visitors celebrating the New Year. Soon after lunch, numerous vehicles lined up outside the Su residence. The living room and courtyard teemed with relatives and friends, creating a lively atmosphere. The hosts, Su Guoyang and Su Jinfeng, were tirelessly serving tea and attending to their guests, while their 2 sons were conspicuously absent from the scene. What are you two doing? Constantly on the phone. With so many guests, shouldn't you be helping out? Do you think people came to see us old folks? They're here for you too. Where's the 3rd son? Tell him to come down immediately. Upon hearing his mother's call, Su Zhen promptly ended his call, a sheepish grin on his face. Actually, Mom, the 3rd son is upstairs discussing some matters. With Dong Sanjin? How did those two get together? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Su Jun leaned in and whispered to his mother, Su Jinfeng, Mom, the end amp, Oppos, Jin end amp, Oppos. And his name means end amp, Oppos gold, end amp, Oppos gold? Dong Sanjin? Initially, Su Jinfeng didn't end amp, Oppos, react. But after a few moments, her mouth widened in astonishment. Is he the Dong from the municipal? Before Su Jinfeng could finish her sentence, Su Jin quickly covered her mouth. Mom, please keep it down. If you announce it like that, the township leaders will be here in less than 10 minutes. The county officials will arrive in half an hour, and the city officials will be here within an hour. We might as well hold a conference for cadres from all levels right here in the Su family courtyard. Su Jinfeng was both surprised and delighted. Who would have imagined that someone who shared a meal with them at noon was actually a prominent leader from Yicheng? A simple rural woman like herself had been chatting with him for quite some time. This was the epitome of a humble home receiving distinguished guests. He's here to discuss matters with our third son? Su Jin nodded. Who else would he be here to see? I'm not that important. Oh my. Our third son is truly capable. Look, even leaders are personally seeking him out. Watching his mother's excitement, Su Jun forced a smile. You're this happy just because he's here to see Su Bai? If you knew that this Dong Sanjin spends his days in Su Bai's office, drinking tea and reading newspapers, you'd be even more ecstatic. All right then, if he's here to discuss important matters with the third son, we shouldn't disturb them. You stay here and keep watch. Su Jun was speechless. What do you think I and Oppos am doing here? Back among the guests, Su Jinfeng explained that Su Bai was meeting with a prominent visitor. The guests all nodded understandingly, but couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the guest who warranted a private meeting with Su Bai during the new year. Nothing special, just a terrible chess player like Su Bai himself. The key was that their chess skills were evenly matched, making them formidable opponents, locked in an intense battle. What? After all that, it's just a supermarket? Despite Dong Sanjin's composure, he couldn't hide his disappointment upon hearing Su Bai's explanation. He had assumed the multi-billionaire was planning something significant, especially after hearing about creating thousands of jobs in Yicheng. But it turned out to be just opening a supermarket? Are you sure it's a supermarket? Not a joke. What kind of supermarket can employ thousands of people? Are you trafficking humans? That's illegal. Dong Sanjin's skepticism seemed to be anticipated by Su Bai. What's wrong? Looking down on it? After a moment's hesitation, Dong Sanjin nodded without reservation. I truly do look down on it. Have you researched the supermarket industry in Yicheng? 5 years ago, Qianjia Supermarket, which originated in our city, had to close all its stores due to poor performance. Then, Tiantianlu opened in the city center and initially did quite well, attracting a large customer base. However, when Walmart entered Yicheng last year, it was a sensation. As a result, Tiantianlu closed down as well. With Walmart around, who would go to Tiantianlu? So, Dong Sanjin moved a piece forward, capturing Su Bai's night. I really Don and Oppos. See how your supermarket business can succeed. With Walmart in the picture, they're in Oppos. That's no way to make a profit in the supermarket industry in Yicheng. Even if you're stubborn, you wouldn't want to compete with Walmart, the world's largest retailer. Their arm is thicker than your leg. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin observed Su Bai's expression. Seeing Su Bai's calm demeanor, Dong Sanjin became uneasy and quickly put down his chess piece. Wait, you're not seriously trying to take on Walmart, are you? Well, that analogy might not be entirely accurate, but it's close enough. Su Bai calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. What? Is Walmart untouchable? A chess piece fell to the tile floor, but Dong Sanjin didn't bother to pick it up, instead staring at Su Bai as if he were insane. I can't believe it. Did taking down Yuan make you this arrogant? Now you dare to provoke Walmart? Kid, if it weren't for your ingenuity in creating the rice standard and the support of thousands of daily chemical manufacturers, do you really think you could have gotten rid of Yuan Jia? Su Bai remained clear-headed. Yuan Jiayi's departure from the Chinese market wasn't because of me. It was the consumer's choice. Dong Sanjin had completely lost interest in the chess game. Su Bai, it wasn't easy for you to build up this fortune. Now the government is even endorsing you, promoting you as a model entrepreneur. Instead of cherishing your reputation, you're going to challenge the world's number one? Frankly, Su Bai's existence is not only a source of pride for the Su family, but also for Yicheng. There are countless prefecture-level cities in the country, but only a handful of multi-billionaires. Even if Dami Technologies' headquarters aren't in Yicheng, Su Bai's investments in factories alone amount to billions. We haven't even benefited from Su Bai's success yet, and now you want to go and seek death? Let me tell you, Walmart is not a soft target like Yuan. I know a bit about what happened with Yuan. The problem was with their Asia-Pacific regional manager, who kept making mistakes, giving you an opportunity. But Walmart, Dong Sanjin didn't, and Oppos, hesitate to criticize Su Bai. If you compete with Walmart on price, the public might not necessarily support you. Dong Sanjin was earnestly trying to persuade Su Bai, but Su Bai took advantage of Dong Sanjin's distraction to move his horse forward, checkmating Dong Sanjin, who said, "I'm going to compete with Walmart." His words left Dong Sanjin speechless. "Then why are you opening a supermarket?" Su Bai wasn't sure how to answer. In his previous life, someone like Jing Dong never considered Walmart a rival. Or rather, the world's number one, Walmart, wasn't qualified to be Jing Dong's rival. The same went for Su Bai. His opponent in opening Dami's supermarket was an Oppos, Walmart, but the era itself. The era where bosses treat their employees like slaves. The era of drudgery. Chapter 056. A foreboding sense of intrigue from President Su. Just say it. Are we in or out? Dong Sanjin's multitude of words flowed into Su Bai's ears. Yet from Su Bai's lips emerged only 3 words. In or out. As the boss, Su Bai was not oblivious to the art of grandiose promises. I do not intend to replace Walmart as the world's number one. However, I am confident in pushing Walmart out of the Dragon Country market, making my rice supermarket the leader in the region. At that point, I will likely become the richest person in the Dragon Country. When that time comes, your visit to me will not merely be about 30 billion. One must put on a show and paint a picture vividly. Su Bai continued to seize the moment. Moreover, I assure you that the headquarters of the rice supermarket will remain in Yicheng. Upon hearing this, Dong Sanjin could no longer sit still. All logic and rationality were cast aside. For a city, there are numerous metrics to assess its standing. But one criterion is particularly crucial: the number of Fortune 500 companies it hosts. As the capital of Sichuan province, Rongqing boasts only 4, one of which is rice technology. No other city within the province can claim even one. This is precisely why Dong Sanjin had long sought to persuade Su Bai to relocate rice technology back to Yicheng. Once Yicheng had a Fortune 500 company, with Dong Sanjin's cunning and determination, he would dare to challenge second-tier cities. The distinction between third-tier and second-tier cities is but a single word, yet the difference is monumental. Can you comprehend the prestige of elevating the status of the city you govern? Su Bai's persuasive words nearly left Dong Sanjin in a daze. What official could withstand such temptation? If he did not take the gamble, would he still be Dong Sanjin? As Su Bai and Oppos' advantage on the chessboard became increasingly evident, Dong Sanjin discreetly seized one of Su Bai's pieces while he was pouring tea. Are you truly confident? Have you ever seen me undertake an endeavor without assurance? Upon hearing this, Dong Sanjin could no longer contain his agitation. His breathing quickened, and he paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back. He understood that Su Bai's approach was a clear indication of his need for Yicheng's unwavering support. Without it, Su Bai could independently launch his venture. If he sought another city for his rice supermarket, they would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. However, if successful, the fruits of his labor would not benefit Yicheng. Thus, Dong Sanjin had to take a definitive stance today. Would he board Su Bai's ship? Should it sink, it would tarnish Dong Sanjin's career, making progress thereafter exceedingly difficult. This was indeed a high-stakes gamble. Contemplating this, Dong Sanjin regarded Su Bai with grave seriousness, his tone laden with caution. Were the odds? 70%. In truth, Su Bai felt 90% assured. Once the Donglai model was unleashed, it would undoubtedly be a game-changer for the entire Dragon Country market. Walmart, at best, would simply be the unfortunate casualty of this nuclear detonation. Su Bai had never regarded it as a true adversary. 70%. That is sufficient. In the past, Chun Xiaodao had staked $20 to win $27 million. Old Li, as a brigade commander, had dared to take on Ping and Oppos and County. Now, with a 70% assurance, Would Dong Sanjin hesitate to gamble? If you do not accompany me as the sun sets, who will support you when you rise again? Opportunities do not present themselves so readily. To grow and prosper, one must summon courage at pivotal moments. Dong Sanjin approached Su Bai with a serious demeanor, extending his right hand solemnly. Young man, if you lose, I shall retire and come to your home to live out my days. Su Bai stood and firmly grasped Dong Sanjin's hand. If I win, do not think to block my door on the first day of the new year. The holiday season always passes swiftly. On the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, the day the headquarters of Rice Technology reopened, the employees returned to the company with a joyful spirit, eagerly sharing tales from their holidays. Among the most discussed topics was the incident involving a certain billionaire executive and a pig. Even after a considerable time had passed, the buzz surrounding the event had not entirely faded. Some netizens even remarked that this year's Spring Festival Gala could not compare to the village's pig chase. Early that morning, in the first conference room, the senior management of Rice Technology gathered harmoniously, chatting and awaiting Su Bai and Appo's arrival. However, as time progressed, an oddity emerged. Is it not 9:30? Why hasn't Appo's President Su arrived yet? Curiously, President Su was late? Perhaps he is still adjusting after the holiday. Just as everyone pondered Su Bai and Appo's tardiness, his secretary, Xiao Lu, opened the office door with a serious expression. Leaders, the meeting is canceled. The news left everyone astonished. The first meeting of the year, crucial for various work deployments, will be canceled. This was uncharacteristic of President Su. Xiao Lu, what is the situation? Standing at the door, Xiao Lu shook her head. I am unsure, but it seems President Su hasn't returned to Rongqing. What? Just as confusion spread among the crowd, Huang Lin, the head of the public relations department, felt her phone vibrate. Upon checking, she discovered an email notification from President Su. Opening the email revealed a lengthy document detailing work deployments. At the end of the document, a message read, I will not be returning to Rongqing for the time being. Daily operations should be managed by each department. Please report special matters via email and contact me by phone for significant issues. As Huang Lin processed Su Bai's email, other executives began checking their phones, realizing they too had received the same message. Within Rice Technology, every one of the senior management present had been cultivated by Su Bai into elite talents, capable of standing firm in any organization, even if remote work were necessary. Should Su Bai encounter an aviation mishap and end up stranded on a deserted island for a year and a half upon his return, Rice Technology would remain unchanged, perhaps even larger. After all, these executives had learned one invaluable lesson from Su Bai. Heed advice with sincerity, and they would follow without hesitation. Not returning to Rongqing for the time being? What could President Su be planning? With the realization that Su Bai intended to stay in his hometown of Yicheng, the executives were left puzzled. Who could fathom the workings of their boss and Appo's mind, which was anything but conventional? Oh no, with President Su away, you dare speak ill of him? Huh, I would say the same to his face. On that day, all employees at the Rice Technology headquarters received a work email from the president's office. Aside from informing them of President Su's temporary absence from Rongqing and urging everyone to work diligently, it also conveyed a significant announcement. When Su Bai officially returned to Rongqing, all employees would receive a salary increase. Upon reading this news, employees erupted in joy. For while other bosses merely made empty promises, their own Su Bai truly delivered on his commitments. Notably, besides the senior executives, another group of individuals received a special email from Su Bai, Secretary Xiao Lu, several key figures from the finance department, the human resources department, and the marketing department. Furthermore, the majority of them were unattached and childless. Upon each of them receiving a private email dispatched by Su Bai, they refrained from divulging the matter to any unauthorized personnel. Instead, they promptly returned to their residences, gathered their belongings, and departed from the Rice Technology headquarters under the guise of business trips. The select few senior executives who were privy to this development also maintained a discreet silence, feigning ignorance of the situation. It was only during clandestine encounters that they would broach the subject, their words hinting at a premonition that Director Su was about to instigate something significant, perhaps even a momentous undertaking. I've also noticed it. He's definitely planning something big. Hush, keep your voice down. Chapter 57, Mr. Su. There truly isn't any. Mr. Su, please this way. Throughout the morning, the smile on Xiao Zhang's face never waned. As the secretary to Dong Sanjin, he could be considered a prominent figure in Yicheng, where even ordinary officials would treat him with courtesy. However, it all depended on whom he was facing. Before him stood a young man, not yet 30, whose immense wealth surpassed hundreds of billions. This was someone even Dong Sanjin had to visit on the first day of the new year. Originally, Dong Sanjin intended for someone from the investment promotion office in Yicheng to welcome Su Bai, given that Su Bai was planning to invest there, making it a fitting arrangement. However, after some contemplation, he decided to send his own secretary instead. This was merely a gesture to express his serious consideration of the matter. Should anyone dare to disrupt or cause trouble, they would be met with formidable resistance. Masked and wearing sunglasses, Su Bai followed Xiao Zhang to a square in the urban district. As the host, Xiao Zhang pointed to a grand building, introducing it to Su Bai. This is it. Originally called Fuxing Tower, completed in 2012. It is a commercial complex, with the first and second floors covering over 500 square meters. Located on People and Appos S Road in the urban district, it is the most bustling area in Yicheng. Logically, this would be the perfect spot for the rice supermarket. Su Bai turned his gaze to the massive billboard of Woma a few hundred meters away before returning his attention to Fuxing Tower. What about the underground parking? How many spaces are there? 121 spaces, Xiao Zhang replied, clearly having done his homework. Upon hearing this figure, Su Bai decisively shook his head. No, that won't do. Xiao Zhang's expression fell. Throughout the morning, he had taken Su Bai to several locations, almost all suitable for establishing a large supermarket. Two of them even had better conditions than Woma, yet every single one was met with rejection from Su Bai. Now, Xiao Zhang was at a loss. Mr. Su, how do you envision this supermarket being established? Mr. Su, could you perhaps share your specific requirements with me? After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai glanced at Xiao Zhang, who was pulling out his notebook. Firstly, the area must be large, ideally 3 to 4 stories, with each floor no less than 3,000 square meters. Upon hearing this demand, Xiao Zhang felt overwhelmed. Mr. Su, are you sure you're looking to open a supermarket? That space could serve as an armory. And that's not all. Su Bai continued. It should ideally be surrounded on 3 sides by roads, with at least 3 entrances and exits for the underground parking. Furthermore, I prefer a 6-lane dual carriageway to prevent congestion when customers flock to the supermarket. Xiao Zhang's mind was racing. Was this the disparity in thinking between an ordinary person and a billionaire? An ordinary person would ponder how to attract more customers, while Su Bai was already considering the potential for too many customers and the possibility of traffic jams. He had encountered boastful individuals before, but never someone who boasted to this extent. The crux was that while others could be countered, Xiao Zhang found himself unable to rebut Su Bai and Appos as requests. He could only dutifully jot everything down, his mind filled with concern. Mr. Su, if you make such grand claims, what will you do if only 2 or 3 customers show up? Moreover, he added, the number of underground parking spaces should ideally exceed 300. If that is not feasible, I require at least 500 spaces on a ground level. At this point, Xiao Zhang knew there was no need to take notes. The concept of 500 ground-level parking spaces was staggering. Accommodating such a number would require at least 10,000 square meters of area. Just look at the satellite map. If you can find a plot of over 10,000 square meters in the urban district of Yicheng to serve as a parking lot, I will personally remove my own eyeballs. Xiao Zhang's face was etched with bitterness. Mr. Su, I assure you, that truly does not exist. Su Bai was not overly surprised by Xiao Zhang and Appos S response, having spent the morning touring around Yicheng and gaining a general understanding of the area. Nevertheless, these 3 criteria represented Su Bai's bottom line. The area, accessibility, and parking spaces were not merely determinants of the minimum standards for the rice supermarket, but were crucial to its potential success. As the inaugural rice supermarket, Su Bai was determined to establish it as a model project, a benchmark endeavor. The first shot must be fired with impact. All right then, I appreciate your efforts. Please inform Boss Dong that these 3 requirements are my bottom line. With that, Su Bai departed, leaving Xiao Zhang bewildered. Inform Boss Dong? Telling the local deity would be futile too. This is not merely a matter of who to speak to. Less than an hour later, in his office, Dong Sanjin set down his signing pen after hearing Xiao Zhang's report. Did he truly say that? Absolutely. Upon hearing Su Bai's 3 demands, Dong Sanjin leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. A supermarket of over 10,000 square meters, more than 500 parking spaces, and a 6-lane dual carriageway nearby. This young man was making quite a fuss over establishing a supermarket. Did he truly believe there would be traffic jams before the supermarket even opened? Yet, what would he do? He had already promised Su Bai his utmost support. Now, he had no choice but to press forward. For the grand vision that this man had painted for him, Dong Sanjin felt compelled to reach for the stars. Even if it meant climbing a ladder to pluck one down for Su Bai. At a loss for solutions, Dong Sanjin stood up. Let's convene a meeting. Half an hour later, a meeting involving multiple departments commenced under Dong Sanjin's leadership. Initially, the leaders of Yicheng were elated at the prospect of Su Bai investing in the city. However, upon learning that he intended to open a supermarket, silence fell over the room. Each person busied themselves with their notebooks, avoiding eye contact with Dong Sanjin. Why invest in a supermarket? Did they think Woma was merely a decoration? If Su Bai had money to spare, he could engage in philanthropy instead of launching a supermarket. What was he thinking? Having already secured the consensus of several high-ranking officials in Yicheng, Dong Sanjin felt no need to explain further. After all, nothing had yet been finalized. He could not afford to paint extravagant pictures like Su Bai. His role was simply to ensure cooperation. The rest was up to Su Bai. As Dong Sanjin articulated Su Bai and Oppo's requirements, an unexpected silence enveloped the meeting room. Such a vast area and supporting facilities could not be found throughout the entire Yicheng urban area. Just as Dong Sanjin was about to announce the meeting and Oppo's conclusion, a hand quietly rose from a corner of the room. If those 3 conditions are met, I do know of a location. A little over an hour later, upon arriving home, Su Bai received a call from Dong Sanjin. Are you certain that only those 3 conditions matter? Nothing else will suffice? Su Bai parked his car, shutting off the engine as he answered the call. Indeed. Have you found a suitable place? As long as the upper limit is addressed. The rest is not an issue for me. Su Bai had already considered that if a suitable location could not be found, he would have to purchase land to build one himself. Money was not the concern. The real challenge lay in the time it would consume, easily taking a year or 2. He had many aspirations in life and could not afford to spend all his time on a rice supermarket. To his surprise, Dong Sanjin had quickly discovered an appropriate location. On the other end of the line, Dong Sanjin's voice came through again. I found a place. It's a chicken farm. Chicken farm? Su Bai wore an expression reminiscent of an elderly subway commuter engrossed in their phone. In the next moment, the voice of Dong Sanjin on the other end of the line escalated several decibels. It is not a chicken farm for raising poultry. It is an airport. An airport equipped with a runway measuring 2,600 meters. At this revelation, Su Bai was completely taken aback. I run a supermarket, and you're offering me an airport? Chapter 58. Is the pressure beginning to mount? Located in the southern suburbs, Nanxiao Airport stands as a shared memory for generations of Yicheng residents. In the 1940s, necessitated by the wartime effort, a historically significant air route emerged, the Hump Route. During the site selection for this vital supply line, 4 cities were ultimately chosen. Yin Province's Spring City, Shu Province's Liquor City, Mountain City, and Yicheng. In September 1942, construction of Yicheng's Nanxiao Airport commenced, employing over 80,000 laborers who excavated a staggering 900,000 cubic meters of earth, laid 140,000 cubic meters of stone, and constructed a runway measuring 200 meters. In a concerted effort to support the war, the people of Yicheng, regardless of age or gender, toiled day and night, completing the airport in just 3 months. This airport not only encapsulates a profound historical significance, but also serves as a monument to the efforts of millions of Yicheng citizens. Following the economic reforms, as the economy soared, Yicheng Airport underwent several expansions due to increasing passenger volume. The fourth expansion in 2009 enlarged the terminal to 25,000 square meters and extended the runway to 2,600 meters, alongside enhancements to communication, navigation, meteorological, fuel supply, cargo, and firefighting facilities, transforming it into a standard 4C civil airport. Despite multiple expansions, the I authorities underestimated the rapid pace of the nation's growth. As skyscrapers sprang up, and the urban area quickly encroached upon Nanxiao Airport, the existence of the airport restricted the height of nearby buildings. And with the airport already at capacity, the I officials, after 2 years of deliberation, initiated the construction of the new Douyin Airport project. A modern airport was built in the northern suburbs of I, which officially opened 3 years ago. However, after more than half a century of history, Nanxiao Airport ultimately faced the fate of closure. When the announcement of its impending shutdown was made public through the television, thousands of I citizens spontaneously gathered outside the airport. Upon witnessing the last passenger plane and audacious landing on a runway, countless elderly individuals could not contain their tears of nostalgia. Will future generations of I remember the resounding chants of the 80,000 laborers who built Nanxiao Airport? Just as today's prosperity prompts reflections on the 3 million who fought in the war. The weight of Nanxiao Airport's history has left the I authorities in a quandary for several years after its closure. The military? The Air Force had no strategic need for I, selling to real estate developers? The real estate market has been tumultuous in recent years, making such a large parcel of land undesirable. Demolition? That too would require substantial funds. Thus, Nanxiao Airport remained in limbo for 3 years. The latest assessment suggested that the best course of action would be to transform Nanxiao Airport into a city park, akin to Hong Kong and Appos, as Kai Tak Airport, or Germany and Appos, as Hof Airport. However, the financial implications of such a large-scale project were not insignificant. Just as I officials were tightening their belts to raise funds, Su Bai appeared on the scene. On one side stood Su Bai, a wealthy investor needing vast space for a supermarket. On the other, the I officials, akin to a child separated from its mother. This was an opportune moment indeed. On the runway of Nanxiao Airport, Su Bai removed his sunglasses, gazing down the seemingly endless stretch of runway before turning to the massive terminal. Even someone as accustomed to grand spectacles as Su Bai was taken aback by I and Appos. As audacity. I'm just opening a supermarket, and you're offering me an entire airport. Is that appropriate? Deng Sanjin, clad in a black administrative jacket, handed his phone to his secretary, Xiao Zhang. A terminal spanning 25,000 square meters and a 600-meter runway as a parking lot. I don't care whether it's appropriate. I'm fulfilling all 3 of your demands. As Deng Sanjin stood beside Su Bai on the runway, he declared, "Young man, we've prepared the stage for you here in I. I don't care if you want to create a ruckus or unleash floods. The next act is yours." Is the pressure beginning to mount? Before departing, Deng Sanjin paused at the car door and looked at Su Bai. By the way, a word of caution. If you create a stir and it turns out to be a damn squib, well, it won't just be me retiring to your home for a leisurely life. You might want to consider investing in a retirement home for officials. The pressure was indeed significant. Deng Sanjin was not intentionally placing pressure on Su Bai. Rather, he himself felt the weight of expectations. If Su Bai's plans were modest, it could be managed discreetly, but should his actions explode in scale, the I officials would have to escalate their efforts. Even resurrecting the closure of Nanxiao Airport as part of the gamble. If Su Bai were to fail spectacularly, the consequences would be dire. Watching Deng Sanjin leave in his vehicle, Su Bai, feeling the mounting pressure, helplessly pulled out his phone. "Where are you?" "Mr. Su, navigation indicates 3 minutes." 5 minutes later, 3 business vehicles adorned with Rongqing license plates slowly entered Nanxiao Airport and drove directly onto the runway, approaching Su Bai's side, with a flurry of car doors opening. Over a dozen elite members of Douyin Technology, including Secretary Xiao Lu, disembarked. Upon seeing them, Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on here? All the newcomers, dressed uniformly in black suits with polished shoes and meticulously groomed hair, carried black briefcases and wore expressions of cold seriousness, resembling characters straight out of a Hong Kong crime film. "Mr. Su, Didn't you mention a major project? Xiao Lu said, raising his hand hesitantly. My dad runs a small convenience store downstairs in our community. Does that count? Upon hearing this, Su Bai clapped his hands in excitement. Perfect. Call your father and ask him what it takes to elevate a supermarket into the Fortune 500. The crowd responded with bewilderment. Chapter 059. Have you confirmed with Walmart? If one were to inquire about the undisputed leader in the realm of commercial architectural design in Longhua, it is likely that each of 10 individuals would offer a distinct answer. However, should this inquiry be narrowed down to the post-80s generation, the response would be remarkably uniform. Zhao Xiaofeng. Bursting onto the scene with the spectacular Yangqing Tower, he swiftly garnered the prestigious Pritzker Prize, often deemed the Nobel Prize of Architecture. In simpler terms, if one seeks excellence in commercial architectural design, Zhao Xiaofeng is the unequivocal choice. Despite having surpassed the age of 30, Zhao Xiaofeng has accumulated an impressive portfolio of masterpieces that could hardly be counted on both hands, having certainly weathered many storms. Yet, as he stood on the expansive runway of Nankyo Airport, gazing at the vast terminal building, he could not help but pose one final question. Mr. Su, may I confirm once more, you truly intend to transform an airport into a supermarket? While he had encountered many peculiar projects in his career, this particular one was a first. An airport converted into a supermarket was simply unprecedented. What would be sold there? Missiles? With such a vast expanse of land, why choose to open a supermarket? How do you feel about this, Teacher Zhao? Is it challenging? Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. The challenges were minimal. The design requirements presented by Su Bai primarily revolved around practicality, with aesthetics taking a back seat. Having designed numerous large-scale commercial complexes, Zhao was well-versed in the process. The only potential difficulty lay in the fire safety considerations, as Nankyo Airport was an aging facility with deteriorating infrastructure. Transforming it into a large supermarket would necessitate stringent fire safety measures. One might argue that bringing Zhao Xiaofeng onto this project seemed akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, an egregious misallocation of talent. It's not a significant problem. I'll send someone to conduct preliminary measurements, and I would like a copy of the schematics from the airport's previous expansions. Once I finish my current commitments in the capital, I will promptly bring my team over. The first draft of the plans should be in your hands within 2 months. Zhao Xiaofeng had been summoned by a call from Su Bai. As a renowned design master, he could hardly afford to be idle, juggling several commercial projects. To deliver plans in 2 months was already a concession, reflecting their long-standing acquaintance. Upon hearing the 2-month timeline, Su Bai shook his head immediately. Noticing this, Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, "Are you pressed for time?" "Very well, I will allocate more personnel and work overtime. A month and a half should suffice. After all, the overtime pay is on you. You're not short a few coins." However, Su Bai continued to shake his head. "No, Mr. Su, what exactly are you aiming for? I must clarify, do not put me in a difficult position. I have your end oppos, pig and oppos, emoticon saved." Su Bai raised 3 fingers. 3 months. The supermarket must open before the May Day holiday. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Xiaofeng turned on his heel and strode away without a moment's hesitation. If he were in his 20s, he might have bolted outright. "Are you jesting? Transforming a terminal of over 30,000 square meters into a supermarket within 3 months? Do you think it's a corner store? Why even involve me? Just hire a local renovation team to smash down the walls." "Hey, Teacher Zhao, I will increase the budget. I promise," Su Bai exclaimed, hastily intercepting Zhao Xiaofeng. He was genuinely unwilling to waste time on this matter. For a businessman, especially a successful one, if something can be acquired with money, one should never trade time for it. Money can be earned back, but time lost is irreplaceable. Upon hearing Su Bai's proposal to increase the budget, Zhao Xiaofeng firmly declined. "Mr. Su, this is not merely a matter of finances." He began to enumerate on his fingers. "Setting aside my design responsibilities, such a vast project requires official approval and bidding. You must select a general contractor, who will then subcontract work for construction, plumbing, fire safety, renovations, and landscaping, all of which will consume time. Just finding the right personnel will take a considerable amount of effort, and we haven and damp, oppos, to even officially commence work yet. And you expect to open in 3 months? Are you joking? Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng's resolve to leave, Su Bai interjected directly. What if I told you that I have everything prepared and am merely awaiting your design proposal? Prepared? What do you mean prepared? Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was about to inquire further, a locally licensed vehicle entered the airport runway, and Zhang, secretary to Dong Sanjin, was the first to alight. Gentlemen, we have arrived. Please disembark. As several middle-aged men, notably those with prominent stomachs, exited the vehicle, Zhao Xiaofeng was taken aback, recognizing several of them from the industry, including 2 regional heads from state-owned engineering firms, along with several subcontractors distributing business cards. This entire scenario left Zhao Xiaofeng utterly perplexed. So, Mr. Su, you have gathered your guests and are merely waiting for me, the chef, to serve the dishes? Mr. Su, what is going on? Su Bai shrugged. First, this is not a government project, so the bidding process is entirely at my discretion. Second, I have a certain degree of connections in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Third, given the current downturn in real estate, as long as you have funds, work is readily available. In short, the power of the client exceeds your imagination. Fine. You have the funds. You are extravagant. You are exceptional. However, I must first complete Mr. Zhang's project in the capital. He is waiting. Su Bai decisively replied. I spoke with Mr. Zhang of Chiefing Networks this morning. He said he could wait a little longer. You may verify this with him. What? Even Mr. Zhang of Chiefing Networks has been roped into your side deal? So you had no intention of letting me leave after I landed in Yiqing today? Having encountered many forms of pressure in his career, Zhao Xiaofeng had never before experienced being coerced into a project as a designer. All right, I will do my utmost. Is that sufficient for you? That is all I require from you. After this exchange, Su Bai turned to leave, having settled the significant issues as the owner. He entrusted the remaining concerns to his subordinates. However, as he approached the vehicle and opened the door, Su Bai seemed to recall something and turned to Zhao Xiaofeng. By the way, Teacher Zhao, what is it? Is there something else? I heard that your most cherished project is the Yangqing Tower. Indeed, what of it? Su Bai grinned broadly. Trust me, it will soon no longer be known as the Yangqing Tower. As Su Bai closed the door and drove away, Zhao Xiaofeng remained bewildered, glancing up at the terminal building before him. If it is not the Yangqing Tower, could it possibly be your supermarket? Surely you jest. It was only when Su Bai's sleek black A6 vanished from sight that Zhao Xiaofeng recalled a crucial detail. Why would a leading domestic smartphone manufacturer, not preoccupied with selling phones, choose to venture into the supermarket business? Given the scale of this undertaking, had he consulted with Walmart for their consent? Chapter 060. Taking everything away? Su Bai hastened his efforts, even willing to spend money to save time. The essence of this urgency was not merely to conserve time. Up to this point, the news of Su Bai's foray into the supermarket industry had only circulated within a limited circle, with few aware of his intentions. This was partly due to Su Bai's deliberate concealment. His aim was to execute a blitzkrieg, leaving Vorma with little time to react. As our ancestors would say, a single beat of the drum calls for battle. 2 beats tighten the battle gear. 3 beats draw the sword. With the 4th beat, blood must be shed. This signifies momentum and morale. While supermarket openings may take a year or more, by that time, the sword would be rusted and ineffective. Currently, the renovation project at Nanjiao Airport has commenced robustly. The first drum has been struck. As for the second drum, one cannot overlook a saying in the retail sector. Success relies on traffic. Life and death depend on the supply chain. Su Bai is not lacking in traffic. Even a pig could attract over 10 million viewers. The crux of the rice supermarket lies in its supply chain. In simpler terms, one must have a sufficient number of suppliers whose products adorn the supermarket shelves and must be favored by consumers. The myriad complex issues entailed can be resolved with a straightforward approach. Delegate professional tasks to qualified individuals. On Binjiang Road, 800 meters from the exit of Yiqing Bridge, there exists a car wash whose business thrives, even attracting customers from other cities. This success does not stem from superior cleanliness or exceptional service quality. Rather, it is due to a unique group of car wash attendants. They are not particularly articulate and usually wear a simple, sincere smile, yet their movements may be somewhat sluggish. Many of them suffer from intellectual disabilities, cerebral palsy, autism, and Down syndrome. They share a collective identity known as Zihainer, as stated on the sign, Zihainer Car Washington. The proprietor of the car wash, Feng Jun, is in his early 40s. 5 years prior, he and his wife established this business, motivated by the struggle to find employment for their son with autism. Although Feng Jun tends to be taciturn and has a somewhat fierce appearance, often checked for identification by police in the bustling city center, those familiar with the car wash know him to possess a heart of gold. Regular customers often take the opportunity to chat with Feng Jun while their cars are being washed. Yet few are aware that this silent car wash owner was once the founder of Qianjiaoui Supermarket. Originating from Yicheng, Qianjiaoui Supermarket thrived on affordable goods and excellent service, dominating the local market and expanding into the Sichuan, Chongqing, and Yunnan provinces, with over 87 branches and annual revenues exceeding 100 million. Unfortunately, this prosperity was short-lived. After 2008, international retail giants grounded in major Chinese cities began their aggressive market penetration, employing formidable strategies that local supermarkets could hardly withstand. Vorima, Delong, Auchan, Itoyakado. For domestic supermarkets, this was akin to another version of the Eight-Nation Alliance. These companies boasted advanced business philosophies, comprehensive supply systems, significant economies of scale, and integrated logistics networks. Meanwhile, local supermarkets could only offer price-cutting promotional posters. Thus, Feng Jun transitioned to running a car wash, evolving from Feng Zone to Feng Boss. To this day, whenever Feng Jun reflects on his past, he feels a sense of acceptance regarding his defeat, recognizing that he is more suited to managing a car wash than leading a supermarket chain. At 3 in the afternoon, Feng Jun sat at the counter, tallying the day's earnings, oblivious to the black Audi A6 that had slowly rolled into the car wash. Bang! Subai shut the car door and glanced at the approaching attendant. "The keys are in the car. I appreciate your help." There was no thanks. Only the attendant and Oppo's radiant smile. "By the way, where and Oppo's? As your boss?" A somewhat slow-witted attendant pointed toward the counter. "Thank you." As Subai entered, he walked directly to the counter and, noticing the water dispenser nearby, grabbed a paper cup to fill with water. While doing so, he turned to observe Feng Jun, who was engrossed in his phone. "I heard from my HR manager that he visited you 3 times, but couldn't coax you out of retirement?" Upon hearing the commotion, Feng Jun looked up and was taken aback to see Subai holding the cup, staring for a couple of seconds before saying Su Zong. After taking a sip of water, Subai nodded. "If you're referring to Su Zong of Dami Technology, then that is indeed me. If you're talking about the one who can control a pig, then I shall take my leave. How could you come to meet this legendary figure of the southwestern supermarket industry and, while at it, wash your car?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats across from each other at the coffee table. Feng Jun offered Subai a cigarette, which he declined, prompting Feng Jun to return the cigarette to the pack. "It's been years, Su Zong. As you can see, I am now merely the owner of Car Wash. Your HR manager did indeed approach me, and to be honest, the offer was quite generous. However, I'm afraid my capabilities are limited, and I cannot fulfill the role." Subai set down the disposable cup and smiled. "I believe, Feng Boss, that your lack of confidence lies not in yourself, but in Dami's supermarket." Feng Jun, a man who abhors deceit, simply smiled in silence. Subai continued, "You think my transition from mobile business to the supermarket industry is merely a whimsical endeavor, a way to have fun with my wealth. You believe that Dami Supermarket, even with my influence, will only create a fleeting sensation, unable to sustain itself." Upon hearing Subai's candid remarks, Feng Jun felt little need to conceal his thoughts. "Alas, Su Zong, allow me to say something you may not wish to hear. Your strengths lie in your integrity and your willingness to heed advice. However, for Vorima, they do not adhere to such principles. Their products are not necessarily more expensive, nor of lesser quality than yours. While you can listen to guidance, they have their customer service to address issues on site. If you were a consumer, would you prefer to shop at a well-established Vorima or at a little-known Dami supermarket? Having stood the test of over half a century, Vorima remains resilient and has become a global leader for good reason." Feng Yun spoke candidly, demonstrating a clear understanding of Dami supermarket's landscape. Yet, one point remained unspoken: the group of Zihainer attendants. Feng Jun harbored reservations about entrusting these innocent individuals to someone else, aware that even after a long day's labor, they would gladly accept a meager 10 yuan wage without question. Not everyone possesses Feng Jun's blend of sternness and kindness. Feng Jun voiced his thoughts, while Su Bai listened intently, refraining from rebuttal or showing offense at Feng Jun's forthrightness. Through his numerous business negotiations, Su Bai learned the value of resisting the urge to follow others' rhythms. Though he yearned to explain the Donglai model, he ultimately chose silence. In this world, there is no such thing as an oppos, certain east and oppos, and it is impossible for anyone to comprehend something that has never existed. Ultimately, everything is determined by the results. After a prolonged silence, Su Bai cast his gaze towards the few cheerful car wash attendants outside the door. Let us revisit the matter of compensation, he proposed. Hearing this, Feng Jun silently shook his head. This was not merely an issue of remuneration. No matter how much Su Bai offered, he would not accept. For Feng Jun, once a billionaire who had experienced both meteoric rises and devastating falls, money had become nothing more than a series of digits. In the end, it was all just a fleeting dream. You shall take up the position of CEO at Rice Supermarket, reporting directly to me. Furthermore, as he spoke, Su Bai gestured towards the car wash attendants outside. I will establish a dedicated car cleaning department under the customer service division of Rice Supermarket, exclusively providing complimentary car wash services for customers who drive to shop. Therefore, on behalf of the Human Resources Department, I sincerely invite these gentlemen to join the car cleaning department at Rice Supermarket. If Mr. Feng has no objections, shall we discuss their compensation? Upon hearing Su Bai's intention to hire these cheerful attendants, Feng Jun was utterly bewildered. Initially, he had assumed that the discussion of compensation pertained to his own salary. To his astonishment, it was about these attendants instead. Rice Supermarket was actually considering hiring them? One must admit, Su Bai's unexpected maneuver left Feng Jun astounded. Was he truly planning to take the entire car wash establishment along with him? Chapter 061. Congratulations. You have all learned to buzz at Mr. Su. Are you saying that you want all of these children? Observing the astonishment etched on Feng Jun's face, Su Bai understood that the initiative in this negotiation had reverted to him. As the saying goes, there are no corners that cannot be turned with a steadfast shovel. Having personally intervened, did he expect to return empty-handed? Is it not the prerogative of a boss to maintain some dignity? Indeed, Feng Jun and Oppo's resolve was beginning to waver, not due to the goodwill displayed by the individuals with disabilities, for such goodwill can often be feigned. Rather, it was the astute business acumen of Su Bai that stirred his contemplation. Consider two supermarkets. One struggles with parking, while the other boasts ample spaces and even offers complimentary car washes. Which would you choose? Now, let's take a step further. Imagine two car wash establishments. One employs standard workers, while the other employs individuals with disabilities. Which would you select? This is a question that Feng Jun, as the owner of the car wash, is most qualified to answer. Su Bai had ingeniously combined both advantages: free car washes by individuals with disabilities. This strategy was nothing short of a trump card, capable of significantly boosting customer traffic for a medium-sized supermarket, provided that the supermarket's profits could support such an imaginative venture. Or perhaps, did Su Bai intend to employ these individuals at a minimal wage? It was not entirely inconceivable. Although the daily expenses of a car wash are not insignificant, if free car washes are to be provided, Su Bai would have to curtail employee wages to maintain supermarket profitability. Thus, the crux of the issue lay in the treatment of these individuals. Mr. Su, I believe you have misunderstood. Although these children have various challenges, here they are treated as equals, receiving wages equivalent to those of typical employees. If you believe that their status as individuals with disabilities allows for a significantly lower wage, then at this moment, Feng Jun's usual stoicism returned. Having been a business owner himself, he understood the inherent nature of capital seeking profit. Often, the larger the enterprise, the less humanity it possesses. Employees are merely tools for generating income. While he admired Su Bai and Oppo's business insight, he did not necessarily endorse the man himself. Seemingly oblivious to Feng Jun and Oppo's shifting demeanor, Subai continued to observe the bustling individuals outside and nodded along to Feng Jun's statements. Indeed, they cannot be compensated as one would a typical employee. Feng Jun's expression darkened further, even as he lifted his teacup, perhaps signaling an end to the conversation. Their compensation should be even more favorable than that of typical workers. Maintaining his grip on the teacup, Feng Jun stared at Subai in disbelief, seemingly having missed some of the dialogue. "Mr. Su, what did you say? I have watched documentaries about them. Many individuals with disabilities face significant challenges in their daily lives, particularly with commuting to work. They require considerable time to memorize bus routes and stops. A mistake in their journey can lead to considerable inconvenience. To address this, I believe it is only reasonable to provide them with nearby accommodations and a dining facility. As for the base salary, let us tentatively set it between 8,000 to 10,000, with the specifics to be calculated by the HR department, given that this is labor-intensive work. Although this may seem low, our benefits package is substantial." As Subai spoke, he noticed an extraordinarily peculiar sight. Feng Jun, despite his unyielding demeanor, was trembling uncontrollably, causing tea to spill from his cup. "Mr. Feng, are you all right?" At this moment, Feng Jun's thoughts were tumultuous. He had only offered 4,005 for his workers with a meal included. Now, Subai proposed a base of 8,000? How could he even question his well-being? "I'm fine, just experiencing a bit of hand tremors," he replied, attempting to maintain composure. Though Subai's proposed compensation was high, Feng Jun remained level-headed. "I am curious. Do all employees at Douyin supermarket receive such generous wages?" Subai nodded affirmatively. "Is that an issue?" Feng Jun and Appo's face reflected confusion. "Are you certain that Douyin supermarket can sustain such elevated labor costs?" Subai gently shook the disposable cup in his hand. "Ultimately, it comes down to the supermarket's profitability. But how can we ensure the effectiveness of Douyin supermarket? Are we to rely solely on Subai's goodwill and persuasion?" "Mr. Su, regrettably, I still do not perceive the core competitive advantage of Douyin supermarket." Faced with this challenge, Subai resorted to writing a single character on the glass coffee table with a bit of water, meaning person. "Person? Indeed, it is person. Subai stativ candidly. Mr. Feng, imagine you are an ordinary college graduate, fresh out of a specialized program. The average salary for recent graduates is around 4,000. If I offered you 4,000 to work in my company, what would your thoughts be?" Feng Jun hesitated momentarily. Given the current job market, securing employment is already commendable, and maintaining the average salary is not deemed inadequate. "I suppose I would just work diligently." "No," Subai countered immediately. "You would clock in on time, leave promptly, and do only what is required of you. The company's profitability would be of no concern to you, as long as you receive your salary punctually. 4,000 can merely sustain existence, not foster a life." With that statement, Feng Jun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledging the truth in Subai's assertion. "And if I raise the salary to 6,000, then your attitude would shift dramatically, as this exceeds the local average wage. As long as you live modestly, you could likely save some money each month, enjoy a few outings with friends, and perhaps buy a couple of new outfits for your parents by the year's end, leading to a joyful reunion." As Subai continued, Feng Jun nodded in agreement. "Now, if I were to elevate the salary to 8,000, double the regional average wage, you would completely transcend mere survival. Your savings would increase, and thoughts of purchasing a home, a car, and starting a family would surface. You would realize that all of these aspirations are intrinsically linked to your employment. Thus, each morning, when your alarm rings, you would rise eagerly to reach the office, fully engaged in your work. You would no longer merely wish for the company to survive. Rather, you would desire its growth and success. For it is only through this that your dreams can be realized." At this juncture, Subai turned his gaze to Feng Jun. "And what if I were to raise the salary for a fresh graduate to 10,000? Feng Jun resolutely declared that he would be as invigorated as if he had been injected with enthusiasm, eager to reside at the company, seizing every task within his grasp, learning diligently what he could not accomplish, and vigilantly observing what was beyond his capability. He would demonstrate a level of commitment that surpassed even that of his employer. Even if you merely let out a sound in the elevator, he would rush forward to claim it as his own. Upon hearing this, Subai chuckled and extended his right hand towards Feng Jun. Congratulations. You have mastered the art of eager responses. There is a manuscript available today. Thus, an additional chapter will be provided. Chapter 062. Do you really dare to imagine? Subai's old A6 was freshly washed and parked in the open space outside the shop. Immediately, a group of eager workers surrounded it, some wiping the car while others vacuumed it. Inside the shop, Feng Jun continued to furrow his brow in contemplation. It was unavoidable. Subai's earlier discourse had nearly bewildered him. He needed to regain his composure and reflect on the specifics of the situation. After all, he had once been a billionaire businessman himself, having encountered countless entrepreneurs and possessing a wealth of commercial knowledge. Logically speaking, as a company, one must consider labor costs. Since costs are involved, they should be minimized. Employee wages ought to be as low as possible, and increases should be avoided. Only in this way can a greater profit margin be assured. A simple example is a labor intermediary. They profit from your wages and yet expect a raise? What are they thinking? This should represent conventional employment logic. However, Subai defied all norms. Feng Jun keenly sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it until he looked at Subai emerging from the restroom. At which point the source of his confusion became clear. The issue lay with Subai himself. If it were Feng Jun in Subai's position, would he be willing to part with such substantial sums for his employees? It is easy to speak of generosity, but when it comes time to disperse funds and one gazes at the staggering labor expenses, Feng Jun would likely grit his teeth in pain. After all, that money could have been his. Who would willingly relinquish their own wealth to another? So why was Subai willing to do so? Mr. Su, I still cannot fathom it. Subai, drying his hands with a tissue, took a seat and smiled. What is it that you cannot comprehend? That I, as an entrepreneur, should pursue profit yet choose to act contrary to that instinct by increasing my labor costs? Seeing that Feng Jun remained silent, Subai posed and answered his own question. Have you considered that, as you just mentioned, even if I merely exhale, my employees would rush over? What if I had 10 such employees? What if I had 100? Imagine if all the hundreds of employees at Demi Supermarket were like this. What would that look like? At this point, Feng Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Envision a scene where a throng of fervent employees, fueled with enthusiasm, worry more about the supermarket and Oppo's survival than the owner does. As he contemplated this, Feng Jun and Oppo's mind flickered, and he recalled the independent regiment and Oppo's Li Yunlong. Suddenly, he saw Subai as Old Li, and he himself became Zhao Gang. Li had spoken so much, merely hoping to align interests. With such words spoken, did Feng Jun still have grounds to refuse? 5 minutes later, Subai drove away in his freshly polished black A6, leaving Feng Jun standing at the roadside. Dialing his wife. Hello, dear, I need to tell you something. It's not much, but at a loss for words. Feng Jun gazed at the taillights of Subai and Oppo's car, pondering for a few moments before exclaiming, Have you seen an Oppo's? Bright sword and Oppo's. Meanwhile, in Yangcheng, although the Lunar New Year had passed, the red lanterns still hung at the entrance of the Yuan Daily Chemical Factory. Compared to before, the factory had undergone a dramatic transformation. Even the rusty iron gate had been replaced with a brand new electric sliding door by the end of the previous year. However, the old Tiana, which the owner He Tsongzhou nearly sold to pay salaries, remained unchanged. He had grown attached to it. Moreover, having learned that Subai drove an old A6, He Tsongzhou felt at ease. After all, a billionaire entrepreneur drove an A6. So it was no shame for a small daily chemical business owner to drive a Tiana. All morning, He Tsongzhou was busy calculating performance with his calculator in the office, when suddenly, the office door swung open. Without looking up, He Tsongzhou reprimanded. How many times have I told you to knock before entering? He Shaokai, who barged in, rushed to the water cooler, seemingly parched and gulping down water. Noticing this, He Tsongzhou set aside his calculator and removed his reading glasses. So, have you made any progress? Since the beginning of the year, He Shaokai had been out on business, specifically targeting supermarkets. It must be noted that after adopting the Demi standard, Yuan Daily Chemical Factory had indeed experienced a resurgence. However, from an objective standpoint, it was not without its problems. For instance, while live streaming sales avoided the middleman markup, an unavoidable issue arose: shipping costs. Although Yi Daily Chemical had negotiated major client agreements with various courier companies, many products had a low unit price, and adding shipping rendered them unprofitable. Furthermore, consumers purchasing through live streams were still not the majority. Many customers indicated they were buying for friends or family, suggesting that Yi Daily Chemical's sales channels remained too narrow and had yet to reach a sufficiently broad audience. To address this issue, Yi Shaokai had been diligently pursuing supermarket partnerships, hoping to expand product reach offline through direct supply from the factory. However, from Yi Shaokai's expression, it was clear that the results of his efforts had not been favorable. "Don't mention it, Dad. It's all gone down the drain. Just thinking about it makes me furious." It must be said that when Yi Shaokai represented Yi Daily Chemical to approach these supermarkets, the purchasing managers were quite courteous. After all, Yi Daily Chemical's products were popular, consistently selling out during live streaming events. Such esteemed clients deserved a warm welcome. However, once discussions commenced, Yi Shaokai's demeanor shifted. Take the largest supermarket, Walmart, for instance. They possessed strong bargaining power and employed a lavish self-purchase model. Essentially, they would purchase Yi Daily Chemical's products and then set their own prices for resale. This raised a critical issue: the disparity between offline and online prices. If Walmart charged more than online, consumers would naturally avoid shopping there. Consequently, Walmart's pricing would need to be lower, at least competitive with online rates. In this scenario, if Walmart intended to earn a profit, what would they do? Naturally, they would pressure Yi Daily Chemical to lower their procurement prices. This posed a new dilemma, with the Douyin standard in place. Yi Daily Chemical and Oppos, as profit margins were already slim, and further cuts from Walmart would mean working solely for them. Fine, if self-purchase supermarkets were unfeasible, then self-operated stores should work. Self-operation essentially means consignment. For example, if Yi Daily Chemical priced a hand cream at 5 yuan per bottle, adding shipping costs, they would quote supermarkets at 5 yuan and 2 jiao. The supermarket would then sell the product at their discretion, potentially at 6 or even 8 yuan, with the higher price being more favorable for them. Regardless of the sale price, the settlement with Yi Daily Chemical would always be at 5 yuan and 2 jiao. They would target those customers unaware of price comparisons, who, upon seeing the Douyin standard logo, would mindlessly fill their shopping carts. Upon hearing about this model, Yi Shaokai's nose flared with indignation. Isn't this tarnishing the Douyin standard's reputation? If I dare to do this and lead the charge in disrupting product pricing, damaging the Douyin standard's image, my peers would surely drown me in spit. Ultimately, after exhausting all options, the self-purchase supermarkets failed, and the self-operated stores proved equally fruitless. It was as if he had labored in vain. After finishing his water, Yi Shaokai slammed the cup onto the table. "I've come to understand, Dad. We can't rely on anyone else for offline supermarkets." Listening to his son's complaints, Yi Tsongzhou felt indifferent. For him, the current friendship with the Daily Chemical Factory had brought him enough joy to awaken from dreams with a smile, seeking not further progress, but rather stability. Since the path through supermarkets proved unfeasible, why not simply abandon it? The prospect of selling goods through live broadcasts was already more than sufficient. From your words, who do you expect to rely on? Yi Shaokai leaned closer to the desk, his face radiating eagerness. "Dad, ISNT Mr. Su known for being receptive to advice? How about I persuade him to enter the supermarket business?" He continued enthusiastically, leaving aside other matters, as long as he is willing to engage. And if he takes a stand, our thousands of daily chemical factories will certainly rally to support him. As Yi Shaokai grew more animated, Yi Tsongzhou refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. After all, Mr. Su was open to suggestions, not foolish. Supermarkets? Does he think that Walmart doesn't exist? Fine, go ahead and persuade him. If you truly manage to convince him, you can start eating first at home. Really? You little rascal, have you lost your mind? You actually dare to dream? Chapter 063. I suspect you want to exploit me. The Yicheng Yuehua Hotel stands as the sole 5-star establishment in Yicheng. Just 2 days prior, the manager of the hotel's customer service department received a substantial order to accommodate, provide office space, and offer conference services for a team exceeding 200 individuals. The client is known as Douyin Technology. Despite many claiming that Su Bai is frugal, often seen driving an old A6 without even hiring a driver. Only the employees of Douyin Technology are aware of the extent of their boss's frugality towards himself, contrasted with the generosity he extends towards his staff. This is evident in the multitude of employees who voluntarily signed up to support the Douyin supermarket when Su Bai called upon them from Douyin Technology. The mission of the over 200 employees from the technical department of Douyin Technology's headquarters, arriving in Yicheng, is to establish a comprehensive integrated information system for the forthcoming Douyin supermarket. This reflects Su Bai's blatant appropriation of Walmart's operational strategies. The reasons behind Walmart and Oppo's ascension to the status of the world in Oppo's leading retailer are manifold, yet one pivotal factor is its extraordinarily advanced information system. As early as the 1970s, Walmart established the first logistics data processing center, becoming one of the first companies in the world to utilize computerization for operational purposes. By the early 1980s, Walmart invested $400 million to acquire commercial satellites, enabling global data networking. In the 1990s, they began to implement global satellite positioning systems at logistics terminals, and in 2004, they pioneered the adoption of wireless radio frequency technology. This strategic combination significantly reduced Walmart's operational costs, which explains why, even when purchasing from the same manufacturers, one cannot compete with Walmart's pricing. Thus, if one truly perceives Walmart merely as a supermarket chain, it would be a grave misjudgment. This enterprise, which encompasses thousands of stores globally, is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It is no exaggeration to assert that through Walmart's internal big data, intelligence agencies can readily ascertain the consumption levels and trends of residents in any city across the Dragon Nation, including the number of middle-class families and those in comfortable living standards, thereby providing indirect corroboration for national economic assessments. Hence, when it is said that being number one in the world is no trivial matter, it rings true. Now, Su Bai's objective is quite clear: to follow in Walmart's footsteps, rendering the giant incapable of further advancement. The elite team of over 200 individuals dispatched from Rongqing commenced their tasks with fervor on their first day, their fingers dancing across keyboards with fervent intensity. Undoubtedly, the incentives provided by Su Bai are exceedingly generous. Meanwhile, this contingent merely represents the vanguard stationed at the front lines in Yicheng, engaged in extensive field testing of various software and hardware. In the rear, Su Bai has also liaised with several large domestic outsourcing firms and suppliers, assembling a formidable support team of over 1,000 to provide remote technical assistance. Were it not for the current limitations in cash flow and the absence of an expansion strategy for Douyin supermarket, it is likely that the ever-adaptable Su Bai would have sought out the aerospace sector to launch commercial satellites for global data networking. As time swiftly passes, we find ourselves in mid-March, with less than a month and a half remaining until Douyin supermarket's grand opening on May Day. During this period, Feng Jun has visibly lost weight, his once rounded face now displaying sharper angles. Dark circles under his eyes reveal a lack of rest. Upon exiting the hotel elevator, Feng Jun promptly removed his tie and hurried towards Su Bai's office. As Secretary Liu pushed open the office door, Su Bai was seen standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, engaged in a phone conversation. Noticing this, Feng Jun initially considered lighting a cigarette, but upon seeing the clean ashtray on Su Bai's desk, he refrained from indulging in the habit. After concluding his call, Su Bai, noticing Liu had exited with tea, pulled up a chair to sit across from Feng Jun. "How are things progressing?" Su Bai inquired. Feng Jun immediately shook his head. "I recommend postponing the opening date." "Oh." Over the past few weeks, Feng Jun has been actively negotiating with numerous brand suppliers. According to the original plan for the Mi supermarket, the number of SKUs, stock-keeping units, in the store was to reach a minimum of 16,000. Indeed, this is part of the strategy to emulate Walmart. However, after considerable effort, Feng Jun has secured fewer than 3,000 SKUs, barely constituting 20%. At this rate, by the time of the May Day opening, it is likely that half of the Mi supermarket's shelves will remain empty. This is not due to any inadequacy on Feng Jun's part. but rather the exceedingly high standards set by Su Bai. Every product must not only meet stringent quality requirements, but also adhere to tightly controlled pricing. Under such conditions, the majority of brand manufacturers are inclined to decline. The notion of quality coupled with affordability seems to be perceived as an unrealistic expectation by Demi Supermarket. Mr. Su, while it may be feasible to negotiate with lesser-known, small manufacturers, many reputable brands are simply unwilling to engage with us, Feng Jun explained. Reputable brands? Su Bai echoed. Indeed, it's not just the major brands. Even numerous mid-tier brands are hesitant to negotiate upon hearing our conditions. But I was never instructed to pursue major brands. Feng Jun replied, utterly bewildered. Well, let's put it this way. The concept of a brand is, in essence, a fallacy. This notion has existed in our country for quite some time, but it was the Western nations that crystallized it and applied it to products. Take the Zippo lighter, for instance, which gained notoriety alongside the exploits of soldiers in the Eagle Nation, transforming into a household name through tales of deflecting bullets. While it is understandable from a corporate perspective to raise awareness of your product, this does not imply that once your product gains popularity, you can indiscriminately inflate prices. For instance, a lighter whose development costs amount to mere dollars can inexplicably retail for hundreds or even thousands of dollars in the consumer market. While you may consider this branding, I regard it as an intelligence tax. Numerous analogous situations exist. A transparent stone excavated from South Africa, once cut and packaged with romantic slogans, can sell for thousands. You may sell it at a premium, but the reality is it depreciates to mere hundreds upon resale. Is it fair to charge exorbitantly while I, after a day's wear, can only sell it for a fraction? And then you tell me this is branding? Similarly, there are domestic automobiles of comparable quality, but with a foreign logo, they claim to be joint ventures or imports, resulting in prices skyrocketing. You also demand additional fees, and then you assert that this constitutes branding? If I were affluent and unconcerned about the cost, purchasing luxury brands for prestige would be understandable. Yet, as an ordinary individual seeking practicality and value, you insist that only major brands are worthwhile, even suggesting loans for those who cannot afford them. This compels me to question whether you intend to exploit me. Note, the last 2 chapters may contain filler content. Readers are advised to approach with flexibility. Chapter 064. Can this really work? One cannot help but acknowledge Su Bai as a formidable entrepreneur. His thought process and reasoning are truly unparalleled. This phenomenon is quite comprehensible. In Today and Oppo's everyday life, advertisements from major brands and corporations inundate the internet and television broadcasts, incessantly proclaiming that their products are the only worthwhile options, while deeming others inferior. It resembles a form of brainwashing, repetitively instilling this belief to alter consumer habits. Take the case of rice technology. Su Bai could effortlessly increase the prices of rice smartphones through various means, and even a modest rise of 200 yuan would suffice to double the profit margins. A surge of 1,000 yuan would not deter sales, primarily due to 2 reasons. Firstly, the reliability of rice smartphones is indisputable, characterized by remarkably low profit margins and exceptional value for money. Secondly, rice technology has established itself as a leader in the mobile phone industry of Longwa, wielding considerable influence. This tactic is not uncommon in other industries, where companies initially capture market share through aggressive pricing and promotions to oust competitors, only to later inflate prices once they dominate the market. It's a game of turning one's back on former allies. After all, the complexities of urban life often lead one to yearn for the simplicity of rural existence. Su Bai comprehends this principle as he is an insider, possessing a vantage point that allows him to see further. In contrast, Feng Jun seems somewhat out of sync with Su Bai's pace. Mr. Su, Feng Jun remarked, there's an old saying, you get what you pay for. Many consumers still hold strong brand loyalty. Su Bai promptly shook his head. A simple example would be Yuan, an international giant in daily chemicals. One could hardly argue that they embody the notion of you get what you pay for. Moreover, take the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, a relatively unknown second-tier manufacturer from last year. Can one truly assert they lack value for money? The adage may hold some truth, but the error lies in its conflation with brand prestige. Feng Jun, despite acknowledging the validity of Su Bai's assertions. Countered, however, Mr. Su. Even if small brands and manufacturers offer conscientious products, consumers often cannot distinguish between them. Su Bai smiled. What do you believe we are doing right now? He then stood up and retrieved a teacup from his desk. The reason consumers gravitate towards major brands stems from their past experiences of being deceived by inferior products while seeking bargains. They are willing to pay a bit more for assurance and peace of mind. In essence, what we refer to as a big brand is merely a guarantee. Returning to his seat opposite Feng Jun, Su Bai continued, if large brands can provide guarantees, we at Rice Supermarket can do the same. We assure that all products at Rice Supermarket are of premium quality and quantity, with prices lower than those of major brands. For non-consumables, we offer a 7-day refund policy, a 14-day exchange policy, and regular repairs. The reason I advise you against seeking out big brands is that Rice Supermarket is, in itself, a brand. I want all consumers to understand that products from Rice Supermarket are guaranteed to be of superior quality. Having made his intentions abundantly clear, if Feng Jun still fails to grasp the necessary course of action, it may be time for Su Bai to consider a change in leadership. Enlightened by Su Bai's insights, Feng Jun felt invigorated, particularly by the statement, Rice Supermarket is indeed a brand. It stirred a fervor within him, especially given his prior experience running a supermarket. How could he have overlooked such a fundamental truth? After all, business owners usually focus solely on profit maximization. Few possess the capacity to contemplate issues from the perspective of ordinary consumers, perhaps highlighting the distinction between capitalists and people-oriented entrepreneurs. Understood, Mr. Su. I now know how to proceed. I'll pledge to you, if the SKU does not meet standards by May 1st and we cannot open, you may hold me accountable. Observing Feng Jun's enthusiasm, Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so dramatic. You need not put your head on the chopping block. Just come to me directly if the time comes. A light-hearted remark alleviated the pressure Feng Jun felt. By the way, Su Bai added, I have a suggestion. While you need not seek out major brands, consider collaborating with their suppliers. Feng Jun raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we partner with the suppliers of big brands? Precisely, Su Bai affirmed. Through the Wanjiai experience, I've come to realize that many so-called major brands do not own factories. They outsource production to manufacturers, affixing their labels to products and selling them at a premium. For instance, a garment costing less than 50 yuan can be sold for 8 or 900 simply because it bears a label. Brands like Certain K and Certain D operate similarly. Many products involve patented technology. Do you believe manufacturers lack their own patents and products? Otherwise, how do you suppose the shell swapping of a Mercedes occurs? Feng Jun appeared apprehensive at the thought of encroaching on the territory of major brands. Mr. Su, will we not offend numerous parties by so openly competing with them? So why should I, if I am the one offending them? Why should you worry? They are allowed to price their products at a premium, while we cannot offer alternatives? Well, if the sky falls, let someone taller take the brunt, Feng Jun said, glancing at his watch. Alright, mistitsu, I must be up. I have a flight to Zhejiang in an hour. Su Bai nodded, observing the dark circles under Feng Jun's eyes. As the CEO of Rice Supermarket, you have the authority, use it wisely. Engage in hands-on management, even if your schedule is overwhelming. You can accomplish a great deal in a single day. Hire when necessary, and don't fear the costs of labor. Utilize the methods I've shared with you for recruitment. I assure you they are highly effective. Just as Feng Jun departed, the office phone rang with the voice of Secretary Liu. Mr. Su, Manager He Xiaokai from Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has scheduled a call with you upon hearing the name of Friendship Daily Chemical Factory. Su Bai approached his desk and pressed the call button. No need for an appointment. I'm available now. Please connect him. Understood, connecting now. In truth, as soon as the call connected, He Xiaokai regretted his decision. Convincing Su Bai to open a supermarket seemed absurd. Here was the founder of Rice Smartphones, entrusted with the responsibility of providing sanitary products for women across the nation, not to mention being the head of the Rice Standard Alliance. Soon, he would also add the prestigious title of people-oriented entrepreneur to his or some. With such stature and identity, wouldn't he prefer to enjoy life in comfort? Why would he risk it all to take on the world's leading company, Walmart, based on He Xiaokai's suggestion? However, The call had been initiated. It would be unthinkable to hang up now. "Hello, this is Su Bai." Hearing Su Bai's voice made He Xiaokai's heart race. At this point, there was no turning back. "I've come this far. I might as well proceed," he thought, steeling himself for potential rejection. After briefly outlining the current state of Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, he subtly conveyed, "Mr. Su, I was thinking that if you were to open a supermarket, the entire daily chemical industry would stand behind you." On the other end of the line, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by He Xiaokai's proposition. The reason he hadn't directed Feng Jun to approach these manufacturers was that the news of the Rice Standard Alliance's plans to open a supermarket could not remain secret for long. Once one manufacturer became aware, the entire industry would soon follow suit, and likely all of Longwell would learn of it. Until now, Su Bai has diligently concealed himself in the shadows, while Feng Jun, the CEO, serves merely as the smokescreen that Su Bai has cast. He had intended to keep these daily chemical manufacturers at bay until the end, yet unexpectedly, they sought him out themselves. Truly, it seems, the size of one's shoes matches the size of one's feet. Glancing at the calendar on his computer, Su Bai noted that it was already mid-March. He surmised that the matter concerning the rice supermarket would soon be impossible to conceal. Ultimately, whether it was a few days earlier or later mattered little. The impact of the announcement would be negligible. Half a minute later, He Xiaokai ended the call, standing in place with his phone in hand, his expression one of bewilderment. His companion, He Tsung-zhou, observed him and shook his head with a smile. "You were turned down, Yuan and Oppos. You? I told you it was impossible." Making that call was merely inviting discomfort. Meanwhile, He Xiaokai remained in a state of confusion, rooted to the spot. "Dad," Mr. Su said he would think it over. "Consider it." "What did you say?" He mentioned that he would think over the supermarket venture. He Tsung-zhou sprang to his feet, scrutinizing his son with an incredulous expression. "This is feasible?" The entire world knows that Su Bai is receptive to persuasion. Yet, He Tsung-zhou could hardly fathom that Mr. Su would be so amenable to counsel. Chapter 065. If one cannot succeed. Do not blame the path. The warm and humid air currents from the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, after a strenuous journey across the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, cascaded into the Sichuan Basin like a deluge unleashed. With the first spring rain, the citizens of Yicheng finally shed their winter coats, embracing the mild and pleasant temperatures of spring. Time has stealthily advanced to April. At the command of Su Bai, the newly established Human Resources Department of the Rice Supermarket commenced a grand recruitment endeavor. Simultaneously, within the boys' dormitory of Yicheng City College, Liang Wenchao, having deliberately donned a new suit, pushed open the dormitory door, flung his backpack aside, and sat wearily on his bed. Observing his state, several roommates inquired about his circumstances. "Wenchao, how are things? Are you managing?" Liang Wenchao remained silent, shaking his head in resignation. As third-year students, they were nearing graduation in June, and nearly everyone was actively securing employment. Wenchao faintly recalled the excitement that had enveloped them when their instructor had encouraged them to seek jobs after the conclusion of their courses. Each student had harbored lofty ambitions and dreams, eager to roll up their sleeves and make their mark in society. Indeed, the world is harsh and unforgiving, a truth universally acknowledged. Yet, for this group of soon-to-be graduates, untouched by adversity, such realities were but distant echoes. As a popular saying among the youth goes, raising a hand is not an apology, but rather a reminder that one must practice. If one cannot succeed, do not blame the path. Others and oppos. Failures do not dictate our own potential. Yet, as the months passed, several of his roommates found themselves faltering. The confident declarations they once made echoed in their minds, while the stark reality revealed an increasingly disheartening picture. The scholarship recipient and class monitor had resorted to selling tickets at the cinema. Can you believe it? They had initially promised to buy a car in 3 years and a house in 5. The current reality was that a salary of 5,000 was elusive. 4,000 was deemed acceptable, and even though it was uncertain. 3,005? I'll take it. What else more? A 6-day workweek with overtime pay was one thing. But being docked 100 for a single tardiness? Unbelievable. Ultimately, they turned around to find that even jobs offering 3,005 were fiercely contested. It is often said that teaching is ineffective, while experience is the best teacher. After months passed, the once cheerful and vibrant university students fell into silence. On the dormitory balcony late at night, one could often find someone staring blankly out the window. After years of study, society had imparted the most genuine lesson to them. I oppose. V heard from my cousin that opportunities abound in Chengdu and salaries are higher than in Yicheng. Why not consider moving there? One boy murmured, half reclining on his bed. Well, I checked. The pay isn't significantly higher, and the cost of living in Chengdu is substantial. 4 fresh graduates like us with associate degrees. The monthly earnings barely cover living expenses. That is not entirely accurate. If you share a flat, it could be 600 or 700 a month, and commuting costs about 200. If you live frugally, 2,000 should suffice, and then. The boy fell silent. Calculating it all, a monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000 would leave them with nothing at the end. It seemed that after a year of labor, their earnings would merely serve to pay rent to the landlord and line the pockets of their employers. If all else fails, we might as well work in a factory. Another boy suggested as he emerged from the bathroom. My sister mentioned that factories pay per piece, and with overtime, one could earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month. It's hard work, but the money is good. While this sounded appealing, Liang Wenchao and his peers remained silent. Once you enter the factory gates, it is like diving into the depths of the sea. Entry is easy, but exit is challenging. For this group of passionate 20-somethings, who would willingly choose monotonous work with a clear endpoint, who would want to stake their youth on a brighter future? As the silence lingered, suddenly, the dormitory leader, seated before the computer, received a message from the instructor. Attention, students. Today, Rise Technology is conducting campus recruitment. Interested individuals should promptly bring their resumes to the school auditorium. Upon glancing at his phone, the dormitory leader exclaimed, "Wow, Rise Technology is coming to our school for recruitment." A boy lying on the bed immediately sat up. Rise Technology? The same Rise Technology that ranks among the Fortune 500? How could they come to our junior college for recruitment? That an oppose. That's absurd. Don't believe me? Check the group chat. Moments later, the reality of the current generation of university students was reflected in their responses. Within minutes, a throng of boys, sprinting down the dormitory stairs, clutched resumes in hand, racing toward the school auditorium. Along the way, a multitude of girls emerged from their dormitories in a similar frenzy. Clearly, the school recognized the influence of Rice Technology, establishing the recruitment venue at the auditorium, as classrooms could scarcely accommodate the crowd. How could Rise Technology come to our school for recruitment? Does anyone know? I just received the instructor's message. I came straight here without changing out of my part-time work clothes. Wow, how exhilarating. It would be amazing to work at Rise Technology. You're overthinking it. They're definitely looking for the CR, me de la CR me. Just because our school is large doesn't mean they LL be impressed with more than a handful of us. Never mind that. Let us grab a good spot. What if the HR manager has a discerning eye and happens to notice my potential? Simultaneously, numerous universities in Yicheng were conducting similar recruitment events. Amidst this grand recruitment effort, Rice Supermarket officially entered the public eye. For these university students, the reasons behind the establishment of Rice Technology and Oppos as supermarket were of little concern, nor did they wish to delve into the deeper implications of this development. After months of struggling to secure employment, their singular focus was on finding suitable work. The Human Resources Department of Rice Supermarket, however, employed a rather cunning tactic during this recruitment. Aside from outlining job requirements and the absence of any professional restrictions, they refrained from discussing the supermarket's compensation structure. They didn't even collect paper resumes, hastily leaving only an email address for submissions before concluding the event. This maneuver shifted the mindset of many participating students considerably. After all that effort, it turned out to be merely a supermarket. I thought we were going to work at Rice Technology's headquarters. Indeed, how could a Fortune 500 company be so benevolent? Turns out it's just a FAAD. Ugh, a so-called people's entrepreneur. Disgusting. They expect us college graduates to work at a supermarket? Do they truly regard us as mere laborers? I refuse to go. Working in a supermarket means standing for hours on end. My legs would be like tree trunks. However, not everyone shared such sentiments. For instance, Liang Wenchao, emerging from the auditorium, had already captured the email address of the Rice Supermarket's Human Resources Department on his phone. Though it was merely a supermarket, how low could the pay really be? He spoke as if he were destined for a high-paying position. What truly attracted Liang Wenchao was the supermarket and Oppo's substantial background. Such a foundation implied great potential for advancement. He believed that with sufficient effort, he could ascend within Rice Supermarket, recognizing it as a place ripe with opportunities for growth. Additionally, there was, of course, Subai. Liang Wenchao intuitively felt that the boss, who was unable to control the pig, would likely not betray his fellow townsmen. Or so he hoped. Chapter 66. To live is to endure. Apart from the extensive campus recruitment, the Human Resources Department of Rice Supermarket is concurrently conducting social recruitment. The recruitment information for Rice Supermarket is prominently displayed on various job platforms in Yicheng. As usual, the benefits and remuneration section merely states, negotiable. At 5:50 in the afternoon, within an office building in the central district of Yicheng, with less than 10 minutes remaining until the end of the workday, Zhang Wei had already packed his belongings. His father had been hospitalized due to a car accident the previous week, and each day after work, Zhang Wei hurried to the hospital to assist his mother in caring for his father. Having confirmed that all his tasks for the day were completed, Zhang Wei listlessly stared at the time on his computer, his mind preoccupied with worries about his father's condition. Just as the clock struck 5:58, the door to the general manager and Oppo's office swung open. A portly man in his 40s emerged, his expression stern as he announced to everyone, "Pause your work and come for a meeting." From the expressions of the surrounding employees, it was evident that such last-minute meetings had become a common occurrence, and they had long since grown accustomed to it. In contrast, Zhang Wei hesitated, contemplating whether he should inform his boss of his urgent need to visit the hospital. However, after a few moments of silence, he picked up his notebook and followed the crowd into the office. After all, he had already offended his boss due to his father's accident the previous week. On the day of the accident, which was the previous Wednesday afternoon, Zhang Wei rushed to request leave from his boss upon receiving the news. But his boss had responded dismissively. "What's the situation? You haven't even figured it out and you want to take leave? If everyone were like you, how would work proceed? ISN to your mother there? It's not like there's no one to take care of things. Your focus should be on work. Do I need to teach you this? Are other families problem-free? Why is it that you always have so many issues?" In his anxiety, Zhang Wei had retorted to his boss, but when the situation escalated, his boss reluctantly granted him leave with a scowl. The next day, his boss had halved Zhang Wei's project bonus from the previous month, claiming that the client did not recognize Zhang Wei and Oppo's contributions during the project and Oppo's completion. How absurd! It was as if Zhang Wei had entered the company through the wrong door, disrupting its fortunes. Though he felt resentful, Zhang Wei had no choice but to endure. At 28 years old, he had neither purchased a home nor married, and his savings barely amounted to 20,000 yuan. Now, with his father's accident, he was faced with medical expenses that totaled exactly 20,000. As if fate were playing a cruel joke on this young man, destined to leave him impoverished and unaccomplished. What else could he do? When he had just graduated from university, he would have walked away from a foolish boss like this without a second thought. Yet now, at 28, he had lost that youthful vigor and had come to a stark realization of societal realities. The notion of rising from humble beginnings to greatness was but a fantasy. For someone born in a remote village, life was akin to that of a beast of burden, and existence felt utterly unworthy. As Shi Hua poignantly stated, "To live is to endure. Death is the only resolution." The saddest part was that Zhang Wei lacked even the courage to end his own life, for he still had parents who had raised him with great hardship and family members who loved him. Confronted with their expectant gazes, all Zhang Wei could do was endure. In the conference room, the boss, in his 40s, sat at the head of the table, resembling an emperor reprimanding his ministers or a feudal landlord chastising his laborers for unsatisfactory harvests. If it were said that capitalists were driven by profit, they could not compare to the conscientious entrepreneurs like Subai. Yet in the Long Kingdom, many bosses barely qualified as capitalists. These private owners expected not only to profit from their employees, but also demanded gratitude in return. Essentially, these petty bosses still operated under a feudal slave owner mentality. In their view, since they paid wages, employees were obliged to obey them like subservient laborers. If they saw you idly sitting, they would not perceive it as high efficiency or speed. Rather, they would assume that you simply had too little work assigned to you. As an employee, you were expected not only to generate profit for your boss, but also to provide emotional value, allowing them to revel in their elevated status and authority. Otherwise, why do so many companies emphasize militaristic or predatory cultures? Now, after half an hour of meeting, the boss had rambled on without addressing any substantive issues. Yet everyone, including Zhang Wei, had a feigned earnestness, jotting down notes. Of course, one could choose not to pretend, but the consequences were clear. Think you're clever? Everyone else is taking notes, and you're not? No wonder your work is subpar. You should reflect on where the problem lies. If your work was commendable and your boss was in a good mood and you desired a raise, a different narrative would unfold. You're still young. Don't expect to enjoy life right away. Learn to accumulate experience and let it build. There will be bread and milk among everyone in the company. I have the highest hopes for you. The reason I haven't given you a raise is that I am testing you. With such a boss, Zhang Wei must have a lucrative salary, right? Indeed, the reason he could endure this situation was that this job provided him with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. While this amount was modest compared to the average annual salary of 1 million in the internet industry, in a third-tier city like Yicheng, 5,000 surpassed the income of the vast majority. At 7:30 in the evening, the meeting finally concluded. Amidst the neon lights, Zhang Wei exited the office building and, while waiting for the bus, took out his phone to browse various job platforms. He had long entertained thoughts of changing jobs. He did not expect a salary increase from a new position. He merely hoped to find a less tormenting boss, nothing more. As he scrolled through listings, a job advertisement suddenly caught his eye. Rice Supermarket? Upon clicking, he discovered it was a subsidiary of Rice Technology. Rice Technology was venturing into the supermarket business and was set to open a store in Yicheng. Moreover, there were numerous positions available: sales associates, cashiers, customer service, sorting, security. Given Zhang Wei and Appo's professional background, such positions seemed beneath him. Why abandon a stable job with a monthly salary of 5,000 to work as supermarket? Yet, Zhang Wei felt a genuine stir of interest, not in the job itself, but in Su Bai and the company Rice Technology. As a fellow townsman of Yicheng, Zhang Wei was also a fan of Su Bai, firmly believing that Su Bai's persona was not a mere fabrication. No screenwriter would dare to depict a billionaire as a pig farmer, although the salary at Rice Supermarket might not surpass his current earnings. The humanity of the boss was appealing. Should he take a gamble? Leave his existing job to start anew at Rice Supermarket? At 28, he was still young. With effort, opportunities would surely arise. As the bus approached, Zhang Wei steeled himself, clicked his finger on sent off his resume. Resume sent. Chapter 67. Job hunting. Directly discussing with the boss? April 21st, Monday. Only 9 days remain until the grand opening of the Rice Supermarket. In the early morning of Yicheng and Appo's Northern District, Zhang Wei disembarked from the bus, perplexed by the navigation prompts on his phone. Wasn't this the former site of the South Bridge Airport? How could the Rice Supermarket possibly be located here? Zhang Wei had presumed that the supermarket would be situated in a bustling area of the city center. For Yicheng was not vast, and only the city center boasted significant foot traffic. Yet, as the bus journeyed further from the city, his unease grew. Who would establish a supermarket on the outskirts? Would there even be customers? At this moment, Zhang Wei's mind was tumultuous, echoing the words of his boss during his resignation. With your capabilities, you'll be stuck in this predicament for life. I've approved your resignation, but when you come crawling back, it won't be at this salary. There was no turning back now. At 28, Zhang Wei had bet his future on this decision. Retreat was not an option. Just as he questioned the wisdom of his choice to come to the Rice Supermarket, he turned a corner and was left astounded by what lay before him. The terminal of the former South Bridge Airport had undergone a complete transformation. Its facade now a striking gray-white geometric design. From a distance, it resembled two enormous gray-white blocks pressed against each other, offering an exaggerated visual impact. It was evidently the work of a master architect. Zhang Wei, lacking in literary refinement, could only describe it as sophisticated. It was safe to say that no building in Yicheng rivaled its elegance, and even in Rongqing, it would stand out prominently. Prominently displayed on the faade were the words, Rice Supermarket. Upon recognizing the name, Zhang Wei was left speechless. They had converted the entire South Bridge Airport into a supermarket? Truly a grand undertaking. With astonishment etched on his face, he approached the entrance of the Rice Supermarket, only to discover an absurdly large number of new employees reporting for duty. The expressions of those around him mirrored his own mix of anxiety and excitement about joining the Rice Supermarket. After submitting his medical report and engaging in a brief conversation in the HR office, it was clear that the HR personnel were quite pleased with Zhang Wei's sum. The requirements for supermarket employees were not particularly demanding, and with Zhang Wei's work experience, he was arguably overqualified for the role. In a moment of curiosity, Zhang Wei could not resist asking a question that had lingered in his mind. Could I inquire about the salary for the position? Although Zhang Wei was drawn to the rice technology and Su Bai, it did not mean he was indifferent to the issue of compensation. Moreover, the recruitment information had indicated that the salary was negotiable. However, to his surprise, the HR representative did not provide a direct answer. I'm afraid the discussion regarding compensation is not within our purview. Not with HR? Then who will I discuss it with? Zhang Wei pondered, bewildered. The HR representative smiled and added, the matter of salary will be discussed directly with General Manager Su. General Manager Su? You mean? Indeed. Is Su Bai? Upon hearing Su Bai's name, Zhang Wei was taken aback. I am here to apply for a supermarket position, not to vie for the role of CEO of a rice supermarket. Are you certain there hasn't been a mistake? You want the big boss to negotiate my salary, which is just a few thousand. Was this truly happening? Job hunting and directly negotiating with the boss? Truly a boss direct recruitment scenario? Following HR's instructions, Zhang Wei descended to the parking lot behind the rice supermarket. Although termed a parking lot, it was, in fact, the former runway of the South Bridge Airport, now marked with parking spaces stretching endlessly. It seemed that only the rice supermarket could boast such a unique arrangement. At this moment, the parking lot was bustling with over 1,000 new recruits, all of whom, like Zhang Wei, had learned that Su Bai would personally discuss salaries with them. It appeared the discussions would not be one-on-one, but rather a collective meeting with Su Bai and all the new hires. Zhang Wei had never encountered such a peculiar method of salary negotiation. As he joined the queue, murmurs surrounded him. I've really made it now. Negotiating salary with a billionaire boss. Honestly, I came here for General Su. At least he seems decent compared to my previous boss, who treated employees like mere numbers. I feel the same way. Salaries are low everywhere these days, but at least with General Su at the helm, I doubt we'll be pushed around like in those small companies that fold within half a year. There should be ample room for advancement. It was evident that most of the attendees, like Zhang Wei, were drawn by Su Bai. Even if the initial salary was low, they were willing to work under Su Bai's leadership. As the crowd continued to swell simultaneously, in the office area on the top floor of the rice supermarket, Su Bai sat at his desk, scribbling notes on an A4 sheet. Today was April 21st, with only 9 days remaining until the supermarket's grand opening. Just 2 days prior, the supermarket had completed its inspection. Even Su Bai's greatest concern, the formaldehyde issue, had been expertly managed by Zhao Xiaofeng, bringing it down to safe levels. It was evident that the capabilities of the overseeing parties exceeded expectations. However, no one knew the toll it had taken on Zhao Xiaofeng, who had weighed 167 pounds upon arriving in Yicheng, but left at 135 pounds. Additionally, Feng Jun had heeded Su Bai's hiring strategies, investing double the salary to assemble a procurement team exceeding 100 members. This enthusiastic group had scoured the nation for suppliers, wielding their negotiating prowess with fervor. As of now, the SKU categories for the rice supermarket had reached the anticipated figure of 16,000. Every day, trucks bearing license plates from across the country streamed into the supermarket's logistics center. Furthermore, the integrated information system, developed by thousands of programmers burning the midnight oil, had finally been delivered and approved. Renovations completed. Product supply completed. Information system completed. Su Bai's gaze lingered on the final piece of the puzzle. Personnel. As he had conveyed to Feng Jun, people were the core competitive advantage of the rice supermarket. Consequently, the big boss felt compelled to take matters into his own hands for this boss-direct recruitment. 2 minutes later, Secretary Liu knocked on the office door. "General Su, everything is ready." Subai set down his pen and rubbed his sore wrist. "How many candidates are there?" "According to your request, including reserve talents, exactly 1,200. Upon hearing this number, Subai nodded in satisfaction, standing as he grabbed his coat. He turned to Secretary Liu and asked, "Do you know how a boss should negotiate salary?" Holding a tablet, Liu shook his head in confusion as Subai adjusted his collar. "Quite simply, offer high salaries, whatever the maximum is. Offer it to the point that employees are fearful." "Fearful?" "Yes, fearful. Fearful of losing their job. Fearful of losing their income. The more they fear, the harder they will work." With that, Subai led Secretary Liu towards the elevator. "Come, I shall show you how to instill a bit of fear in them." On the expansive tarmac, a multitude of 1,200 novices had congregated for registration. Before long, as the ranks assembled, Subai, clad in casual attire, ascended the podium, eliciting a surge of fervent applause. Undeniably, Subai's persona as a conscientious and amenable figure resonated profoundly with the general populace. His creation, the Douyin mobile phone, emerged as the quintessential choice for the common man, owing to its exceptional cost-effectiveness. The Douyin standard he championed benefited households far and wide. He was destined to reside in the pantheon of public adoration, basking in accolades and adulation. Yet through a live broadcast, he voluntarily descended from his pedestal, bestowing upon us a plethora of meme-worthy moments. It became evident that Subai was not an unattainable figure. He, like many others, drove an ordinary sedan, returned to his rural hometown for the Lunar New Year, and even struggled to restrain a pig. This embodies the archetype of a people's entrepreneur, the very essence of what society aspires to. Upon Subai's arrival, audacious neophytes in the vanguard commenced heckling. "President Su, during the next Lunar New Year, I shall assist you in subduing the pig, ensuring its absolute silence. President Su, my mother is an ardent admirer of yours. My entire family reveres you. Bravo, President Su." Some harbored concerns that such banter might offend President Su, mindful of the dichotomy between the virtual and tangible realms. Many luminaries exhibit impeccable conduct before the cameras, yet privately exhibit a proclivity for grandiosity, readily succumbing to fits of pique. Contrary to their apprehensions, Subai exhibited no umbrage. Rather, his countenance radiated a warm smile. "I trust you are all cognizant, courtesy of the Human Resources Department, that I shall personally address the emolument package today." As Subai commenced speaking into the microphone, the assembly fell into hushed anticipation. However, before delving into remuneration, I presume you are all well acquainted with my public image. In response, an employee in the audience vociferously proclaimed, "Amenable." In the ensuing moment, a chorus of laughter reverberated. Indeed, Subai's defining trait was his amenability. It was this very trait that birthed the Douyin mobile phone and the Douyin sanitary napkins. Amenability, in essence, was synonymous with Subai. Precisely. It appears you all recognize that I am exceedingly amenable. Hence, in addressing the emolument package today, I shall once again adopt an approach rooted in amenability. In other words, concerning your compensation, I am eager to hear your perspectives. Upon uttering these words, the assembly fell into stunned silence, their expressions a tableau of bewilderment. Could such amenability truly exist? Employee compensation was traditionally determined by the proprietor. Was he soliciting their input? Was he, in effect, empowering them to dictate their own remuneration? Likewise, Zhang Wei, amidst the ranks, was perplexed upon hearing this approach. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a fellow standing nearby approached him. "Brother, what transpires here? Can we truly propose our own compensation?" Liang Wenchao, a neophyte venturing into the workforce, promptly sought clarification from Zhang Wei. "I am uncertain. This is a novel experience for me." Indeed, Zhang Wei and the other 1,200 neophytes had never encountered such a scenario. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the machinations of President Su. Perceiving their confusion, Subai felt compelled to interject. "Allow me to propose a course of action. Each of you shall articulate your desired salary." With a concrete question posed, the task became more manageable. Before long, a gentleman in his 30s raised his hand. President Su, I am applying for a security position drawn by your reputation. I do not aspire to an exorbitant salary. A modest 3,000 will suffice. With the ice broken, a second and third voice emerged. President Su, I possess prior experience in a supermarket. I seek a salary of 3,800, commensurate with my previous earnings. President Su, I lack experience, also drawn by your reputation. Salary is of secondary importance. I trust it shall be equitable. My sole request is that leadership refrain from directing invectives toward my family. Su Bai was rendered speechless by these entreaties. Refrain from directing invectives toward my family? Was this truly a legitimate request? Following a preliminary assessment of their desired salaries, the preponderance gravitated towards the 3,000 to 4,000 range, with those exceeding 4,000 constituting a minority. Su Bai, microphone in hand, surveyed the assembly, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Understood. It appears the consensus is for a salary of approximately 4,000. If this is indeed your collective desire, then I shall genuinely acquiesce. Su Bai's proclamation ignited a ripple of commotion. President Su, are you being genuine? Are you truly amenable? Are we to receive precisely what we request? Is such a thing permissible? Are you certain that is your desired salary? For I shall genuinely acquiesce. With Su Bai's added emphasis, a young man raised his hand and exclaimed, President Su, I aspire to a monthly salary of 5,000. As if anticipating this very moment, Su Bai gestured towards a young man and uttered his iconic phrase, acknowledged, arranged. Human resources, take note, a monthly salary of 5,000. Are there any further requests? I reiterate, I am here to acquiesce. An opportunity such as this is fleeting. The aforementioned young man wore an expression of utter befuddlement. I boldly requested 5,000, and President Su acquiesced? Can such a thing truly occur? Su Bai's audacious maneuver left the assembly utterly dumbfounded. Seeing the young man's success, the assembly grew restless. Immediately, another individual raised their hand. President Su, I desire 6,000 per month. Grant me 6,000, and I shall labor diligently. Should I fail to meet expectations, there shall be no need for dismissal. I shall promptly depart. Acknowledged, arranged. If the initial 5,000 had left some in a state of uncertainty, the 6,000 monthly salary ignited a fervent desire. 6,000 per month surpassed the earnings of the majority in East City, an irresistible enticement. Crucially, President Su had acquiesced to the 6,000 request without hesitation. If others could succeed, why not themselves? They were equally capable, if not more so. With renewed resolve, Zhang Wei, standing amidst the ranks, raised his hand. President Su, I request 8,000 per month. I offer no guarantee, save that I shall endeavor to merit this compensation. Upon Zhang Wei's declaration of 8,000, the assembly turned their collective gaze upon him. A valiant individual indeed. You dare to make such a demand? An 8,000 request from a supermarket employee? With such audacity, you are woefully underutilized. Consider a career in armed robbery. In truth, Zhang Wei himself was apprehensive after making the request. Indeed, an 8,000 salary for such a position seemed excessive. What supermarket would remunerate its employees with 8,000 per month? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Su Bai's voice echoed in Zhang Wei's ears. Acknowledged, arranged. Zhang Wei stammered, bewildered. President Su, are you being genuine? Without a moment's hesitation? 8,000 just like that? The assembly, like Zhang Wei, was utterly flabbergasted by Su Bai's pronouncement. While some had dared to request 5,000 or 6,000, few possessed the audacity to request 8,000, as Zhang Wei had done. For an 8,000 salary demanded commensurate capabilities. Everyone harbors a sense of trepidation, fearing that they may lack the requisite capabilities to command such a lofty salary. If one were to earn 8,000 a month, yet find themselves outperformed by someone making 6,000, would it not become an undeniable farce? At that moment, Zhang Wei was overwhelmed with apprehension. 8,000 a month. What must one achieve to be deemed worthy of such remuneration? Would it not necessitate being the first to arrive at the office each day and the last to depart? Just as Zhang Wei was consumed by regret over his impulsive decision, he remained oblivious to the fact that beside him stood a fresh-faced newcomer to the workforce. even more audacious than himself. Liang Wenchao boldly raised his hand and proclaimed, "Mr. Su, grant me 10,000 a month. I shall say no more. And tomorrow I will chop down the fortune tree at the entrance of Wulima." Chapter 069. Who is this fierce warrior? It is often said that the post-2000 generation is reforming the workplace. For university students like Liang Wenchao, the so-called unspoken rules and workplace etiquette are nothing but nonsense. If your boss has not compensated you adequately, then I shall leave precisely at 6 o'clock. Every second of delay is a sign of disrespect towards myself. If you dare to call me about work on the weekend, I will not hesitate to block you. However, let us be clear, as long as your boss pays well, everything is negotiable. If you're willing to offer double overtime pay, I could even reside at the office until its bankruptcy. It is said that bosses from the 70s and 80s enjoy discussing ideals, but for the youth of the 2000s, I'm afraid I am solely focused on monetary compensation. Just like Liang Wenchao, if Su Bai dares to offer him 10,000 a month, he would indeed venture out in the dead of night to chop down the wealth tree at the entrance of Wurma. That is, provided Su Bai is willing to pay. When Liang Wenchao boldly announced his demand for 10,000, the entire venue, comprising 1,200 newcomers, gazed at him as if he were a peculiar creature. Initially, it was thought that Zhang Wei, who had called for 8,000, was unbeatable, yet here stood someone even bolder. Who, one might wonder, is this fierce warrior? At that moment, Zhang Wei, standing next to Liang Wenchao, discreetly stepped aside, distancing himself further, thinking to himself, "Don't look at me. I do not know this fool. His demand for 10,000 has nothing to do with my request for 8,000. I had prepared myself to be the first to arrive and the last to leave. But this guy is even more audacious, ready to chop down Wurma's wealth tree. For merely 10,000 a month, he seems willing to risk it all." Just when everyone expected Su Bai to disregard this reckless youth, he surprised them all by showing admiration towards Liang Wenchao, proclaiming, "All right, 10,000 a month, duly noted. Arrangements will be made." This unexpected response left many unsettled. Another burly gentleman raised his hand, his expression earnest as he said, "Ahem, Mr. Su, to be frank, my father is a lumberjack, and I have a family background in this trade. If you give me 10,000, I will join him." As soon as he finished speaking, all 1,200 attendees raised their hands, each one eager to chop down trees. It was evident that their interest was not in the wealth tree at Wurma, but rather in the promise of 10,000. By raising their hands, they wished to convey to Su Bai that, like Liang Wenchao, they would be willing to undertake any task for a sufficiently high salary. Observing this, Zhang Wei finally felt relief. He would no longer be the first to arrive and the last to leave. On the stage, Su Bai surveyed the crowd with a satisfied smile, gesturing for them to lower their hands before speaking earnestly. "There is no need to chop down the tree. I can tell that everyone desires a high salary, but fears not living up to it. I want to clarify that what I seek is not your ability to earn 10,000, but rather your attitude toward it. Ability is merely your baseline, something you can gradually enhance through work. However, attitude is your ceiling. I do not trust any guarantees from employees, for guarantees are mere illusions. Yet I am confident that employees hired for 10,000 will commit wholeheartedly without reservation, for money is the tangible reality." Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Su Bai continued, "In that case, I will set the salary based on the 10,000 standard." At this moment, no one dared to speak or raise their hands. However, a brave employee in the front row mustered the courage to ask, "Mr. Su, are you not jesting with us?" The crowd held its breath, fearing Su Bai might retort, "You were the ones who jested first." Noting the tension, Su Bai turned to the HR manager standing at the side of the stage. "Please take note, effective immediately. The minimum salary at Dami Supermarket shall be 10,000. The specifics will depend on individual capabilities and job assignments. Furthermore, this amount is post-tax, excluding Social Security and Provident funds. Additionally, the annual salary increase will mirror that of Dami Technology, with a 12% raise for grassroots employees." Once the HR manager recorded Su Bai's directives, Su Bai turned to the stunned employees and smiled. "Now, may I hear the applause for a monthly salary of over 10,000? The employees were momentarily taken aback, but soon the entire venue erupted in applause, whistles, and cheers. Many shouted, Mr. Su, this is the applause for a salary over 10,000. Listen to its resonance. Wow. Mr. Su, I love you. Mr. Su, you are the most handsome in the world. Meanwhile, Liang Wenchao, upon hearing Su Bai confirm the 10,000 salary, clapped his hands enthusiastically. He actually offered 10,000 and a 12% raise? Wow. I truly made the right choice coming to Dammy Supermarket. Zhang Wei was also trembling with excitement. This time, fate had not played a prank on him. Instead, it had delivered a grand surprise. Resigning to join Dammy Supermarket was the best decision he had ever made. Around them, others were buzzing with excitement. Heavens, I switched jobs and my salary doubled. My ancestors must be smiling down. Smiling? It's practically ablaze. A monthly salary of 10,000 is beyond rare. Brother, slap me. Am I dreaming? Why can't I wake up? Haha, you made me laugh. If it were 3,000 or 4,000 a month, I could still pretend. But with a salary over 10,000, I can no longer feign modesty. I am Chen Maiguang, the renowned sales king across the banks of the Yangtze and in some towns of Yicheng. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Honestly, I think we should chop down the wealth tree at Werma. It's bound to bring misfortune. Just as everyone was euphoric over the prospect of a salary over 10,000, Su Bai raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once they had settled down, he said, "Now that the salary standard is established, let us discuss the matter of benefits." Benefits? Someone exclaimed. We're already getting paid over 10,000. What more could we want in terms of benefits? A bold fellow shouted, Mr. Su, with a salary like that, I don't need any benefits. Just watch us work hard. Anyone who dares to slack off will face my wrath. Exactly. Another chimed in. What are benefits? We've seen them all before. Maybe a couple of hundred for birthdays and some gifts during the holidays. It's no big deal. As for work hours, with a salary over 10,000, who cares about hours? Whether it's a 996 or a 007 schedule, just call us to work. If you're offering 10,000, we'll show you what a 10,000 attitude looks like. You really think we're just here for nothing? Chapter 070. Feeling unsettled? That's exactly right. As a chorus of employees clamored about their benefits. Indifferent to the matter, Su Bai stood on the stage, rendered speechless. Why did he choose to address salary at the outset? Because, in Su Bai's perspective, the welfare system of Donglai mode was of greater significance than mere wages. While a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was indeed substantial, it was imperative to consider the manner in which one worked. A grueling schedule akin to a 007 lifestyle would be unsustainable. If weekends consisted of a single day off, merely to indulge in a late morning, followed by household chores in the afternoon, only to return to work the next day, it would feel no different from continuous labor. Su Bai desired a team of dynamic employees, not mere automatons who toiled without thought. However, when it came to welfare, Su Bai found himself unable to heed advice. There was a naive fellow, Liang Wenchao, who boldly proclaimed the 10,000 yuan salary. Yet in matters of welfare, it could be said without exaggeration that most individuals in this era lacked imagination. Even if Su Bai encouraged them to propose their benefits, they would be a loss for words. It could be stated that a boss who upheld the 8-hour workday was providing the best welfare possible for employees. Since no one could articulate their desires, Su Bai resolved to do so himself. Observing the employees, now invigorated by the prospect of a 10,000 yuan salary, Su Bai spoke slowly. Perhaps many of you harbor misconceptions regarding the welfare system at Dammy Supermarket. I can candidly inform you that, to a certain extent, our welfare is even more significant than our salaries. The crowd was perplexed. Welfare more important than salary? Was Su Bai mistaken? Were employees to expect a birthday cake funded by the company, accompanied by a group rendition of Happy Birthday? That hardly constituted welfare. It was social embarrassment. Did Dammy Supermarket offer other forms of welfare? Surely, no extravagant perks could rival a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. As curiosity about Su Bai's definition of welfare grew, he finally elaborated. Firstly, I heard someone declare that benefits could be disregarded as long as overtime was permitted. I wish to clarify that at Dammy Supermarket, any unauthorized overtime will result in a meeting with the HR department. Overtime implies double pay, which necessitates approval from your direct supervisor. The room fell silent, the attendees wearing expressions of disbelief as if Su Bai were jesting. Unauthorized overtime? Overtime requiring approval? Double pay for overtime? Could these phrases even be paired together? But, Mr. Su, if you're offering a 10,000 yuan salary, why prohibit us from working extra hours? Is there no justice in this? Are we not deserving of your respect? Even Zhang Wei in the crowd felt his mind nearly short-circuit from Su Bai's words. He had anticipated that such a generous salary would correspond to a heavy workload, perhaps even late nights. He had mentally prepared himself for daily overtime. Yet now, they were informed that overtime required permission. As the bewilderment regarding this peculiar overtime policy lingered, Su Bai continued to elaborate. Moreover, the working hours at Douyin supermarket are from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, totaling 14 hours daily, divided into 2 shifts of 7 hours each. Therefore, I advise you that if your working hours exceed 7.5 hours, it will be considered unauthorized overtime, subject to HR discussion. Upon hearing this, the audience was rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting a crisis of faith. Not only was unauthorized overtime forbidden, but now they were being told they couldn't even fill a full 8-hour shift? Were these truly the words of a boss? And it didn't end there. Su Bai continued. Additionally, all departments at Douyin supermarket operate on a 2-day weekend system. Apart from the regular closure on Tuesdays, each department may arrange an additional day off as they see fit. At this, the crowd could no longer remain composed. What supermarket closes for rest? And employees receive weekends off? No overtime allowed? A 7-hour workday and weekends off, coupled with a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan? Did this mean their benefits surpassed even those of civil servants? Was Su Bai truly running a supermarket or recruiting for CEO position? Furthermore, all employees at Douyin supermarket were entitled to 30 days of paid annual leave, with the duration increasing with years of service. 30 days of paid leave. If Su Bai's previously mentioned benefits were within the realm of understanding, this month-long paid leave seemed utterly unfathomable to those who faced disapproving glances from superiors for merely requesting a day off. Mr. Su, does this mean I can take these 30 days off whenever I please and still receive my salary? Liang Wenchao inquired, wide-eyed, to which Zhang Wei nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that's how it seems, Zhang Wei replied absently. Suddenly, Liang Wenchao exclaimed, but if we can take 30 days off, with weekends off and no overtime, does that mean we're simply living off the company? Zhang Wei, still dazed, nodded again. Indeed, this sentiment resonated with the thoughts of all 1,200 new employees present. While a high salary was expected, they had prepared themselves to work diligently, ensuring they earned their keep. But with Su Bai's revelations, prohibiting overtime while offering 30 days of paid leave, was it possible they were truly living off the company's generosity? One anxious employee called out, Mr. Su, why not lower my salary a bit? Otherwise, I'm uneasy about receiving such benefits. With a 10,000 yuan salary, I find it hard to feel secure. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Observing the reactions, a smirk crept onto Su Bai's face. Feeling uneasy? That's precisely the point. Otherwise, why do you think I've spoken at length? It's to instill in you a sense of anxiety that keeps you awake at night, pondering how to excel in your work. Chapter 071. Not quite. Truly not quite. It must be said that Su Bai possesses a remarkable talent for understanding the human heart. A mere packet of Purple Cloud cigarettes, priced at a mere dozen yuan, could easily inflate the egos of the elders of Dog Village to the tune of billions. Similarly, a salary that soars into the tens of thousands, coupled with a plethora of benefits, could firmly ensnare a multitude of newly recruited employees. Indeed, it is worth noting that after returning home that evening, Zhang Wei found himself unable to sleep, lying in bed with a silly grin one moment and sobbing softly beneath the covers the next. Throughout the latter half of the night, Zhang Wei pondered a singular question. How could he excel in this new job and ensure that he appeared deserving of such a generous remuneration? How could he avoid being perceived as a mere slacker? After enduring a long night, Zhang Wei awoke early the next morning, even before dawn had broken. After a hasty breakfast, he hurried off to the company. As Su Bai had stated, if one's capabilities were lacking, then one must at least demonstrate a commendable attitude. Since overtime was not permitted, arriving early to the office seemed a reasonable course of action. However, as Zhang Wei disembarked from the bus, He was taken aback to find that he was far from the first to arrive. Before him stood hundreds of individuals, either squatting or standing at the entrance of the rice supermarket. Even Liang Wenchao, the most impetuous among them, had beaten him there. Upon spotting Zhang Wei, Liang Wenchao, while munching on a bun, shook his head and remarked, "Zhang, your work ethic leaves much to be desired." Zhang Wei found himself at a loss for words, grappling with 1,000 expletives that he refrained from voicing. Of course, the path to securing a position at the rice supermarket was not as straightforward as one might hope. Many of the candidates were novices without prior experience in supermarket operations, necessitating a week-long orientation training before they could officially commence work. Following Su by an amp, Oppo's earlier motivation, the orientation training at the rice supermarket could only be described as frenzied. In one corner of the warehouse, an instructor was simultaneously training dozens of new recruits on the use of a pallet jack. Before operating the pallet jack, always check for tire wear and air leaks, and ensure the battery is charged. Safety helmets must be worn. Be vigilant of your surroundings. In a nutshell, caution is key to avoiding major mishaps. As the instructor spoke, he deftly maneuvered the pallet jack into the gap between pallets, preparing to initiate hydraulic lifting. Yet at that moment, the jack malfunctioned. In a stroke of inspiration, the embarrassed instructor seized the opportunity to teach a lesson. Look, this is the consequence of neglecting checks. What should we do when faced with such a problem? Just then, Zhang Wei rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. What should we do? We lift it ourselves. What if there are goods waiting to be collected in the sales area? With that, he hoisted a case of beer from the shelf and headed towards the designated loading area. The instructor was taken aback. Wait, the pallet jack is broken. Shouldn't you find another one? Why jump straight to manual lifting? However, Zhang Wei's logic was sound. If someone was willing to lift it by hand, how could one argue against it? In an extreme scenario where the warehouse experienced a power outage and the backup generator failed, manual labor would be inevitable. Before the instructor could elaborate, the circle of newcomers watched in astonishment as Zhang Wei sprinted away with a case of beer. Look at him, they thought, so eager to earn those training assessment points. The next moment, a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, stepped forward. Huh, a big man like you is carrying just one case? Watch this. With that, he bent down and effortlessly lifted 3 cases of beer. Before the instructor could react, a throng of eager newcomers rushed towards the pallets, each claiming their share, as if in a frantic scramble for ammunition. Within a minute, the pallets stood empty. Meanwhile, Liang Wenchao, slight of build and unable to push through the crowd, gazed at the now barren pallets, bewildered. He then turned to the instructor with a bright smile. "Excuse me, could you please move aside? I'd like to help carry the pallets as well. Since I'm here, I ought to contribute something." The 40-something instructor observed Liang Wenchao and the frenzy of newcomers desperately vying for attention, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. Not quite, truly not quite. A similar scene unfolded across various departments during the training. The cashiers, a unique position within the financial sector, had the crucial task of mastering the operation of the cash register software. In another corner of the warehouse, dozens of cash registers had been set up, and experienced cashiers were diligently training the newcomers. Remember, do not place complete trust in the system. It can often make mistakes. When calculating change, if you feel uncertain, feel free to use a calculator for assistance. Furthermore, if you encounter products with barcodes that cannot be scanned, you may manually input the product numbers, just as I do. After a thorough explanation, a group of young women stood behind the cash registers, eager to learn. Notably, among them were several women in their 30s and 40s who, perhaps due to their age, exhibited an even greater seriousness during the training. For instance, when it came time to manually input product barcodes, everyone followed the numbers beneath the barcodes as if practicing a form of meditation, carefully entering each one and occasionally verifying their accuracy. However, just as the atmosphere was marked by the rhythm of eager novices, a sudden, rapid tapping sound echoed through the training area. Tap, 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 tap. All heads turned in unison towards the source of the noise. There stood a woman in her 40s, her one hand tirelessly switching barcodes while her other hand typed furiously on the keyboard. Her gaze was as fierce as that of an eagle. For the sake of her 2 children's tuition, living expenses, and future college fees. For her mother, who had been ill for years. For the resentful glances of those who called her a widow, cursed by fate. For the fact that she hadn't bought herself a decent pair of shoes in years. My hands, move faster, she internally urged herself. Realizing she had drawn the attention of those around her, she choked out, I'm sorry, I truly need this job. You cannot begin to comprehend the struggles of a woman in her 40s from the countryside, striving to support 2 children, to care for her parents, working in restaurants washing dishes, emptying trash cans in office buildings, or standing all day selling clothes in a mall. After exhausting every possible job, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan, along with various benefits, represented a lifeline for her. Witnessing this scene, an employee from a human resources department of the rice supermarket could no longer contain herself. She quietly approached the woman and gently pressed down on her rapidly moving right hand. Sister, congratulations. You have officially been hired by the rice supermarket. Upon hearing this news, the woman's face lit up with excitement as she covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. Meanwhile, the young women around her glanced back at their keyboards, then at their own hands. Come on, hands, move faster. Chapter 072, Walmart, it and amp, oppos. Over, come at me at the end of April. Subai dedicated 2 days to travel to the capital. Led by the commercial sector, the internal results for the triennial selection of the top 10 entrepreneurs had already been released at the end of March, with the awards ceremony scheduled for April 24th. Subai, with overwhelming support, emerged as the first among the top 10 entrepreneurs. When Subai appeared on live broadcasts across television and major online platforms, many netizens finally realized that this once unstoppable entrepreneur had been absent from the internet for a full 3 months. Despite the weekly broadcast from Rice Technology, Subai had not made a single appearance during this period. This naturally piqued curiosity. How could a master of the internet have vanished for 3 months? What had he been up to? As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is interest. With the public intrigued by Subai's absence, it was only a matter of time before someone stepped forward to provide the gossip. The day after Subai was named among the top 10 entrepreneurs, a trending topic surged across various platforms. Top 10 entrepreneur Subai secretly enters the supermarket industry with Rice supermarket set to open. The news immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers. What? After 3 months, Su is quietly entering the supermarket industry? Wow. Rice phones, Rice sanitary pads, and now a Rice supermarket? Subai, the Rice ecosystem, is becoming quite versatile. Walmart, it's over, come at me. Having learned from the previous incident involving Rice sanitary pads, no one dared to claim that Subai was being unprofessional this time. However, this did not prevent many industry experts from analyzing the pros and cons of Subai and AMP, Oppo's entry into the supermarket sector. A brief analysis of Rice supermarket's prospects is not optimistic. Walmart is not Wanja. Top 10 entrepreneurs Subai has chosen the wrong opponent this time. What are Rice supermarket's chances against the world's number 1, Walmart? Given the mention of supermarkets, Walmart was an unavoidable topic. As many experts pointed out, Walmart was not Wanja. There were no scandals like the toxic sanitary pad incident, nor was there a figure like Zhang Lili who specifically targeted compatriots. Rather, among domestic supermarkets, Walmart had a solid reputation. In terms of product quality, pricing, and service, it was far ahead in the industry. As Sun Jing stated, in the face of Wanja, Subai had not only a renowned background, but also the right timing, location, and people. Defeating them would be a challenge. But when it came to Walmart, there was no point in discussing timing, location, or people. Subai was essentially without a notable background. Without a notable background, it was difficult to garner the support of the majority, thus preventing him from winning public favor as he had in the daily chemical industry. How then would Subai triumph in this battle? In light of the analyses from numerous experts, even Subai's fans struggled to find reasons to support him. I feel the same. Subai has chosen the wrong path this time. He was doing so well with phones. Why venture into supermarkets? To be honest, even if Rice Supermarket offers quality products, I still stand with Walmart. I and Oppos. He developed a habit of shopping there weekly. I just on and Oppos to understand what Subai is aiming for in the supermarket industry. Not only the public was perplexed, even Walmart itself was bewildered. In Pengcheng, at Walmart's headquarters for the Dragon Country region. CEO Zhu Pengfei had learned of Su Bai's plans for Rice Supermarket over a month ago. After all, the transformation of an airport into a supermarket was a significant development that was hard to overlook. Consequently, Zhu had been conducting internal investigations to determine if there were any underlying issues: expired food sales, poor product quality, or perhaps unsatisfactory employee attitudes. However, after thorough investigations, he found that all of the hundreds of stores nationwide were operating smoothly, with no expired food sales, major quality issues, or widespread complaints about employee attitudes. So, Zhu Pengfei was left curious. Walmart was thriving, and he and Su Bai had maintained a peaceful coexistence, devoid of grievances. No one had suggested that Su Bai enter the supermarket industry. In fact, Zhu himself was among Su Bai's millions of fans, using his Rice phone. Yet, inexplicably, Su Bai decided to challenge Walmart. Had he no fear of tarnishing his reputation as a people's entrepreneur, rushing to confront Walmart so soon after receiving his trophy? As the situation escalated, even Walmart's public relations head approached Zhu Pengfei, inquiring whether a response was necessary. Unlike Jiang Lili, who naively assisted Su Bai, Zhu Pengfei thought for a moment before commanding, "When Rice Supermarket opens, our official account will post a congratulatory message. Additionally, I will personally send a pair of flower baskets to Su Bai." "What? Congratulating a competitor on their opening?" questioned the public relations head, astonished. "Do as I say." After the individual left his office, Zhu Pengfei, reclining with his legs crossed, tapped his knee rhythmically. Unlike Jiang Lili, Zhu had risen to his position through intellect rather than oppression. To him, everything operated on probabilities. For instance, what were the odds of Su Bai entering the supermarket sector, defeating Walmart, and establishing Rice supermarkets nationwide? Less than 1%. There was a chance, albeit minuscule. For that slim chance, Zhu Pengfei decided to send Su Bai a pair of flower baskets. Not for any particular reason, but if Su Bai succeeded, Zhu would be left jobless. Surely, with the goodwill generated by those flower baskets, Su Bai would offer him a high-paying position at Rice Supermarket. Of course, this was merely Zhu Pengfei's precautionary measure. He likely wouldn't recoup the expense of the flower baskets. After all, Walmart was no pushover like Wanjia. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhu Pengfei did not need to deliberately target Su Bai, nor was there any necessity to do so. After all, Walmart had numerous formidable competitors: Metro, Auchan, Ito Yokado, each a powerful adversary. A single Rice supermarket could hardly compete. Did Su Bai truly believe that the world's largest giant could be taken lightly? Chapter 073. Is Su Bai seeking a bodyguard? At the moment when Dong Sanjin learned that Su Bai was trending online, he was fishing alongside him. As the float dipped sharply, Dong Sanjin swiftly raised his rod, and a sizable crucian carp broke the surface. Secretary Xiao Zhang had already readied the landing net, and upon witnessing his boss catch a fish, he smiled brighter than Dong Sanjin himself. After rebaiting, Dong Sanjin cast his line back into the water and glanced at Su Bai, who remained steadfast at the fishing platform. "Aren't you the least bit concerned?" The entire internet is buzzing, claiming that Su Bai's foray into the supermarket industry is an act of folly. Unlike last time with the rice and sanitary pads, Su Bai has garnered substantial support from numerous women online. The sanitary pads hadn't even gone into production before public opinion tilted in his favor. Yet this time, with the Rice supermarket, it seems nearly all netizens are merely spectators, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Even prominent experts have emerged to assert that the Rice supermarket could very well mark Su Bai's first major failure in his career. Su Bai sat at the platform, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the float, akin to a divine needle stabilizing the sea. I have stated before, my adversary has never been Walmart. He had long been aware of the trending topic, but remained unfazed. The online populace believed that Su Bai had chosen the wrong path, charging headlong against the world's leading Walmart, despite having no legitimate claim to do so. Yet, none realized that from the very beginning, Su Bai had not regarded Walmart as a challenger. As he had articulated, the true competitors of the Rice supermarket were the prevailing societal norms of this era, a time of both opportunity and hardship. He wasn't a nameless contender. He was speaking out for countless ordinary individuals like Zhang Wei and Liang Wenchao. He aspired to ignite a spark through the rice supermarket, a flame that would spread across the vast lands of the Dragon Country. When that fire blazes, it will also signal the grand expansion of the rice supermarket. Indeed, Su Bai's ultimate ambition was to become the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Country. However, he believed that individual wealth alone held little merit. True prosperity lay in collective enrichment. Yet, akin to the ancient proverb that cautions against the ignorance of the summer insect. This time Su Bai knew he could not openly express his thoughts, as he had with the rice and sanitary pads, to rally public support. Let us not forget that the once unknown Donglai was incinerated before it could flourish. Even when Donglai eventually ascended, it remained confined to its local territory. To suggest that there were no ulterior motives in the capital sphere would be naive. Prematurely revealing the Donglai model could invite fleeting public acclaim, but might also lead to the untimely demise of the rice supermarket. Noticing that Dong Sanjin had caught another fish, Su Bai quietly adjusted his position, moving 2 meters closer to Dong Sanjin's spot. Casually casting his line, he inadvertently dropped his bait directly into Dong Sanjin and Appo's fishing area, then settled down with a serene expression. Honestly, I am less concerned about the rice supermarket than I am about my own situation. Appo's audacious demeanor. Dong Sanjin took a deep breath, pretending not to notice. Worried about yourself? With you here in Yicheng, under my watchful eye, who would dare to cause you trouble? Not yet, but it may soon come to that. This revelation made Dong Sanjin anxious. What exactly are you planning? You've been so secretive, and when I ask, you refuse to explain. Some matters cannot be conveyed in just a few sentences. Given your extensive connections, I must entrust this to you. It wasn't that Su Bai was unwilling to share. Rather, he feared the implications of doing so. What he intended was indeed a formidable venture, one that countered the prevailing exploitative trends of the era, wherein most employers sought to minimize labor costs. Su Bai's approach of intentionally elevating labor expenses would undoubtedly provoke significant societal upheaval. As the saying goes, without comparison, there can be no harm. If the employees of his supermarket received such generous salaries, how would that reflect on other ordinary enterprises? Would private employers continue to command unquestioning loyalty from their workers? The reason employees had been compliant was due to the lack of alternatives, as society had conditioned them to accept such meager wages. It was akin to the illiterate farmers of ancient times who bowed to the landowners, adhering to their every word. Yet one day, someone stood up and revealed to them that they need not toil like beasts. They could live with dignity. How would that change their perspective? As articulated in The Wandering Earth, hope is the most precious thing in this era. How could Su Bai, a billionaire, a man of wealth, betray his kind to offer hope to the downtrodden? Indeed, Su Bai's actions could be seen as a betrayal of the majority within the capital sphere. Once the Donglai model was exposed, he would undoubtedly find himself at the center of a media storm, facing fierce resistance and retaliation from the capital elite. After all, as the saying goes, to disrupt a man's wealth is akin to killing his parents. Would the vengeful capitalists allow Su Bai, the instigator, to escape unscathed? Did you truly believe that Sun Jing's father's tragic demise on the way to the courthouse was merely an accident? Seeing that Su Bai remained reticent, Dong Sanjin felt helpless. Fine, I will help you make connections. Before the security team arrives, I will arrange for someone to protect you. While uncertain about Su Bai's intentions, Dong Sanjin surmised that his friend must have concocted another grand scheme, much like the establishment of the rice standards. The urgency in Su Bai's voice hinted that whatever he was planning was likely even more significant than the rice standards initiative. With this thought, Dong Sanjin's expression turned grave. Kid, I don in Appo's. To know what act you are orchestrating, and you seldom confide in me. I can only assure you that as long as your endeavors are just, the official support of Yicheng will be behind you, along with the backing of 5 million residents of Yicheng. Upon hearing this, Su Bai, holding his fishing rod, felt a sudden warmth in his eyes as he watched Dong Sanjin reel in yet another catch. Chapter 074. I find this service rather mediocre. On May 1st, Labor Day, the highways across the nation were congested with travelers, as it is one of the most significant holidays after the Spring Festival and National Day. As the time approached, the Dragon Country displayed the might of being the second most populous nation in the world. At the beetling Great Wall in the capital, a family of three struggled to navigate through the throngs of tourists, their faces reflecting a sense of hopelessness. At the Bund in the bustling metropolis, a young couple clung tightly to one another, fearful of being separated in the crowd. On the hiking trails of Mount Huashan in Qin province, a special forces student, who had come to enjoy a vacation, found himself stuck halfway up the mountain, unable to ascend or descend, and could only shout out to the distant peaks, "Mom, I want to go home." Of course, those trapped in tourist attractions were mostly the undeterred. Many, tired of the crowds, would take the opportunity of the holiday to return home to visit their parents and relatives. Naturally, when one finally makes the rare trip home, it is customary to bring gifts for the elderly and children. Thus, a visit to the shopping center becomes the obvious choice. Early in the morning, He Liping set off with his wife, children, and parents to explore the shopping malls in Yicheng. As soon as he entered the car, He Liping inputted Walmart into the navigation app. Since the opening of Walmart in Yicheng, it had become the go-to place for purchasing daily necessities. Over the years, the family had grown accustomed to shopping at Walmart. However, upon hearing that they were heading to Walmart, His father in the passenger seat waved his hand dismissively. This time, they were going to Demi Supermarket. Demi Supermarket? The one run by Su Bai? As a member of the working class in a mountainous city, He Liping, now over 40, was usually busy with work and rarely went online. Yet he was somewhat aware of Demi Supermarket. He had seen various analyses online regarding Demi Supermarket, all of which concluded that it could not compete with Walmart. It was only logical. After all, how could a company focused on electronics compare to a long-established supermarket chain like Walmart? Dad, Walmart is an established brand, and you can trust their products. Demi Supermarket just opened. Who knows how reliable it is? However, His father remained steadfast in his opinion. You don't understand. Su, the owner, is from our hometown. If he were to cheat us locals, how could he show his face back home during the new year? At first glance, this reasoning seemed plausible, yet He Liping was clearly unconvinced. He placed greater faith in the expert analyses online. It could only be said that his father, not being internet savvy, was unaware of the realities of society. In this day and age, how rare was it for a local to not take advantage of another local? Ultimately, unable to argue with his father, He Liping obediently entered the location for Demi Supermarket into the map and drove his family in that direction. If his father was so resistant to reason, perhaps a visit would change his mind. He could hardly believe that Su Bai's Demi Supermarket could surpass Walmart. Along the route, advertisements heralding Demi Supermarket's opening appeared everywhere, on buses, taxis, and billboards. It was evident that the local government was making great efforts to support the new supermarket. Yet, as He Liping drove along the old airport road, it seemed he was engaged in a silent competition with his father, much like how his father would often share articles in family groups, warning against various foods. His father was a quintessential old-school figure, resistant to scientific reasoning. This trip to Demi Supermarket was no different. He insisted on supporting a fellow townsman, seemingly determined to learn the hard way. As they drove further away from the city center and into more remote areas, He Liping feigned indifference. This supermarket isn't even in the city. Who would drive this far to shop? His father paid no heed to his complaints, resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat. In the back seat, His mother and wife exchanged amused glances at the stubbornness displayed by the father and son. If there was ever a time they didn't argue, they wouldn't know how to react. Though He Liping complained verbally, he held no prejudice against Demi Supermarket in his heart. In fact, every holiday visit to Walmart usually ended in traffic jams, as the roads in the city center were narrow, making it a challenge to find parking. Conversely, although Demi Supermarket was located on the outskirts, the old airport expressway had no traffic lights, allowing for a smooth drive. If one were to consider traffic conditions, He Liping would undoubtedly prefer Demi Supermarket. Sure enough, after a mere 7 or 8 kilometers, they arrived in less than 10 minutes. As the car rounded a corner, before He Liping could register what was happening, his son in the back seat exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, look at that giant building." The family turned their attention forward to see two massive geometric structures in gray and white, prominently displaying the name, the Mi Supermarket. Is this the Mi Supermarket? I thought it would be a small store. I never expected it to be this grand. He declared, I need to take some pictures. This is even more impressive than the shopping malls in our mountainous city. Listening to the comments from his mother and wife, He felt a pang of embarrassment. Ahem, I think it's adequate. At this, his father slowly opened his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Just mediocre. It can't compare to Walmart, a well-established brand. Hearing his father's sarcastic remark, He, who had already conceded the first round, remained obstinate. What does the size of the supermarket matter? The quality of the products and service is what truly counts. Though he spoke defiantly, He felt a grudging respect. At the very least, from the navigation, it was evident that the Mi Supermarket boasted 3 entrances and exits, unlike Walmart, which had only one that was perpetually congested. Choosing one of the less trafficked entrances, He maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand and drove in. As He searched for a parking spot, a young man clad in a gray uniform, exuding an unusual enthusiasm, stood at the entrance directing vehicles. For parking, please proceed this way. If you need a free car wash, please go this way. Initially, He thought he misheard, but upon rolling down the window, he was astonished. A free car wash? Yes, sir, we offer complimentary car wash services. Having driven all the way back to Yicheng after work with his family, He hadn't had the chance to wash the car. He had been contemplating finding an opportunity to do so, and now the Mi Supermarket offered a free service. Was it really free? Were there any conditions? He felt compelled to clarify, wondering if a purchase threshold was required. Even his wife chimed in. In this world, is there really such a thing as a free lunch? Despite the skepticism from the customers, the young man maintained his cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. Indeed, there are no conditions. Of course, we would also welcome you to come specifically for a car wash, even without shopping. Could it truly be free? To come for a car wash without any obligation to purchase? Was there really such a generous offer? The next moment, unable to resist the allure, He swiftly turned the steering wheel and drove towards the car wash lane. While He marveled at the service level of the Mi Supermarket, his father in the passenger seat continued to voice his discontent. I find this service rather mediocre. Don't you agree, son? Chapter 075. Are you certain this is a supermarket? Upon arriving at the car wash area, the family disembarked, and He intended to hand the car keys to a staff member. However, he was apprehensive about the loose change left in the car's armrest. Since this was a complimentary car wash, would there be staff members with unscrupulous intentions, pilfering valuable items from his vehicle? To his surprise, when He extended the keys, the staff member did not reach out to accept them. Sir, you need not hand over the keys. You may keep them with you, the staff member assured. Not hand over the keys? How will you wash the car then? Surely, you must drive it into the wash bay, and afterward. I need to move it to a parking space, He queried. Sir, we are equipped with a car-moving robot, which will take your vehicle to the designated parking area. The staff member explained. A car-moving robot? That sounded vaguely familiar. In the next moment, He witnessed a panel gliding smoothly towards his car, sliding beneath its chassis, whereupon it extended 4 pairs of mechanical claws to secure the tires before lifting the vehicle off the ground. Before He could fully comprehend the operation, his beloved car was already gliding toward the designated wash bay. This spectacle not only left He bewildered, but also astonished the family standing nearby. Particularly, He youngest son exclaimed, Wow, that's so cool. Mom, look, it's just like son Wukong's cloud. At that moment, He wore a dazed expression, feeling out of place. He had never encountered such an advanced car-moving robot, even in the mountain city. Who would have thought he would witness it first in his hometown of Yicheng? Who could have anticipated that returning home would be an eye-opening experience? How will I find my car later? He pondered aloud. The staff member pointed towards the exit of the supermarket parking area. After you finish shopping, you can locate your vehicle using the intelligent terminal at the entrance. However, our parking area is quite extensive with 1,200 spaces. If you prefer not to walk, you can summon the car-moving robot via the smart terminal to bring your vehicle to your desired location. You can summon the car to yourself? Is this truly a supermarket and not some technology experience center? He Liping mused, thoroughly impressed by the complimentary car wash and the car-moving robot. Even if he Liping remained stubborn, he could not deny that the service level at the Dammy supermarket was extraordinary. Remarkably, they hadn't even officially entered the supermarket yet. With a sense of curiosity, the family joined the throngs of other astonished patrons as they approached the entrance of Dammy supermarket. Given the holiday and vigorous promotions, the number of customers was unusually high. As the automatic doors slid open, they were not met with rows of staff members greeting them in peculiar tones. Aside from its larger size, the Dammy supermarket did not significantly differ from other large retail stores. He Liping's initial excitement quickly faded to disappointment. It appeared that the complimentary car wash was the supermarket's sole highlight. While retrieving a shopping cart, He Liping's wife, holding their child, rushed over to one side. "Wow, dear, look, their shopping carts even have child seats." Upon hearing this, the family hurried over, witnessing a variety of shopping carts at Dammy supermarket. Unlike the standardized ones found in other stores, there were carts equipped with baby seats, those with child seats, and even carts designed with magnifying glasses for the elderly. Additionally, each cart was fitted with retractable seats for resting when weary for shopping. Observant He Liping noted that each shopping cart's corners were wrapped in cushioned foam to mitigate collision damage. If the complimentary car wash service showcased Dammy supermarket's strategic foresight to ensure a steady influx of customers, the diversified shopping carts exemplified tactical attention to detail. His wife's approving gaze indicated she was already warming to the supermarket. However, He Liping's father remained skeptical. "The service is rather average," he remarked. Noticing this, He Liping grew defensive, insisting a supermarket sells products, not services. The key factors are the goods and their prices. Thus, the father and son continued their spirited debate as the family ventured deeper into the marketplace. Upon entering, they immediately recognized the most significant distinction of Dammy supermarket. Each product and Oppo's price tag displayed two figures, one lower, indicating the purchase price, and one higher, representing the selling price. He Liping calculated that the supermarket's average profit margin ranged from 4 to 6%. This pricing method was novel to the family, who were struck with astonishment. Typically, whether in a mall or a street-side shop, the purchase price was concealed and the selling price inflated. Yet, Dammy supermarket boldly displayed both. True price transparency? No risk of being deceived. With such open pricing, it was evident that Mr. Su, a notable entrepreneur, had no need to fabricate falsehoods that could tarnish his reputation. This approach genuinely impressed He Liping. As the family pondered the quality of products at Dammy supermarket, they entered the household goods section. He Liping's wife suddenly halted. "Mom, come look. Isn't this the frying pan you've always wanted? Last time we checked at Werma, it was over 1,000, and you hesitated to buy it. No need for such an expensive pan. Think of how many groceries that could buy." She replied, "No, Mom, this pan at Dammy supermarket is only 120. "Really? Let me see." She was astonished to find it identical, save for the brand. "This can't be counterfeit, can it?" Upon hearing the term counterfeit, He Liping and his son approached. He Liping himself was incredulous. While he doubted Dammy supermarket's goods could rival those of Werma, they wouldn't brazenly sell fakes, would they? As the family deliberated, a uniformed sales associate approached. "Hello, may I assist you?" "Hi, is this non-stick pan identical to the one at Werma?" He Liping's wife inquired. The sales associate opted for a diplomatic response. "If you encounter any issues with this non-stick pan after purchasing, we offer a 7-day return policy and a 14-day exchange policy." "A 7-day return? A 14-day exchange? Is that even possible?" He Liping expressed skepticism. "Are there no conditions? Any issues are fully refundable?" "Don't say it sounds good now only to find excuses later when returning." Despite He Liping's pointed questioning, the sales associate maintained a warm smile. "Indeed, there are no conditions. Even if you have encountered no quality issues and simply find the purchase to be overpriced, you may return it within 7 days." Before He Liping could react, his wife boldly placed a neatly packaged frying pan directly into the shopping cart, exclaiming, "Bought it." This was merely the beginning. Subsequently, He Liping repeatedly heard similar remarks from his wife and mother. "Wow, this silk summer quilt is more than half cheaper than in the mall. Let us buy it." No way. The shampoo I've always wanted was impossible to snatch during the live stream. Yet the supermarket has so many. Dad, come try on these leather shoes. They must be genuine. They offer a 7-day return policy. One cannot deny the allure of the prices at the supermarket. The key is that customers need not worry about acquiring inferior or counterfeit products. The 7-day return and 14-day exchange guarantee allows them to shop with utter abandon. While the thrill of shopping is undeniable, Liping felt a tearful despair as he gazed at the increasingly full shopping cart. What was supposed to be a casual outing had turned into a shopping spree. At this rate, if he doesn't spend half a month as salary today, he might never leave. This is merely the opening. The real excitement is yet to come. So do not rush. Chapter 76. The service level after restraint. Liping spent nearly half a month and Oppo's salary to lead his family from the household goods section into the food section. Just when he thought his wife and mother would indulge in a shopping spree in the food area, an unexpected scene unfolded. If the household items at the Mi supermarket were largely cheaper than those at other supermarkets, the fresh food prices were quite the opposite, generally higher than the market rates. For instance, the price of pork belly was around 17 to 18 yuan per jean in the market. Yet at the Mi supermarket, it soared to 25 yuan per jean, a staggering 1/3 increase. 5 liters of cooking oil, typically priced between 60 to 100 yuan per barrel in the market, started at 120 yuan in the Mi supermarket. Even more shocking was the chicken, which cost only a little over 10 yuan per jean in the market. But at a Mi supermarket, it reached an astonishing 55 yuan per jean. A single purchase could easily amount to 1 or 200 yuan. Many packaged fresh vegetables also reflected this trend, with prices consistently higher than those in the market. After browsing for a while, Liping's frugal mother shook her head in dismay. It's too expensive. The food here is all pricier than at the market. Let's just buy some household items and head to the vegetable market for food. This time, however, Liping felt something was amiss. The products and services at the Mi supermarket were undoubtedly commendable, but why were the prices in the food section so elevated? His mother preferred to check prices and would turn away if they were too high. Yet Liping noticed that the vegetable section bore labels indicating directed cultivation. This meant that the origins could be traced, pesticide residues had been tested, and the produce was guaranteed to be green and pollution-free. Furthermore, products like pork, fish, cooked food, and bread promised to never be left overnight. Could it be that these claims were genuine? In the outside market, who doesn't tout their products as exceptional? Yet, in reality, food safety is often questionable. With this in mind, Liping, while his family was distracted, slyly tucked a packaged chicken into their shopping cart. 55 yuan per jean? I shall see if you are worth this price. When the family arrived at the checkout area, they noticed the extraordinarily high level of service at the Mi supermarket. Every staff member wore a genuine smile, exuding warmth that was not merely professional but heartfelt. Even when faced with impatient customers, the staff patiently repeated their explanations without a hint of annoyance. As they checked out, the cashier noticed the family had filled an entire cart with items and still had several heavy items to carry. Immediately, she called over the intercom, "Cash register 8. Please send over another shopping cart." Before Liping's family could react, a young man in uniform approached, beaming as if he had found treasure, pushing an additional cart toward them. "Hello, sir. Are you heading to the parking lot? Please, let me help you with your overflowing cart. Just load the heavy items onto mine. I've got the strength for it. You just lead the way, and I'll take care of the loading." Having never encountered such service while shopping, Liping was taken aback. At most supermarkets, regardless of how much you bought or how heavy it was, no one would offer assistance. But at the Mi supermarket, such thoughtful service was a delightful surprise. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude. As they passed the parking lot, Liping noticed a customer whose car wouldn't start, likely due to an aging battery. Just as he assumed the individual would call for assistance, a staff member appeared with a jump starter and swiftly got the car running. The grateful customer insisted on offering the staff member money, but he politely declined. Seeing this, Liping looked at the young man, helping him with the cart. "I had no idea your service was this exceptional." The young man flashed a bright smile in response. "It in Oppo's. That's nothing special. Our supervisor advised us to exercise restraint in our enthusiasm for service." "Restraint?" Liping echoed, incredulous. "You mean to say this is your restrained service level? I'm curious, what would happen if you weren't holding back?" The young man pondered for a moment before responding. If you require, I could drive your car back and help carry your items home. He Liping nearly bumped his head against the car as shrunk in surprise. Ahem. Perhaps a little restraint is indeed wise. If an employee at a supermarket can provide such service, I would feel remiss not to send you a commendation or write a thank you letter. That evening, the He family prepared the chicken He Liping had discreetly placed in the cart. His mother complained that he had wasted money on such expensive chicken. However, as they cooked, the family began to notice something peculiar. As he father passed the kitchen, he sniffed the air, remarking, "What a delightful aroma." Even He Liping's wife leaned in closer. "It smells wonderful, reminiscent of the free-range chicken we used to have in our village." When He mother lifted the lid to inspect the bubbling pot, she was perplexed. How strange. It truly resembles the fragrance of free-range chicken. Had a supermarket sold them free-range chicken? Since moving from the countryside to the city, the family had lost access to such delicacies, only being able to procure one or two during the holidays from relatives in the countryside. Now, the market claimed to sell authentic free-range chickens for just over 20 yuan per gene. Yet, anyone with discernment knew that genuine free-range chicken required substantial feed costs over a year and a half. Many argued that the nutritional difference between free-range and fast-growing chickens was negligible, labeling it as merely a tax on ignorance. Whether or not it was a tax on ignorance was debatable, but once the free-range chicken soup was prepared, even He Liping's finicky young son devoured 2 large bowls. This time, even the thrifty He mother ceased her complaints about He Liping's extravagant spending. "Son, we must return to the supermarket tomorrow to buy more free-range chickens to freeze for later." In these times, free-range chicken was a rare find. He Liping finally grasped that while the food at the supermarket was expensive, it was undeniably worth every penny. He father gradually set down his chopsticks and turned to his son, who had been arguing with him all day, and smiled. "So, am I not so old-fashioned now?" Seeing this, He Liping raised his glass to clink with his father's. "Dad, I concede. The supermarket, run by Mr. Su, is indeed remarkable. The hometown spirit is truly commendable." Chapter 077. Let the bullets fly a little longer, Mr. Su. Good news. Early the next morning, as Su Bai stepped into his office, Feng Jun entered with an expression of sheer delight. "Our revenue for yesterday reached a staggering 7.2 million. 7.2 million, a figure Feng Jun had never dared to dream of. During his tenure at Qianjiahui Supermarket, his highest single-store revenue was merely 3.4 million, achieved during the bustling year-end season. Yet the revenue from the supermarket had more than double that figure. Thus, it was no surprise that Feng Jun hurried to share the joyous news with Su Bai. However, upon hearing this sales figure, Su Bai displayed no hint of excitement. Instead, he appeared somewhat despondent. "Is it only 7.2 million? The mere utterance of the word only caused Feng Jun and Appo's smile to freeze on his face. "Mr. Su, this is indeed a considerable amount." Su Bai slowly approached his office chair, sat down, and began to power on his computer while shaking his head. "Let us not forget, this is during the May Day holiday, and it is also our opening day, so the revenue would naturally be inflated. This implies our average daily revenue is likely around 3 million, perhaps even less." Previously, Su Bai had collaborated with Feng Jun and the finance department to crunch some numbers. The supermarket typically employed between 350 to 400 staff, and the current excess of over 800 employees were all reserve talents prepared for future branches. Based on an average annual income of 180,000 for each employee, the payroll alone would amount to around 60 to 70 million. This calculation does not even account for rent and utilities. Despite the substantial support from the Iching government, the annual operational costs would still approach 100 million. When calculated with an average gross profit margin of 5%, it revealed that a single Demi supermarket would need to generate over 2 billion in revenue annually just to break even. This translates to an average daily revenue requirement of approximately 5 million. While this figure may seem extravagant, it pales in comparison to Werma's, Sam's Club, staggering annual revenue of 3.5 billion, which averages to 9.5 million daily. Su Bai's expectations were not excessively high. He did not demand that they match the revenue records of first-tier cities Werma. However, he believed that their flagship store in Yicheng should not have an average daily revenue lower than 8 million. After all, we ought to earn at least 50 million in a year, or else all this effort would be in vain. Upon hearing Su Bai's demand for an average daily revenue of 8 million, Feng Jun recoiled. To him, Su Bai's insistence on maintaining low prices while also providing high benefits for employees seemed unrealistic for achieving such revenue targets. Mr. Su, to be honest, although I have great confidence in Mi Supermarket, my estimate for the daily revenue is at most 6 million. 8 million is beyond my imagination. Noticing Feng Jun's lack of confidence, Su Bai smiled and replied, Feng, do you know why Mi technology has thrived and why I have amassed a fortune worth billions? Is it because of your integrity and willingness to heed advice? No. Su Bai's enigmatic smile widened. The notions of integrity and heeding advice are all relative. My success is solely due to the contrast with my peers. Huh. Seeing Feng Jun and Appo's bewildered expression, Su Bai decisively continued. You need only to manage the daily operations of the supermarket. The rest will fall into place with assistance from our competitors. Just relax and await the inevitable fallout from their endeavors. Is it really that simple? Just wait for the opposing forces to implode? After Feng Jun left Su Bai's office, he stood in the corridor, lost in thought for quite some time, ultimately shaking his head. Initially, he believed that by following Mr. Su for several months, he had acquired some insights. However, it now appeared that the gap between them had not only remained, but had widened significantly. This business was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Just as Feng Jun departed, a call from Dong Sanjin came through. With Su Bai's entry into the supermarket industry, the Yicheng government had extended comprehensive support, as Dong Sanjin put it, to cultivate the first local enterprise among the world's top 500. Thus, after the opening of Mi Supermarket, Dong Sanjin was even more invested in Su Bai. I must say, you and Appo's were not doing well. I sent Xiao Zhang to Worma, and there was still a bustling crowd. Be honest with me. Is your 70 certainty just a facade? It is indeed a facade. It is actually 90. As Su Bai pressed the speakerphone while managing emails, he conversed with Dong Sanjin. It's still early. Why the rush? Allow the bullets to fly for a bit longer. The phrase let the bullets fly a bit longer nearly caused Dong Sanjin to suffer an internal injury. Then let us wait and see what Su Bai is truly up to. By the way, I found a security team you requested. So soon? You truly do not regard me as an official. Cough, cough. That is not the case. However, it is not a team. It is merely one individual. One person? It is a long story. He just disembarked and is en route to you. Let me put it this way. The person who recommended him claimed that he is more effective alone than 100 people combined. Is he really that formidable? Hey, Yuyist, I need to attend a meeting. I must hang up. After ending the call, Su Bai stood in a daze. One person, more effective than 100? Could he possess extraordinary abilities? Just as Su Bai contemplated the identity of this remarkable individual that Dong Sanjin had found, 2 hours passed, and the person had yet to arrive. Finally, Dong Sanjin's call rang again. Upon answering, Su Bai nearly thought he had misheard. What? He got lost. How can a bodyguard lose his way? How did he manage that? It's simple to say to Mi Supermarket and hail a taxi. Indeed, it is a talent. He could not find a taxi upon landing, so he boarded a minibus instead. After a nap, he ended up in the neighboring Luzhou and is now asking where the Mi Supermarket is located. The individual has been contacted, and I have directed him to you. Upon hearing Dong Sanjin's description, Su Bai clutched the phone, his expression one of disbelief. Old Dong, is this person truly as reliable as you claim? Even Dong Sanjin now seemed uncertain. Whether reliable or not, you'll have to see for yourself. If it does not work out, I will find another. Yet another 2 hours passed. And after Su Bai had finished his lunch, Dong Sanjin's secretary, Xiao Zhang, finally knocked on Su Bai's office door. Mr. Su, I have brought the individual you requested. Upon hearing that the person had arrived, Su Bai swiftly lifted his head from his desk. He was eager to see this bodyguard who had managed to get lost and discern how he could be more effective than 100 people. Moments later, a figure entered the office alongside Secretary Xiao Zhang. As Su Bai laid eyes on the individual, his eyes widened in disbelief. The person before him had a middle-parted hairstyle, crossed eyes, and was as thin as a reed. He resembled Captain Jia from the underground transport team. With such a countenance, how could this individual possibly have gotten lost? Was he not here to protect me, but rather to draw enmity? Chapter 078. Those who walk by the road will surely get their feet wet. The atmosphere in Su Bai's office was rather peculiar. According to Secretary Xiao Zhang's introduction, Captain Jia's real name was Zhou Zhao. Judging solely by his name, without considering his appearance, he exuded an air of scholarly wealth. However, when discussing Zhou's previous work history, Xiao Zhang merely mentioned a special department in a rather nonchalant manner. It was precisely these four words that piqued Su Bai's interest. With Dong Sanjin's influence, coupled with the mention of a special department, Zhou's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Given Zhou's age, likely in his early 50s, he probably had retired from the special department. No wonder Dong Sanjin remarked that he alone was worth 100 men. In terms of professionalism, this Zhou was likely far more adept than the burly bodyguards in suits that one typically encountered. Is that enough, old Zhou? If not, I can order more for you. At that moment, Zhou was seated by the coffee table, devouring his meal with remarkable speed, almost as if he were pouring the food directly into his mouth. In fact, this man, who bore a striking resemblance to Captain Jia, wore a perpetually stern expression and conducted himself with utmost seriousness. After quickly finishing his meal, Zhou wiped his greasy mouth with his hand and, after a satisfying belch, declared, "That will suffice, Mr. Su. Let's get down to business. Your sudden interest in finding a security team suggests you foresee some danger." Su Bai appreciated Zhou and Oppo's straightforwardness. He got right to the point without unnecessary embellishments. Indeed, the upcoming period may prove rather tumultuous for me. However, I was searching for a team, and I hadn't anticipated. Perceiving the implication in Su Bai's words, Zhou interjected decisively, "Mr. Su, I cannot ascertain who wishes to trouble you, but there is an old saying in our industry. The more securely you guard, the more ruthlessly you act. Reflect on that." A sudden clarity dawned upon Su Bai. If one intended harm upon another, they would surely tailor their approach accordingly. If the target were alone and unprotected, it would be simple to dispatch two thugs to deal with them. However, if the target was surrounded by layers of bodyguards, it would be evident that mere thugs would not suffice. One would then need to escalate the response. The use of firearms, snipers, or, in accordance with the realities of the Dragon Kingdom, employing a full-scale approach would be necessary. This was the essence of adapting one's strategy to the circumstances. Mr. Su, your advantage lies in the fact that you have never been accompanied by bodyguards. Even if someone wishes to target you, they would not risk the chance of using a sniper rifle to end your life. My suggestion is that, on the surface, you remain without bodyguards, while I take on the role of your driver and security. But under such conditions, what would happen? Su Bai inquired. With the added responsibility of driving, an increase in compensation is warranted, Zhou replied, maintaining his focus on Su Bai's nose bridge, which nearly stifled Su Bai's laughter. What are your expected wages? Zhou raised a finger, his gaze still fixed. 10,000 a month? That's 100,000 a year. Su Bai exclaimed. What a twist of fate. An honest employer facing a greedy employee. However, you must first transfer the funds to my designated account. In our line of work, you understand, the greatest fear is that a man dies and the payment is lost. Truth be told, spending $1 million to secure his safety was not exorbitant given Su Bai's status. Yet, the slightly cross-eyed Zhou projected an impression of professionalism that seemed somewhat lacking. As if sensing Su Bai's unease, Zhou retracted his finger. Of course, like any regular job, there will be a 7-day trial period. If you find me unsatisfactory after that, I shall depart without requiring you to cover my airfare. With the conversation having reached this point, Su Bai had no grounds to refuse. Out of respect for Dong Sanjin, he felt compelled to give it a try. Very well then, how can I assist you? No need, you may continue with your affairs. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will appear promptly. What bravado! One might think you were guardian spirit. To be frank, Su Bai harbored little hope for Captain Jia's Zhou. After all, he was merely one man, advancing in years and nearly as old as Su Bai's own father. Observing Zhou's frail demeanor, Su Bai couldn't help but worry about who would protect whom in a crisis. If the trial period proved inadequate, he could always seek a replacement through Dong Sanjin. Having resolved the security concerns in half an hour, Su Bai resumed his work. With the grand opening of the rice supermarket as the main boss, he made a point to visit the store daily. After securing his computer and donning a mask, Su Bai, accompanied by Secretary Xiao Lu, descended to the marketplace. Upon entering the elevator, Su Bai intentionally pressed the door open button and waited 2 seconds for Zhou. Noticing Zhou standing outside the elevator, unmoving, Su Bai inquired, "Aren't you coming with me?" Zhou shrugged. "I've mentioned it. There are no bodyguards by your side." Perplexed, Su Bai released the button, allowing the elevator doors to close. Secretary Xiao Lu observed, "Mr. Su, is he the bodyguard you hired? He resembles a character from a drama. Perhaps a treacherous traitor. Why isn't he accompanying you for protection? Who knows?" A moment later, the elevator doors slid open, and the cacophony of the bustling supermarket flooded in, revealing a considerable number of customers today. Just as Su Bai and Secretary Xiao Lu stepped out of the elevator, they were halted in their tracks by a figure pushing a shopping cart and examining product labels. "Old Zhou." Su Bai turned back to the elevator, then glanced at Zhou, who was behaving like an ordinary shopper, his face a mask of disbelief. "Wearing an Oppos. To you just. What did you end up here?" Zhou, caught in the act of impersonating a customer, set down the item in his hand and displayed a resigned expression. "Could you refrain from making such a scene? Your exclamation reveals our acquaintance to the world. I stated that you have no bodyguards. Presently, I am merely a regular customer, unrelated to you. Just disregard my existence." Precisely. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the road are bound to get their feet wet. Su Bai, who relished showcasing others, never imagined he would find himself in a similar predicament. As he wandered the supermarket, Su Bai felt increasingly anxious, continually glancing around to ascertain Zhou and Oppo's location. Yet, whenever he sought him out, Zhou seemed to vanish. Driven by curiosity, Su Bai ventured to the home appliance section, and upon noticing no one around, he whispered into the air, "Old Zhou." In the next moment, Zhou, clad in employee attire, emerged from behind a shelf, revealing his cross-eyed gaze. "What do you want? Goodness, when did you don the employee uniform again?" Chapter 79. This rice supermarket is not quite right. On May 3rd, Zhu Pengfei was vacationing in the Maldives, lounging on the sandy beach under the azure sky and enjoying the sun's warm embrace. Shortly after, his phone rang, and upon answering, he inquired about the situation. A few minutes later, he hung up, took a sip of juice, and gazed through his sunglasses at the distant sea. "Around 7 million, is it? This rice supermarket is not quite right." Although Worma had no intention of targeting a newly opened rice supermarket, it did not mean that Zhu Pengfei was indifferent to the matter. On the contrary, on the day the rice supermarket opened, he dispatched a regional manager from the southwest to investigate the situation. The manager spent an entire day at the supermarket, concluding that its opening revenue was approximately 7 million. The figure was not precise, but it was likely close. Given the dual boost of the opening and the holiday, was the revenue really only around 7 million? This implied that the average daily revenue during normal times might not even reach 3 million. While this figure is not considered poor for a supermarket in a third-tier city, the scale of the rice supermarket suggested that once the promotional support period ended, sustaining regular operations would likely become a challenge. Sighing deeply at this thought, Zhu Pengfei found himself surprisingly disheartened upon hearing of the rice supermarket's lackluster performance. Unlike Jiang Lily, who exploited her compatriots, Zhu Pengfei, as a senior executive at Worma, felt a sense of loyalty to his homeland. Each year, seeing Worma profit significantly from the Dragon Kingdom weighed heavily on his heart. The world is vast, yet the distribution of resources is finite. When the Eagle Nation gains $1, the Dragon Kingdom loses $1. This gradual widening of the wealth gap troubled him. Therefore, during his tenure as CEO of Worma in the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Pengfei had always hoped to witness the rise of local supermarkets. He longed for a day when Dragon Kingdom supermarkets would thrive independently of Worma's influence. Yet, regrettably, as the years passed, as Zhu Pengfei lamented, there had been no promising contenders. Finally, a conscientious and capable figure like Su Bai emerged, establishing a rice supermarket that initially piqued Zhu Pengfei's interest. However, the outcome seemed to lead to disappointment. Zhu Pengfei anticipated that within 2 years at most, or at least within a year, Su Bai's rice supermarket would close its doors. Meanwhile, online platforms were buzzing with holiday travel trends, and news about the rice supermarket's opening was scant. First, Douyin usually refrained from leveraging his influence to promote the rice supermarket online. Second, as experts had previously analyzed during the rice supermarket's last surge in popularity, Doubay's foray into the supermarket industry lacked public support. Without this support, there was little inclination for the public to pay attention. Simply put, it was just a supermarket located in Yicheng, and apart from the local residents, how much relevance did it hold for the broader online community? Thus, the consensus was that the rice supermarket's opening was rather tepid and went largely unnoticed. As Zhu Pengfei remarked, this rice supermarket was indeed struggling. However, the astute Zhu Pengfei overlooked one crucial detail. After dispatching a regional manager to gather intelligence on the rice supermarket and subsequently withdrawing him upon learning the supermarket situation, Zhu Pengfei expected a significant decline in revenue post-holiday, a normal occurrence he believed. All supermarkets typically experience this pattern. Aside from openings, weekends, holidays, and promotional sales, business tends to be mediocre. Yet, Zhu Pengfei failed to realize that this golden rule of retail did not seem to apply to the rice supermarket. On May 6th, a Tuesday, the first working day following the holiday, he Liping and Appo's mother woke early, and after breakfast, she took her grocery cart and headed out. Upon exiting the elevator, she encountered several old friends at the community gate. "Hurry up. If we are late, there won't be any left." After enjoying a bowl of the rice supermarket and Appo's free-range chicken soup, his mother insisted her son take her back the next day. This time, she didn't mind the prices and purchased a wide array of ingredients. To her astonishment, although the rice supermarket's prices were higher than the market, there was indeed a justification for the cost. Take, for example, an ordinary tomato. The ones found in the market appeared tomato-like, but lacked the essence of actual tomatoes. Upon tasting, one could tell they were cultivated in greenhouses and typically transported from afar. To ensure freshness during transit and storage, they were often picked before reaching maturity and treated chemically to give them the appearance of ripeness while still remaining firm inside. This explained why many tomatoes from the market felt hard to the touch. In stark contrast, the tomatoes from the rice supermarket exuded a rich aroma and were soft and juicy upon consumption. Most crucially, the vegetables and fruits bought from the rice supermarket spoiled remarkably quickly. Many young people might think that rapid spoilage indicates poor quality. However, those with experience understood that before the advent of chemical preservatives, fruits and vegetables indeed perished quickly. Nowadays, many fruits could remain unchanged in the fridge for weeks, leading many to mistakenly believe in the efficacy of refrigeration. In reality, those involved in fresh produce knew that spoiled goods lost their value, prompting them to adopt various methods to prolong freshness. The distinction lay merely in the willingness to employ these methods. As his mother and her group of friends waited at the bus stop, a 5:01 bus was just leaving the bus station. The middle-aged driver, having just taken over his shift, yawned while gripping the steering wheel. The entire bus company was bustling during the recent holiday, and now that the holiday was over, he relished the prospect of some quiet. This particular 501 bus route had recently been adjusted to traverse a significant portion of the city, with its final stop now at the former South Bridge Airport, which had been converted into the rice supermarket. Rumor had it that the Yicheng authorities had intentionally modified the routes to support the rice supermarket, for identical bus lines existed. And while one could frame this as local enterprise support, there was an undeniable hint of collusion. Dong Sanjin pondered the rationale behind such overt support for the rice supermarket. Did he not worry that if the rice supermarket faltered, it would also affect him? For a public transport employee, the middle-aged driver had no time for such concerns. His duty was simply to drive. However, just as he anticipated a leisurely day, the moment the 501 bus pulled into the first stop and opened its doors, a throng of elderly passengers surged on board. The driver, observing everyone with shopping carts in hand, was taken aback. "What is going on? Isn't the holiday over?"